so for real with me right now. Is this giving kindergarten art project? Is this giving kindergarten art project? Because I fear that it is. I'm gonna give y'all the plot of the whole Bridgerton universe, and I'm going to be telling y'all the differences between the show and the book as we're going along, because there are quite a few, especially when we get to book 2, but like there are quite a few in book 1 as well. So let's get into it. The first book in the series is called The Duke and I, and we start with the prologue, obviously. The prologue has a lot of background knowledge that at first you're like, why are you telling me this? But eventually you understand like, oh, this actually does have a purpose and this does explain some character decisions. Anywho, we are starting with the 9th Duke of Hastings, and Hastings is one of the largest dukedoms. Yes, it is a real word. Dukedoms of London. They are upper class, very regal, respected, a very, very important part of their society. The Duke of Hastings wants to keep this legacy going, and he is in his 40s and he has not produced an heir yet. That's all he wants is an heir. And remember, during this time period, the only person that could become the next Duke would be a son. So he's only after a son. His wife has been pregnant 5 times throughout their period of 15 years together. None of these pregnancies went full term, sadly. And this is how the book put it, not me, but the book said she knew her role in life. And so 5 months after this warning, she started trying to conceive a child again. 6 months after that, she is pregnant. And as soon as our Duke of Hastings learns that his wife is pregnant, he's like, you are bedridden. You are staying in the bed. We are keeping this child. Nothing is going to happen to it. I cannot lose my heir. Do not get out of bed. Pregnancy lasts the full 9 months. She is in labor, and Duke of Hastings has decided, you know what, I'm not standing outside this door. I'm going to be in the room when you deliver this child, not to look after you, not to take care of his wife of 15 years. No. To ensure that he is getting a son. To ensure that the baby comes out healthy and is a boy. That is all he cares about. So as soon as their son is born, he leaves. He tells them, pull up a carriage. I'm out of here. I'm going to go celebrate. Well, she is not doing too hot. She's not doing too hot at all. In fact, she has lost a lot of blood, and before the night is over, she passes. He is out celebrating, bragging about his new son and how his legacy will continue on. And she has passed. She has passed. She did give birth to a son. That is him. Let me read off his whole name because it is a mouthful. It's a lot. I'm looking at my notes for this one. This is him. Simon Arthur Henry Fitzrandolph Bassett, Earl of Cliveden. We're going to call him Simon because I'm not running through that every time. So we're going to call him Simon. To no one's surprise, the Duke of Hastings is a horrible father. He is a horrible father who is mentally and emotionally abusive to his son Simon because Simon has a little bit of a speech impediment. He isn't able to string together full sentences. He struggles a little bit, and instead of encouraging him, telling him, it's okay, we will work through it, he beats him down. He beats him down and makes him so self-conscious over himself and basically calls him a failure to the point where he looks at his son and says, I cannot bear to look at you anymore, and leaves. He goes to stay at a different house without his son. And I would just like y'all to know that the staff of the Duke of Hastings believes that Simon has passed because the Duke never talks about his son, never goes to visit him, and they truly believe that Simon is not alive. Horrible dad. Horrible man. Horrible. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, wow, Simon had an absent father, his mother passed while giving birth to him. Who did this boy have to look after him? Great question. He had a nurse. Now I don't have a picture from the show of the nurse, so we are using the nurse from Romeo and Juliet because I just felt like that was fitting. This picture is also going to be used for a different character down the road, but I just feel like that's fitting. I feel like it works really well. This woman's amazing. She has helped build up Simon's confidence so much. He's finally able to speak his mind, form full-length sentences, barely has a stutter whatsoever unless he is nervous or overwhelmed. And so to kind of be like, in your face, Duke of Hastings, she says, you know what? Let's go visit your dad. Let's go visit your father and show him how amazing you are in spite of him. Now this sounds like a great idea until Simon actually gets there, goes to talk to his dad, and he's so traumatized from his dad that he cannot get a full-length sentence out without stuttering. He's so scared of his father that he cannot do what the nurse taught him to do. And so his dad looks him square in the eye and says, you are my biggest failure. Oh my goodness. This rejection lit a fire in Simon, and on this day he made a promise to himself. If he could not be the son that his father wanted, he'd be the complete opposite. This brings us to present day. We are with the Bridgerton family. Let's switch sides so I can go through all of them together. This is a big family, so let's break it down for y'all. We have the Viscountess Violet Bridgerton. She was married to the late Viscount Edmund Bridgerton. They had 8 children together. 8. They also decided to name their children in alphabetical order just for convenience sake, because why not? The first child is Anthony Bridgerton. He is now the reigning Viscount. He is in charge of the family. Next we have Benedict, Colin, Daphne, Eloise, Francesca, Gregory, Hyacinth. Now, Violet was actually pregnant with Hyacinth when Edmund passed, so she has no memories whatsoever of her father. This is information that will make sense further down in the books, but it is mentioned in this one. The Duke and I, which is the first book, is following Daphne and her story, but you still see the whole family. They all live together. They are a crazy bunch. Let's go to present day. We are currently with Violet and Daphne, and they are reading the latest Lady Whistledown gossip report. Now, Lady Whistledown, or Julie Andrews, no one knows who she is. No one knows who she is at all, but every week she puts out a gossip column that is telling all of the rumors, everything she's seen, heard, everything to the town. And she's not afraid to expose people either, so everyone in the town is just hooked on this gossip sheet because they need to know, am I in it? Are they talking about me? Who are they talking about? Whose reputation is being tarnished? I need to know. And we love. I would also just like to say that our Lady Whistledown, no one knows who she is. She's completely anonymous, and so that's part of the appeal as well, being like, how does she know everything? Who could she possibly be? And why? But our Lady Whistledown up there, she is an entrepreneur. She is a businesswoman. Because when these gossip columns first came out, she was publishing them Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for free so that the town would get hooked on them. And then as soon as she knew that that was what everyone was talking, what everyone was reading about, what everyone was looking forward to, she said, we're only going to publish one a week and I'm going to charge for it. I'm about to make some money off of this thing. Anywho, Violet and Daphne are reading Lady Whistledown's current gossip sheet, and the Bridgerton family is actually the focal point of this one because Lady Whistledown is kind of shaming Daphne a little bit because this is Daphne's 2nd season on the market, if you will, without a husband. She has not found a single husband, and this is her 2nd season. One of the main differences between the show and the book, because in the show, Daphne is presented and she's the diamond of her season. Everyone wants to be her. Everyone is obsessed with her. But in the book, this is her 2nd season. She has not gotten married yet. Not because people are not into her or think that she's beautiful or they want to marry. She has had so many requests, and she has turned them down because our girl Daphne is wanting a love match, which is very rare during this time. It's also very rare that her family is letting her reject these proposals, aka Anthony, because everything goes through him because, again, he is the new reigning Viscount. While Violet and Daphne are discussing this, we pan to what Simon is up to right now, and Simon is the new Duke of Hastings because the 9th Duke of Hastings, his father, has passed away. So, Simon is actually out to lunch with Anthony Bridgerton because it is discovered that they went to school together. They were basically best friends, best bros, frat brothers, if you will. They spent all their wild days together, and so they know one another very, very well. And he is back in town. Simon and Anthony are discussing how Lady Danbury is hosting our first ball of the season and that the Bridgerton family and the Duke of Hastings, aka Simon, will be in attendance. So let's go to the ball. Lady Whistledown's newest report is talking all about Simon because Simon's a hot commodity. He is now the Duke. He is back in town. Everyone wants to be him, and she is hyping him up so much that he does not get a second to breathe at Lady Danbury's ball because everyone is hounding him. They are wanting to be his match. They are wanting to be the Duchess, and he wants nothing to do with it. He does not want to get married one bit, and so he's basically running away from all these women and just hiding around in all the corners. Guess who else is hiding right now? They're not hiding together, but she is also hiding during this party. Our girl Daphne. She wants to be nowhere near this man Nigel because Nigel has proposed to her once already. She has rejected him, but it has now been discovered that Nigel has talked to Anthony and asked yet again for her hand in marriage. Oh, did I mention that it was within 2 weeks he's proposed to her? 2 weeks. Get a hint. Get a hint, buddy. Oh my goodness, I cannot with this slime ball, but we will get to that later. That is what Daphne is up to. Anthony ends up finding her, and he's also hiding from their mother because their mother wants him to get married, to find a viscountess, but also to be happy and have a family of his own. We see that Benedict finds them, and Colin. Colin has actually been traveling around the world, and this is basically his first day back into town. Everyone's so excited to see him, but he is avoiding their mother like the plague for the same reason as Anthony. For the same reason. That is A-okay, because Lady Danbury comes over and goes, I know y'all have been hiding throughout my party. What are you doing? Get out there. Go, go, go. We are not chilling in corners tonight. And so all the boys leave. Daphne is like, okay, like I'll start leaving. And Lady Danbury goes, no, 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 not you. I've heard that Slimeball Nigel is looking for you and you can do so much better. You can do so much better than him, so you stay hidden. He doesn't need to find you. Queen. A girl's girl, we love her. And so that is what Daphne is doing right now. Simon, again, is still trying to run away from people, and so he's just kind of roaming the hallways. He's like, you know what, I'm just gonna see what's up, hide away from everyone, but also say that I was here. We're just gonna be roaming. He hears two people in the hallway, a man and a woman. They're arguing a little bit, and so he's like, oh, I do not want to get caught in the middle of this. I'm gonna leave. He turns to go, and immediately as he turns to go, he hears someone yell, no, very, very aggressively. And so he's like, hauling. He's like, oh, I've got to help. I've got to help. As soon as he gets there and he tries to intervene, he sees that the girl sucker punches the guy in the face and knocks him out cold. Now, who on earth did this, you might ask? Daphne. To Nigel. To Slimeball Nigel, Daphne knocks him out because he won't take no for an answer. We love. He's so impressed by her that he strikes up a conversation, and then they devise a plan to get Nigel out of the hallway because she's like, it's too rude to leave him here. Even though he treated me like that, it's too rude. They devise a plan where Daphne will hide out in the library and Simon will go get his carriage. They do this because it will be really improper if Daphne is found in the hallway with a boy. I'm not calling him a man because he is a boy, but it would be so improper. Her reputation would probably be tarnished, and she'd also probably be forced to marry him. Nigel starts stirring. He starts stirring, and he keeps going, Daphne, Daphne, and they're like, what on earth is happening? Like, excuse me? But as soon as he keeps repeating her name, light bulb moment. Light bulb moment goes off in Simon's head being like, oh, you are Daphne Bridgerton. You are my best friend's sister. I really shouldn't be talking to you because I've already been told that you were off limits. I gotta go. I don't want to be married anywho, but I gotta go. Simon's kind of awkwardly there right now being like, do I leave? Do I stay? What do I do? Nigel keeps saying, marry me, Daphne. Why won't you marry me? And he suddenly gets a burst of energy out of nowhere, leaps up, and lunges at Daphne. To the point where if Daphne was not up against a wall, she would have been knocked down to the ground. And when he lunges for her, he does not hold back. Simon sucker punches him out cold, 10 times worse than Daphne ever could have, and they're like, leave him. She literally says, he messed with me, no sympathy, we are leaving him. And so they go back into the ballroom at different times because, again, it would be a little improper if she headed into the ballroom unsupervised with Simon. Simon has re-entered the ballroom, and he is again avoiding everyone except this woman sees that he is standing alone, and so she is flocking towards him. He's trying to leave. She's literally staring him down being like, we're gonna talk. She pops up. She starts talking to him. She's like, Duke of Hastings, we loved your father. So amazing. You're gonna make just as good of a duke as he did. Yada, yada, yada. Here are my 3 daughters. Philippa, Prudence, and Penelope. Our girl Penelope, who was like barely seen in this book. Literally, I think she's seen like 2 to 3 times, which is a big difference in the show. If you've seen the show, because she's one of the main characters in season 1. Not in the book, though. Not in the book. It is also noted that Lady Featherington has another daughter at home who is 10. Her name is Felicity. She's not mentioned in the show whatsoever, and her husband has already passed. That completely gets rid of one of the plot lines in the show. Completely just gets rid of that. But that is A-okay, because honestly, I did not like that plot line, so... Single woman, on the prowl for her 3 daughters. Actually, let me take that back because she's only on the prowl for her 2 daughters. Philippa and Prudence, I don't know which one is which. That could be backwards. That's fine, we are rolling with it. Penelope, they are brutal too. They are like, Penelope's just Penelope. She's put in an ugly yellow dress. That's all everyone's talking about. And he's like, I guess she could be pretty. I guess. Like, that's what everyone's thoughts are, which is just so harsh, but he decides that Penelope actually looks very, very sweet, and so if Lady Featherington corners him again and asks him to dance with one of her daughters, he's choosing Penelope, which is a win in my eyes because we love our girl Penelope. Before he actually is forced to dance with anyone, Lady Danbury makes another appearance, swoops in, saves the day, makes the Featheringtons go away, and brings Simon back to the Bridgerton brothers. Others are mentioning that their mother is forcing Violet to talk to Earl Macclesfield, who is right here. He's not in the show, I'm pretty sure, and so I just made him Chris Pine because I think he's pretty to look at. I think he's gorgeous, and so Chris Pine in Princess Diaries 2 era. That is our Earl Macclesfield. We'll take it. I digress. While they are talking about this, they are like, someone should go save her. Someone should really go save her. Won't be me. I really don't want to run into our mother. Oh, but our mother really scares us. I wonder who should go save our sister. What about you, Simon? What about you? Great idea. That is a marvelous idea. Yes, go, Simon. Go, go, go. While they are talking, he goes, oh no, I don't really want to go save Daphne. They all look and go, Daphne, you've met her? Have you met our sister? And Simon's like, oh yeah, I have ended up meeting your sister. And they're like, how, when, why? All sussed out over this, being like, why haven't you brought this up before? We've been talking for a hot second. You've never mentioned our sister. What was happening for how you met our sister? And he's like, well, I can't tell them about Nigel because I made an agreement with her that this would be kept a secret. And so we're just going to hope that they ignore it, and they do. They literally move on so flippin' quick. All these red flags, Anthony's like, you know what? Let's go save my sister, and drags Simon over to Violet and Daphne. One thing I want to mention is that Violet really does not want Daphne to see or even be around Simon whatsoever because Simon is a rake, notoriously, which a rake is a womanizer. And so Violet's like, I don't want you to have any part of that. But as soon as Simon comes over and flashes his pearly whites to Violet, Violet is sold and being like, status. You could be a duchess. This is so exciting. The town will love us. It'll be amazing. Yes, yes, yes. Simon really wasn't going to do anything about this. He was just like, okay, cool, so awesome. Out of the corner of his eye, who does he see? Lady Featherington with Philippa and Prudence making their way towards him with Penelope not in sight. And so Simon, not wanting to dance with them, looks at Daphne, looks at our girl Daphne and goes, do you want to dance? Let's dance. Please, let's go dance. For some reason, the beginning of this chapter actually pans to the next day, even though this scene is not entirely over, and so we go into Lady Whistledown's rumor sheet, but it's for the next day after the ball. The only thing she can talk about is Daphne and the Duke and their dance at the ball, because this was a really big deal. He wasn't talking to anyone whatsoever, and he chose to dance with Daphne, but also Lady Whistledown is low-key savage towards Violet. Like, you can tell that they are not friends whatsoever, whomever Lady Whistledown might be, because she's just plain rude. I don't know how embarrassing it would be for Violet and the Bridgertons if Daphne comes out of her second season unwed. Okay, Lady Whistledown, simmer down. Simmer. Simmer. Even though the book decided to fast forward to tomorrow for literally no reason, we are still at the ball. We are still at the ball. We are going back, present day. We are at Lady Danbury's ball. They are dancing. They are talking. Daphne is explaining to Simon how she wants a love match. This is why she hasn't accepted any proposals. She wants a big family and to fall in love just like how her mother and father were when she was growing up. While she's explaining this, this is actually the exact moment where we get a little bit of insta love. Simon is immediately into Daphne. Immediately. All the green flags. And as soon as this is happening, sirens are going off in his head being like, no, 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 no. I'm not getting married. What is happening? He's having an existential crisis right now. She has no clue that this is happening. This is all going on inside his head, but he's not okay. As I said, this is insta-love because they literally met like maybe an hour ago, give or take. Could even be 30 minutes, and he's already smitten, already fallen in love. But this kind of gives him an idea. This freak out that he's going through gives him an idea. He decides to tell Daphne, I know what could fix all of our problems. I have a solution to everything. We should fake date. What would happen if we fake dated? Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally gotten to the plot of this first book, and it only took us 95 pages. Woo! Killing it. Anyway, Daphne is so confused about this ordeal because she's like, you don't want to get married. Why do you want to date me? Simon says, this will give you space from your mother. This will also make you so desirable to everyone in the town because everyone will want something that they can't have. As soon as Simon says that last point, she's in. So, fake dating about to occur. While this plan is being discussed, we are panning back to Violet and Anthony is losing his mind right now. He is no longer being cool brother. He is losing his mind and he is shooting daggers at Simon right now, being like, what is going on? This is not okay. Violet is trying to get him to calm down, being like, this is a good thing, this is a good thing, she can be a duchess. And he's like, you don't know him. You didn't spend all your crazy years with this man. You don't know him. Side note, and it's also a little random that the book decides to go here even though they're not even involved in this little scene, but we are talking about the Featheringtons, and this is actually a big difference between the show and the book, because it is mentioned that Lady Featherington actually is one of the biggest rivals for this season with Violet, not because like her daughters are competition, I don't want to be rude, but like they're really not because of their status, but just because they are rivals for some reason. In the show it's Cressida, but in the book it's the Featheringtons. Anyway, the book went into that for some reason, but Daphne and Simon finally finish their dance, and Simon goes, would you like to take a stroll with me around the ballroom? And Violet is like, yes, she would love to. And Anthony literally goes, you just walked back. You just did a little loop around trying to get back to us. Like, no, and Violet's like, don't mind him. Go, 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 go. Anthony is like, you know what? Sure. You can go on a little stroll, but I'm a chaperone. I'm going to be your chaperone so that you're not alone in this crowded room of people. And Violet's like, oh, okay, like, you people go on, you kids go on, you go on, I'm gonna talk to your brother real quick and then he'll come and chaperone. Violet knows what she's doing. She really holds all the cards right now. And she looks at Auntie and she's like, I wish you would find love. Why haven't you found love yet? It'll just be so exciting when you can have a Viscountess and then children and yada, yada, yada. And Auntie goes, you know what? I actually don't think I need to chaperone them. I'm being called over here. Benedict is calling me. I gotta go. Now Simon and Daphne can kind of just go talk in peace. Violet is so excited that she kind of won this argument with Anthony, and when she turns around to go look at Daphne and Simon and just stare at them in amazement, she's disappointed because our girl Daphne is now walking back with a different man, and our Duke is taking a dance with Penelope. Go Penelope. This is your time to shine, finally. I love that they're dancing together. She needed that. And this concludes the ball. The longest scene ever. It is now a new day. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. Let's get into it. Simon goes to visit Daphne. There are already two men there. So when he walks in, he sees a man reciting poetry for Daphne, which, like, honestly is kind of a slay. Snaps. He's like, you know what, I'll just wait. But Violet sees that the Duke has walked in and goes, oh, how exciting that you were here. And she clears the house. All these other men just leave so that the Duke can stay and talk to Daphne. The Duke has brought flowers, not for Daphne, but for Violet, and Violet is just in awe of this man. She's like, this will be my son-in-law. This will be my son-in-law. This is actually the moment where Anthony decides to come home, and he is pissed. He is so pissed that Simon is here and that he is actively courting his sister when he told him to stay away from Daphne. And he's like, what are you doing? You are supposed to be my best friend. You are a rake. And you're courting my sister? Are you kidding? He tells Simon, come into my office. We need to talk. As they are talking and low-key kind of fighting, like actually fighting, Daphne bursts into the office and goes, what on earth are you doing? We need to actually tell Anthony, or Anthony is going to blow a gasket at this point. This is another difference in the show because the show never lets anyone in on the fake dating. Anywho, you would think Anthony, now knowing all of this, would like take a breather, maybe meditate, be like, oh, this is a-okay. It's actually the opposite. He is now even more angry at this situation than he ever could have imagined. And it's not until Daphne explains that in one day, 7 gentlemen have come to visit her, which is more than it has been all season, that Anthony's like, oh, this is actually a really good idea. I will hear y'all out. But I have some stipulations that y'all need to follow. Number 1, no one can know of this arrangement. Number 2, you are not to be left alone together. Number 3, if you make any moves on my sister, if I see you brush a hand against her, give her a kiss, anything like that, you're done. And quote, I will rip your head off. Eek. But they agree to these terms. And so now Anthony's in on the plan. Simon's like, oh, this is great, perfect, now we'll be awkward at dinner. And Anthony's like, excuse me? You were invited to dinner? And so now we're at a new scene. We are at the Bridgerton family dinner. How flippin' exciting. It's chaos. They are a chaotic bunch. And he's just sitting there. He's sitting there, and our queen Hyacinth, who really does not get any love in the show, but she's my queen currently, she looks up at him and goes, you don't talk much. You really don't talk much, do you? Love her. Love her, love her. There's a little awkward after that, but then we also see Gregory get in trouble because he's not eating his vegetables. And so Simon's like, you know what, I love vegetables. Give me some more. And so he's eating all of them, and Gregory's like, oh my gosh, wait, this is so cool. I'll also eat some more. This is the first moment where Daphne goes, oh, like, he could make a really good dad. Remember this point that I just said. Remember this. It'll come back later and y'all will be annoyed as much as I was, and also maybe repulsed. Anywho, let's go on. Violet decides to end the night by inviting the Duke to go with them on their family trip tomorrow, and this is the highlight of Lady Whistledown's newest gossip sheet, talking about how the Duke got invited on the Bridgerton trip when no one gets invited to the Bridgerton trip. They are on a boat during this trip. There is a moment, and this is the first moment this has happened, where the Duke felt so drawn to Daphne that he thought about kissing her. He was like, if I literally leaned in, I would have kissed her and been the happiest man ever. Doesn't sound like fake dating to me, but like, okay. Also sounds like you're breaking one of Antony's rules, but okay. Oh, and also let me just tell y'all, because I didn't actually go in depth on her little gossip sheet for this week while they're on their trip. Our lady Whistledown up here loves a good innuendo. She loves a good innuendo, which is a little spicy for this time period. I digress. Let's go back to the boat. Gregory is getting off the boat, and when he is, he kind of slips and falls, which makes Antony freak out as he lunges to go get him. He misses, but Simon ends up getting him. As soon as he regains his balance, Simon falls off the boat into the water. Everyone's laughing at him, but Gregory ends up accidentally knocking into Antony, also making him fall into the water, which is a little reminiscent of the scene in season 2, if y'all know what I'm talking about, with Antony and I don't know that man's name that were on a boat. It kind of reminds me of that scene a little bit, so I thought that was very interesting. But that is how their boat trip ends, with the two of them in the water, fighting a little bit. Oh, and while Antony and the Duke are in the water, Daphne thinks to herself, maybe this fake dating thing isn't as fake as we thought. And then 5 pages later, Daphne goes, I'm falling in love with him. The pacing is really odd in this book. Like, very, very odd. But you know what? We don't have time to go into that because it's time for another ball. Simon has told Daphne that he won't be in attendance for this one, so Daphne's kind of on her own, and she is sulking and sad that he is not here, and she's really not dancing with anyone. Colin is like, why are you avoiding Hastings right now? What did Hastings do? And Daphne's like, I'm not avoiding him, dummy. He's not here. And Colin's like, I literally just talked to him. I literally just saw him. He's here. And so this just makes her day. She's like, oh my goodness, this is so exciting. Let me go find him. She goes to find him. She's like, I really want to talk. Like, let's go out on the terrace. And Simon's like, I don't think your brother really wants me to go out on the terrace with you. And she's like, there's so many other couples out there. Like, it's okay. It'll be like we're chaperoned. And he's like, no, let's not do that. That's a-okay. But as they're talking, a man actually comes up to them. I don't think I have a picture of him here. I don't. Time out, let me go get a picture. Now, I don't know what this man actually looks like in the show, but this is Duke Middlethorpe, and I just feel like the guy from The Hunger Games that plays President Snow fits the vibe that I was reading in this book. Fits the vibe, so that's who it's gonna be. This is Middlethorpe. I don't have time to print out a name tag for him. Just know that this scene's gonna be super quick. It's not even gonna matter that he doesn't have a name tag. But Middlethorpe came up to Simon and is just raving about his dad, being like, I was his best friend. He was an amazing dad. He loved you. He cared about you. You were all he ever talked about. And Simon is like, stop talking to me. Stop talking to me. He's being so rude to this man because, again, he had no relationship with his dad whatsoever. He's like, why are you lying? He literally only talked about me because I was his heir. And when I started doing good things, he was so excited and ready to brag because all he wanted was fame and fortune. And he's like, I actually have some letters from your dad here. Like, let me give them to you. And Simon goes, burn it. Burn it, burn it, burn it. Doesn't even say bye to this poor man. Just leaves. And Daphne's just standing there being like, okay, I don't know what his problem is, but I'm so sorry. And this man goes, here, I need to give you the letters. Tell me your address. I will mail them to you. I need to give you these letters. He must have them. And Daphne's like, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea. The first time she's actually thinking for once, by the way. And he's like, it has to be done. I could pass away any day now. The doctor said it's any day now. Which I feel like is a little dramatic, and why is he out of ball? Side note. But Daphne is like, okay, like, I guess I will take them and give them to him. You're right, like, he needs to see them. And so he's like, perfect. I will mail them to you. They will be with you ASAP. Daphne accepts the letters. She goes to find Simon again. She does not bring this up whatsoever that she's accepted them. She goes to him and she's like, instead of the terrace, do you want to go to the gardens with me? I just feel like it's a beautiful night. Let's go hang out in the garden. No, I'm not hanging out in the garden with you. It's unsupervised. This is a recipe for disaster. And she's like, I want to go to the garden. I guess I'm going to go to the garden by myself. And he's like, it is dangerous for a woman to go to the garden by yourself. You will not go to the garden. You will not go to the garden by yourself. I'm going to the garden by myself. It's what I'm doing. She starts walking. He is screaming after her, like literally like, and screaming. He is trampling and screaming after her, being like, what are you doing? Come back here. Stop. Da-da-da-da. She's kind of running away, like being kind of like cutesy and flirty, which is a little dangerous in this time period, fun fact. And he reaches out, grabs her, and there's tension. There is tension in the air. You can slice it with a knife. And they kiss. They kiss, thus breaking rule number 3. And it's not like a simple little peck. No, no, no. They're like low-key going at it in this garden. Who do you think would randomly pop out of nowhere in this awkward scene? Anthony. Anthony does and immediately punches Simon in the face. Simon and Daphne are just like, oh my gosh, what are you doing here? Daphne's like, oh, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. This is not good. And then we have the weirdest line I think I have ever read show up in this book. And I just like don't even understand why it was needed. And so I'm going to read it to y'all because I was just like, why? What was the reason? What was the reason? Anthony looks at Daphne and goes, I saw your, and it pauses. And then we go straight to the book where the book goes, and I quote, Anthony had seen her breast, her brother. It was unnatural. Why was that needed? Oh, that's just such a weird thing to add. Like, no dip, Sherlock, no dip. This is when I started to lose my insanity over this book just like a little bit. Like we were kind of like on an uphill climb and now we're just like rapidly. Yeah, let's keep going. Anthony goes to shove Simon, but when he does, Daphne actually gets pushed. She gets pushed into the bushes, and so instead of fighting in this very moment, like they literally have to like yeet her out. Like she's stuck in a bush. And so they yank her out. And Anthony looks at Duke and goes, you're marrying her. Marry my sister. You guys will get married tomorrow. This is what's happening. And Duke goes, I can't marry her. And Daphne's like, hold up, what? Excuse me? What do you mean you can't marry me? Simon goes, I can't marry her. I'm so sorry that this happened. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave the continent. You'll never hear from me again. I'm so sorry. And Anthony's like, this is not good enough. We will duel. We will duel at dawn. The horror. Oh no, a duel. And that's that. They will be dueling at dawn. And Daphne is so hurt that he would rather duel than marry her. Oh, and our girl Lady Whistledown, she knows something happened to this ball. She doesn't know what happened, but she knows something went down. They all claimed that they got sick. They all claimed that Daphne was ill. But she goes, I saw Daphne earlier that evening and she looked perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Day of the duel. Next day, Colin comes to comfort Daphne being like, what happened? And Daphne goes into pure detail. She tells him everything, confides in him, and he's comforting her. He's upset, but he's comforting her, and he goes, well, I knew something had happened because Earl Macclesfield saw y'all go into the garden together. Like, I'm so confused. And Daphne's like, he saw, so that means that he knows that something happened. I'm ruined if he won't marry me. He must marry me. He must know this. This is how he's going to marry me. And Colin's like, the Earl is a friend. The Earl is a friend. He will not tell anyone. And Daphne's like, it's not enough. Others could have seen. And so she's like, tell me now, Colin, where are they at? We must go. We must leave. And Colin's like, okay, let's go. Let's pan to the duel. We are now panning to the duel. Anthony is here. His second is Benedict. Simon shows up. Simon does not have a second. Another difference from the show because Simon's second was a boxer or a fighter or something like that. That's not a plot line in this book either. But anyway, he doesn't have a second. He's just there and he's like, well, this is probably my last day ever, but it's okay. I made a mistake. I don't want to get married. I swore I would never get married. Everybody knows this. Let's duel. Before they can even get in their positions, Daphne comes riding in on her horse and is just screaming, stop! Goes up to Simon and goes, Earl Macclesfield saw us. He saw us in the garden. He knew it was happening. And Simon goes, That's a friend. He won't do anything. It's okay. And she goes, others saw. Everyone in London is about to be talking about this. There are rumors everywhere about what we did. I am ruined. That's not a thing, by the way. That was a pure lie. A lie to get what she wanted, I might add. I told you, rapid downfall. I can't have you be tarnished, but I can't give you what you want. And she's like, I just want to get married. He's like, no, you want a family. You've only been talking about family, and I can't have kids. I can't. I cannot give you what you want. And Daphne is taken back, being like, you can't have kids? She thinks for a second, literally 1 second, doesn't take any more time, and goes, yep, not a big deal whatsoever. You're worth it. Let's get married. So we are now planning a wedding. It is wedding preparation time, ladies and gents. Violet decides that it's time for a little talk to happen, a very important talk. And she is telling Daphne, hey, like, what's going to happen to you on your wedding night is your marital duty. Don't be scared. He should be gentle. And then she gets up and tries to leave. That is all she says. And she gets up and she's like, I'm out, I'm done, good. And Daphne's like, whoa, wait, I have more questions. Sit your butt back down, I have more questions. Violet's just like trying to leave. She's like bouncing up and down, being like, I gotta go. And Violet's like, you know what, it is okay. I told you it'll be gentle, it's not a big deal. This is how you get children. Just do it to have children, it is A-okay. Oh, this is where children come from. And Violet's like, yep, gotta go, and just leaves. That is their whole discussion. She knows nothing about what's gonna happen. That's horrible. That is horrible. Anyway, they get married. They're married, guys. Woohoo! Congratulations. Whistledown, she is salty and upset because she didn't get an invite. So whoever she is not close enough to this family to score an invite. Traveling to their new home, Daphne goes, are we going to stop at an inn? Like, it's the night of our wedding. Are we going to stop at an inn? Like, I don't know what we're going to be doing. And he's like, oh, yeah, like, I guess we will have to stop at an inn. Like, no big deal. We will definitely do that. And he literally fakes sleeping for 3 hours so that he doesn't have to talk to her about any of this. That man is wide awake with his eyes closed to avoid her. And I think that that's hilarious. Give that man an Oscar, if you will, because that is so funny to me. They stop at an inn. The guy is like, oh, Duke of Hastings, I am so sorry. The 2 different bedrooms that you requested, it was such short notice, we only have 1. And Daphne's like, 2 bedrooms? You requested 2 bedrooms. It's our wedding night. Why would you do that? And Simon's like, that would be perfect. Thank you so much for our 1 bedroom. Cool. And he's like, maybe we should go eat, like yada, yada, yada. And she's like, it is our wedding day. It is our wedding day. What is wrong with you? I know we can't do our marital duty because you can't have kids. I know we can't be intimate. And he goes, what? Who told you I can't do that? And he's offended. He is so offended that he brought that up. And she's like, well, my mother says that this is the only way that you can have kids. It's the only reason that you do it. And he's like, lies. And we have a let me teach you moment. We have a let me teach you moment for 11 pages. Yeah. Next morning, they leave the inn. They finally make it to their new home. Daphne becomes really good friends with Miss Coulson. Miss Coulson and the nurse are not the same person, but I just feel like they both fit the vibe of the frog from Romeo and Juliet. Learned that Miss Coulson was the personal maid to Simon's mom, was very, very close to her, had no relationship whatsoever to the Duke of Hastings because he really is the reason that she passed. Daphne didn't know any of this. Daphne did not know that he had a speech impediment. He ended up having a stutter. He went through all this. She just assumed that he had a decent childhood because she did. But she never really asked, TBH. But also, he never divulged any of this. But she literally tells him, oh yeah, it was really bad. Really, really bad. This is everything that went down. This is everything that happened. She's so moved that by everything that Simon has overcome, that she goes to bed that night. She tells him a little bit about her day. Not everything that Miss Coulson said, because she was like, he doesn't want to know about that. And she decides to tell him for the first time that she loves him. This is the first I love you, said throughout the book. This is also during another teaching moment, might I add, and also where she learns that it's not a medical reason that he can't have kids. It is just his choice. that he cannot have kids, and this makes her so angry. So angry. She's like, you lied to me, which he didn't. He never said why he couldn't have kids. He just can't have kids because he doesn't want them. And she's like, you lied to me. You're horrible. Why would you do this to me? Yada, yada, yada. My least favorite character to ever exist. We'll get into that more again. Rapid decline, because it just gets worse. Explaining why he doesn't want kids and why he can't have kids. It's because he's traumatized and has PTSD from how he was raised by his dad. And she's like, I don't care. You lied. We can have kids. You just won't let me have them. And I'm just like, girl, you agreed. You agreed to this knowing it. Oh. Also, whenever he's telling her all about his traumatic childhood, she's not listening. Like, literally not listening. She's thinking about what she's could do to make this situation go in her favor. Worst character ever, and we will get to that once again, and I'm not excited for what's to come. If you know, you know. Next day, Simon goes to the bedroom. He's like, where is my wife? Where is my wife? He talks to his staff and they're like, oh, like, we moved her, your honeymoon's over. We moved her to her own room. He's like, why on earth would you do that? He goes to her room, bangs on the door, is like, let me in. Why won't you let me in? She tries to get him to leave, and this is a scene that I also really did not like. Again, rapid decline. He tells her that he legally owns her. Which, like, you can tell this is not a modern book. It's not modern one bit, and it is that time period. So, like, accurate, but boo! Tomato, 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 tomato. He's like, what, are you gonna make me do it? And he's like, yeah, I could. She's like, you won't. He's like, yeah, I mean, you're right, I won't. And he leaves. He leaves her alone. Period. I rescind one of my boos. Not all of them, but I rescind one. This brings us to chapter 18. I'm not gonna talk about this chapter. This chapter is horrible and unnecessary, and I do not know why it was included. This scene was also included in the TV show, which I don't think it was necessary, especially since they've already changed so many things. I think that they really just could have gotten rid of the scene altogether. I don't want to say they improved the scene because the scene is still horrid in the show, but like, it's really bad in the book. Like, actually very, very bad in the book. And so trigger warnings galore if you are reading this book and you don't want to read this section. It's chapter 18 to avoid. We're not going in depth. It is so bad. No consequences are ever handed out whatsoever. And it's nauseating to me and so unnecessary. I can't. So one final thing I will add about this is this scene does not move the plot forward in any way, shape, or form. It's just there. Who thought it was a good idea? Horrible. We're moving forward. After this, Daphne goes home. She's like, I'm leaving. I don't care. I'm proud of what I did because I'm a horrible human being. She goes home to the Bridgerton house. Everyone in her family is like, why are you here? Why are you with your husband? I don't understand what went down, and she's not talking to them whatsoever. She literally admits to herself in her thoughts that she does not feel guilty one bit. Not 1 ounce of remorse or guilt or even responsibility. Oh, and she believes she's pregnant. During her stay at the Bridgerton house, Antony decides to go travel to Simon to go give him a handwritten letter from Daphne. This is literally the first time that they have exchanged words in 2 months. It has been 2 months since they've seen each other, since they've talked together, since chapter 18 happened. And I would just like you to know that her letter is only 2 sentences. 2 sentences with no remorse, once again. Horrible character. I can't. I would just like to note that this is my least favorite book in the series, and I do think that the books do get better from here. Simon, after he gets this letter, he goes to go get Daphne back. And she reveals to him that she actually isn't pregnant. She thought she was, but her period was just a little late. They decide to return to the house together. When they get home, who is at their house, you might ask? All of the brothers. Anthony, Benedict, Colin, all there. They're like, you have to tell our sister that you love her. You have put her through the ringer. She must know. And he's like, well, I'm not telling, no, I'm going to tell her. And so he's like, how the heck am I going to get these brothers to leave? Violet walks in, literally grabs two of the brothers by their ears, yanks them out, makes eye contact with the other brother, and is like, if you don't want this to be you, we are leaving. We are getting out of here. I love her, by the way. She is iconic. They are now alone. He finally tells her that he loves her. He also tells her that he does indeed want to give her a kid. He will have a kid with her. No consequence, Daphne. It's my final time saying that. Daphne also decides to bring up the letters from Middlethorpe that she received without telling him that she got them. And he literally is like, I'm not opening them. Like, me reading them is just going to give more power to my father. I don't care what he said, but I am moving forward. When I'm with you, it makes me forget all about that. And that's the end of the book. That is literally how the book ends. We then go to the epilogue. In the epilogue, it is revealed that they have 4 kids, and they also decided to name them in alphabetical order. So we have Amelia, Belinda, Caroline, and David. Also learned that Philippa Featherington ended up marrying Nigel Burbrook, the slimy man from the beginning. That's crusty. She could have done better. I don't know her personally, but she could have done better. Oh, and for some reason my book had 2 epilogues. So here's what happened in the second epilogue. Daphne is 41 years old and she learns that she is pregnant yet again. And that's it. That is literally all that they talk about in the second epilogue. So they end up with 5 kids, but her last kid does not come until she is 41 years old. That is the end of book 1. I, again, did not like this book. I think y'all could tell towards the end that that is how I felt. First time I read it, I gave it a 2.5-star rating. I read this 4 years ago, give or take. It's when the show first came out and I was so excited over it. 2.5-star rating. Wasn't my favorite. When I reread it this time, I'm giving it 1.5 star. Mostly because of chapter 18 and the last half of this book. I don't know if it was just because I was a little younger than I am now, but it was worse this time around. It was worse for me this time around. So trigger warning, go to this book, but also if you don't read it here, I just told y'all everything that happened, so I mean, big spoiler if you haven't read it. Let's now go into book 2, which I liked a whole lot better. First time I read this book was actually a 5-star for me, so at the very end of the video, I will tell y'all what my current rating is for it now. And also, this book strays so much more from season 2 than the Duke and I did from season 1. Like, oh, we made some creative decisions. And so if you've seen season 2 and you're like, oh, I really didn't like season 2 that much, you're gonna want to stay for the plot of the second book because I think the book is so much better than the second season. I really think that the book popped off. And I liked the second season. I didn't think it was bad, but they changed some things that I thought was pretty dang good in the book. Round 2, day 2, book 2, we are going to go through The Viscount Who Loved Me, which is Antony and Kate's story, and this one is way better than season 2. Season 2 made a lot of creative decisions and did not follow this plot line. They did not follow it. Let's go through the plot of the second book together. Also, somehow the setup looks worse than yesterday's. It was giving kindergarten project, now it's giving pre-K project. But that's okay, I'm a reader, I'm not an artist, so let's get into it. This book starts out with our prologue that is giving us all the background knowledge on Antony and why he is the way that he is today, the man that we know and love from The Duke and I. Ooh, it's really, really sad. Antony grew up knowing that his mom and his dad loved each other their whole lives. They were obsessed with one another, clearly. They had 8 children. He knew that that was a perfect love match, and that was what he strived to have. He was so close to his dad. Basically, Edmund was the center of Antony's world, and everything that Antony did was to impress his father and make his father proud. Right before Antony was supposed to start school at Oxford, he came home and he sees that Daphne is in the living room crying her eyes out, and he's like, what is happening? Like, are you okay? What on earth happened? And she just keeps repeating, Dad's gone. Dad's gone, Dad's gone. And Antony feels like he has been kicked in the chest. He is like, what are you talking about? That cannot be true. I literally just saw him. Like, he was in perfect health. Like, what? And Daphne explains, yeah, Eloise was there when it happened. She saw that he got stung by a bee and he just died. And Antony's like, no. I have seen him get stung by a bee before and he was perfectly fine. You are incorrect. And Daphne just keeps saying, Eloise saw it happen. This is what happened. Mom's in there now. It's not good. And so Antony literally runs. He runs to where Violet's at. Violet is obviously hysterical. Antony immediately has to step up and be the Viscount. He has to make so many decisions at this point for his family, for the family affairs, and also because Violet is pregnant with Hyacinth in this moment in time. Antony has to try and calm his mom down so that he can ensure that this pregnancy comes full term and that they end up with Hyacinth, because this is a big emotional toll on her body. Edmund was 38 when he got stung by a bee and passed. Antony believes that he will never make it past the age of 38. His dad was the best thing in the world, in perfect shape, and if his dad couldn't make it past 38, neither would Antony. Chapter 1 starts out with the latest gossip shoot from our girl, Lady Whistledown, talking about how much of a rake Antony is and how he will go through another season of girls and not pick a wife. He will never settle on a wife, and so that is what our main characters are currently discussing. Let's introduce them for y'all. We have Kate Sheffield / Sharma. If you watch the show, they changed their last names to Sharma, but in the books, they are Sheffield. I will probably just say Kate, but that is the difference between the show. And then we also have her half-sister, Edwina. Now, both of them are currently in the living room discussing the newest Lady Whistledown paper, where Mary, who is Kate's stepmom, but Edwina's biological mom, is just sitting there listening to them. They are talking about how, ooh, Antony is trouble, specifically Kate. Kate is like, he is no good, he is up to no good, he is such a rake. No, 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 stay far away from him, because both of them are participating in this season. They have made their debut together. They do not come from the most wealthy family, and so financially, the only way both girls can make their debut is if they did it at the same time. So Edwina is currently 17, where Kate is 21. Edwina's a little bit on the younger side, while Kate is a little bit on the older side, but our girl Edwina, she's the diamond of this season. She is who everyone is after. She is the one that everyone knows is going to get married at the end. They all know it. Kate's just kind of here, which is horrible. She knows her place, and her place is Edwina's sister. That is what she says. She is there to look after Edwina, and at the end of the day, she's probably not going to get married. She is aware of that. As the book says, she does not have Edwina's beauty, and that is okay to her. That is okay as long as her sister is happy and ends up getting married at the end of the season. Oh, we also meet Newton, who is the cutest family dog. He is a corgi, and he is troublesome, and just like look at his face. That's the actual dog who plays in the show, and he's just a cutie. Sorry, the book also very quickly mentions that Kate is afraid of thunderstorms, and this will come into play later, but it is mentioned in chapter 1. Kate is fully supportive of Edwina during her first season, and even goes as far as saying, if you don't find a husband, that is a-okay. Me and you can go to the countryside and just live spinster lives together. We will just be the happiest as can be, so do not settle because you think that you need to help our family out. Which, like, we love Kate. On the topic of suitors, Edwina mentions that she would really like to marry a scholar. And to this, Kate says, I don't know if we'll find too many of those because of where we're at. And Edwina goes on and says, well, Lady Whistledown was talking about how Antony went to Oxford and how he's so wise even though he's a rake. And she goes, hold up. Hold up right now. We are not talking about Antony. Don't even bring up his name. He is not for you. I forbid it. No, no, no. Don't even think about that. And she's like, you don't even know him. You don't even know him. Kate's responding with, do you? Do you even know him? Because I know everything that Lady Whistledown writes about him. I know that he is a rake through and through, and he's also never going to marry anyone this season. He's gone through so many seasons not wanting anyone, it's going to continue going that way. During the same time, we pan to Antony, who's hanging out with his brothers Benedict and Colin, and he has a big announcement to tell them. And these boys are like, what on earth are you about to tell us? Because you never have an announcement. Like, what is going on? He looks at them and he says, I am going to marry someone by the end of the season. I am getting married. The brothers are going to choke on their food when they said that. They're like, no flipping way, no shot, this is a joke. Antony's like, I am so serious. Antony's like, it's time for me to bring on a Viscountess. Someone has to continue this family with me. This is where we're going. This is true. These are my 3 requirements for my wife. Number 1, she doesn't need to be pretty, but it wouldn't hurt. Number 2, she does need to be dumb. Actually, the book says stupid. She doesn't need to be stupid. That's a little harsh to me, so I said dumb. The book says stupid. He needs someone that not only he can talk to, but he doesn't want his kids to grow up not being the smartest. He wants his kids to be able to get a really good education and to understand what they are learning. And then number 3, and this is the most important one, the one that he will not waver on one bit, he cannot marry someone that he could actually fall in love with. That's gonna come into play later, ladies and gents. Make a mental note of that. Before Antony leaves Benedict and Colin, he asks them the most important question of this conversation. Who's the diamond of the season? To which they answer, Edwina Sheffield. This should be a fun time for Kate. Time for a ball, and to Kate's horror, she sees that Edwina is dancing with who? Who, you might ask? Antony. She's dancing with Antony. And so Kate is just shooting daggers to them right now while Mary is happy as can be. She's like, this is the best thing that could ever happen to us. He is a Viscount. He'll be able to pay her dowry. She'll have a title. This will just be great as can be. And Kate's like, you don't understand. You do not know this man. This man will not be what Edwina is after. Edwina is after love, and he is a rake. And Mary's just ignoring them. Mary's like, you are a Debbie Downer? Stop it. We need to find you a husband while we're at it. Because this is also your season. We need to find you a husband too. And she just rolls her eyes. She just rolls her eyes and keeps focusing on Edwina. While Kate and Mary are discussing this, Colin Bridgerton comes up to Kate and asks if she would like to dance with him. I would also just like it to be known that Colin has so much personality in these books, and like, where was this in the TV show? I truly believe that they gave TV show Benedict book Colin's personality. Because Benedict don't act like he does in the show in these books. But Colin does. We'll take it. We'll take it. Colin ends up having an amazing conversation with Kate, and they are talking about Antony and how she's like, he's not good enough for my sister. And Colin's just sitting there laughing. He's like, you actually speak your mind, and this is so enjoyable because most ladies that I talk to would just be so nice and flattering and just agree with me over everything. And she's like, that's not me. I'm only looking after my sister. Since Colin is enjoying this conversation so much, a light bulb goes off in his head. Colin races over to Antony and goes, hey, how'd your dance with Edwina go? To which Antony's like, it went great, like, this is gonna end up being my wife. And Colin's like, oh, well then you have to meet her sister. She is amazing. She is just this shy little spinster who just wouldn't stop talking about you. And Antony's like, beautiful, that means I already have won her over. This is amazing. That Colin says, yeah, and that's really good because you're gonna need to win her over to get Edwina's hand. Antony is like, what on earth are you talking about? Why do we have to win her over? Like, that's not Edwina's father. But as y'all know, Kate is very protective over Edwina and just wants the best of her, and so she is the one who is seeking the blessing and the approval. Colin, while this conversation is happening, is silently laughing to himself because he has told Antony the complete opposite of who Kate is. We all know that Kate is a stubborn woman who speaks her mind, as she should. And he is setting Antony up for failure. To the point where Colin's like, let's go meet Kate now. Let's go right now. And Antony responds with, if she's right there, of course, let's go do it. Colin pulls Antony, shoves multiple people out of his way, in the middle of the ballroom, might I add, shoving people, and goes, Kate, oh my gosh, have you met Antony? Have you met Antony? An icon, Colin Bridgerton. Antony looks at Kate and goes, you are just as beautiful as your sister. And Kate responds with, you are almost as handsome as your brother. To which we have Colin behind Antony just dying of laughter behind him. And Kate looks at him and says, do you need some lemonade? Let me go get you some lemonade. You look a little parched. That's perfectly fine. I will just go and leave this conversation. Colin looks at her and says, no. I'll get it. No big deal. And you know what? You and Antony should dance. I can't leave you alone by yourself. That's improper of me. Antony and Kate, y'all should dance together. Let's do that. Antony and Kate are both shooting daggers at Colin, but Colin is gone. He is skedaddled the heck out of there, leaving them with literally no choice but to dance together. During their dance, Kate explains to Antony that she doesn't hate him, but she doesn't like him for her sister, and that she's very protective of her sister, and at the end of the day, like, you're not getting my blessing. You're not getting it. And as soon as she words it that way, Antony thinks to himself, oh, what a perfect challenge for me. Challenge accepted, Kate. Y'all wanted enemies to lovers, here you go. The next morning, Antony arrives to the Sheffield house only to find Kate because Edwina is out and I believe Mary is upstairs. He has come to deliver flowers to Edwina and Mary. Would also just like to mention, since y'all watched this first half, you are aware that this is exactly what Simon, the Duke of Hastings, which where is he? There he is, did for Daphne and Violet when they first started courting. Kate explains to Antony that she will make sure that Edwina gets her flowers and will explain that they are from Antony because Edwina is currently on a walk with Nigel Burbrook, which, as you remember, he is slimeball. Slimeball of this century. Gross. Ew. Go away. Go away. During this moment, Kate and Antony realize that they've been left alone unsupervised for far too long because, once again, this is Kate's season. She can't be left unchaperoned, and so she calls for Mary. She's like, Mary, please get down here, Mary. Immediately we hear a dog come a-running, and who is that? That is Newton. Newton barks a little bit at Antony, but Antony just looks him dead in the eye. Newton just pops a squat and gives him a big old smile. So adorable. So adorable. This makes Kate roll her eyes, though. She's like, are you kidding me? Mary makes her way downstairs and mentions that Newton needs to be taken for a walk, to which Kate is like, me, I will happily go do that for you, not a big deal. And Mary's like, oh, well, you know what? I just really feel like you shouldn't go by yourself. Oh my goodness, Antony, would you mind accompanying Kate on the walk with Newton? That would just be so great for us. Kate, annoyed as can be, is just like, would you mind accompanying me? That would be so great. And Antony's like, of course, would love to. They are both so aggravated at this point, but they both agree. They start their walk. It is a little warm outside, and so Kate kind of wants to take her bonnet off. It's a little stuck. And she's like, I got you. I will actually help. And so he starts getting like really close to her to take her bonnet off. This is one of the first times that we realize and learn that Kate is indeed attracted to Antony. Getting a little flushed and flustered, and she's like, you know what, like I'm good. Please just get away from me. Please just get away from me during this moment in time. And as if Newton just knew that Kate needed a little breather, Newton takes off. He is gone. He chases after a rabbit is what they're thinking, but they are both running after this dog being like, where is he going? Please someone go get my dog. And Antony's like, this is a menace. He is a menace. Why do you have him? They're just shouting at each other in the middle of this park. Newton finds his way to Edwina, but instead of just being a calm dog that sits and lets Edwina pet him, no, our boy here has the zoomies. He has the zoomies and he literally pushes her into the lake. And Nigel just stands there being like, you're in the lake. You're getting all wet. What are you doing? And Antony's like, what is wrong with you? And tries to pull her out of the lake. Edwina's really not mad, but Antony is furious. He is still screaming at Kate, being like, would you just watch your dog? You caused all this. You are the reason that we're having issues right now. And Kate's like, oh, like, I'm so sorry, Edwina, and I will go. And he's like, no. I will take Edwina home. You will wait here with Nigel. I will send one of Nigel's people to come get him and you. Edwina and I are leaving. And Edwina's like, well, what about Kate? Like, I don't understand. He's like, it's fine. Kate's fine. And just goes with Edwina and leaves. Thus making Kate even more mad. Even more angry at Antony. When Kate finally makes it home, Edwina talks to her and is asking what her and the Viscount spent the day talking about. And Kate honestly asks her the same thing back, being like, on your carriage ride back, what did y'all talk about? Like, I don't understand. Edwina's really not telling her much. She is telling her that she's interested in him and that she believes that they should finally put the Viscount down on the list of eligible men for Edwina, which it's like, no way. And Edwina's like, please just give him a chance. Just give him a chance. I actually think this is end up working. He seems like a very smart man. He's a Viscount. Match made in heaven. Kate's not vibing. She's like, no, but okay, like I guess I'll listen to you at this point in time. Edwina also mentions that Antony might be the first suitor that Kate has not known how to manage. Interesting analysis there, Edwina, and we love. Edwina also says, hey Kate, like we need to find you a husband too. I know that everyone just says you're gonna end up being a spinster, but you don't have to. You are amazing, you are beautiful, you deserve love. To which Kate just nods along, thinking that that's very kind, but not gonna be what ends up happening. The next day, Edwina ends up with a cold, which like, obviously, what do we expect? She was just in a lake. This kind of makes Kate happy because Kate realizes, if Edwina's not here, I don't have to go to the Bridgerton event tonight because Violet Bridgerton is hosting an opera event at their house. And now that Edwina can't go, there's no reason for us to go. Which Mary looks at her and goes, you're still on the market. This is still your season too. We are going. Kate and Mary make their venture to the Bridgerton house. They are in awe of how stunning this home is. They meet Violet, have an amazing conversation. Violet mentions how she wishes Antony would visit a little more often because Antony does not live in the Bridgerton home. He left it for Violet and the rest of the kids so that they'd have a little bit more space and not feel like he is just hounding over all of them. While they are discussing this, Kate is thinking to herself, I really hope that Antony does not realize I'm here, does not notice I'm here, does not even know that I exist tonight. I just want a moment of peace. To which we pan to Antony's point of view, where he knows the exact moment that Kate stepped out of the carriage because he saw it from his office window and could not stop thinking about her. Specifically kissing her, sending him into an existential crisis. He is thinking to himself, what is going on? This is not what I'm after. I am not after a love match at all. I'm after Edwina, the diamond of the season. I cannot be thinking this way. It's also revealed that last night, after Edwina got thrown into the lake, he came back home and he just dreamed the night away about Kate. Seems like someone has a crush. Ladies and gents. The night is going fairly well. Kate has not ran into Antony one bit. The opera singer is performing for everyone and she notices that the opera singer is making intense eye contact with someone. So Kate, being a little nosy, turns around and she sees that the opera singer is not taking her eyes off of Antony at all. And Antony's doing the same, to where Kate's like, something is up here, something is happening. They've been together. And Mary looks at Kate and goes, stop looking at them. Stop it. Everyone can see. Stop doing that. And Kate's just a little flustered, like, I wasn't doing anything. And Mary just gives her a face being like, stop. I love their dynamic. Oh my gosh. After an uncomfortable conversation with Lady Featherington about how Newton is a menace and how Lady Whistledown went too lightly on the situation that happened, Kate's like, I need a breather. I need a second. She starts wandering down the hallway. She sees that this door is open. She goes into it. She notices that it's an office. As she's looking at everything, she's like, oh, this is Antony's office. Interesting. She takes a seat in the chair, just like, take a load off, breathe a little bit. Immediately she hears that the doorknob is about to open. And so instead of standing up being like, I'm so sorry that I'm in here, she hides under the desk. She swoops under the desk and is just gonna stay. Just gonna stay. Entering the room, we have Anthony. With who, you might ask? Who is he with? The opera singer. I don't have a picture of her and I should have printed it out, but the opera singer is who he is with. Y'all can kind of get the vibes of why they're in the room, if you can assume. Kate is like, why am I here? Why am I here? No. Anthony is telling the opera singer that he can still have a mistress when he's married because he's not marrying for love. Which makes Kate so angry because Kate's like, that's all Edwina wants. Edwina just wants love. What is wrong with this man? Anthony decides to go make them a little drink, which is right behind the desk. Kate is just looking up at Anthony being like, don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around. He's making the drink, he pauses, and Kate's like, oh no, I've been caught. I have been caught. He inhales for some reason where Kate is wondering, what is he doing? What on earth is he doing? We pan to Anthony's thoughts, and what he is thinking right now is, why can't I get Kate out of my head? Why can't I get this woman out of my head? I am smelling her at this point because mom let her into the house. He's smelling her because she's under his desk, but he does not realize that. And he's just like, I can't stop smelling it. This is the best thing in the world, but why is it here? It won't leave my mind. He turns around. He makes eye contact with Kate, who looks like a deer in headlights, and he's just smiling. He's just smiling, looking at her, thinking, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? He takes a step forward and he lightly steps on his hand, not to cause her pain, but just to kind of let her know that he knows that she's there. He looks at the opera singer and goes, you know what? Let's take a rain check. Please leave. Let's take a rain check. So sorry. I've changed my mind. Kate is literally biting Anthony in retaliation for him stepping on her hand at this point. And so Anthony is making all these weird noises being like, get out, opera singer, get out. She finally leaves. He pulls her up and asks, what on earth are you doing here? Why must you taunt me? Why are you in my office? She responds with, I didn't even know that this was your office. I am so sorry. This was not intentional, but also like, how dare you speak to me this way? How dare you court my sister when you're wanting a mistress? Anthony then gets really close to Kate's face, like very close. And he looks at her and he says, I don't think you wish to avoid me. I think you were looking for something else. And when Kate doesn't move, he grabs her, pulls her in, and he kisses her. I would just like to mention that this is the 1800s. This is not allowed. This is unchaperoned. This is not allowed. This is compromising. But he doesn't care. It's happening anyway. She kisses him back. She kisses him back. After a few minutes has passed, she stops, she looks at him, she goes, I'm not going to let you marry Edwina. To which he answers, yeah, I know. She responds with, well, I'm not going to let you marry me. Yeah, I know. If I were to marry everyone I kissed, I'd have like 100 wives at this point. Kate turns to leave because she's extremely aggravated at Anthony, and as she is leaving, Anthony calls out after her and says, I'll see you next time I pay Edwina a visit. Kate stops in her tracks, turns around and goes, what are you talking about? You just said you won't marry her. Anthony responds with, no, I said I know you won't let me marry her. Not that I'm not going to, just that you won't let me. She is livid. She is livid. She is seeing fire. Fire is coming out of her ears. She is angry and she leaves. She leaves, but she's not happy. A week has passed at this point and Anthony is at his mother's country house. Bella has decided to throw a private little get-together at the country house. Only a few select people were invited, including the Sheffields. So they're currently on their way to the country house and Anthony is already annoyed. But he's annoyed because of his own actions. Because he decided to kiss her, but anyway, we'll see how this pans out. Anthony, trying to figure out what he's going to do with Kate being here, actually runs into her in the gardens. He leans down to pick up one of the tulips that she's staring at. He hands it to her and says, I don't think Edwina should be the only one getting all the flowers. Man, he just says the right things. He just says the right things in that one moment. Yes. When she accepts his tulip, Anthony actually has the thought of kissing Kate again. Kate has no clue this is what he's thinking, but he is getting closer. Again, Kate is not paying attention. Out of nowhere, who's showing up? Who pops up? Colin. Colin does. Ooh, he shows up and he goes, brother, are you ready for our little family game? And Kate responds with, what game? What are we talking about? Colin's like, this is our family game that we play all the time ever since we were kids, and Daphne and the Duke have finally arrived. It's time for us to play. Kate, do you want to join us? And Kate is thrilled for the invitation. She is so excited for it. She's a very competitive human, so she's like, yes, yes, I'm so excited. Antony goes, let me go get Edwina. I will go get her, you stay with Colin, I will go. This makes Kate a little angry, but she just brushes it off her shoulders. She goes with Colin, she meets everyone. This is the first time that she is introduced to Daphne and Simon. The Bridgerton family plus Kate, while they are waiting for Edwina and Antony, all go to pick out a mallet, because you have to use a mallet in this game. Tell Kate, hey, this is your first time playing, you can pick first. She decides to go with the black mallet. Everyone stares at her and Daphne says, I knew I liked you. I knew I liked you, and here you are picking the mallet of death. And Kate is thinking to herself, is this a good thing? Like, I don't really understand what this mallet has to do with anything. By the time they're all done picking, they've left the pink mallet for Antony because they just know he will absolutely love that. Antony has been waiting for Edwina for a little bit of time. He's getting rather annoyed because she is running late, but as soon as she is done, he's very nice to her about this. He's like, you know what, let's just go. Let's just go to the field because they're gonna start playing with ours. Like, we gotta go, 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 go. Edwina is just like, oh yay, I'm so excited, yay. She's really not, but that's okay. They get down to the field and Antony sees that he is left with the pink mallet. Not only does he see that, he turns and notices that Kate has the mallet of death, which immediately aggravates him because who normally uses the black mallet? Antony. That is normally his, and so all the Bridgerton children are just cackling. So excited that someone actually will go toe-to-toe with Antony in this game is just so much fun. Oh my gosh, Kate is having the best time ever. All the children, if you will recall from the last book, whenever they were doing the family dinner, Simon just kind of sat there quietly because the children are a lot. Like, there's 8 of them, there's a lot to handle. They're all kind of arguing a little bit. Kate joins in as if she has known them for forever. Everyone is in awe that she just fits right in with the Bridgerton kids. Edwina's being a little standoffish, but Kate is there, standing her own, so excited to be included. They start the game and eventually Kate starts getting the hang of it, especially after Antony hits her ball and it goes way out of bounds. She realizes that, I don't have to play fair. I don't have to play fair one bit. And so the game is almost over. There are about 2 turns left. Kate has learned there is no way I can win. So it doesn't matter if I lose as long as I make Antony lose. So when it's her turn, instead of going for the shot, because again, she can't win, she takes her mallet, points it towards Antony's ball, swings, and makes sure that he goes completely out of bounds into a lake. His ball goes into a lake. There's no shot of him coming back and winning, and everyone pauses, looks at Kate, gives her a round of applause, and says, well, we're done. Game is over now no matter what, because nothing will be more thrilling than this moment right here, Kate. You may have not actually won the game, but like, you just won. Because there's no coming back from that. Good job, good job. Later that evening, it's time for dinner. Kate is walking down. She runs into our girl Penelope. They are talking about Lady Whistledown and how Lady Whistledown always points out what they're wearing. Penelope keeps telling her, well, I would love to not wear yellow, but my mom keeps saying I look amazing in it. Kate tells her, here, my dress is green. This looks amazing on your complexion. And Penelope is just thinking to herself, you are the nicest person ever. Thank you for being so nice to me. And then out of the blue, who do we have? Cresta Cowper. If y'all have seen the show, you know her, but this is the first time she has appeared in the book series, which I think is very, very interesting, and she is not nice. She is so rude to Penelope, nitpicking every little thing about her, telling her that her outfit is horrible, pulling people over to her to also make fun of her, telling her that, oh, you know what, it's a great thing that you lost so much weight from last season, and Kate is just staring her down, being like, who on earth are you? You can tell that Kate is about to blow a gasket until Antony clears his throat, looks at Penelope and tells him, I'm escorting Penelope into dinner tonight, and Cresta's jaw has dropped. She tries to say something, Antony looks at her and goes, was I talking to you? Were you a part of this conversation? Period. Period. Yes, yes, yes. That's basically all we see of Cresta for the rest of the book. Again, she's very much in the TV show, not in the books thus far. Oh, and also let me just add that this moment makes Kate start to see Antony in a new light and realizes he actually is a good guy. She honestly calls him a hero in this moment. She won't admit that to him, but she does. After dinner, Kate cannot stop thinking about Antony and what he did for Penelope today and just how he actually is a really good guy. So to distract herself, she decides to go to the library. She says to herself, if I'm going to be up anyway, I might as well be doing something productive. She goes in there and it starts to thunder. A big thunderstorm is rolling in. I said this earlier, she's afraid of thunderstorms. She gets so scared that she goes under the table, hides, and just sits there rocking back and forth in fetal position. We now pan to Antony, who also couldn't sleep because he's just thinking about Kate, just thinking about it the whole time, so he's like, I'm gonna just wander the hallways. That just seems like the best thing for me to do. He's wandering the hallways. He sees that there is a candle lit in the library. He's very confused about this. He enters the room, calls out. He doesn't really see anyone, and as he's leaving, he notices that Kate is underneath the table and he's immediately scared for her. He's so confused about what is happening that he also goes under the table, holds her, rocks back and forth, and tells her everything is going to be okay, we are fine, everything is fine, and just holds her until the storm has passed and that she is okay. When the storm passes and Kate calms down a little bit, they start to discuss why exactly this is happening. She doesn't really understand why she's afraid of storms, but she always has been. She talks about what happened to her mom, what happened to her dad with Anthony, and Anthony starts to realize, like, we actually do have a lot in common. This isn't something that I can really talk to anyone about, but you really do understand what I've also been going through with my dad passing. And they just have a very good and intimate conversation, and it is mentioned that they are now officially on a first name basis. The enemies are not starting to look like enemies anymore, if you will. The next morning is a beautiful day. Anthony is in an amazing mood and he's like, you know what, I just need to see Kate. Let's go see Kate. Looks out his window and sees that Kate is starting to walk towards the garden, so he's like, that is where I'm going. As soon as he catches up to Kate, Kate looks at him and says, I will no longer be in your way if you want to marry Edwina. I will no longer stand in your way, you have my blessing. And this takes Anthony back a little bit. He is wondering what on earth changed. And Kate just says, the way that you treated me last night, I can see that you are actually a good man, and at the end of the day, I just want my sister to be with a good man and be happy and taken care of. Before Anthony can even respond to this, there's a loud buzzing noise that he is hearing. Kate honestly doesn't even hear it, but Anthony is just hyper fixated on this, and he notices that a bee has landed on Kate. And he is honed in, freaking out, telling her, do not move one bit, it is okay, calm down, it is okay. He is getting in a frenzy and a panic attack over this because he is starting to imagine the same thing that happened to his dad happen to Kate. He believes that if she gets stung, it will be the worst thing to ever happen, and that is all he can think about right now, and so he is in a panic, while Kate is just standing there so confused with a bee on her. He grabs her wrist and she starts to move away a little bit, saying that this could be a compromising position, but as she does that and she fights against him, the bee ends up stinging her. When he realizes that she's been stung by the bee, Anthony goes white as a sheet. And then, just like that, he goes into action mode, thinking, I have got to save you. I'm going to save you. If the bee has stung you, that means that there is venom in you. If it can kill you, that means that there's venom in you. I will get the venom out. That is what I will do. She is so confused, but she can see that he is panicking and not okay. Kind of lets him do his thing. It stung her in a non-proper area, like upper area. So he pulls down her bodice just a little bit and starts squeezing the area because he's like, I can get the venom out, no big deal. She's like, okay, I think it's all out, I think we're good. And he's like, no, it's not, like I have to do even more. And so this is so awkward. Like, so awkward. He says that the best way to get the venom out, instead of him just squeezing, would be to be sucking the venom out. And she's like, no, like, what on earth are you doing? No. And he's like, I have to save you. And so that's what he begins doing. And Kate's like, oh, this is kind of nice. As soon as she looks up while this is happening, and who does she see? She sees Mary, Violet, and Lady Featherington. It does not look like he is getting rid of venom because it was a bee sting. You wouldn't even be able to see it from distance. It looks like he is compromising her in this moment. And Lady Featherington goes, you have to marry her. You have to marry her right now. Kate is screaming, being like, you don't understand. It was a bee. I don't really know what happened, but it was a bee. Please, I don't want to marry him. Do not let me marry him. He argues a little bit, looks at his mom, looks back at Kate and says, we'll get married as soon as possible. And Kate is looking at him as if he has lost his mind, being like, what are you saying? We are not going to get married. It's not a big deal. The only people that saw it are Lady Featherington, your mom, and my mom. Like, it's okay. And Violet responds with, this happened so close to the house, we can't really ensure that no one saw you from the window or from the front yard or from the backyard. Like, we can't ensure that. And so Anthony just keeps nodding his head saying, we're getting married. We're going to get married. Would you mind giving us a little bit of privacy? I would like to speak to my fiance. So give us some privacy. Lady Featherington is like, don't you think that's a little improper because of what just happened? To where Anthony literally goes, if you do not get this woman out of my sight, she will not have a head anymore. You have to get her away from me. I cannot with her anymore. I shouldn't laugh at that, but she is like literally the most annoying character to ever exist, and she's so nosy. So she kind of had it coming. Pulls Kate a little deeper into the gardens, and she's like, you don't want to marry me. Why are we getting married? Why are you doing this? I don't understand. Yada, yada, yada. He literally shuts her up by kissing her. He is kissing her. He's like, this is okay. This is a-okay. We have a friendship. We have a mutual respect at this point. If I had to marry anyone, I'm okay that it is a friend. So they're getting married. I would also just like to mention that while Anthony was kissing Kate in the garden, all Kate could think of is Anthony thinking of Edwina right now? Is he wishing that it was my sister and not me? Also, this scene was not in the TV show at all. The TV show decided to add in a stupid love triangle between the sisters and Antony, which I hated. I'm so happy that that is not how the book went. And I wish the show would have done the whole bee scene, because I truly think that this was so hilarious, and I like how they handled the bee scene in the TV show, just with him having a panic attack, but I do think that the extra element would have been very interesting to see on screen. But I understand why they didn't, since season 1 and book 1 was also you compromise her, you have to get married situation. So I don't think they would have wanted to have 2 back to back. Anywho, moving on. Lady Whistledown reports this engagement. She also mentions that it's a little weird that he immediately swapped to Kate when he was courting Edwina. No one can really say that anything happened or that anyone was compromised, but she is inferring that there is, especially since Lady Featherington has reportedly been so quiet about her time spent at the Bridgerton country home. Has not said a single thing, as if someone threatened her, maybe. Queen that knows everything. Queen that knows everything. The next day, Antony goes to visit Kate, where he finally gives her a wedding ring, and this ring is a Bridgerton family heirloom, and it is stunning. He also asks her how long her mother is going to be out. Into that, she says an hour, maybe 2 hours, and he's thinking to himself, I can work with that. I can work with that. And so they maybe kiss a little bit, just like a little bit. But this action does give Kate a little bit of mixed signals, because he's been telling her that they will have a marriage based on friendship, mutual respect, not love. And then here he is making these advancements on her, treating her as if he does love her, being so delicate and kind towards her, and she's very confused in this moment. Right before the wedding, Mary goes to talk to Kate. They kick Edwina out of the room, being like, it's not your time to listen to this. You will have the same conversation when you're about to get married. But that's not right now. They kick her out of the room. They're having the talk. And she is so much better at this than Violet. She was not awkward. She answered every single question. She explained to Kate, yeah, I was married once before I married your father, and that one was not a love match at all. And honestly, like, I was very miserable because we did not love each other and nothing about that marriage was good. But you don't need to worry, because I can tell that Antony loves you and that you actually love him, even though we are forcing y'all to get married. I can just tell because of how he acts towards you. And so this just makes Kate question everything, being like, well, this isn't a love match. Is this going to be horrible? Is this going to be how Mary's first marriage was for me? And so now she's really nervous, even though Mary was very helpful and explained a lot of things during this talk. Not as much as she should have, but way more than Violet. The wedding happened, and once again, Lady Whistledown has reported that she is so salty that she was not invited to the wedding, and that she wishes that she would have been. Antony announces to everyone in his family that him and Kate will be moving into the Bridgerton house to oversee everything and just spend time with the family. This will be where they forever reside as Viscount and Viscountess. Kate and Antony finally have their alone time on their wedding night, and Kate reveals to Antony that she is really, really nervous for what is going to happen very, very soon. Like, she's extremely nervous, and he can tell because she's shaking a little bit, and so he's trying to calm her down and talk it out with her, but she's very nervous. Antony eventually calms her down, and their wedding night lasts 13 pages. That is their wedding night. Oh, and I'm not going to go in depth on these 13 pages because ew, no thank you, don't want to do that at all. But I will say, while this is happening, he calls Kate beautiful, and it sends her into a mini panic attack. Essentially, he stops everything, being like, what is happening? And she goes, you call me beautiful. Obviously, you weren't thinking about me. Like, were you imagining my sister? Because you obviously were not thinking about me, because I know I'm not beautiful. Which just hurts and breaks my heart. And Antony, he looks at her and says, I burn for you. Now, TV watchers, y'all will know that the burn for you line happened in season 1 from the Duke. But according to the books, it was Antony who said this, which just makes me so mad, because I wished Antony in the show would have had this moment, because I just think that it works so well for him and their story, and I think that that really is something that he should have been able to say to Kate, because in this moment she needed to hear that. But oh well, oh well. A few weeks has passed, and Lady Whistledown keeps reporting that she wholeheartedly believes that even though they may or may not have been caught in a compromising position, because no one's confirmed it, hint hint, wink wink, she believes that they're a true love match. Antony is so kind to her at all the events that they go together. They're dancing a little longer than the songs. He never takes his eyes off of her. You can just tell that they are in love. Queen knows everything. If she says you're in love, you're in love. Kate and Edwina are spending some time together, and Edwina tells her, I think I found a husband. Kate is so shook by this, and she's like, who? Edwina explains that his name is Mr. Bagwell. I don't have a name tag for him, and also he's not in the show, so once again he's Chris Pine, because we just love to look at him. So that's him. Yes, Edwina. He's a scholar, by the way, which, as you remember, that's exactly what Edwina wanted. And he is the second son in his family, and so Edwina tells Kate, I'm so happy that you ended up with the Viscount, because I wouldn't have been able to be with him with all the pressure from the family, because I would not have gotten a lot of money from this. Like, he probably wouldn't have been able to pay my dowry. It would not have helped us out financially. And this is one of the few moments where Kate really does understand and notice the pressure that Edwina was feeling, that all Edwina wanted was a love match, but she probably would have had to sacrifice that for her family. It's just a really good sister moment. And then Anthony walks in, he says hello to Edwina, asks what they're talking about. Edwina tells him all about Mr. Bagwell. Anthony tells Edwina that he would love to meet this guy and that he also should probably take over the affairs for her dowry, make sure that it's all settled. And Edwina's like, you would do that for me? Like, I didn't realize that you felt this much responsibility towards me. Like, this is so sweet. And Anthony goes, I would do anything for Kate. I would do anything for Kate and for Kate's family. You're my family now. That's what the Bridgertons do for one another. And this literally brings a tear to her eye, being like, this is the nicest thing you've ever done for me. And she goes, oh, this isn't for you, this is for Edwina. And you can just tell it's not, and that's very sweet. Very sweet. Also, because of how happy that this made Kate, they decided to skip the ball together, which Lady Whistledown notes, because the person that was in charge of the ball noted that both of them accepted the invitation, but they didn't show up. Interesting. Interesting. Later this very same night, it is storming once again. Kate is in a very, very deep sleep, but she does start having nightmares where she is audibly speaking in her sleep. He is so scared, but he also is holding her, telling her it's going to be okay, comforting her, just kind of lets her write it out a little bit, listens to her while she is speaking. She notices that she keeps calling out for her mom, which confuses him because he realizes that he doesn't think that she is talking about Mary. He thinks that she's talking about her biological mother. When she wakes up, he tells her all about this and says, I think you need to go talk to Mary. I think we are missing a few details about what happened that night, and there's gotta be a reason you're afraid of storms. It cannot just be because there's storms. Like, this was more than that. We're gonna need to figure out what this is. Kate listens, says that she will go, and asks if he will come with her, and he said, I was hoping that you would say that. I would love to go with you. They go to speak to Mary, and Mary explains that the night that Kate's mother passed, there was a horrible thunderstorm happening. Kate was very little, but she somehow managed to get into the room where her mother was and all the doctors and her father was. They tried to get her out of there, but before they could get Kate out, a bolt of lightning occurred, lit up the whole room, and this was the exact moment that her mother passed. And since it lit up the room, everyone watched her take her final breath, including Kate. That moment has haunted her for the span of her life without her even knowing. And that is why she's been having nightmares. Anthony tells Kate that he is very proud of her for going to speak to Mary and just learning more about herself and trying to figure out what the root of this problem was, and that he will always be there for her during any thunderstorm in the future. And Kate is just so happy in this very moment, and she tells him, I hope that we will be like this for forever and always. The second that she says forever and always, he's in panic mode. Sirens are going off in his head. He is not okay because he doesn't think that he's going to live past the age of 38 because of what happened to his dad. He's sitting there being like, I have promised to never fall in love, and here I am. She's going to end up just like how my mother was during this time, and I cannot do that to her. I have to go. He genuinely gets up, says, I'm so sorry, I've got to go. And she's like, why are you in a rush? Oh, I'm not in a rush, don't worry. Why are you trying to wear your pants as a shirt then? Oh, just don't worry about it, everything's okay, I gotta go. She's confused. She is so confused. We learned that he honestly did not go too far that night, at least for like the first 20 or so minutes. He goes directly across the street. He can see Kate through their window and just sees that she's still sitting there. He doesn't think that she's up there reflecting on their conversation. Instead, he believes that she's just waiting to see if it's gonna storm or not. He's like, she's not focusing on me, no big deal, I didn't do anything wrong. Dummy. Scared dummy. The next morning, Anthony is still not home. Kate is very concerned. She goes and she sees that she has a letter from Eloise telling her that Anthony is at the Bridgerton house and he does not look good. In fact, he looks awful. Please hurry. Kate makes it to the Bridgerton house. She thanks Eloise for telling her. She asks Eloise how on earth she knew, and Eloise said that she heard him come in very, very late last night and just waited outside his office to see when he'd eventually leave, and it took him hours and he looked horrid. She's a real one. She's a real one that does not get a lot of book time. A lot of screen time, not a lot of book time. Kate makes it into his office and asks, what happened? Why did you just leave? You need to tell me something. He just says, you need to go. Go home, leave. I need a minute to speak. I cannot see you. You have to leave. Kate is hurt. Kate is confused. But she leaves. A day after this conversation happens, Colin and Benedict come to visit Anthony in his office, and Colin just says, I don't know what you did. I don't care what you did, but you need to go tell her you love her, and you need to go tell her that you're sorry. That is all you have to do. Benedict is just kind of nodding along. Again, not a lot of personality. A lot of personality. He's just kind of nodding along. Colin's like, go, 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 go. It's in that very moment that Anthony realizes that even though he might not live forever, he does want to live his days that he has left with Kate and be happy and in love. He races on to try and find Kate. He learns that Kate is out with Edwina and her scholar, and so he runs to the park. While he's trying to find Kate, he runs into Lady Danbury, who stops him for a little bit, asking him all these questions. He's just kind of like, I don't have time to talk to you, please. Please move, I'm so sorry, I don't have time to talk to you. And in that very moment, they hear this loud thud, and everyone's looking around wondering what just happened. And he sees an open top carriage that takes a turn on 2 wheels instead of all of their wheels, and in slow motion, you just see the carriage flip. And he is thinking to himself, my wife is in there. My wife is in there. I sent her away. She is now hurt. I have to go save her. He doesn't even say bye. He just bolts. He bolts for this carriage. As soon as he gets there, he sees that Edwina is out of the carriage. She's trying to talk to him, like saying that her scholar bumped his head, and Anthony is just telling her, cool, where's Kate? I need to see Kate, where's Kate? And Edwina is, oh, she's stuck under the thing. Please go get her, please go save Kate. He calls after Kate. Kate is still conscious. She's telling him that she's okay. Please just get me out, like what is happening? It takes them a really long time to get her out. In fact, like getting her out honestly injures her a little more than she would have been if they hadn't have gotten her out, but also that was inevitable. Her leg, not okay. It is very, very injured, and she will be in bed for a little bit after this. He immediately tells her as soon as he gets her out that he loves her. He is in love with her. He is sorry for what happened, and he is just happy that she is alive and okay. When they finally make it home and Kate is conscious, because she did pass out right after she got out of the carriage. I don't think I mentioned that, but it really wasn't because of the pain. It's because she looked down and looked at her leg, and it was not okay, and so she passed out. As soon as she is awake, Anthony explains to her what exactly happened, explains the story of his dad and how his dad did not make it past the age of 38. He believes he won't make it past the age of 38, and Kate says, you're 29. You have so much life to live. Even if you don't make it past the age of 38, it's okay. We have so much life to live together. And who knows, you might see 39, and I hope that you do. And what happened to your dad was tragic and horrible, but a bizarre thing to happen that's not a normal occurrence. We will live our lives happy, and we will deal with whatever comes our way. And he is just so in love with her, and that's literally the end of the book. Moving on to the epilogue. This epilogue is very short, and unlike The Duke and I, there's only one in here. The main thing that the epilogue is talking about is how Anthony is spending the last few hours of 38. And eventually, by the end of the epilogue, he turns 39, and he is still here. He is still happy with Kate. They are still very much in love. Oh, and they also mention how Lady Whistledown talks about Colin a whole lot. Like, that is all she is talking about. And they just keep wondering, why on earth would this old lady be into Colin? Which makes Kate think maybe she's not as old as everyone thinks she is. Maybe she's a lot younger and just has all this information for some reason. Hint, hint, wink, wink, because in the book series, it is not revealed who Lady Whistledown is. No one knows. So if you've already seen the show, you're already aware of who Lady Whistledown is, because in season 1, right at the ending, they show you who she is. But during the books, at this point, you have no clue. Let's jump right in with Benedict's story. This is an offer from the gentleman. We're going right into the prologue. The prologue is giving us all our background information on Sophie. We learn that Sophie is an illegitimate child of the Earl of Penwood, and when she was very, very young, her grandmother dropped her off at his front door. She was hiding in the bushes, by the way, to make sure that he was going to accept her. He opens the door to find Sophie there. She's bundled up, and there's a letter with her. He reads the letter, immediately burns it, takes Sophie in as his own, because she is his kid, by the way, just illegitimate. And so he is claiming to everyone that she is the daughter of one of his good family friends that happened to pass away, so he is now claiming her as his own. Also, these characters do not have actors attached to them yet, so I made them up for the purpose of this video. Earl of Penwood, we love him, and so he is going to be Colin Firth from the What a Girl Wants era. We love. And then she's Cinderella, because duh. I'll explain the rest as we get to them. The Earl of Penwood, as I said, he took Sophie in. He made a nursery up for her. He made sure that she had a governess and was getting all of her lessons so that when she was of age, she could debut and eventually find a husband and have a dowry and everything like this to grow up in society. So he's really taking care of her. And everything is going so well for Sophie. She loves the life that she's having until Earl of Penwood gets married. And who does he marry? Lady Penwood. also Countess, she has a really hard name to pronounce. We're not doing that today, but just know that I've casted her as evil stepmother. She also has 2 daughters from a different marriage, and we have Posey and Rosamond. He never claims them as his kids though, like he does not adopt them in any way, shape, or form, and so they do not take on the Penwood last name. Keep that in mind for later, by the way. Sophie is so excited over the fact that she's about to have 2 new sisters that are the exact same age as her, and she cannot wait for them to do all their lessons together, to play together, just to grow up and be a family. That is all Sophie has ever wanted. The day that she meets Lady Penwood and her children, they are not nice. They are not nice to her in any way, shape, or form. Sophie's just thinking, oh, like maybe they're just getting adjusted, no big deal. I'll see them tomorrow during our lessons. She goes to show up to her lessons and she sees that Lady Penwood has made sure that Posey and Rosamond are getting their lessons done separately from Sophie, that they should not be involved or around Sophie at all. It gets way worse than this, just so everyone's aware, so hold on tight. It's giving Cinderella. Hold on tight. Lady Penwood was not the only one being rude to Sophie. She had both her daughters, Posey and Rosamond, be extremely rude to Sophie. Posey was a little nicer. She literally went forward and told Sophie, like, hey, my mom is telling me to be mean to you. That's what's happening right here. But Rosamond, horrid. Literally went as far as pulling Sophie's hair when she wasn't looking and laughing at her at every chance she could get. Obviously, they've been cast as the evil stepsisters. Obviously. This is how the next 4 years of Sophie's life went. She was still treated as if she was one of them. She was getting lessons. Though they were separate from Posey and Rosamond, she was still getting her lessons in. She was still in beautiful dresses and beautiful gowns. He still loved her. He did. Whether anyone wants to say it or not, he definitely did. But after these 4 years, he suddenly passed, and the Earl of Penwood was no more. Mind you, he passed away at the age of 40, and so our Countess is shook because they had not had time to produce an heir. So he has no child that he has claimed at all. The only child he has is illegitimate Sophie that literally nobody knows about. No one truly knows that she is illegitimate because he burned the only piece of evidence that said it. Solicitors kept coming around to Lady Penwood telling them, like, you did not produce an heir. You've got to go. Like, this belongs to the new Earl of Penwood. And so they tried to move her. She kept saying, I could be with child. I could be with child. We don't know yet. I could be. A month has passed. Solicitors come back, she ain't pregnant. We all know she's not pregnant. And so they have all been moved to a different home. They are also presented with the Earl of Penwood's will, and so we get to see what he has left for everybody. We see that the Earl has left money for all of his servants, which, so kind, so amazing. He also left substantial dowries, not just for his 2 stepdaughters, but for Sophie as well. He also stipulates in the will that Lady Penwood will make £2,000 a month, which literally her jaw is dropping. She's like, that's it? That is all he's leaving me? This makes no sense. And then she reads the fine print. We have the big word, unless. So she will make £2,000 a month unless she decides to take in Sophie, house Sophie, until Sophie is 20 years old. If she decides to do this, she will be making £6,000 a month. He does not stipulate whether she has to be nice to her or whether she needs to treat her as if she were a child of theirs or anything like that. So Sophie essentially becomes a maid. She is treated exactly like a maid. She no longer is given classes. She no longer has a governess, and she no longer gets to wear her beautiful, stunning gowns that she grew up having. Lady Penwood also told Sophie that the Earl left her nothing in his will. Absolutely nothing, which we already know is false because he left her a substantial dowry. Learning that the Earl left her nothing really makes Sophie realize that no one's truly ever loved her. He just took her in because he had to, which we know is false because we know that he left her a substantial dowry, but Sophie has no clue because the Countess decided to not tell anyone this information at all. And that concludes our prologue. Let's go into chapter 1. We are starting off with our Queen Lady Whistledown, who is informing us that the Bridgertons are hosting a masquerade ball. This ball, since it is hosted by the Bridgertons, is the most elite and exclusive ball of the season, and so everyone is crossing all their fingers hoping that they are getting an invite. Also, all the mothers of this season are badgering Colin and Benedict around because they are still unwed. That means that there are 2 eligible Bridgertons for someone's daughter to eventually marry. So Colin and Benedict really don't like their lives right now. But let's actually go back into our story, shall we? In chapter 1, we are still following Sophie, and we learn that Posey and Rosamond were invited to the Bridgerton event. Obviously, Sophie was not, because no one really knows who she is, and she has been treated like a maid for forever. She's also over the age of 20. And so Sophie is sitting here being so confused why the Countess has let her stay in this house since she knows she is hated, but she's really not going to bring it up to anybody whatsoever because she doesn't want to get kicked to the curb, but she is past the age that the will stipulated she had to be. The Countess is so excited that both of her daughters got an invitation to the Bridgerton ball because she wholeheartedly believes that Rosamond will marry a Bridgerton. Not Posey, of course, because who in the world would want to marry Posey? She definitely favors Rosamond. You will see this going forward. She believes that Rosamond will marry a Bridgerton, specifically Benedict, but any Bridgerton will do. Sophie's getting Posey and Rosamond ready for the ball when Rosamond says something really mean to Sophie, and Sophie doesn't say anything back, but she looks up and she sees Miss Gibbons, who I actually do not have a picture for, but imagine her as fairy godmother. That is her vibe. She sees Miss Gibbons, and for some reason Miss Gibbons gives her a wink. And Sophie's like, that is so odd. Why are you winking at me? Once Sophie gets the three ladies into their carriage, they are now on the way to their masquerade ball for the evening. Sophie's like, beautiful, I have nothing else to do for the night. No one has to bother me. This is amazing. Until Miss Gibbons runs up to her, literally grabs her by the arm and is like, hurry, we must go. We don't have a lot of time. Sophie obviously follows Miss Gibbons, and Miss Gibbons takes her upstairs and opens up a trunk for her. This trunk is full of all of Sophie's late grandmother's beautiful gowns, like drop dead gorgeous gowns. Sophie is so confused why they're looking at this trunk full of all these gowns. She's never even seen the trunk before. Miss Gibbons looks at her and says, you, Miss Sophie Maria Beckett, are going to the ball. Cinderella. A lot of these dresses are outdated, but they end up finding this gorgeous shimmery silver gown that has a pearl bodice on it. Like, literally sounds stunning. That is the winner, but they can't find any shoes for her to wear. They go through both of the daughters' closet, learn that they don't have the same size foot, and then Miss Gibbons says, you know what, your dress is gonna be so long, no one's gonna see your shoes anyway, let's go to the Countess's room. Which Sophie is thinking in her head, like, this is a bad idea. This is a bad idea, but also I need shoes. I need shoes if I'm gonna be able to go, because why the heck would I not be able to go? So they take a pair of her shoes. Please make a mental note of this situation because it's gonna come back later. Miss Gibbons also finds a pair of long white gloves for Sophie to wear within this trunk, and the trunk has her grandmother's initials on them. It is monogrammed with SLG. Even though the gloves are outdated, Sophie is so excited to be wearing something that belongs to a member of her family. Miss Gibbons tells Sophie, now you need to go outside, go to the carriage, the footman will take you to the ball, but you have to be back by midnight. You have to be back to the footman by midnight or you will not beat anyone home. Let's pan to Benedict and see what he's up to, shall we? At the ball, Benedict is literally having the worst time of his life. Everyone is hounding him, and instead of saying like, hi Benedict, Benedict, how are you doing? What's up, Benedict? They're saying, are you the second or third Bridgerton brother? Which Bridgerton brother are you? He looks like he's the third. No, he's giving the vibe of the second. He's definitely the second. They don't even refer to him by his name. He is a number to them. He is so over tonight. He is so over everyone, just comparing him to every single person in his family, and he loves his family. He would do anything for his family, but he wants to be his own person. He wants to be Benedict, point blank, period. Violet is really wanting all of her sons to eventually get married, and so she sees that he's not really doing anything during this ball. She comes up to Benedict and says, hey, I think you should really dance with either Prudence or Philippa Featherington. That's what you should do right now. He's like, oh no, mother, I will not be doing that. But you know what? I will dance with Penelope. I will do you solid. I'll go dance with Penelope because she's kind of just standing by her lonesome. I will happily do that. Violet is happy with that decision. She's like, that is enough for me. Please go dance with someone right now. So he's making his way to Penelope, and as soon as he eventually gets to her, he hears this like low rumble of whispers. Everyone is talking right now, and he is just standing there thinking, what is going on right now? What is happening? He turns his head to the grand staircase that everyone is kind of looking towards right now, and he sees this beautiful girl in a sparkly, shimmery silver gown and a mask, by the way, it's a masquerade ball, making her way down the staircase. He drops everything that he's doing and he beelines for her. He shoves people out of his way because he's like, I have to meet her. He doesn't even say bye to Penelope, by the way. They don't get a dance together. He just beelines for Sophie, even though he doesn't know that it's Sophie. He gets over there and there are already like 7 to 8 men crowding Sophie because again, she's gorgeous, she's stunning, no one knows who she is, she's mysterious. And so all these men are already crowding her and he's like, gentlemen, she's already promised a dance to me. I get the first dance. Sophie takes his hand to get away from everyone that's surrounding her, and she looks at him and she goes, I don't know how to dance. I'm so sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. He responds with, that's okay. Now I have one thing that I need to do tonight, teach you how to dance. She questions him thinking, how are you going to teach me to dance? It's so crowded in here. Everyone will learn that I don't know how. He tells her, let's just go to the terrace. Not a big deal whatsoever. She's like, there's not going to be room for us on the terrace for you to teach me how to dance. It is so crowded out there. He says, I know a little private terrace that nobody else knows of. Let's go. Before she leaves with him, she questions, how do you even know of this terrace in this house? Like, how do you know that there even is a private terrace? And this makes his night because he knows that she has no clue who he is. He is not a number to her. He is just a guy who offered to teach her how to dance. And he is ecstatic. Before Benedict and Sophie can make it to the private terrace, we hear a man yell, stop! No, wait up, I'm coming. And they're looking and they're like, who is this? But Benedict immediately recognizes him as Colin, our silliest of the Bridgerton brothers. We learn that Colin is complaining to Benedict and blaming him because as soon as Benedict left, Violet made Colin dance with Penelope. Colin is so mad at him over this, but this is when a light bulb goes off in Sophie's head. She goes, oh, y'all are Bridgertons. I am talking to the Bridgertons right now. Because she reads Lady Whistledown all the time. She loves the gossip column because it makes her feel like she's a part of the society even though she isn't. And so she knows all about the Bridgertons. And so now she's like internally freaking out. Colin is still talking to them at this point, and he tells him that it's really not a requirement for him to go back to the ballroom. He doesn't think Violet will care, he'll just stay out with them. Benedict looks at him and says, no, it's a requirement. You must leave. Go. Go. We love Benedict. Once Colin leaves, Benedict starts asking Sophie a series of questions. What's your name? Where are you from? Why haven't I ever seen you before? Is this your debut? How come you're not a part of this season? Why don't I know you? Sophie doesn't answer any of them. She gives him nothing, which is so frustrating to Benedict, but also he just gets more and more curious about her. Since she's not answering anything, he tells her, well, like, we gotta talk about something. How about you ask me something? Ask me any question whatsoever. What have you always wanted to know about Benedict Bridgerton? She responds with, what's your favorite color? To which he's taken aback that that's the question that she chose for one, and he just says, blue. They joke around for a little bit and she tells him that she is magical and that tonight she is transformed, but tomorrow she will disappear completely. This low-key is freaking Benedict out a little bit because he is thinking to himself, I have never felt this way to anybody before and I don't even know your name. And now you're telling me you're just disappearing tomorrow? Like, how can that be? But instead of voicing all of these concerns, he leans forward, kisses her forehead, technically her eyebrow, which I feel like is a little awkward. So in my mind, he kisses her forehead and he says, we must pack a lifetime into tonight. He has some good lines in this book, I'm not gonna lie. After he says this, Sophie tells him, please teach me how to dance, let's go dance. And he leads her down this hallway, up the stairs, and they end up going to this terrace that is right above the ballroom so that they can still hear the music, but they are alone together. This is where we learn through Sophie's mind that she does not want to be a mistress for anyone whatsoever. And so she's thinking to himself, like, I really like this guy. I don't have a title, so I can never tell him who I really am. And I can't be a mistress because I don't want to bring a child into this world that will have the same life that I have. It is not fair. And so that's a little heartbreaking, but we're gonna move forward from that, but please make a mental note of this. Mental note that she never wants to be a mistress. She tells herself though, this is okay, you are not gonna be a mistress, this is just one dance, it's not a big deal. And then he kisses her. And it's not just like a little peck. Like, he kisses her. So they're having a really good time out on this terrace, and then all of a sudden we hear a loud gong ring throughout the building. And she immediately goes, it's midnight, I have to go, I have to leave. And so she just sprints. She's sprinting away from him. He, being Benedict Bridgerton, has everyone hounding him once he's in sight, being like, how are you doing? What's happening? Have you seen me yet? Do you want to dance? And Lady Danbury is the one who ends up actually stopping him before he is able to catch up to Sophie. And Sophie gets in the carriage and she's gone. The only thing that Benedict has left of Sophie is her glove. Now please remember that her glove is monogrammed with the initials SLG. Sophie returns home. No one knew that she left. She did actually run into Lady Penwood at the ball. I don't think I mentioned this. She did run smack into her while Sophie was trying to leave, but she was not recognized one bit. She didn't even realize that Sophie was wearing her shoes. So that is a-okay. She makes it back home. No one knew she left. Life is back to normal for Sophie. Now panning to Lady Whistledown, and she is only talking about the girl in the silver dress and how this might be the only person that she does not know anything about them, which is an anomaly for Lady Whistledown. We are now panning to Benedict, day after the ball. He is distraught. Again, the only thing he has left of her is that glove, so he is literally just holding onto that thing, looking at it, being like, what is SLG? Who is SLG? And he thinks to himself, the only one who's gonna end up knowing is my mother. I'm gonna have to tell her about what happened because she knows everything about everyone. He brings the glove to Violet. Violet looks at it and she goes, this is a little outdated. This is not the current style, Benedict. I don't know why you're showing this to me. And he tells her all about the girl in the silver dress. And Violet is ecstatic, saying, oh my gosh, you're gonna end up getting married. This is the woman for you. Violet says that the only person she can think of is maybe the Earl of Penwood because his last name was Gunningworth, which would be the G. His mother ended up having the initials S and L, and so she's like, maybe start there. But the Earl of Penwood with the last name Gunningworth did pass away a few years ago, so it is a new one. But I believe that the Countess is still alive. So go to Lady Penwood's house. Maybe it was one of their daughters. I have met them before though, Benedict, and I didn't like them. I just don't think that they're your vibe, but if that's who you are falling in love with, that is okay, we will accept them. Benedict is literally just laughing at his mother, but he is so happy that he asked her because now he has a place for him to begin. Before Benedict leaves to go to the Penwood house, she tells him, hey, like just a heads up, Lady Penwood is not the nicest person I've ever met. She's actually a tad bit cold, so be wary of that. Just be a little wary. But Benedict barely hears her because he is out the door. He is so excited to see if this is where the girl in the silver dress is. Now let's pan to the Penwood house. We are with Lady Penwood, who is hollering after Sophie to come up to her room. Sophie goes, is like, what do you need? What can I help you with? All we see is Lady Penwood is holding a pair of shoes. The exact pair of shoes that Sophie wore last night. And so Sophie is standing there thinking to herself, oh my goodness, she knows. She knows, she knows, she knows. But Sophie is taking a breath just like this and lets Lady Penwood speak first. Lady Penwood goes, why are my brand new shoes scuffed? I just got these shoes. Why are they scuffed? To which Sophie responds, I have no clue how your shoes got scuffed. Maybe when you were putting them in your closet for the first time, they ended up hitting another pair and that's how they got scuffed. But honestly, I've never even seen these shoes a day in my life. The Countess is really not believing her at all, but she says, okay, well, if you said that they got scuffed in the rest of my closet with all my other shoes, you are polishing all my shoes. Right now, every single pair. At this exact moment, the butler comes upstairs and says, Lady Penwood, there is a gentleman caller here to see you. And Lady Penwood is ecstatic. And she's like, okay, we need to make sure that Posey and Rosamond are ready to go, especially Rosamond. So Sophie, before you start on my closet, you go get them ready. And oh, when you're finished, tell Rosamond to lock you in the closet until you're done polishing all my shoes. It has to get done. Sophie's standing there like, you're really gonna have me go get someone lock me in your closet? Perfect. What is my life at this point? Instead of going to Rosamond, she goes to Posey because she knows that Posey is the nicer sister to her. She tells Posey, like, please just lock me in here. I do not want to have to tell your sister. Your sister will be so cruel to me. And Posey does it, but she's not happy about it. Before we can even see who the gentleman caller is, even though you and I both know who it's gonna be, we have a Lady Whistledown paper. Lady Whistledown is kind of giving us the fashion breakdown for the masquerade ball. We see that Posey went as a mermaid. It's a little tragic, but instead of just kind of bashing Posey and saying that she looked horrendous and she was the worst of the night, she decides to bash the Featheringtons because Lady Featherington, Philippa, and Prudence went as a bowl of fruit. Yes, I repeat, they went as a bowl of fruit. So Lady Featherington was a bunch of grapes, Philippa was an orange, and then Prudence was an apple, and that was their costume. I really hope when we get Benedict's season, we see this costume, because I need to see what the costume department is going to do with this, because I will be cackling. Back at the Penwood residency, we see obviously that the gentleman caller is Benedict, which is making Lady Penwood ecstatic, saying, I just knew that my daughters, specifically Rosamond, was meant to be a Bridgerton. I've called it since day one. This is perfect. He's calling on my daughters. Beautiful. Benedict really isn't here for a long time, but while he is here, Lady Penwood is just discussing Sophie to him and complaining about how you can't find quality help, and Sophie is the worst person to ever exist, and yada, yada, yada. And Benedict is just thinking to himself, whew, my mother was right. You are a lot. You are cold. And I can tell that every single person here does not want to work for you. Whoever this Sophie girl may be, she deserves better. That is what he's thinking to himself. Eventually, Posey and Rosamond do come down and they meet Benedict. He takes a look at Rosamond and he immediately is like, this is not the girl that I met last night. The girl I met last night had this beautiful, dirty blonde hair. And Rosamond's hair is a little too blonde. to match the girl in the silver dress. Benedict is trying to leave, but before he actually gets out of there, he looks to Lady Pinwood and he goes, "Are you sure you don't have any more daughters or relatives living here? Like, you are positive?" To which Lady Pinwood was like, "No, it is just my daughters. There is nobody else here." And so Benedict is like, "Okay, well, thank you so much for your time. I gotta go." He doesn't get too far when he is outside because Posey and Rosamond are looking at him through the window being like, what is he doing right now? Lady Pinwood overhears them, comes toward the window, and sees that Benedict is holding up a white glove with the monogram. I don't think she can see the monogram, but again, as we said earlier, this glove is outdated. It is from a specific time period that is not current. And so you can tell that it is older, and Lady Pinwood immediately knows who the girl in the silver dress is. She turns white as a sheet and a light bulb goes off in her head. She makes the connection between this glove and her scuffed shoe, and she just keeps repeating as she is running upstairs, how did she get out? How was she able to go? How did we not know that she was there? Lady Pinwood makes her way upstairs. She unlocks the door, opens it, looks at Sophie and goes, "I want you out of this house immediately. You are over the age of 20. I don't have to care for you anymore. Get out." Sophie, kind of assuming that this was going to happen at one point or the other, finally thinks to herself, well, I have nothing to lose, so I'm about to ask, why did you even keep me here? To which Lady Pinwood responds with, "You're cheaper than a normal maid." Lady Pinwood says, "I know that you went to the ball last night. I know that you're the reason my shoes are scuffed." Sophie continuously denies these claims, and so Lady Pinwood lifts up the pair of scuffed shoes and says, "Put them on your feet. Put them on your feet right now." Sophie says no to doing this, but Lady Pinwood says, "How dare you pretend to be one of us high up in society at this ball? How dare you think that? You are nothing." Sophie's standing there. Honestly, she's taking it like a champ, because if it was me, I would be crumbling in tears. But she's taking it like a champ, and she's ready to get out. Lady Pinwood does tell her, though, "Honestly, you can stay until my shoes are polished. As soon as you finish your job, you need to leave." But honestly, she feels the most free than she has in a really long time. But knowing that she no longer has money, and she's currently polishing Lady Pinwood's shoes, she sees a really sparkly diamond encrusted shoe clip and says, "Well, you haven't been paying me for all the years that I have been your maid. I'm taking this." So she puts it in her pocket, and when she's done with her job, she leaves. Lady Pinwood has no idea that she did this. Lady Pinwood has no idea that she has taken a shoe clip. But she pocketed the shoe clip. Make a mental note of this. It will come back around. Unlike books 1 and 2, this book is split up into parts, and so we've now entered part 2. So some time has passed. We now have a time jump. I'm assuming this is why season 3 is Colin season and not Benedict season, because there is a time jump, but I digress. Anywho, Lady Whistledown is gonna catch us up. Let's see what she has to say. It's now been 3 years since any Bridgerton has gotten married, and so Violet's getting a little antsy. Benedict isn't married, Colin isn't married, Eloise really is not liking the social scene, and so it doesn't look like she's ever gonna get married. Violet's getting a little antsy over this fact. And to put this into perspective, Benedict is 30 with no wife, Colin is 26 with no wife, Eloise is 21 with no husband, Francesca is 20 with no husband. Just for some perspective. To avoid his mother showing him off to the town, trying to marry him off, Benedict decides to go to a party hosted by Philip Cavender, and this isn't like a ball or anything high up in society. These are actually some pretty scandalous things going down in this house. He's honestly just there to play some cards. But like other scandalous things are happening. Benedict is not having a nice time at all, and he really wants to leave, but he's like, I can't leave until I say bye to the host, because that's just rude. My mother taught me better than that. So he's kind of searching and wandering around the house, looking for Philip so he can skedaddle. Benedict is aware that it is very late tonight, so he won't be able to make it back into London, but he does have a small cottage, like maybe 30 minutes away, that he can stay in for the night. Now let's pan to what Sophie has been up to since she left London. It's been about 2 years since she's been on her own and has been away from London. She ended up selling the shoe clip. She learned it wasn't diamond encrusted one bit, so she really did not get a lot of money from it. But that's okay, she took the money that she could get. She is really smart because she did grow up getting all of these lessons. She thinks to herself, I can be a governess, let me be a governess. No one will hire her because she is young and pretty, and every single woman is threatened and worried that their husband will try and get with Sophie And so no one will hire her at all. She ends up getting a job at the Cavender's house. Don't know if that last name is ringing any bells for y'all right now, but you will see. Ends up getting a job there as one of their maids. The Cavenders are honestly on the older side, and so very, very easy to take care of. They don't really ask for much. She really enjoys this job until the Cavender's son returns home, Philip. Philip, as y'all have already heard this name before, is crusty. Crusty and creepy Philip is what I am referring to him as. He keeps trying to make advancements onto Sophie, even when his parents are there. Like, he is following her around, not leaving her alone at all. So when Mr. and Mrs. Cavender are out of town for a night, Sophie's scared. Sophie thinks to herself, I have got to get out of here. I really would like to resign with them face to face, but they're not here. I gotta go. I will leave them a note. I gotta go before Philip realizes I'm here. She's a little late as she's making her way downstairs, and Philip finds her. Creepy, crusty Philip. Philip and his friends are being horrible to Sophie and being scumbags, and honestly, like, Sophie is pretty dang scared at this moment in time until we hear a man shout, Philip, what are you doing? Get away from her. Stop, stop, stop. That man is Benedict. Sophie immediately recognizes him because she knew she was with Benedict Bridgerton at the ball, even though he does not recognize her because, again, she had a mask on, never revealed her name. Anywho, Benedict stops them, makes them leave her alone. And when she asks him, like, why did you do this for me? He says, I have so many sisters, and what they were doing is not right. No, no, no. So he genuinely saves her before anything can happen. He tells her, come with me. I have a cottage not too far from here. We'll go back to London. We'll try and find you a job somewhere. Not a big deal. Philip responds with, she works for my parents. If she leaves right now, she's not getting this job back. Benedict looks at her and says, I will get you a job. Just come with me because this is not a safe space for you. Sophie already was quitting, and so him saying that she would get a job honestly scares her a little bit because she doesn't want to go back to London, but also makes her really happy because she'll have another opportunity. She tells him that she doesn't really want to go to London. He does tell her that his mom has so many houses everywhere. She has one in the country. She can probably find Sophie a job there. Sophie's like, you know what? Let's go. To your carriage, let's go. I need to get the heck out of Dodge. I also just want to note that Sophie is currently having an existential crisis because he doesn't recognize her. So on one hand, she's like, thank goodness he doesn't recognize me. I didn't need this right now in my life. But on the other hand, she's like, he didn't recognize me. Like, are you kidding me? I haven't been able to stop thinking about him and he hasn't recognized me. So it's a little bittersweet for her right now. We're also going to pan back to Lady Whistledown because of course she has another announcement for us. We're going to focus in on creepy, crusty Philip because creepy, crusty Philip now has his sights on Rosamond. Now, I don't wish creepy, crusty Philip on anyone, but I do think it's a little ironic that he's now chasing after Rosamond. Anywho, let's pan to Benedict and Sophie in their carriage. This is an open-top carriage, mind you, and it starts to storm. Torrential downpour. We learned that Benedict was actually sick last week with a really bad head cold, and now that he is out in the freezing rain in an open-top carriage, he's not okay at all. Sophie realizes this, and Sophie goes, hey, why don't I drive the carriage? Just a thought. Benedict is thinking to himself, no, 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 like, it's okay, I'm okay, but he's hacking up a storm at this point. And so he gives the reins to Sophie. Sophie gets them to the cottage, and she notices that the cottage is named My Cottage. There is a sign out front that reads, My Cottage. And I just love that. I think that is so flippin' iconic. I love. Sophie gets out of the carriage. Benedict also gets out of the carriage. They're about to go open up the home. But Sophie honestly has a little bit of a breakdown and she just starts crying and sobbing. And Benedict just opens up his arms and holds her until she is done. And it takes a little bit because she has so many emotions that have just built up over the years of her life that just are coming out all at once. He just holds her, and when she's done, he asks her, are you all better? And they move forward. He finds a spare key. He goes inside the house. He believed the caretakers would be here. I made them be the old couple from Courage the Cowardly Dog, by the way. But he believed that they would be here. They're actually not. And so he realizes that, ooh, we are unchaperoned. Oh, no, no, no. We now have another update from Lady Whistledown. This book has a lot of Lady Whistledown updates. Just so we're aware, like, a lot of information are coming from them. We learn that there is a feud brewing between Lady Pinwood and Lady Featherington because one of Lady Featherington's maids left in the middle of the night to start working at Lady Pinwood's. But in less than a week, this maid was back at the Featheringtons because she was so mistreated at the Penwoods. Interesting, right? I think that's rather interesting. Let's pan back to what's happening at the cottage right now because Benedict is sick. He is so sick because, again, last week he had a head cold. He was just in a rainstorm. He is not okay. He's still in his wet clothes. He's ill. Sophie is wandering around while Benedict is trying to start a fire for them because he needs to get warm ASAP. She comes across this bowl of rocks. Benedict looks at her and goes, oh, I collect those. That's what I do in my spare time. I collect these rocks. She also finds a pile of drawings and sketches, and he sketches so many different things. He's really good at it, but he sketches so many different things. The Bridgerton house, all of his siblings, the girl in the silver dress. There are so many pictures of the girl in the silver dress that are identical to Sophie. Identical. Again, they have the mask on, of course, but basically identical. And Sophie just thinks to herself, he drew me by memory. He literally drew me multiple times by memory. And so now she's feeling a little better about herself, but like also still having an existential crisis, obviously. Benedict starts talking to her while she's looking at all this stuff, but he's slurring his words. Everything he's saying is not making sense at all. And so she goes over to him, feels his forehead, and he is burning up, has a horrible fever, helps take his clothes off of him because he needs to get into dry clothes, and he's just out for the night. He is so sick. She is sleeping in the chair next to him to make sure that he's okay throughout the night. He is erratic and frantic, and again, it's making no sense in the middle of the night. He's just talking, keeps saying, where did you go? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? Which you can infer that he is having a dream about the girl in the silver dress. And Sophie just responds, I'm here, I'm here. Benedict looks up, and this is the most lucid he's been all night, and goes, no, not you, and then falls back asleep. And so Sophie's like, it is me, but she doesn't say that out loud, and also he won't remember even if she does. We're gonna pan to the next morning. Sophie is startled awake by the crab gates. These are the gatekeepers for this cottage. They were not expecting any visitors, and they're like, what on earth are you doing here unchaperoned? I don't understand. Who the heck are you? She's explaining what went down. Miss Crabgate is like, oh, Benedict is really just the sweetest person ever, but it really doesn't explain why you're in his room. Like, what is going on? Sophie's like, he is so sick right now. He has a fever. I don't know what to do. Crabgate goes, oh my goodness, I just make the perfect tonic. I will cure him. Don't even worry. I've got this. While Sophie is explaining this whole story to the Crabgates and Miss Crabgate is making this tonic, Benedict is now awake, very coherent. He is making perfect sense, explaining everything once again to the Crabgates. But we also kind of go into his mind for a second, and we learn that he was indeed dreaming of the girl in the silver dress. He hasn't dreamt of her in months, and so he's now wondering what Sophie has unlocked inside of him for him to have these dreams again. He's thinking to himself, like, maybe she could be the girl in the silver dress, but when he's looking at her, he's like, no way. She looks completely different. 2 years have passed. She's living on her own, is not being fed the normal food that she has normally been given. Her hair is shorter, it's darker. She has also lost a lot of weight because of the point I just made. So she's really not looking like she used to. Miss Crabgate returns with a pair of clothes for Sophie because she was actually wearing his trousers to get out of the wet clothes, and they don't fit clearly, but the dress that she gave her is just tragic. They are not the same size in height or width whatsoever. So the dress is a little big this way, but it's really short. So it's a hot mess for Sophie right now. When Sophie leaves the room to go change, Miss Crabgate looks at Benedict and goes, can we keep her? Benedict looks at her and says, what do you mean, can we keep her? Miss Crabgate is like, well, I mean, Mr. Crabgate and I are getting a little old, and it'd be nice to have another set of hands here. She said earlier that she was a housemaid. She's used to the experience. She's looking for a job. You can hire her. She can work here. Benedict is nodding his head being like, oh, yeah, of course. But the Black Knight is like, heck no. Heck no, I'm not letting go of her right now. She will not be yours. She's probably coming back home with me in London. Benedict really does not like the recovery process. In fact, he's a horrible patient, but he does note that Sophie is making this process a whole lot better for him, and he absolutely loves that she's there with him. She's reading him poetry all the time and just speaking to him. One day she goes into the room, she's reading him poetry, and he starts feeling things. He starts feeling things, and he's like, you've got to go. I need you to get out of the room right now, Sophie. I'm so sorry. You've got to leave. And Sophie's looking at him and be like, oh, you need to use the chamber pot. Of course I will leave. Because she doesn't understand what's happening. And he's like, well, that's not it, but okay, just go. And so she goes to Miss Crabgate, and she's explaining what happened, and she's like, I don't understand why he wouldn't just let me go get the chamber pot for him. Like, I'm a maid, I'm used to this, like, not a big deal. And she responds with, well, I was just in his room, and he's not in there. He's not in there at all. And also, like, Chamber pot has not been used. I can just tell it has not been used. So Sophie is just standing there thinking to herself, where did he go? I don't understand at all. She's about to help with dinner until she is stopped because we learn that Benedict has informed everyone that Sophie is a guest in this house. She is not lifting a finger. She is not helping at all. And so Sophie is now thinking to herself, what am I supposed to do? So she ends up just kind of going on a walk. She finds this pond. And in this pond, there is a naked man. Does anyone have any guesses on who this naked man might be? I'll give you like 3 seconds, okay? 3, 2, 1. It's Benedict. Benedict left his room because he wanted to take an ice cold swim in the pond because of the situation that happens. Sophie, instead of being like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, I don't want to watch, like no, 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 she stays. She stays and is just hiding and watching. Kind of like a creep, if I'm being so for real with y'all. She moves a little bit and something makes a loud noise. I actually can't remember what it is, but something makes a loud noise where she's at. He knows that someone is watching. So he's calling out, who is there? And then he realizes it's Sophie. Sophie tries to run away in this moment because this is really awkward and uncomfortable and embarrassing. He literally hollers after her, do not run away from me. What are you doing? What is going on? And she's like, me? What's going on with me? What's going on with you? You were just sick. And now you're taking a cold pond swim? What are you doing? Like, why are you questioning me? Benedict doesn't even answer her. He just says, stay here. I need to go put on clothes. I feel very exposed. I'm gonna go put on clothes. He goes to do that. Sophie's still staying there thinking to herself, what have I gotten myself into? Why didn't I just leave? Same Sophie. Why didn't you just leave? Benedict returns and he tells her, I think I'm going to kiss you. To which Sophie responds with, you think? To which Benedict responds to, oh, I think I have to. It is like breathing for me at this point. I really don't have any choice in this matter. While he is kissing her, she actually starts to cry because she is taken back to the night that they first kissed at the ball. Benedict immediately stops when she starts crying. Benedict is saying, oh my goodness, I am so sorry. I definitely misread this situation. And Sophie says, no, you didn't misread the situation. I'm just really confused, a lot going on. I'm happy right now, but also I feel like I shouldn't be. There's a lot going on. Benedict is really confused this moment in time and keeps asking Sophie for an explanation because he says, I know you're not a maid. You speak too well to be a maid. It seems like you have had lessons from a governess throughout your life. This freaks Sophie out and she turns to run away. She is saying, I cannot handle this right now. I've got to go. Benedict tells her, I did not mean that as an insult. I'm just wondering who you are. She looks at him and says, I am not your responsibility. To which Benedict looks back at her and replies, you could be. You could be mine forever. To split up this chapter before we go back to where we're at now, Lady Whistledown has another announcement just saying how Eloise Bridgerton has no clue where Benedict is. No one in the town knows where he's been for a hot second. Back to our regularly scheduled program. Sophie is taken aback by what Benedict has just told her and she says, I do not want to be your mistress. I'm so sorry, but I don't want to be your mistress. He replies with, I just want you to be with me. You don't want to be my mistress, just be with me. She questions him with, how is that any different? He just shrugs and says, I don't know, it just is. And before she even has a chance to respond, he literally pulls her and kisses her for a while. They're just like kissing by the pond right now. In the midst of them kissing, he pulls back for a minute and he says, I will get you so much better clothes than this. I will take such great care of you. And this snaps Sophie back into the reality that if she ends up being his mistress, she's her mom. She could put a kid into this universe that was just like her, and she does not want that for anybody. She keeps telling him, I am not going to be your mistress. No. He gets mad at her when she turns to walk away a little bit, and he's like, where are you going? She responds with, are you even listening to me? Like, I'm not going to be your mistress. I'm not going to London with you. He keeps saying, yes, you are going to London with me. We'll talk about this later. Let's just go. They have a little bit, not of like a fight or feud, but they do go back and forth for a little bit. And I will note that they do have the best banter so far in the Bridgerton universe. Like, they really do go toe to toe with one another, and I really appreciate that. Once they get back to the house, Sophie starts packing all of her belongings, and Benedict is just standing there in the doorway watching her. And she realizes that Benedict is not leaving. Sophie looks at him and says, I can't be your mistress. Benedict focuses in on that word, can't, because every other time she says, I won't, I'm not, no, and now she says the word can't. As soon as he focuses in on that word can't, he realizes she's illegitimate. That's why she doesn't want to be my mistress. He looks at her and says, if we bring any kids into this world, I will love them with everything I have in me. To which she responds, that's great and all. What about your wife? He shrugs and says, I will have to get married one day, but I won't love her like I love you. Not the best choice of words, Betty. Sophie says, I know that you will have to get married. That's my point, and I don't want to be your mistress. Kind of skirting around this topic a little bit, Benedict keeps asking her, who are your parents? Who are you? You're illegitimate. You're from London. Who are you, Sophie? And obviously Sophie is not going to answer this question for him, so he gives her two options. One, come to London with me. You don't have to be my mistress. We've already gone through this, but come to London with me. I will get you a job at my mother's house like we agreed with. Or two, okay, you don't want to come to London with me. I will go to the nearest officer and I will tell him that you stole from me. And instead of them taking you to Australia where you normally are taken if you steal anything, I'll just tell him that I want to keep a close eye on you, so you'll have to come back to London with me. Those are the two options. Sophie looks at him and says, you are making me hate you. You do realize this, like this is backfiring for you. And Benedict says, I can live with that. I just need to know that you're safe and that you are taken care of. So they pack up all their bags, they head to London together. We're going to the Bridgerton house. Sophie and Benedict are talking about the Bridgerton house, and Sophie learns that Violet actually doesn't live in the big Bridgerton house that everyone assumed that she's always lived in, because after the masquerade ball, that was her big farewell of that house, so that she could give it to Kate and Antony after their firstborn child, whom they named Edmund. Isn't that just a fun little parallel that they named their first son after his dad since he was so close to his dad? I absolutely love that. Anywho, they make it to the house where Violet and all the kids are at, and Violet happily says that she will find Sophie a job, but she is questioning Sophie a whole bunch. When Sophie leaves the room, gets a little settled, she comes back to Benedict and says, are you sure she didn't grow up in society? Because she is very clear when she speaks. She is so smart. I can already tell from this first encounter. I don't really understand. And Benedict, knowing that it is not his secret to share, does not say anything on this. But Violet says, give me a month and I will figure out everything I need to know. Literally give me a month. No, ooh, guess what? If I have Eloise help me, we'll figure it out in a few weeks. So I do appreciate that Benedict did not tell his mom, because he really could have, but he kept that secret between the both of them, which I will give him brownie points for. I will. By the next morning, Sophie has already met 5 of the Bridgerton siblings. She has met Antony, Daphne, Eloise, Francesca, and Hyacinth. Gregory is at school. Colin is told to be traveling the globe, but what Sophie doesn't reveal is that she actually has already met Colin. If you remember the masquerade ball where they talked for a little bit. But she's not telling that to anyone because no one knows that she's the girl in the silver dress. Benedict low-key keeps showing up at this house to the point where Sophie goes, do you even live here? Like, I'm pretty sure you don't live at this house, but it seems like you do because you're always here. He responds with, no, I don't live here. I live like maybe 2 blocks down the road, but why would I not be here? Because you're here. They banter back and forth for a little bit. I told y'all they have really good banter. They do that for a little bit. He swoops in, he kisses her, and he kisses her for several pages. She kisses him back, by the way. I would like to make note of that. He kisses her back. While this is happening though, he realizes we are out in the open. We have to move. We have to move right now, because if anyone sees this, she's gonna end up getting fired at a job where they are treating her well, and this will break her spirit, and I cannot be the cause of her spirit breaking. I can't. So he says once again, come home with me. She tells him, no, I cannot be your mistress. He moves on from that point. He has to leave, but he tells her to keep smiling, and if she doesn't keep smiling, he will know. He will know. And so he leaves for the day. The next day, Sophie's in room with Violet, Eloise, Hyacinth, and Francesca, and they are embroidering. Honestly, they are speaking very casually around Sophie, which is making Sophie feel very welcomed into their family, even though she's literally just a maid. I believe that she is a lady's maid for the girls though, so she is a little higher up. Anywho, they are speaking very casually around her, and so she kind of quips in every so often with a little thing. Hyacinth will literally chip in and be like, are you okay? What did you just say? I know you just said something. And Sophie will be like, oh, I didn't say anything. I just pricked my finger. No big deal. I probably need to get a thimble. Didn't say anything. And then Benedict shows up. Everyone except for Violet is questioning why Benedict is here, but Sophie makes up an excuse so that she can leave and go into town for a little bit. When she steps outside, she immediately sees Lady Penwood, Posy, and Rosamond. The only one that sees her is Posy, and Sophie immediately shakes her head like this, no, 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 at Posy, so that she will not mention it to Lady Penwood. After they've gone and Sophie is sure that she has not been seen, Sophie genuinely is having a panic attack in the streets. We're gonna pan back to Benedict, who is really trying to leave the room where his mother and sister are at so that he can kind of trail Sophie a little bit and talk to her, but it's taken him a while to get there. As soon as he is able to leave the room, he sees Sophie on the street. He sees that she's having a panic attack. He holds her and he's like, calm down, breathe in and out, it's okay. Let's go back to my house. We literally will not do anything, but like, we need to get you off this street because whatever has happened, like, I need to get you away from this situation. And so they walk to his house. During this moment, this is where Benedict brings up to Sophie, which he thinks for the first time, it's really not, but he brings up that he really does not like being a Bridgerton, even though he loves this family. And Sophie is just like, wow, this is the first time I am hearing this information. Yes, of course. When in reality, she already knows this, but she is very respectful while he is telling her this. After Benedict is saying all this, Sophie decides to say, you are nothing like your family. You are so special, and I've just been around your family for a little bit, but I can already tell that you are so different and you are so individual. You are an artist, you are creative, you are not just a Bridgerton. He admits to her that he has never shown anybody his drawings, and she is the first person to have ever seen them. And it's in this moment that Benedict realizes that he is truly in love with Sophie. And he kisses her. And he does a little more than kisses her for the rest of chapter 17, if we're being honest. And then after this happens, Sophie tells him that she does love him, but she cannot compromise her beliefs for him. She cannot be a mistress. And he tells her, I can't marry you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, but I can't marry you because we are not in the same class position. I have a title, like, it would just be so messy for my family if I were to marry you. And she's like, I know, that's what I've been telling you, and I'm sorry, but I cannot be your mistress. I'm being quite transparent. This chapter gave me whiplash. We went from happiness, 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 fun times, to I am uncomfortable, all within one chapter. After this, we realize that it's been 2 weeks since Benedict has even visited the Bridgerton house, just because he's giving Sophie his space, but also he needs space from the conversation that they just had because he's so confused. In the drawing room, Sophie is down there and all the sisters are talking about how they don't really know where Benedict fits into this family because Anthony is so good with history. Simon, who's Daphne's husband, remember that? He's so good at math. Colin is the funny one. Sophie interrupts all of them and she goes, he's amazing at art. He is an artist. It is spectacular. And they all look at her in awe, thinking, I did not know that. This man is 30 years old and I did not know that about him. How do you know this? And Mel's just kind of sitting there smiling. She knows. She always knows. She's the mastermind of this whole series. It is in this very moment that Penelope Featherington comes into the drawing room and she asks, like, did I interrupt anything? And Daphne's like, no, just like a really awkward moment, but like, that's okay. Like, come in, come in. Penelope stops in her tracks, looks at Sophie and goes, do I know you? I have to have known you somewhere. I never forget a face. I have to have known you. And this takes Sophie back because she thinks, oh my gosh, we have met. Right before I met Benedict, you were right there at the table. He was going to dance with you. You definitely have seen me before. So now I have to try and convince her that she's never seen me. And Penelope is persistent. She just keeps staring at her being like, I have met you. I know I have met you. And just staring her down, trying to connect the dots, but she can't. Let's now pan to Benedict, who runs into Anthony and Colin when he returns to Bridgerton home in order to see Sophie. This is who he runs into. This is what's happening because Colin has just returned home from his travels. Colin is explaining that Violet has been all over his case, trying to get him to marry. He's 26. She's like, it's time, it's time, it's time. We need another Bridgerton to get married ASAP. Benedict's standing there like, I know. I'm 30 years old. She's been doing the same thing to me. Anthony looks over at Colin and says, you know you're gonna end up marrying Penelope Featherington, right? Which just makes Colin so angry and so mad. He gets so frustrated at them that he screams out loud, I will never, ever marry Penelope Featherington. As soon as Colin says these words, there's a really faint and they all turn around, and who's standing there? Penelope. And she is furious. More than embarrassed, she is furious. She keeps saying that. She's like, did I ask you to marry me? Did I ask you to marry me? To which Colin is like, no, you didn't. I'm so sorry that you overheard this. You were not supposed to hear this. Please do not be embarrassed. To where Penelope's like, I'm not embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed. I'm never gonna marry Benedict Bridgerton. And all these boys are like, what? What are you talking about? And she looks at Benedict and she goes, are you embarrassed that you overheard me just saying that, Benedict? Benedict's like, no, I'm not embarrassed at all. See, boys, I'm not embarrassed that I overheard you saying this because it's not an embarrassing thing. We love our girl Pen. We love our girl Pen. I would also just like to note that this scene does happen in the show, but it happens between other people at a ball within season 2, I think. So I do love that this is kind of setting us up for their book. I digress. Penelope is telling them, you know what, I need to leave. Goodbye. I gotta go. Colin's like, do you have an escort to bring you back home? Like, I will walk with you. And she's like, no, I do not need you to walk with me. Antony goes, you know what, I'm gonna walk you out. And Penelope responds with, I don't need someone to walk me out. Antony just responds with, humor me. Let's go on a walk. Now, we don't know what they're talking about during this walk. Y'all will find out once we start talking about book 4, but currently, we don't know what they're talking about. We just know that this was an awkward situation. Awkward. Once Antony and Penelope leave, Colin looks at Benedict, and Colin immediately goes, I need a drink. I need a drink right now. Violet exits the room, finds Benedict, and goes, I just have the perfect girl for you. I have found her. You will be in love. Like, she is the girl for you. Benedict's like, okay, sure. I'll meet her. Why not? And to his surprise, he is having to meet 7 young women. He is having to meet 7 of them who are not his type, and they are, honestly, not to be rude, boring. They are so boring. He's so incredibly angry at his mom for doing this. This is the moment where he truly learns that he is in love with Sophie, like head over heels. There's no one else for him. Even Girl in Silver Dress cannot compare to Sophie in this moment in time, which is an astounding fact to Benedict, because Benedict was really grappling with the fact that he was in love with 2 people, one he'd probably never see again. The other one doesn't want to be his mistress, so where does that leave him? So we have that little revelation. But before the final girl comes in, he stops his mother and he asks her, what happens if someone falls in love with someone that's unsuitable for them? Violet stops in her tracks and she's like, do I know this person? Benedict responds with, just ignore that, but answer the question, please. Violet responds with, you're going to be met with scrutiny on both sides. Like, you will end up being a wallflower, and all of y'all are not used to that lifestyle. Y'all have always been adored by everyone in the town, so you definitely would have scrutiny. But just know that I will never forsake you or forbid you or send you away. I will love you regardless of who you end up being in love with, because I just want you to be happy. And this like breaks Benedict down, because it's a little bit of a relief off his shoulders. He realizes that the town won't accept him, and he knows that that's really hard, but he does appreciate the fact that his mother is so caring and loving over the situation, so snaps to her. Once Violet and Benedict are done with their conversation, he immediately runs to the nursery because he knows that's where Sophie's at, goes to see Sophie. They're playing a little game, I think it's a hide and seek, so they have Sophie in a blindfold. As soon as Benedict sees our girl Sophie in a blindfold, he has seen the light. He has seen the light. He realizes who the girl with the silver dress is. Do y'all know? Do you have any clue? Because he's like, whoa, it's Sophie. Who knew that the love of my life once, the girl in the silver dress, and the love of my life currently, Sophie, are the same person? Wow, like what a surprising twist in our tale. Who would have expected? Certainly not him. Certainly not him. You'd think that this news would make him so ecstatic, but it's actually the opposite. So he goes into the nursery, he looks at Hyacinth, he says, leave. Immediately leave, take the children, go. I need to talk to Sophie. Talks to Sophie and basically goes off on her asking, were you ever gonna tell me that I fell in love with you 2 years ago? Were you ever gonna bring that up to me? She responds so honestly with no. Like, no, I was never going to tell you. You didn't need to know. It would just hurt more. And he is over here looking at her saying, I have been wrestling with the fact that I'm trying to let this one person go so that I can love you fully, but you're the same person. I searched for you for 6 months. This really takes her back because she had no clue that he was looking for her. Remember, in the beginning of the story, all she knew was that a gentleman caller went to the Penwood house. She had no clue who it was. So many emotions are being felt right now, and Sophie finally comes clean and says that she's the illegitimate child of Earl of Penwood. And Benedict in his mind is thinking, I was so close to finding you. I was literally so close to finding you, but you were just out of reach. And he's just so angry right now. So mad. And he says, I cannot be around you right now. I cannot. I have to go take a breather and I have to leave. Y'all, this story is about to get so crazy. So like, again, buckle up, because this is a very wild ride that I love, and I ate this part up. Lady Whistledown reported that Lady Penwood was throwing a tantrum the other day in her house and threw at least 17 pairs of shoes at her servants. Are any dots connecting for y'all right now? 17 pairs of shoes. Let's continue. Sophie decides that she can no longer stay at the Bridgerton house. It is just too hard on her. It's too hard for Benedict. She loves him, but she can't be with him in any capacity. She realizes that she is hurting him. So instead of just leaving, she decides to go tell Violet firsthand. She resigns. Violet tries to get her to stay. Sophie says, no, 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 I cannot stay. I have to leave. And so Violet gives her money. Like, take this money. You need something to find your way. Please take this money from me. I'm gonna get the footman to bring the carriage around, take you wherever you need to go. Please use this. Sophie is saying, thank you so much. I really appreciate this. I'll wait outside until the carriage comes around. While she is waiting outside, who spots her? Who spots her? Lady Pinwood. Not only does she spot her, but she immediately hollers, officer, officer, I need an officer right now. Arrest that girl. She is a thief. She stole my shoe clip. She is a thief. The officer comes over, he starts to get closer to Sophie. He's about to arrest her, but he's like, shoe clip, like that's really not that much, but okay. And then Lady Pinwood goes, actually, she stole my wedding ring. This girl right here stole my wedding ring. Arrest her right now for being a thief. And in the middle of town, he chases after Sophie and essentially brings her to the ground before they arrest her and take her to jail. In the middle of town, right outside of the Bridgerton home. This is a lot. And it's so much that Lady Whistledown only talks about this in her next day's gossip sheet. Like, this is all she is talking about because it happened in the middle of town. But then we pan to Benedict, who has no clue that this even happened. He is currently fencing with Colin. Colin is telling him, just marry her at this point. I don't understand the problem. Benedict is like, how the heck did you know I was in love with Sophie? I don't understand how you knew. And Colin's like, everyone knew. Y'all are always looking at each other. Everyone knew. And Colin keeps saying, at the end of the day, you don't like any of these people anyway. Who cares if you're ostracized by them if you get to spend it with the woman that you're in love with? Benedict then explains that Sophie was the woman in the silver dress, which kind of takes Colin back a little bit, but he's like, okay, good. So then you get the two people that you've ever been in love with and you realize that they're one. You realize that they're the same person. Go marry her. Benedict is now sprinting to the Bridgerton house. He needs to talk to Sophie. He needs to tell her that he doesn't care, that she lied, that she doesn't have a title. He wants to spend the rest of his life with her. But he gets to the Bridgerton home and he realizes that Sophie's not there. Violet explains that Sophie quit, but for some reason the carriage was never moved. She doesn't really understand what was happening. But then Francesca and Hyacinth come forward and they're like, did y'all read the latest Lady Whistledown? This is what happened. Sophie has been arrested. And Benedict is like, excuse me? Why has she been arrested? Violet is there saying she would never hurt a fly. She wouldn't steal anything. I will go vouch for her. Let me go vouch for her. We can get her out. And the children are just like, yes, let's all go. Benedict's like, hold up, you are not coming with me. The only one that's coming with me is Mom. We need to go right now. We need to get her out of jail ASAP. Before we pan back to Sophie, Lady Whistledown has an announcement and says that Benedict and Violet were seen racing out of their home very suddenly, and also Lady Pinwood and Posy were seen having the loudest argument in public the other day. What is it about? Who's to say? But it was a very loud and public argument. Keep that in mind. Now we're with Sophie in jail. Lady Pinwood has decided to go visit Sophie. Sophie asks her, what do you want from me at this point? You know I didn't steal your wedding ring. Why do you hate me so much? To which Lady Pinwood responds with, because he loved you and I will never forgive him for that. And Sophie's just shaking her head back and forth like, what are you talking about? He didn't even leave me with anything. Obviously, he didn't love me. Lady Pinwood refuses to acknowledge this point and also refuses to stop talking. She keeps badgering Sophie about how her time in Australia will be. They won't treat her kindly over there. This is what she deserves, yada, yada, yada. And while she's talking about all this, Violet and Benedict burst into the room. They're not into the back cell yet, but they have burst into the front. And all we hear is Violet going off on them, Benedict going off on them. Benedict is saying, let me see my fiance, get my fiance out of this cell. Yes, ladies and gents, you heard that correct. He said, fiance? So at this moment, Lady Pinwood's jaw is on the floor, Sophie's jaw is on the floor, Violet is just smiling. He is stressed, but he's like, I said what I said. I said what I said. Benedict runs up to where Sophie is standing. He kisses her in between the bars. Violet looks over at Lady Pinwood and goes, I have never liked you. And Lady Pinwood's just like, okay. The guard is so confused at this moment in time. He goes, Bridgertons, are you related to the Viscount? They're both just nodding like, yes. And he looks at Lady Pinwood and he goes, you're telling me you just had me arrest the fiance of a Bridgerton? Like, what is wrong with you? And she's standing there being like, she stole my wedding ring. She stole my shoe clip. And immediately Posy walks through and goes, she didn't steal your shoe clip. I did. It was me. If you're gonna arrest anyone, put me in there. And Lady Penwood was like, don't arrest my daughter. That's my daughter. We will not arrest her. This whole scene is just making Benedict smile. Violet keeps repeating over and over again, let my daughter-in-law out of this cell. Let her out. Lady Penwood and Posey are continuously fighting, and then Lady Penwood stops and goes, okay, fine. Maybe she stole the shoe clip, but my wedding ring, where is that? Tell me exactly where that is. Posey goes, maybe you shouldn't keep it in a jewelry box in your room if you don't want anyone to find it. Sophie still has so many questions right now, and she keeps saying, well, I just need to know one thing. Why did you let me stay past the age of 20? It makes no sense. Posey interrupts Sophie and says, it's because the Earl left you money. You literally have a dowry at this point, which again, making them just smile nice and big. They are so ecstatic over this news. Lady Penwood is denying all this, saying that's not true, that didn't happen, how would my child even know about this? To which Posey responds with, oh yeah, in the jewelry box where you kept your wedding ring, you shouldn't have put the dowry in there with it. Violet comes back with a, pretty sure it's illegal to embezzle someone's dowry, don't you think, officer? Violet clears the room. She has the officer step out for a bit. She looks at Lady Penwood and says, I will not have someone come after you, but here are the rules right here. We are going to claim that she is a family friend of the Earl of Penwood. She was never your maid. She was a family friend of the Earl of Penwood. And Lady Penwood was like, why would I ever say that? Do you want to be arrested as well? Because I will get you there, and I also will ruin your name in this town because people like me more. She agrees. She agrees. Sophie is released. Sophie doesn't have much of a title, but she has more than she did. She has a dowry. So if Benedict and Sophie were to get married, they wouldn't be ostracized. And also, to end this perfectly amazing day, Violet looks at Posey and says, you can come live with me in one of my homes. You do not have to go back to this woman. I will take care of you. We are a loving family. Come to one of my many homes, to which Posey accepts. No longer living with Lady Penwood. What a great day. There's still more. They leave the jail. Sophie goes to Benedict's house with him, but Violet says that you have to have her back by 7 because y'all are being unchaperoned and that's not okay. So have her back by 7. Benedict's like, let me run a bath for you because you don't really smell the best right now because of where you were at, and that is a-okay. Sophie's like, it's almost 7 o'clock. I can't really stay. It's okay. Like, I'll have one when I get back. Benedict responds with, funny, 7 sounds a lot like 9. I'm pretty sure that it was 9 and you just heard incorrectly. She's just laughing at him at this point, and they admit to each other that they both are in love with one another, and Benedict apologizes for the amount of times that he asked her to be his mistress. He understood where she was coming from. He kept crossing that boundary and kept asking, and he's so sorry for what he did. Because he did ask a lot. Benedict tells her that the bath is almost done and we will have you back by 9. Sophie responds with, she said 7. Benedict says, pretty sure she actually said 11. And he winks at her, gets her ready for the bath, laughs, and goes, actually, I'm pretty sure she said 12. She definitely said 12 o'clock. In this moment, she tells him that before she ever met him, she felt him, she anticipated him, and it was almost like magic that they met. And let me just tell you, they do not get her back at the Bridgerton house by 7, or by 9, or by 11, or by 12. Oh yes. Sophie wakes up and realizes how late it is because it's literally 3 a.m. Benedict responds with, it's okay, we're getting married in 3 days anyway. And that's the end of An Offer from a Gentleman. In the epilogue, we see that Benedict and Sophie have been married for 7 years and they have 3 children. She's also currently pregnant. And then we pan to Lady Whistledown, which I don't think we've ever done before in an epilogue. And we're in Lady Whistledown's thoughts, and she's thinking to herself, I think it's about time I ended this. I think it's about time I am finally myself and show the town who I am. Because remember, even though they revealed who Lady Whistledown was in the first season of the show, no one knows who she is by this point in the book series. So we are going into book 4 still not knowing who Lady Whistledown is. I really enjoyed this book. I know it's problematic and it has some issues, but this one's a fun book. Like, it's just a fun time. It's silly. I really liked this one. Let's get into book 4. New day, new book, new setup. Let's talk about Romancing Mr. Bridgerton, which is the 4th book in the series, but this is what season 3 will be based off of. This is Colin and Penelope's story. Let's start with our prologue. On April 6, 1812, Penelope Featherington knew she was in love, and she knew who she was in love with. Any guesses? Colin Bridgerton, of course. She knew that he did not feel the same way. In fact, she knew from the years 1812 to 1823, he was not in love with her one bit. Let me tell you all about the moment when Penelope first fell in love. Penelope was out on a walk with Lady Featherington and her 3 sisters. I only have 2 pictured here, but Felicity also exists. That's her youngest one. We have Philippa and Prudence as well. She's out on a walk with them, and she sees these 2 riders. The 2 riders being Benedict and Colin. Once the two riders rush past the Featherington family, a big gust of wind comes and it knocks Penelope's bonnet off her head and smack dab in the face of Colin Bridgerton to where he cannot see. He ends up falling off of the horse onto his butt. Penelope rushes over, apologizing profusely, saying, "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen." And she thought that he was gonna get so mad at her and berate her, but he was just laughing. He literally was just laughing, being like, "This is my luck. This is my luck. Of course this would happen to me." And in that moment, she fell in love with him. She always ended up coming back to this memory, but it kept making her sad because she knew at the end of the day that there was no way Colin Bridgerton would ever fall in love with a girl like her. Now let's jump ahead 1 year, April 10th, 1813. Penelope is now 17 and she's making her debut season. As we have seen from the previous books, we know that Lady Featherington always dresses Penelope up in a hideous shade of yellow. And when Penelope asks her mom, "Why are you putting me in these colors?" she simply replies, "Yellow makes people happy. Happy girls get husbands." I guess that's a known fact. I don't know. I also just want to note that the year 1813 is when Lady Whistledown started publishing her gossip sheet. Very interesting, because remember, at this moment in time, in the book series, nobody knows who Lady Whistledown is. Even if you watch the show and you're like, "I know who it is," you don't know in the book. You do not know. Let's jump ahead 1 more year. It's time for Penelope's second season. Yet again, she's in a horrible yellow dress. Lady Whistledown writes about this yellow dress saying that it left a sour taste in her mouth. I would also just like to note, because I think this is a fun callback, this was also the moment that Lady Whistledown wrote about Kate Sheffield and how she was wearing yellow and she looked like a daffodil. If y'all remember from the second book, this was actually a bonding experience for her and Penelope, and so I really love that we have this callback in the prologue. Our girl Penelope is a delusional queen because she uses this moment when Kate was called a daffodil to think to herself, well, if Kate was called a daffodil in a ugly yellow dress and she married a Bridgerton, I'm called a sour piece of fruit. I will probably be able to marry Bridgerton in my future. Hopefully it's Colin. The years go by, Penelope has a 3rd season, a 4th season. Both of her sisters, Philippa and Prudence, are married. Felicity is having an amazing time. She has a ton of guys that are currently interested in her during her upcoming season. But Lady Featherington keeps reminding Penelope, don't worry, it took both of your sisters 5 seasons to even find a husband. And if you don't end up finding one, that's okay. You can be a spinster with me, and we can live together until the end of our lives. Penelope hates that idea. Not a fan. Also recounts a moment from the previous book where we have Antony, Benedict, and Colin. Antony and Benedict are picking on Colin and telling him, "You're gonna end up marrying Penelope." And this is when Penelope overhears him say, "I will never marry Penelope Featherington." I know y'all remember that moment because it was awkward and we just talked about it. But the last book did not say what happened when Antony took Penelope home. And now we get to see what he said. Antony explains that Colin did not know that Penelope would end up overhearing this conversation. Obviously Penelope knew about all this and she knows that he is under a great deal of pressure from Violet to get married, but it still hurt. She did not admit that part to Antony. But you know our girl's hurting after that experience. Lady Whistledown ends up writing that if Penelope Featherington ever manages to marry Bridgerton, it will be the end of the world as we all know it. Interesting. Years pass by and Penelope is kind of embracing the spinster lifestyle. She's also acting as a chaperone for her younger sister Felicity, while Felicity is making her debut in the season. When Colin comes back into town, Penelope actually is so happy over this because if she won't be able to marry him because she is a spinster and he's never had any interest in her, at least he can still be in her life as her friend. 1824, present time. As I was saying, Colin is back in town. Lady Whistledown is reporting this. He just came back from Greece. He's 33 years old. Violet is non-stop badgering him at this point because both of his brothers got married either right before the age of 30 or 30 flat, and he's now a little past that. Lady Featherington, being the crazy woman that she is, makes note that Colin's back in town and that Felicity is on the market. Please mind you that Colin's 33 and Felicity is the same age as his youngest sister Hyacinth. Ew. And Penelope literally says that. She goes, "Mom, no. He sees her as a little sister at this time." Like, no. You never know. I have 4 daughters and you would think one of them would at least marry a Bridgerton and maybe this is the last shot we have. Penelope just rolls her eyes because she knows that her younger sister is going to end up marrying a different guy that has been courting her and she believes that he is going to propose to her very, very soon. Good news is this conversation doesn't go any farther because Eloise bursts in the door to tell Penelope that Colin is back in town. Penelope already knew this. Obviously, Whistledown beat her to it somehow. But she bursts through the door, she tells her this and she's like, "Come, he is so excited to see you. You're like a sister to him. Oh, it's gonna be so much fun." And she's like, "Great, I would love to. Thank you so much for saying he sees me like a sister." Also, Eloise is 28 years old, and just like Penelope, she is unwed, unmarried, and they're living their spinster lives together. Let's pan to Colin at the Bridgerton house. We see that Colin is hanging out with Anthony and Benedict, and Colin tells them that he doesn't know how long he's gonna end up staying, but at least through the end of this season. Anthony tells him, like, man, you're 33 years old. You need to take this season seriously. Just see what happens. Like, you're 33 years old. Like, we're Bridgertons, you gotta step up. Colin just shakes his head saying, I'm the third brother, like it's not a big deal, it doesn't really matter. And Anthony says, that's true, but are you even happy? Like, I just want you to be happy and you keep leaving, so I don't know if you truly are. It's time for a ball. Penelope is low-key loving the spinster lifestyle. She no longer has to dance. She isn't involved in boring discussions that she could care less about. And she also doesn't have to eat like a bird. Like, she can like full on eat if she wants to. And during this moment, Colin comes up to talk to her while she's eating an eclair and she drops it. And there's a little bit of a funny scene that happens there. I won't go too in depth on it just because it's not really important. But there is a little funny moment where Penelope tells him, like, you could get away with anything if you wanted to. You're Colin Bridgerton. In this moment, Colin compliments the fact that Penelope is no longer in yellow, so he has noticed this. She is in this beautiful green color, and now we have another callback. Please remember the Viscount who loved me when she was hanging out with Kate. Kate told her, I really think green would do wonders for your complexion. And look at her now, she's in green at a ball. Colin is a little taken back by this conversation because he's never realized how easy it is to talk to Penelope and how much he really enjoys their conversations together. This is also when Colin's wondering to himself why she's never had any suitors, because she really is such a fun person. She has a sense of humor and he doesn't understand why no one's ever gone after her. Lady Danbury comes up, she asks Penelope, how much did he pay you to stay with him right now so that he didn't have to talk to me? Come on, tell me how much. They end up admitting that he offered to pay her 20 pounds, and Lady Danbury looks at her and goes, you should have waited until he paid you 25 pounds because he happily would have shelled out that money so that he wouldn't have to talk to me. But that's okay because I have an announcement to make to y'all anyway. I have decided that whoever will uncover the identity of Lady Whistledown, I will pay £1,000 to. And everyone in the room is losing their mind over this. Everyone is chattering and talking about it. But until we can continue on with the ball, Lady Whistledown, we pan to one of her announcements. Now, obviously, this is probably a few days after the ball, but this is how the next chapter starts. We'll go back to the ball after this announcement. She hears about Lady Danbury's plan to uncover her identity, and she goes, game on. Give it your best shot. Y'all will not be able to figure it out. Back to the ball, Nigel pops up, and as soon as Nigel pops up, the two of them look at each other and go, well, now everyone's gonna know about this arrangement because Nigel can't keep his mouth shut. Anywho, everyone in this group is talking about who they think Lady Whistledown might be, and Penelope turns to Colin and she asks him, who do you think it is? And Colin just kind of shakes his head and he doesn't say anything. Penelope knows that he really does have theories and that he is a very smart man, even though many people don't talk about that fact. Many people just say, oh, he's a Bridgerton, he's just so cute, no big deal, there's really not much to him, but he is smart. She takes note of this. He, in turn, asks her, well, who do you think Lady Whistledown is? To which Penelope doesn't miss a beat, and she says, I obviously think it's Lady Danbury because at the end of the day, paying someone £1,000 to uncover someone's identity is a pretty good cover-up act, and it makes a lot of sense to me. It's in this very moment because, mind you, no one pays attention to Penelope when she's talking. No one heard her say this. The Lady Danbury turns around and goes, Penelope, who do you think it is? And we just have Colin cracking up back there, basically taunting her and smiling, giving her eyes like, go on, tell her what you told me. And normally, like, she would mumble something under her breath and like kind of just back away into the shadows, not be a part of the conversation. But since he's looking at her like this, it's almost like he is giving her that confidence to say what she wants to say. And so she looks at Lady Danbury and says, I think it's you. Everyone in the crowd stops in their tracks, looks at her being like, what did you just say? And Lady Danbury goes, I knew I liked you, Penelope Featherington. I knew I did because I know there are so many people in this room who probably think it's me, but none of them had the guts to say it to my face. Well done, Penelope. And while this is happening, Colin's just standing there with the biggest grin on his face, smiling at Pin because he is so proud. Guys, and this is just chapter 2. We're already off to a great start. The next day we see that Penelope is invited to the Bridgertons for some tea, and instead of taking a carriage, she decides, you know what, it's actually a kind of nice day, it's drizzling a little bit, I'm gonna walk. Penelope's a little high on life right now while she's taking her walk, and so she thinks, I'm gonna go a different way today. We're gonna cut through the park, it's gonna be amazing, and again, it's drizzling, and she goes, I kind of want to dance in the rain. And so that's what she starts doing. She is by herself, there's really no one in sight, and she just kind of starts dancing in the park, in the rain. And who do you think would come up and see her doing this? Any guesses? Colin does. And he stops her and he goes, were you just dancing in the rain? To which Penelope says, no, of course not, like I wasn't. And Colin responds with, well, that's such a shame because if you were, I would have loved to have joined you. I've actually never danced here before. When Colin tells her this, Penelope feels another boost of confidence, smiles at him and goes, well, that's unfortunate for you, Colin Bridgerton. To which he responds with, I thought you just said you weren't dancing. I lied. Colin actually starts to make his way towards her, and when she realizes he's actually going to start dancing with her, she questions him. Colin's like, what are you talking about? I just told you I was going to dance with you. To that, Penelope is like, no. What if people see? Like, this is not good. Colin responds with, I don't care what people think, do you? She gets a little sad and she says, people will assume that you are courting me. As soon as she says this, he can see how sad she is over this fact, and he starts feeling an emotion he's never felt before, which is scaring him a little bit. And he tells her, is there a reason we should care if people think that I'm courting you? She says, true, it would bring some humor to the town, but at the end of the day, they're gonna realize it's not true. He immediately apologizes that the town treats her as if she is a joke, and he tells her that he doesn't understand why they treat her this way because she really is an amazing person. But after he says that, he really has nothing else to say about this scenario, which is a first for Colin because he always has something to say, and so this even surprises him. To kind of combat the awkward silence that's happening right now, he looks at her and goes, you know what, let's start this day over. Hey Penelope, what are you doing in the park unaccompanied? Like, you should have someone with you. She just says, I'm 28 years old, I'm a spinster. It's not a big deal that I don't have anyone else with me. She even says, I'm the same age as Eloise. Eloise should be married at this moment in time, is what Colin tells her. To which Penelope says, you're 33. You should be married at this moment in time. We're 28. It's not a big deal because you're 33, sir. And this really surprises Colin because no one other than members of his family have ever said anything like this before to his face. And so he really is starting to slowly see Penelope in a new light. And because he's enjoying this banter so much, they playfully go back and forth for quite a bit more time until eventually he says, okay, are you ready to go? We need to get there for tea. And she goes, is it because you're hungry? To which he responds, oh yes, I am starving. I really love my family, but in reality, I just go for the food. Lady Whistledown has the most confusing update about who danced with who at the latest ball, and it's just like a weird web of people. I'm gonna read off my notes for this one because it's confusing and really none of them are up here. But if I had to read it, y'all need to know what it is because it's a lot. So we know that Jeffrey Albinsdale was dancing with Felicity Featherington. I didn't mention this earlier, but this is who we're pretty sure is going to end up with Felicity in the end. Like, that is who is like hardcore courting her. Felicity Featherington was seen dancing with Lucas Hotchkiss. Lucas Hotchkiss was seen dancing with Hyacinth Bridgerton. Hyacinth Bridgerton was seen dancing with Viscount Brunswick. Viscount Brunswick was seen dancing with Jane Hotchkiss. Jane Hotchkiss was seen dancing with Colin Bridgerton. And then later that night, Penelope Featherington was seen talking to Jeffrey Albinsdale. And Lady Whistledown notes that it really just would have been full circle if they would have danced together, but they didn't. Very confusing, and I don't know how that was important information, but there you go, I had to know, y'all have to know it. Anywho, Colin and Penelope finally make it to the Bridgerton tea. We see that all the ladies are gathered in there talking about Lady Whistledown and all the latest gossip. Hyacinth, Eloise, and Kate are catching everyone up on this. And overhearing them talk about the latest gossip makes Colin question them and say, are y'all sure one of y'all are not Lady Whistledown? Y'all seem to know everything that's going on right now. I feel like someone in this room is Lady Whistledown. They all laughed at him over this, and before we can go forward with our story, we have some family updates for y'all. Now, this family update is honestly not important in this book or the next book, but it does come up later in book 6. We learned that Francesca ended up getting married the same year Benedict did, and she was married very happily for 2 years to an earl. After those first 2 years, sadly that earl passed away and Francesca is now a widow. Instead of Francesca moving back with the Bridgertons, she decides to stay where she's at, which is in Scotland. So she is now a widow in Scotland. We will see and learn more about Francesca when it's time for her book. The Bridgertons plus Penelope spend the rest of their tea time talking about all their theories about who Lady Whistledown might be. Their top contenders: Penelope, Eloise, Lady Danbury. Basically, no one actually knows who she is. Colin gets up for a little bit to grab some more food, sits back down, and he says, maybe we would all uncover who Lady Whistledown is if we just turned to our left. Eloise laughs, turns to her right, and goes, is that why you chose to sit by me? Just so you could make that joke? Yes, I've been plotting it all lunch. 2 days have passed at this time. Penelope has decided to go visit Eloise is not present, but she decides that she'll just go wait for her in the drawing room. No one is around, and she sees that Colin left his journal open in the middle of the room. And so for some reason, Penelope's like, I'm just gonna take a little peek. If he didn't want people to read it, he shouldn't have left it open right here. Like, obviously he wants someone to read it. I'm just gonna take a little peek. No one will ever know. She takes more than a little peek. She kind of gets engrossed and lost in these stories, which are just talking about his time while he was traveling. Colin comes back into the room and he's like, what are you doing right now? What on earth are you doing? This scares her, as it should, because she's in the wrong here. But Penelope just responds with, you should have taken it with you. Colin says, well, where I was going, there was no room for it. It's a really small book. It would have fit anywhere. I'm trying to be polite and not tell you that I went to the chamber pot, but if you just know, that's where I went. And now she's just staring at him like, oh, my bad. At this point, Penelope is so embarrassed, and so she's about to collect all her stuff and just leave, but Colin says, no, I'm just gonna leave. I'm moving out of this house anyway. I'm just gonna go. Penelope is really irritated at Colin in this moment, and she's like, why are you making it so hard for me to apologize to you over this situation? Colin doesn't stop what he's doing. He's still packing up everything, and he just says, why should I? Penelope responds with, because it's the kind thing to do. The kind thing to do. Was it the kind thing to do when you were going through my personal journal? No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Penelope tries to apologize to him. He interrupts her and he takes his index finger and pokes her right in the shoulder. Nothing you can say to justify what you were doing. She tries to respond to this, but while Colin is packing up to leave, he ends up cutting his hand, and so he screams, ow. She is feeling a little faint over the sight of blood. Colin's sitting down trying to tend to his wound with his handkerchief. She's sitting down trying not to pass out. The butlers come in with all the food for them. Colin's raising his other hand so he doesn't see that he's injured. It's like, thank you so much. He doesn't want his mom to know that any of this has happened. And so honestly, they get to bond a little bit on this couch. It is also in this moment that since they're sitting right next to each other on the couch, Colin realizes just how pretty Penelope's eyes are and how he has never noticed it before. He was thinking back about how if anyone were to have asked him yesterday or 5 or 10 years ago, he would never be able to tell them the color of her eyes, but moving forward, he's never gonna be able to forget the color of her eyes. Penelope continues to apologize for the journal, and she genuinely tells him, like, you are such a great writer. This makes Colin's day because no one has ever told him that before. I mentioned this earlier, but Colin in the Bridgerton family is really just known for being the funny one / the cute one. No one really thinks of him as anything other than that. It's a big reason on why he keeps traveling. To hear that he is actually good at something that he loves is just amazing to him. This is just the best thing she could have ever said. This moment is really freaking Colin out because he's really seeing Penelope in a completely different light, and he continues to keep seeing her like this. And he is just thinking to himself, what is going on? This is my friend Penelope Featherington. I shouldn't be thinking or feeling this way. But he pushes this thought to the back of his mind, and they keep talking. They're having a really good conversation, and Colin asks her, what do you do to fill your life with purpose? I also just want to note that in his head, he is thinking about grabbing her chin and tilting it up to him, but he doesn't because it'd be way too forward. But he is thinking about it in that moment. She tells him that she doesn't really do much. She just reads, she embroiders, etc., but she wishes she could do more. Colin opens up to her during this time and tells her traveling is not enough for him. He keeps doing it thinking that it's going to fulfill something in him, and he enjoys it and he loves what he gets to see, but it's not enough for him anymore. Colin also admits that he believes that since he's been traveling so much, he doesn't really know his family, and his family doesn't really know him. Penelope tells him, you can still change this. You're only 33. You're a man. You have time to change this. Colin argues her a little bit, saying you don't understand, it really isn't that easy. To which Penelope responds with, yes, it is. You are a man who is adored by the town. Try living the life of a 28-year-old spinster for a day and then get back to me and saying that your life isn't luxurious and you can't change it. Penelope gets up and leaves. She's done. He has made her so angry with his statement. For the rest of the day, Colin feels awful. 1, his hand really hurts. 2, he knows that he made Penelope angry. And then 3, he can't stop thinking about her, which is making him feel crazy and insane, and he doesn't know what's happening to him. While this is happening, he remembers that moment from book 3 that we already talked about in the prologue about how she overheard him, and that just makes him feel worse because he's just now realizing like how much his friendship with Penelope means to him. Also, he's starting to think that he likes her a lot more than how he previously believed. So he's freaking out. We also learn that while Penelope has forgiven him for that moment that happened in the last book with her overhearing him, Colin's never forgiven himself for that situation, and so he really still grapples with that. There is a musical event tonight. Colin was not planning on going, but he knows Penelope will be there and he needs to go apologize and he needs to see her and talk to her. So let's go to the event. Pen is sitting there and she's thinking to herself, why did I come? These women are tone deaf. No one else is really here because they're horrible at what they're doing. Why did I show up? She also decides that instead of sitting in the open seats in the back, her and Felicity are going to sit towards the middle, so at least they will have some people while they're performing smiling at them and looking happy instead of being judgmental. Eloise arrives at the event, finds Penelope and goes, I wasn't really going to come, but like I can't miss this. Compare this event to a train wreck that you cannot look away from. That is this musical event for this town. Lady Danbury is sitting right next to them and she tells Penelope, like, I'm just like you. It's why I go to all these events. I want them to look out in the crowd and not see judgmental people. I want them to see people are actually paying attention to them and they try. You know, they try. Eloise, Penelope, and Lady Danbury are all discussing who Lady Whistledown might be. Lady Danbury says, I think it's Penelope. To which Felicity's like, it's not my sister. It could never in a million years be my sister. Penelope's response is, well, I still think it's you. We can't get away from the fact that I know it's you. And Lady Danbury is just brushing this off saying, you've already said this. Eloise responds with, you're not denying it. Does that mean that you are finally admitting that you are Lady Whistledown? Lady Danbury says, of course not. And if I were Lady Whistledown, I would be a fool to admit it in public. She also mentions that if Lady Whistledown were someone super important in society or obvious, she would have been discovered by now. So it has to be someone that people don't pay a lot of attention to. Make a note of what I'm about to say. Lady Danbury looks at all of them and says, I can promise you right now, Lady Whistledown will not be talking about this event tonight. She won't want to hurt the performers' feelings and she doesn't care about the rest of the people that are in attendance. The show is about to start, but they all turn their attention to the right because they hear a whole bunch of people groaning, and that is because Colin Bridgerton is like basically pushing through the people in the crowd to try and find the empty seat that is right next to Lady Danbury because that's where he wants to sit. The show is over and Colin goes up to Penelope and he says, let's take a loop around the room, like I need to talk to you. And they both end up apologizing to one another. Penelope tells him, if you want to be different to everyone in the town, you need to publish your journals. They will see you in this new light and they will see you for who you truly are. Colin shakes his head at this because he says at the end of the day, they're just gonna see the title Bridgerton and I won't know if I'm successful because I'm good at what I'm doing or because I'm a Bridgerton. Before Penelope can even respond to this, Eloise runs up to them and is like, what are y'all even talking about? And she stares at Penelope when she asks this, and Penelope says, I can't tell you, I'm so sorry. Eloise is low-key kind of offended because she's like, we don't keep any secrets from one another. Penelope says, it's not mine to share. And Colin just kind of smiles and shrugs, like, the three of them keep chatting, and Penelope tells him that she can't remember having a nicer evening than this. Later that night, we pan to Colin in his bed, staring up the ceiling, thinking to himself the exact same thing. The next day, guess who actually has a gossip column out? Lady Whistledown does. Hint, hint, wink, wink. This column is just talking about how Colin and Penelope were talking all night, but no one really knows what they were discussing, but they were seen talking and making loops around the room with one another. Again, hint, hint, wink, wink. It is now 2 days after the musical event. Penelope's butler comes up to her room and knocks on her door and says, Colin Bridgerton is here to see you. Which Penelope responds with, tell him I need 15 minutes. I will be right down in 15 minutes. The whole time she's just repeating to herself, calm, calm. We need to stay calm. Everything is okay. Just breathe. And she is so excited. She runs down the stairs. She says, hi, Colin. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. He immediately goes, I need to talk to you. I wholeheartedly believe Eloise is Lady Whistledown. This is not okay. We need to talk. And she is just in shock saying, why do you even think that she's Lady Whistledown? This makes no sense. I feel like I would know if she were Lady Whistledown. To which Colin responds with, she is always covered in ink for some reason. She keeps writing these secret letters. No one knows where she is when she's writing these letters. And also she knows all the town gossip. It just makes sense. Eloise is Lady Whistledown. Colin just keeps telling Penelope, I don't know what to do. This is a disaster because she will be ruined if the town learns that she's Lady Whistledown. Penelope is responding with, what do you mean ruined? Like, I don't understand. Colin tells her that Lady Whistledown has been making fun of people for 10 years. Even though they read her gossip sheets every week, she's not a hero to them. In fact, she's a villain because she's been making fun of them. Whoever Lady Whistledown is revealed to be is going to have to leave town. It's going to be so bad. Colin tells her that sometimes a rumor is actually way worse than the truth could ever be, because once a rumor has started, the damage is already done. And he gives her an example that's a little out there and outlandish, but here's the example. He tells her, imagine there was a rumor that I seduced you, Penelope. Everyone would believe that. You would be ruined. And we haven't even kissed. But you would still be ruined because of that rumor. And she's like, her face is red as a tomato, not knowing how to respond, being like, interesting. Now that he's brought up this example, this is the only thing he can think of in this moment. He's not saying anything because he's just focused on, why did I say that? Why did I give that as an example? Now I can't stop thinking about this example. Penelope looks at Colin and she keeps repeating his name. He's not answering. Again, he's lost in his daydreams right now. She finally gets his attention and she very shyly goes, can I ask you a question? Colin immediately knows whatever Penelope is about to ask him is going to be a bad idea, but he says of course anyway. Penelope looks at him and hesitantly says, will you kiss me? Colin turns bright red and doesn't know what to say in this moment, so Penelope's just like, forget I said anything, I'm so sorry, we're just gonna ignore that I brought this up. Never happened. But before Colin can even get a word in, Penelope shakes her head and said, you know what, no. I am done taking things back because I don't think that people are going to accept me for who I am. I'm still asking you this question. I'm not taking it back. We're leaving it hanging here in the air. Colin is still speechless and doesn't know what to say. Penelope says, it won't mean a thing. We never have to talk about it. I'm not promising you anything. You don't have to promise me anything. I just am 28 years old. I have never been kissed. I could end up dying tomorrow and I will have died never of being kissed. Colin honestly is thinking this through and he's like, no, like I'm not gonna do this, no. And then she looks at him and genuinely just says, please. And he could not for the life of him remember the last time anyone has ever needed him. He doesn't say anything. He takes a step forward, grabs her chin, and kisses her. And it's a good kiss, y'all. It's a good kiss. While this is happening, he's thinking to himself, it has never felt like this for me. What is going on? He stops. He looks at Penelope and he goes, you know, like you can kiss me too. To which she responds with, I don't know what I'm doing. Before we get a little teach me moment, she thanks him, and once she says thank you, he feels so guilty, and he cannot go on. He feels so guilty over this. She can see that he's wrestling with something, and she doesn't think it's guilt. She thinks that he is mad or angry, and she just tells him, it's okay, I practically forced you to kiss me anyway, it's not a big deal. He tells her that he needs to go, but his feet literally aren't moving, and he just keeps repeating, I need to go. I need to go, but he's not moving. He's just standing there. And while he's standing there, he starts to say, I didn't, and then immediately stops what he's saying. So he's like, no, we are not going there. I'm out of here. And he starts heading towards the door. This is all because he didn't know what to say. He wanted to tell her that he didn't kiss her out of pity, but this also was freaking him out because he was grappling with these feelings. Instead of saying anything else, he gets to the door and says, I have to go. And he has never been more angry at himself for doing this, and he can't stop thinking about it. Later we see that Colin gets summoned to Violet's house, and while he is waiting to talk to his mother, Eloise pops up and asks him, why were you seen at Penelope's house the other day? To which Colin is freaking out internally, being like, did Penelope tell you about what happened? Do you happen to know about the moment that we shared the other day? Like, what is going on? He asks her, what do you know? How do you know? And Eloise responds with, Felicity told Hyacinth, Hyacinth told me. And in this exact moment, a light bulb goes off in Colin's mind, and he wholeheartedly believes that Eloise is Lady Whistledown. She knows too much. She is Lady Whistledown. Colin yanks Eloise by the arm, pulls her into the nearest bedroom, asks her point blank, are you Lady Whistledown? Tell me now, I need to know. She just laughs in his face thinking, why on earth would you think that it's me? He sees her always covered in ink. He knows that she's writing all these secret letters all the time. And as soon as he mentions the letters, she starts to blush. She starts to blush a little bit. Take note of that. Take note of that right now for the next book, but moving forward, we learn that she is in fact not Lady Whistledown. Speaking of Lady Whistledown, her next column is announcing her retirement. She's done. She's retiring. Lady Whistledown is no more. Everyone is currently talking about this announcement, and honestly, they're really sad that Lady Whistledown is no more. It is the end of an era for them, and all of the women are just saying, where are we going to get our latest gossip? How are we going to know what's happening in the town? And so everyone's just a little sad. Penelope is currently chatting with Hyacinth, and Hyacinth asks her, do you know why Eloise and Colin were shouting at each other the other day? Now this sends Penelope into panic mode because she's like, does she know about the kiss? Does my best friend just know that I kissed her brother? Like, oh no, this is horrible. But again, We're keeping our composure, and we're just gonna say, I have no idea. I have no clue what happened. One thing I forgot to mention is we are currently at a ball. That is our setting. Hyacinth leaves Penelope, Lady Danbury appears, and they have a little heart-to-heart. Lady Danbury tells her that it is time she finds a man. She deserves love, she deserves happiness, and Lady Danbury is gonna help her find someone. She's gonna help her. Penelope admits that like she's always had a crush on Colin, and Lady Danbury sitting there be like, we've known. Everyone in this town can tell, girl, and you have got to move on. If he's not reciprocating, you have got to move on. And Lady Danbury immediately goes, well, speak of the devil, which causes Penelope to whip her head around and see that Colin is making his way over to her. Lady Danbury snaps at Penelope and goes, turn around. Do not let him know that you are waiting for him. No, no, no. He will make his way over here. Do not give him that satisfaction. Once Colin makes his way over to Penelope, he really can't say anything because Cressida literally stops the ball and is like, I have an announcement. Everyone listen to me. I have an announcement. Everyone gathers around, and Cressida clears her throat and says, I know Lady Whistledown was just announcing her retirement, but let me tell you that I am the one who announced my retirement because I am Lady Whistledown. And everyone is in disbelief. Their jaws are on the floor. They are like, no flipping way that she is Lady Whistledown. No, no, no. Lady Danbury notices that Cressida is coming towards her, and she's like, dang it, I should have left when I had my chance. Cressida comes up to her and says, I would like my £1,000, please. Which Lady Danbury replies with, I don't believe you. You never said we couldn't unmask ourselves, and I am Lady Whistledown. Danbury asks Penelope and says, what do you think? Do you think she could be Lady Whistledown? Make note of this response, ladies and gents. Penelope says, there is no way she is Lady Whistledown because it would break my heart if Lady Whistledown was someone like her. Make note of that once again. And this just humiliates Cressida so much. She's still standing there, her head's still a little high. And Lady Danbury says, I need proof. If you're gonna claim this and I'm gonna have to give you £1,000, I need proof that you were Lady Whistledown. Everyone is talking about this news whispering, is it actually Cressida? Is Cressida actually Lady Whistledown? Is this what we were missing our whole lives? Like, what is happening? While this conversation is happening, we are panning over to Colin, who's just smiling at Penelope so wide and so proud of her for standing up to Cressida, who has always treated her horribly, if you remember in the previous books. Lady Danbury looks at Colin and says, most people don't ever see this side of Penelope. To which Colin responds, I know. And he's just so proud of her, and Lady Danbury is looking at him and be like, maybe this isn't unrequited love. Maybe there are feelings here. Penelope says that this was way too much for one night, so she and Felicity are about to head home, but she has to go grab her carriage. Colin walks out with her, and even though he wasn't able to apologize to her, he at least got to hold her hand for 5 minutes. And that was the highlight of his night. Colin wakes up with the intention of apologizing to Penelope today. That is his sole mission. He walks outside, about to head over to the feathering house. He notices that Penelope is leaving. Instead of going up to her and apologizing right then and there, he thinks to himself, where is she going without an escort? So he follows her. He's following her into town. He is mad that she's by herself because this is very dangerous for a woman to be out by themselves, especially in these areas. He follows her to a church though. She walks into the church and she starts counting. She starts counting until she finds the pew that she wants to be in, gets to the middle of it, pulls out one of the prayer books from behind the pew in front of her, puts an envelope in there, and then immediately Colin goes, well, well, well. What do we have here, Penelope? And Penelope is like, what are you doing here? How did you know that I was here? What is happening? And he's like, I followed you. What are you doing without an escort? What is going on right now? I do not understand. And I think I need to pray about it. I think I really need to pray about it. And so he leans forward, grabs that prayer book and the envelope inside. He opens the envelope. And what does he find? He finds an article by Lady Whistledown that has not been published yet, announcing that she is out of retirement for one night only to say that Cressida Cowper is not Lady Whistledown. It will never be her. And we have found our Lady Whistledown, ladies and gents. Our Lady Whistledown is Penelope Featherington. I wish the show would have had the reveal like this. I understand why they did it in season 1, but the build-up in the book series was completely worth it, and I wish we would have kept it that way. Let me change out the picture. Let's put the queen in her rightful spot. Colin is in complete shock right now. He's also thinking back about how Penelope was probably laughing at him the other day when he was convinced that it was his own sister. He asks her, why couldn't you just let Lady Whistledown go into retirement? Why are we having the comeback right now? And she responds with, I couldn't let her win. Which honestly is very valid because Cressida has treated Penelope horribly throughout the years. I understand where she is coming from. They have since left the church. They are now in Colin's carriage. And they are further discussing this. He tells her that if she submits this Lady Whistledown article and people find out that it is her, and they will find out that it's her because they are searching high and low, she will be ruined. She will be ruined. He can't even bear the fact that she could get hurt during this scenario. Penelope looks at him and says, Cresta wasn't ruined when she made this announcement. Why would I be ruined? And Colin's saying the worst thing that any man could ever say in this moment. Cressida is different. Penelope's heart is shattering right now. She looks at him and she says, I thought you were different. I thought that you saw past this ugly duckling persona that everyone has casted on me and saw that I was more. He says, you're not ugly, you're beautiful. She shakes her head and says, don't say things you don't mean. He keeps repeating, you're beautiful. I don't know how, I don't know when. And he swoops in and he kisses her. He also pulls away and keeps repeating, you are beautiful, Penelope, you are beautiful. And then they keep kissing for a bit. They keep kissing in the carriage for a bit. And if I'm being fully transparent, they do like a little more than kissing, not a whole bunch more, but like a little more than kissing until Colin realizes that the carriage has stopped and the carriage is not moving. And he's like, oh no, we are outside of your front door. Do you think anyone will know that I was here dropping off? Will they recognize my carriage? And Penelope is saying, my mom won't recognize, but the butler let you in the other day. He will know. Colin tells her okay and says, quickly, make yourself presentable. We have got to go in. I gotta make myself presentable too. She's a little shook that he said we, but she's like, okay, no big deal. He steps out of the carriage, gives her his hand and says, goodness sake, Penelope, are you gonna marry me or not? This makes her literally fall out of the carriage and land on her butt. He asks her why she is so surprised by him proposing, and he tells her, like, I do not do what I just did with you to a woman and not propose to her. Like, who do you think I am? We are going to get married. I need to go talk to your mom right away. Penelope is still clearly in shock over this happening, but she's like, all right, like, let's go into the house. They get in there. He's asking where her mother is. She goes, well, it's Tuesday, so they're going to be in the drawing room. They head into the drawing room. Lady Featherington is there along with the rest of the Featherington clan because Tuesdays are the Featherington family meeting days. So everyone's there. As soon as she sees Colin, she goes, Penelope, go to the kitchen and go fetch him some biscuits. Go, go, go. We need to make sure that he is fed. To which Colin says, can she not just ring for someone and make it a little easier? Lady Featherington tells him, well, we could, but Penelope really doesn't mind. Colin looks her dead in the eye and says, I mind. Ring someone else to do it. Honestly, they keep irritating Colin because they ask Colin to sit down, but they won't make any space for Penelope. Felicity offers to get up and for Penelope to have her seat, but Lady Featherington says, no, 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 you've been sick recently. It's not a big deal. And Colin notes, she does not look sick at all. So let me remind you of what we were talking about back in chapter 1, about how for some strange reason, Lady Featherington believes that Felicity and Colin could be a perfect match and get married. So Lady Featherington believes that's why Colin is here. Lady Featherington keeps saying, Felicity, tell him all about your watercolor art. Colin, being a gentleman, is like, how's your watercolor art going? Felicity goes, it's fine. Short and quick, because she also doesn't want to be in this position and she also understands what's going on with Colin and Penelope. She gets the vibe, even though she's the only Featherington that does. Colin says, honestly, Lady Featherington, the only reason I'm here is to talk to you. Can I get a moment to talk to you? As soon as Felicity hears this, she goes, you know what, Colin Bridgerton, I will go show you my watercolors. I left them in my room. I will be right back. And Colin smiles at this because he knows she's not coming back at all. Everyone else clears the room. They try to get Penelope to come with them and Colin says Penelope is staying. Lady Featherington is like, okay, Penelope, you can stay, I guess, sure. Colin looks at Lady Featherington and says, I would like to marry your daughter. Lady Featherington just keeps hollering, Felicity, 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 come back. Colin snaps at this point saying, why are you pushing Felicity on me at this point? I don't even know her. She's the same age as my youngest sibling. Obviously, I don't want to be with her. I want to marry Penelope. And her jaw drops to the floor. She was not expecting that anyone would want to marry Penelope. Nonetheless, Colin Bridgerton. Lady Featherington says, of course you can marry her. I just wasn't expecting this, but of course you can. Like, we'd be an idiot not to accept this. Colin looks at her and says, perfect. Well, then I suggest that you treat my fiance way better than you are treating her right now. She deserves respect. And after this horribly awkward moment, Lady Featherington shakes her head, nods it up and down and says, welcome to the family. It's been 3 days since they made their marriage announcement. Eloise is talking to Penelope and says, wow, it's such a shame that Lady Whistledown is retired because I just feel like she would love to talk about you and Colin. Penelope says, I mean, honestly, I would love to hear it from her point of view because she once wrote that she would have to retire if Penelope Featherington and Colin Bridgerton ever got together. And Eloise is like, oh my gosh, you're right. What a full circle moment. Not realizing that little fact we learned earlier. Colin comes in the room, they all chat for a little bit, and then Eloise excuses herself, and when she leaves, she shuts the door. Colin goes, "She has always been my favorite sister. This is amazing." Penelope doesn't really get the drift until he starts kissing her a little bit, but then she understands. Colin abruptly stops and says, "Is there any way we can move this wedding forward, or we can just elope?" Penelope says, "You know, both mine and your mother would not be happy if that were to happen." Also tells her that he stopped kissing her because he wants her right now, and he told her this because he didn't want her to think that she did something wrong or he wasn't into her anymore. He needed that to be clear in Penelope's mind. A few days later, Colin actually decides to go visit Daphne, and Daphne is so surprised that he's here. She's asking him, like, "Have you already visited Benedict and Antony?" Colin responds with, "No, what I need to ask you, I don't really want to ask them," which has her a little wary, but she's like, "Okay, like, I'll listen, why not?" He looks her in the eye and says, "How did you know? How did you know that you were in love?" And Daphne is so taken aback by this question, but also she's so happy. She looks at him, she's like, "If you have to ask me this question, you are more than halfway to that point. Like, you are pretty dang close to being in love if you are not already there." But she explains that it's not sudden for most people, like they say. It's not like you've been struck by lightning and just know immediately. Benedict is just bizarre and it just happened to happen to him like that. But for Daphne and Simon, it wasn't immediate. She didn't know as soon as she saw that that was going to be her husband. And so this puts Colin at ease a little bit because he's known Penelope his whole life and he's never felt these feelings towards her until now. The engagement party is full of people whispering because Lady Whistledown just came out of retirement. And Colin is furious. He is straight up seeing red. But before we get to that moment, why don't we pan and see what our girl Lady Whistledown actually wrote about. Please make a mental note of what I'm about to say because Lady Whistledown writes about how Cressida is not her and Cressida was in the wrong for saying this, yada yada yada, but ends the letter by saying, "Dearest reader, it would break my heart if someone like Cressida were Lady Whistledown, and I hope it would break yours too." As I said, Colin is so mad right now and he keeps trying to come up with an excuse to get Penelope out of there because he needs to talk to her. Penelope is having a mental freak out because this was not supposed to come out for like a few more days. It was not supposed to drop the night of the engagement party. She was still planning on this Lady Whistledown paper to come out, but not on this night. Antony makes a toast and Colin leans over to Penelope and says, "After this, we are going to waltz, have our first dance, and once everyone starts to join us, me and you are going to sneak out of the room and we are going to talk about this. But until then, we're not mentioning it." Penelope tries to explain what is going on and Colin's just like, "No, not right now. No, no, no." They start dancing. Again, Penelope is trying to speak on it and Colin is like, "We have 10 minutes of us dancing. Do not bring up this situation." To which Penelope says, "It's our first dance as an engaged couple. Like, people are celebrating us. I should be smiling right now." "So smile. You should be smiling right now." He says nothing to that. After the dance, Colin pulls Penelope into the hall and then immediately opens up a small door that takes them up to a staircase, and Penelope realizes that we have now entered Colin's room. He doesn't say anything once they are in the room, and he also doesn't turn on a candle or anything like that, so they are literally just standing in the dark. After a few moments, he looks at her and tells her, "You have impeccable timing to have this drop on our engagement night. You know I'm not gonna be able to do anything about this. Like, you have impeccable timing." She admits to him, like, "Yes, I knew that if I still were to carry along with Whistledown, you wouldn't leave me high and dry. We would still be engaged and get married. I knew that about you. But I promise I was not intending for this to come out during our engagement party. It was supposed to come out in the next few days." Colin, again, is so mad and just looks at her and says, "Why couldn't you take the perfect alibi and end this situation once and for all? Let Cressida be Lady Whistledown." Penelope keeps saying, "I can't let my life's work go to her. I cannot let that happen to me. I know that other people will try and take credit for what I've done and I'm okay with that, but it can't be Cressida." As soon as she mentions this is her life's work, Colin's whole demeanor just changes immediately. And now he just keeps thinking that she's so witty and amazing and resourceful and nobody else sees this, and he does sort of understand her point, even though it was poorly executed. He grabs her, holds her in his arms, and this is the moment he realizes that he is truly in love with her. They start kissing for a little bit, and they definitely do a whole lot more than kissing. If you've heard about the mirror scene, I don't know if it's gonna be in the show because the show's not out yet, but I know everyone's been talking about the mirror scene, and you want to read it. That is this chapter, chapter 18. Again, things definitely escalated for them in this moment, but now we are going a few weeks into the future and we see that Colin and Penelope are now married. Penelope is asking him if they're gonna end up taking a honeymoon trip, and Colin says eventually we will. Penelope is like, why aren't we taking one now? You love to travel, and I really have never been anywhere. I really want to go somewhere. And Colin stops her and he goes, we will take one later this year, but if anything comes out about Lady Whistledown, I want to be here to be the one in charge of damage control. I do not want anyone talking about you or your character if I am not here to control the narrative, because that is not fair. Later this night, Colin marks a few pages in his journal for Penelope to read. Now this is a real 180 for them, because earlier she was wanting to read something of his and he completely told her no, it wasn't ready, she didn't need to see it yet. And he thought to himself, like, she's a good writer, she knows what she's doing. And so he was a little embarrassed to show her, but he opened up, let her read those journal pages, and she was just amazed. She's telling him, like, you are so good at this, you need to publish these, people would love these, doesn't matter if you're a Bridgerton or not, you are talented. And this is making him feel amazing, because one, she knows what she's talking about, she is a published star, if you will, she's a star. And then two, like, he's not just a Bridgerton brother, he has something else to contribute. Now it's time for our Lady Whistledown lore. We finally get some background knowledge on how Penelope became Lady Whistledown, which I just think is so interesting. Let's get into it. We learned that Penelope started Lady Whistledown during her first season when she was 17 years old. She had a horrible night. She was dressed up in a horrendous yellow dress. People were not nice to her this night. She went home, she wrote down every little thing she saw, everything she heard, everything people said to her, and she just got it off her chest. She didn't even sign it, Love Lady Whistledown, or anything like that, or even her name. It was just purely cathartic to get it off of her chest. She's writing all these letters downstairs while her family is out, and she has to go upstairs for something really, really quick. She comes back down and she notices that her father's solicitor is reading all of these letters. He looks up at her and he tells her, this is amazing. People need to read these. It doesn't matter that you are being a little rude to people in the town. People need to hear this. So he put everything together for her. He contacted the publishing house, he hired the delivery boys, paid them with cash to get them started. He literally handled everything. He also is the reason that Lady Whistledown did not charge her gossip columns the first few weeks that they had them and that they existed. He told her that people need to get hooked on these articles before we start charging them. He's out here making money moves, let me tell you. Also, with the money that she made, because you're probably thinking to yourself, man, she's rich. She is so rich. The solicitor and her changed a few things in her father's will to make it seem like Lady Featherington's late husband left her more money than he did. Because in reality, he really left her nothing. And so the reason that they've been able to have the lifestyle that they've had is because of Penelope. She kept some of the money, but a lot of it she ended up anonymously donating to charity. And that's really all the background of Lady Whistledown. And I just think that that is so cool. Colin asks her in the future, what do you want to do with the rest of the money? Because I know you have it. And she smiles at him and she's like, I think if we ever have daughters, I would like to use this money to give them a really good dowry. I know that you come from money, but with this extra money, I just think that this would make their lives amazing. Colin is just smiling at her in this moment and is just in awe of their life together and what could be their future. And it's a very sweet moment. But you know what? Not everything can be amazing during the honeymoon period. Colin goes out for the day, and the day that he chooses to go out, which shows up at Penelope's front door? Cressida. Cressida shows up, she looks at Penelope and she goes, I know who you are. Penelope is keeping a calm, cool demeanor and it's like, what do you mean? I am Penelope, this makes no sense. She goes, did you really think that you could get away with this? Not just being Lady Whistledown, but publicly humiliating me by saying, and I quote, it would break my heart if someone like Cressida Cowper was Lady Whistledown. And as soon as she finishes that statement, one, Penelope's eyes are about to pop out of her head, and two, Cressida slams down the latest Lady Whistledown column, where that is the final sentence. Remember I told you all to make a mental note of that? Cressida remembered that conversation. So as soon as she read that article, she knew it was Penelope. Penelope messed up on her last Lady Whistledown. Cressida tells her, since you wouldn't let me get my £1,000 from Lady Danbury, here's what we're gonna do. You need to give me £10,000 in the next 2 days for me to keep your little secret. £10,000 in 2 days? I can't even get you £10,000 in 2 weeks. What do you want from me? Cressida goes, that's not my problem. You either figure it out or I make another announcement to everyone. You have 2 days. She turns around, she leaves. Colin reappears like 3 hours later. He can see that she's visibly shaken up. She explains to him what is going on. Colin basically is pacing back and forth at this moment, trying to come up with a plan. Penelope keeps saying, Lady Danbury really likes me. Maybe she would try and help. Maybe she could lie for us. Like maybe she can do something. And Colin is saying, you really want Lady Danbury to lie for us? Like that's the life you want us to have at this point? Penelope's shaking her head saying, I don't know what else to do. Colin stops in his tracks. He tells her that he has an idea, he has a plan. He's gonna figure it out. To get ready for the ball tonight, because the book reveals that Daphne and Simon are hosting a ball for everyone in the town. Colin is trying to figure out what the heck he actually is gonna do because he doesn't truly have a plan right now, and then all of a sudden a light bulb goes off in his head and he decides to go to Antony's house. We're gonna pan back to Penelope. She's getting ready for the ball. She really doesn't want to go, but she's like, it's okay, I'll be with Colin, I'll walk in with Colin. Everything will be fine. We're just gonna pretend like everything's normal for the day and then figure out where to go from here. And then she gets a letter from the butler from Colin saying, hey, yeah, I actually can't take you to the ball. I will meet you there. Simon's gonna come escort you. Not a big deal. So now she's like flipping a lid, like I have to go in without my husband. The only thing keeping me calm was that Colin was gonna be with me the whole time. Like what on earth? She gets the event. Eloise immediately grabs her and goes, what is going on? And Penelope responds with, what are you talking about? Eloise looks at her and goes, why is Colin being so cryptic with us right now? Colin gave every single person in our family a letter saying, do not leave Penelope's side. Stick to her like glue tonight. Penelope is very much smiling now, even though she is scared for what could happen tonight, that she realizes that Colin put her first and he didn't want anything to happen to her. Colin finds Penelope, drags her away from his family. They go out into the hall and Colin says, here's what's going down. I'm going to make an announcement. You are going to breathe and I'm going to tell everyone that you are Lady Whistledown. Penelope is like, you said that's a horrible idea. I'll be ruined. Like, this is not good. Colin tells her, I told you to breathe. Take a breath. I went to Antony's today. We have his full support. Penelope is thinking, okay, like that's awesome. I'm really happy that he supports us. And Colin's like, no, you don't get it. He's a Viscount. The Bridgerton family is highly respectable, has a lot of power in this town, and he is a Viscount. If we have his support backing us, it will be okay. Not to mention, I also talked to Simon. Please remember that he's a Duke, ladies and gentlemen. So she now has the Viscount and the Duke backing her. If anything goes awry, Colin takes to the stage, he makes the announcement, presenting Lady Whistledown as Penelope. The room is silent. No one is saying anything at this moment in time. And then all of a sudden, Lady Danbury starts to clap. And then the Bridgertons start to clap along, and then slowly everyone in the room is cheering for Penelope. And Penelope's like, they might hate me later, but currently, it's okay. Everything is okay. We get to live happily ever after. And that is how Romancing with Sir Bridgerton ends. Let's go into the epilogue. We don't have too much information to share, but we still need to cover it. In the epilogue, we learned that Colin actually published a book, so he is now an author. And we learned that Penelope is currently writing a novel, and the title is going to be The Wallflower. Because that's what our girl was. Isn't that just so cute? My book also had a second epilogue, but I'm not really going to tell y'all what happened in it because it's covering a lot of the knowledge that we are going to be talking about in Eloise's book. And so I'm just going to cover it there. It'll make a whole lot more sense there. I absolutely loved both of these books. I think that they are in the 4 to 5 star range. Literally loved all of them. I'm excited to see how season 3 is going to go down with Penelope and Colin's story. This is going to cover Eloise and Francesca's books. So that is Sir Phillip with Love and When He Was Wicked. And there are a lot of things that I cannot say. So I might be alluding to certain things. We're starting with Sir Phillip with Love, which honestly is a pretty dicey book for a lot of people. You either love it or you hate it. I'll let you all know my thoughts after we finish this one. Sir Phillip with Love starts with a prologue. It is 1823 and we are following Philip Crane, who we have not met before, by the way. We have seen him in the TV show, but in the book series this is the first time we are seeing him. Philip is currently reflecting his late wife's passing and we are hitting the ground running. So this prologue is heavy. It is heavy and it's surrounding the passing of his wife, so please be aware of that. His wife's name was Marina and they were together for 8 years. Now you might recognize Marina from season 1 of Bridgerton, but in the book series this is the first time that we have seen or heard of this character. That means in season 1 they took a lot of creative liberties surrounding her character, and everything that y'all know about her staying with the Featheringtons, being related to the Featheringtons, being engaged to Colin, did not happen in the books. At all. Sir Philip describes Marina as always being melancholy, and that is the way they describe her as the book goes forward as well. She was always melancholy, never smiled, never seemed happy. That's what the book said, not me, the book. As I said, Philip is reflecting on his late wife's passing, and so we're going back in time. It was a very, very sunny and beautiful day outside. Philip had been talking to his secretary Miles for quite a bit until he decided to go to the greenhouse. We learned that Philip is a botanist, and had his eldest brother not passed away, giving Philip the title and all of the land, he would have went into academia. But instead, he now owns this land and he lives in the countryside. While Philip is working on his experiment, he looks up and he sees Marina pass by through the window. Philip doesn't really think much about this other than the fact that maybe Marina just wanted to enjoy this nice and beautiful day. We also learned that Philip and Marina have 2 children together, Oliver and Amanda. They are twins. Now, they are not casted in the show yet, so I have casted them as the main children from Nanny McPhee. If you know, you know, it just fits. It just fits. Philip is very self-aware and he knows that he is not the best father in the world, but all that matters to him is that he is just better than his dad was to him growing up. As soon as he has this thought, he thinks to himself, man, it's a really beautiful day outside. I really think my children would enjoy a nice little nature walk. Before Philip goes to get his children, he thinks to himself, Marina really should be with me. We can go spend time together as a family. So he follows after her and he sees that she is walking towards a lake. I'm skipping over this little section because it's really heavy. So we're just gonna pan to Philip has gotten Marina out of the lake. It is February, mind you, so it is pretty cold. Even though it is nice and sunny outside, it's pretty cold. He gets her back home, they try and warm her up, but sadly she succumbs to a cold and she passes away 3 days later. Right after Marina passes away, Philip looks to his kids and tells them that he is never going to leave them. This is the end of Philip's flashback, so we're gonna pan back to Philip present day. Philip is in deep thought right now because he knows that his children need a mother, or at least need a parent that is going to be more attentive to them than he currently is. His only requirement is that this wife must be happy and that she must love, or at least pretend to love, his children so that they would never know the difference. While he's thinking about who could be his potential wife, Miles, his secretary, comes in the room with a letter addressed to Philip. This letter was written by Eloise, and it is Eloise expressing her condolences to Philip over Marina's passing. We learned that Marina and Eloise are 4th cousins, and that is why she is sending her condolences to Philip. Philip knows that Eloise does not require a response back, and honestly it's not even perfect etiquette to send one back, but for some reason he feels very compelled to, and so he picks up his quill. And that is the end of our prologue. This is the first book in our series that does not start every chapter with a Lady Whistledown update. As you can see, she is no more. And instead, this chapter is actually starting off with a letter from Philip to Eloise. Philip thanks Eloise for taking the time to send her condolences, and he also sends her a pressed flower. Remember, he is a botanist. In the letter, he describes that this flower was Marina's favorite, and he also provides her with the scientific name. We are now panning to Eloise, and she once again knows that he does not need a response, but she decides to ask, how do you know so much about this flower? Eloise is very sneaky because she knows since she's ending this letter with a question, he's going to be forced to write back to her. And we love that for her. We do. In 10 days' time, Philip sends Eloise a response saying, yes, I am a botanist. Are you into science as well? Did you notice how that letter also ends in a question? Did you catch that? Eloise tells him, oh, definitely not. I'm more into humanities. That's why I'm writing you this letter. Instead of signing it yours, Eloise, as she has been signing all of her letters so far, she decides to sign it yours in friendship, Eloise, which is a little more forward for this time period, not gonna lie. Philip loved the fact that this is how she ended her letter, and he decides to send her another flower, and he ends his letter in, with great regard, Philip. As soon as Eloise receives this letter, she thinks to herself, oh my gosh, he's trying to court me. He is trying to court me, and we have never met before. Why is this man trying to court me? I don't understand. And before Eloise can even send him a response, she receives another letter from Philip. This letter from Philip is confirming that he is trying to court her, and he sends an offer for her to come visit him and his family at Romney Hall. There will be a chaperone, but he wants to see if they are indeed a perfect match, or at least suitable for a lifetime of marriage. This invitation is having Eloise reflect back to all the other times that she was proposed. We've never seen her be proposed in this series, but it tells us that she's been proposed to a total of 6 times, and she's rejected all of them. She claims that she rejected all these men because they weren't perfect, and then she stops herself and goes, no, they don't have to be perfect, but they weren't perfect for me. So that is all she's after, is her perfect match, and she's never found that before. Also note that she is 28 during this time and is considered a spinster. Eloise didn't mind the idea of her being a spinster for the rest of her life because she had Penelope with her to spend spinsterhood together for the rest of their existence. And then, you know, Penelope just did a 180, which no one was expecting, and got with Colin and married Colin, which is now leaving Eloise on her own. It's making her feel very isolated, but it's also making her feel very selfish. She's feeling selfish because she should be happy for her best friend when in reality, she feels like everyone's leaving her behind. She's kept all these feelings inside from her family because she feels like they will not understand what she is going through. This is a big reason why she loves talking to Philip, is because she can tell him all of these things that she would never be able to tell her family because they'd either be overlooked or look at her like she is crazy, or honestly just wouldn't care. She even mentions that Philip was hers. This was her thing. If you can remember in the last book, Colin wholeheartedly believed that Eloise was Lady Whistledown because she was always in her room writing these letters and was covered in ink. This is who she was writing to, and that is how long she was writing to him for. No one knew, but that is what she was doing, which is pretty crazy to me, but I do love that Easter egg from the previous book. Our girl Eloise is a little delusional though, because she's been using these letters to dream up her perfect man, and so she is under the impression that that is Philip. Philip is her dream man. He is probably the most handsome person on the planet, is so wise beyond his years. She ain't never met him. She ain't never seen a picture of him. There was not social media back then. They were not sending pictures of themselves back and forth. No, she doesn't know what he looks like. Doesn't know a single dang thing about him. But currently she's like, he is perfect. He is perfect for me. And honestly, this thought process fuels Eloise to take charge of her destiny and go see what Philip has to offer for her. And as we've seen before in this book series, once Eloise has her mind set on something, there's no changing it. There's no changing the path that she's set to be on. And she also knows once she tells Anthony that he will do everything in his power to either stop her from going or convince Philip to come visit her. And she knows once he meets all of this, he's probably not going to want to continue to court her, if we're being completely honest. She also contemplates the fact that maybe Anthony will let her go, but with chaperones, and the only people left to go chaperone her would be Violet and Hyacinth. And Eloise notes that if they were in a room, no one would be falling in love. No one would be falling in love at all because they would suck all the air out of the room. And who can fall in love under those circumstances? And so, of course, the only reasonable thing Eloise can do in a time like this is to just go. Not tell anyone in her family where she's going. Just leave and scurry off to the countryside. Oh, and might I add, not only is she not telling them where she's going, she's not even telling Philip that she's coming. Keep that in mind for later. Now here's Eloise's grand scheme. Colin has told everyone that at Daphne's ball, he has a really big announcement that he has to make to the town. And Eloise is like, perfect, this one I will make my escape during this announcement. This is also in the timeline of this book is finally understood. So this book is taking place right at the tail end of Colin's book. This ball that we are talking about, hosted by Daphne, is when Colin and Penelope announce to the world that she is Lady Whistledown. And this is the moment Eloise is like, I gotta go. I gotta go. Interesting moment. I probably would have stayed around for that, but you know what? No. You gotta go for the perfect man, allegedly. You do you, girl. You do you. I will note that this is one thing I don't love about the book, because I really would have appreciated having Eloise's reaction to Penelope being Lady Whistledown. Now, I know we got that in the show. That is Eloise's Joker moment. We have that. But I don't believe that that's the direction the book would have went in, and I think that that would have been very interesting to see how Eloise handled all of that. But I can't change a book that's been out since 2003, that's for sure. So let's move forward. Let's see what Philip is up to this morning, shall we? Philip is in his greenhouse overthinking everything. And he's overthinking everything because Eloise never sent him a response. Not only did she not tell him, hey, like, I'm gonna come visit you soon, she didn't even say she was interested or anything. She just let it hang there in the air. And Philip is literally overthinking every single thing, saying, was I too forward? Did she not feel the same way? I was getting the same vibe from her. Why is she not responding to me? Did it get lost in the mail? What is happening? And while Philip is having this existential crisis over Eloise, his butler comes in the room and says, sir, you have a caller. Which really takes Philip back, being like, who is visiting us? I obviously do not have a caller. And the butler's like, I promise you there is someone at the door. You have a caller. Come on. Philip reluctantly gets up, leaves his greenhouse and his experiment behind, goes to the foyer, and who is the caller, you might ask? It's Eloise, but please remember that they have not met before. And so Eloise is just going on and on and on about how she's so sorry to show up unannounced, yada, 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 yada. She literally is not taking a breath while she is rambling. She finishes speaking. Philip looks at her and is like, that's great. Who are you? To which our girl goes, oh, I'm Eloise Bridgerton. I would just like y'all to know that this is the most awkward encounter ever, and I would not want to be a fly on the wall in this conversation. I don't even think the butler really wants to be here, but he is doing Sir Phillip a solid, and he's like, do you want any refreshments? Do you want me to get you this? Let's go into this room instead. Trying to save this conversation because it's rough. Eloise is thinking to herself, wow, I really thought that Philip was the perfect man, but he's not charming. He's actually a little awkward. Those are her words, not mine. She literally says, I thought that he would be as charming as Colin is to everyone in the town. Everyone would just fall all over him and love him, but he's awkward. As soon as the butler gets him into the other room, Philip literally has nothing to talk about except the weather. And so he's like, wow, it is so sunny outside. Eloise is sitting there being like, yeah, awesome. I didn't come all this way to talk about the weather, but cool. And Eloise is getting more and more frustrated by the second because she cannot figure him out. Eloise has prided herself on always being able to figure out every single detail on every single person her whole life in like a matter of minutes. She can't figure this man out at all. She really can't. And so she's sitting there listening to him ramble about the weather, nodding her head, being like, yes, 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 thinking to herself, what have I gotten myself into? Who even are you? Eloise is about to break the silence because she cannot take it anymore until she hears a really loud scream. And Eloise is like, what on earth is that? Oh, it's just my kids. You have kids? Don't you remember me telling you about them? You never told me that you had kids. I would remember something like that. I obviously told you. No, you didn't. She gets up to go try and find her bag with all the letters in it, and he goes, you kept all the letters? Of course. Did you not keep any of my letters? He's digging himself in a hole right now, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, and I don't think he's going to be able to get out. He goes, I think I might have a few of them laying around. Eloise is offended and angry and confused, and she just responds, well, shouldn't you go check on your kid? Shouldn't you go check? Oh, yes, 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 of course. Let me go do that real quick. He's shouting at Amanda and Oliver as he's making his way up the steps. He turns to Amanda and he's like, why did you scream? What happened? There was a frog in my bed. Why is there a frog in your bed? Well, I wanted tadpoles. Why would you put in your bed if you wanted tadpoles? I wanted them to be nice and warm and cozy. Okay, then why did you scream if you knew there was a frog there? I forgot I put him there and it really scared me. Yeah, it really scared her. I kind of thought she was going to pass out. Philip rolls his eyes and responds with, I thought I told you no more frogs in the house. You said no more toads. Let me just make sure we're all on the same page. There will be no more animals in this household. Which makes Amanda start to cry because they have a pet dog. They have a family dog. And immediately Philip goes, oh, well, obviously our pet dog will stay in the house. Don't worry about that. But like no amphibians of any kind. And they're all shaking their head being like, yes, 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 of course, of course. Just make sure we get to keep our dog. And Eloise is just observing and laughing. And she makes her way over them and goes, oh my goodness, who do we have here? The kids look at Eloise and go, we don't want you here. We don't want any guests. Please go back to where you came from. Eloise is like, okay. And Philip says, this is my guest in my home. You will welcome her here. She is staying unless she wants to go home. And Eloise just responds with, I'm staying. Philip sends the kids on their way. The kids complain because they want to go spend time with him in the greenhouse, but Philip just thinks that they would cause too much of a ruckus. So he's like, no. I need my space. Go, go, go. The butler, once again, is coming in clutch. He senses that it is awkward. He goes, tea is ready. Food is ready. Please come. As soon as the butler says this, Philip turns to Eloise and goes, enjoy your breakfast, and just scurries away. He runs as fast as he can to the greenhouse so that he won't have to spend any more time with Eloise. Our girl Eloise is offended, let me tell you. New chapter, and this chapter starts off with a letter Eloise wrote to Penelope right after her first proposal, where Eloise says, I just want to marry a man who's going to treat me like a queen. Or honestly, a princess. I'll take a princess too, but that is how I want to be treated. Now let's go back to present day. Eloise is honestly regretting every choice she has ever made. She is thinking to herself, why did I come here? This is not the man that I made up in my head. This does not even seem like the man who wrote letters to me. He didn't even keep the letters that I wrote to him. This is not what I was after. She also notes that she does not believe that Philip is a good father. From the really quick encounter that she just experienced, she's like, I don't know if he is a good dad, which is an immediate red flag for her because she grew up in an amazing household full of siblings, so she obviously wants kids. And so this is a little bit of a red flag. At this point, Eloise is so angry and she's like, I'm not gonna sit here anymore. I've got to get out of this room. So she gets up and she starts to go explore the house, but before she can do that, as soon as she steps out in the hallway, who is she greeted by? The children. And you can tell that the children were waiting by her door for her to open it up so that they could have a little chat with her. The children tell Eloise that they do not want her here and that she needs to leave right now. Eloise tells them, I'm at least staying the week, like I am not leaving. This makes Oliver so angry that he literally sprints and rams into Eloise, pushing her onto the ground. As soon as she stands up, the kids are a little frightened with how she is going to respond to this, but all she does is she crouches down, looks the kids in the eye and goes, you're clever, but I'm clever too. Game on, children, game on! All right, let's see what Philip is up to during this moment in time. He's in his greenhouse, and once again, we are seeing this man having an existential crisis. But honestly, this one is very valid because Eloise showed up unannounced, but that's not even why he's freaking out. He's freaking out because he's thinking to himself, she's a 28-year-old spinster. A spinster, she should be ugly. His words, not mine. He used the word ugly. I would not have chosen that word, but that is all he's thinking is, this woman does not seem like she should be a spinster. This makes no sense to me. Was her reputation ruined? Did something happen? Why is she a 28-year-old spinster? She should have men lined up down the street for her. He's also now racking his head thinking to himself, well, if I had any chance of marrying her, it's all gone out the window with how our last discussion just went. He thinks to himself, you know what? I'm to invite her to eat a meal with me. Let me go do that real quick. We'll catch up. It'll be a nice little bonding moment for us. He's in the kitchen to wash his hands before he goes to get Eloise, and he just sees Eloise sitting there at the table talking to help eating a sandwich. He is baffled by this. He is like, oh, I was just about to go get you to get a meal, but I see that you are fine. Oh, no big deal. I would love to do that. Let me just take my sandwich and we'll go somewhere else. Also, you should have one of these. These are so good. She calls the chef by his name and says, should we make another one? Do you have enough to make another one? Philip is so confused as to what is happening because he has never met someone who is just so confident in themselves to just feel at home wherever they are. And low-key, he's kind of enamored at this point in time. He won't admit it, but like you can tell he is a little enamored by her. When they're sitting down to eat together, Philip looks at Eloise and he goes, you are not what I was expecting. Eloise goes, I was a spinster by choice, not because I didn't have any options. I was proposed to 6 times. They just weren't the man that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. And also, based off of your letters, I feel like you would be a really good candidate. Thus why I'm here. She then asks him, why couldn't you find another wife in the countryside here? His response to this question is, my children. He then goes on and says, I don't have the energy or time for romance. I just need a wife and I need a mother for my children. She immediately responds with, which one? Which one what? Which one do you need? A wife or a mother? I need both. But which one do you want more? I need them both. She just nods her head and she's like, okay, like maybe we can't separate the two. Makes sense. Still don't really understand you, but like we'll keep going on with our life. They finish lunch. This is the moment Philip decides that he needs to get Eloise to stay. That she would be perfect for his children and for him, even though he's not going to admit that. And she needs to stay. Chapter 4, we were reflecting on Philip's marriage to Marina. Once again, trigger warnings, but the reader can assume that Marina had postpartum depression after giving birth to the twins. Back in this time period, they were not advanced enough to know what this was or what this meant or how to even treat it. And so some of the choices of words that they use make sense for the time period, but today it wouldn't have worked because she would have gotten a proper diagnosis, she would have gotten help, and people would have known what was going on, which honestly is really sad. And I am just really thankful that modern medicine, modern healthcare, have progressed the way that they have. Once Philip is done reflecting, he decides that he wants to go see Eloise again, so he goes upstairs to go get her so that they can hang out for a little bit, and he immediately sees that she is head to toe covered in flour, and he's so confused, being like, what on earth? And then immediately goes, my children did this to you. I am so sorry. Don't apologize for them. You don't have to apologize for them. They should apologize to me themselves. He then asks, did you happen to see them or hear them? Like, where did they go? Eloise responds with, well, it was a little hard for me to see or even hear them when I was getting hit in the head with a bucket. This honestly could have taken the story in a completely different direction. We could have had a Carrie moment. But thankfully we didn't, and she's okay. She just has a little bump on her head. Once Philip evaluates Eloise's injury and makes sure that she is okay, he then asks her, how do you think that they did it? Eloise responds with, they put the bucket on top of the door. I know exactly how they did it. I have 7 brothers and sisters. This is nothing new to me. This is not a new trick at all. Philip is just nodding along with this, and she goes, I know how to get them back. I'm going to get them back. They're all yours. As long as you don't harm them, they're all yours. Have at it. Once again, game on. Once Eloise is cleaned up, she goes downstairs to meet Philip for dinner, and during this dinner they hear Amanda scream so loudly. Philip starts to get up from the table and Eloise goes, no, it's okay. It's no big deal. Philip looks at her and says, what did you do? Eloise says, there's a fish in her bed. A fish? Where did you get a fish from? Well, you said in your letters that you weren't a fan of fish, but some people on your property actually had some, and I asked, and I put it in her bed because I knew it would freak her out. What'd you put in Oliver's bed? Oh, I didn't put anything in his bed. I'm just gonna make him think that I did so he's freaked out. And honestly, that plan worked really well because Oliver truly so confused and so scared with what she could have done to him. He was like, where's my fish? Eloise also decides to tell Philip that his kids need discipline, love, and attention. And this makes Philip so angry. Like, you have been here for barely a day and you're trying to tell me how I should raise my children? This makes Eloise in turn very angry. And so she's like, you know what? I'm not gonna handle this. I'm gonna go back to my room. Philip goes, wait. Don't you want to see your victory on Amanda's face when she comes downstairs? And Eloise can't resist that. She has to see that she won. And let me tell you, it was a really good victory when Amanda came downstairs because her face was priceless. And Eloise just soaked that in. She soaked in the victory. While Amanda is down here, she looks her down and she goes, you're really gonna let this lady treat us like this? She needs to leave. Phil goes, once again, Eloise is a guest in my house and you will treat her so, and you will also stop messing with her. I saw what you did with the flower. Don't think that you were so sly. She responds with, that was Oliver's idea. Phil goes, mm-hmm. And Amanda says, well, I helped him a little bit, but it was his idea. Why didn't he get a fish in his bed? What's coming for him is way worse, even though it's nothing. It's in this moment that Philip thinks to himself that he would happily give over his husband power to his wife and let his wife be in charge of everything, while he just hung out and experimented in his greenhouse. It's giving babysitter. It's not giving wife, it's giving babysitter. But moving forward, we now go to Eloise, where she also makes a mental note saying maybe Philip would actually be a good husband for me. Not in the most poetic or romantic way, but still a decent man and still a decent husband, which should be good enough for me. Philip is giving Eloise a tour. They come across all their family portraits and he explains a lot of his family lore. He explains that he had an older brother named George, who we already know about. That is why Philip is now the man of the house in the countryside and couldn't continue botany in an academic setting. But what we didn't know is that George was the one originally engaged to Marina. Marina was his brother's betrothed, which is what the show did. Don't y'all remember in the show she was with the other Crane brother? That storyline is still here. Eloise tells Philip all about her father and what happened to her while she was growing up, and she tells Philip that honestly she completely understands what his kids are going through. She understands losing someone that close to you at such a young age, and she does feel very sorry for them. Philip goes, I never thought about it like that. Like, you really do relate to them in a lot of ways that I can't. They're honestly having a really good moment right now, and Eloise looks at him and goes, let's go to your greenhouse in the morning. I really want to see where you work and what you're doing. This makes Philip ecstatic, and he goes, let's just go tonight. It's a nice night outside. Let's just go tonight. So we're going to the greenhouse. Philip explains the experiment that he is working on. He is working with peas and he is trying to find a strain to make them grow larger in the pod. And Eloise is thinking to herself, I have never heard of anything like this. Like, this is so interesting, genuinely. And they start to have a little bit of a moment because she's letting Philip talk about something that he's so passionate about and adores, and he looks at her and he just asks, can I kiss you? She doesn't say anything, but she nods. And mind you, this is her first kiss. She's 28 years old. She's been labeled as a spinster. This is her first kiss. They indeed kiss in the greenhouse, but in true Eloise fashion, she starts to ramble. She's a rambler. And he is just thinking to himself, please stop. Please be quiet. Please, please, please. And so he just decides to kiss her again. And now it's the next morning. Eloise is thinking to herself, I'm gonna be like a little late to breakfast because I don't want to be too on time, because what am I supposed to say to this man that I just kissed? Are we gonna acknowledge the kiss that happened, or how are we gonna move forward from this? What is going to happen? Again, she is rambling and she's nervous. It's what she does. She decides to leave her room. As soon as she starts to head that way, she actually trips over a string that she didn't see, planted by these two hooligans. And when I say she trips, I mean she trips and she lands hard because she does not put her hands out to stop her. And so she's left with a black eye. Philip sees this. He comes after her. He sits with her for a little bit and he is like, this is not okay. My kids cannot do this to you. I will handle this right now. He goes to his kids. He handles it, brings the kids back out to her. They apologize to her. And Philip is like, what else do you have to say to her? Amanda goes up and she's like, here, do you like my candies? You can have my candies. Eloise is thinking, I don't really want your candies, but thank you. And then she goes, you know what? No, never mind. I actually don't want your candies at all. Instead, y'all will give me an afternoon. An afternoon? Yeah, when I'm feeling better and I'm no longer sore, I want an afternoon to get to know y'all and hang out with y'all and just have fun. They don't want to do this, but they also just caused her a great injury, so they are going to accept and to do this. Once the children leave the room, he goes to check on Eloise one more time. He tells her that he was a boxer and so he's really used to these injuries, which honestly, out of character for Philip. I never would have guessed that, if I'm being completely transparent with y'all. He also tells Eloise that they need to get her a chaperone immediately. Immediately they need to get a chaperone in this building, otherwise she will be ruined before they even get the chance to know if they're gonna end up getting married or not. Of course, and honestly, I'm not too sore right now. I think a nice stroll in the garden would do me very, very well. Awesome, you enjoy that. You should go get a book. And then he just leaves. And she's very mad because she was hardcore hinting that he should join her. And she knows that he knows. And so she's now angry. Eloise is in the garden, she's sitting in a chair, and she has never been more bored in her life. She is not one to sit still, and the book that she picked was a book on botany, and so she's like, I can't stop reading it now, but also if he sees me reading it, he's gonna think that I'm interested in this, and I'm really not, and I'm also not reading it. And so she's like, what on earth am I supposed to be doing? So she just gets up. She gets up, she starts to wander around. He sees her wandering around, he leaves his greenhouse, and he kind of starts yelling at her, being like, what are you doing? You need to sit back down, you are injured. I promise you I'm fine. I cannot sit in that same place for that long, I'm fine. He tells her that he can't work if he has to worry about her. She looks at him, she goes, are you even the same man from last night? This takes him aback. He does not like this question. And since he doesn't like it, he basically ignores it and goes, this morning just put me in a horrible mood. No kidding. No kidding. She's the one over here with the black eye. Hello? She looks at him and she goes, I'm going on a walk right now. And he literally goes over to her, scoops her up, and plops her back down in the chair saying, you are injured. You are sitting here. The next day, Eloise is so aggravated and she decides to go talk to Philip for a little bit. When she goes downstairs, she learns that Philip isn't home. And she thinks to herself, you know what? I know the kids promised me an afternoon, but I'm feeling okay. Let's see if instead they'll take a morning instead of an afternoon. So she goes to hang out with the kids. It's a beautiful day, and so she invites them to go swimming with her. The nursemaid says that she doesn't know if this is a good idea. He's not home, and Eloise is like, it's a beautiful day. Like, it'll be fine. No big deal. The nursemaid just kind of lets them go do their thing. While they are on their walk to the lake to go swimming, Amanda grabs Eloise's hand and tells her that she actually does really like her, and she's thankful that Eloise wants to hang out with them. Oliver says nothing in this moment. Philip comes home from the rose garden to a completely silent house. He is told that the kids and Eloise have gone swimming, and I kid you not, you would think that you just saw a ghost because his face became pale white as a sheet. Because mind you, what happened in the beginning of the story to Marina in the same lake? Yes, 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 yes. He takes off to a full sprint to the lake. We pan back to the lake with Eloise. Eloise was prepared to try and teach the kids how to swim, but she notices that they are really strong swimmers, and so she's like, this is beautiful, we're just gonna have such a relaxing day. And then immediately we just hear Philip shouting, get out of the lake, get out of the lake right now. What are you doing? Go to the house. He turns to Eloise and he thinks, what the heck were you thinking? I told you not to let them go to the lake. What are you talking about? You never told me they couldn't go swimming. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. He starts to say, well, you should have known. No, I should not have known. The nursemaid just let me go on my happy way without saying that it was forbidden. You'd think if it was an issue, someone would have told me that it was just forbidden to go. He looks at her and goes, you just put my children in danger. She goes, they can swim. They're really good swimmers. They were not in danger at all. He responds with, I don't care if you can swim. My kids can't swim. She hesitates and goes, yes, they can. That's what I just said. And they're really good at it. And now he is feeling embarrassed and horrible because he didn't even know that his kids knew how to swim at all. And then he starts reflecting and he's thinking to himself, what do I know about my kids? I don't even think I know their favorite color. And so he's feeling like a really bad dad at this moment in time. Eloise can see the panic in his eyes and goes, it is okay. Maybe you should go lay down for a little bit. He looks at her and he sees that she is dripping wet, obviously because she's just in the lake, and he's freaking out saying, we need to get you dry clothes. Like, you cannot catch a cold. We're going to be okay. We're just gonna get you dry clothes, yada, yada, yada. And she's like, it's the middle of summer. It's gonna be okay. I'm not gonna catch a cold in the middle of summer. But we know why he is thinking this way. Panning back to the prologue. Eloise can obviously tell that there are memories triggering this response from him, and honestly, there's a little bit of an emotionally charged response happening to both of them. But Eloise stops him and says, no, no, no. No, no, no. He apologizes and she tries to get him to go into the house with her just to kind of calm down. And he says, no, I have some things I need to think about. Like what? Everything. Later that night, Eloise was purposefully late to dinner and she sees Philip standing by the window. He apologizes to her and he also explains exactly what happened to Marina at that lake and why he was acting that way. While they're talking, they hear loud voices get closer and closer and closer. And Philip says, what on earth is that? And now it's Eloise's turn to turn white as a sheet. She immediately knows what this loud noise is. She looks at him and she says, I'm so sorry. Those are my brothers. Finally, all 4 of Eloise's brothers come barreling into the room. Anthony literally grabs Philip by the neck. Benedict's pinning him up against the wall. Eloise literally jumps on top of Benedict, pulls his hair, trying to get him off of Philip. Benedict is screaming to his brothers, get her off of me, help me, get her off of me. And all the brothers are just ignoring this, being like, you got this, dude, this is all you. While this is happening, they all turn to Eloise and they notice that she has a black eye. And they immediately assume that Philip is the reason for this. And Eloise is like, no, that's not what happened. This is exactly what happened. I fell because of his kids. I am okay. And all the brothers kind of take this sigh of relief, but then they ask Philip. Philip says the exact same thing, even though he didn't even hear what Eloise's response was because, lack of oxygen. Lack of oxygen makes the brain not work. We also learned that while Anthony had Philip pinned against the wall, Gregory sucker punched him in the chin, and he just kept saying, I had to protect my sister's honor. Eloise is laughing, looks at Gregory and goes, as if you can protect me, you're like 20. I'm 23 years old. Well, I'm 28 and I didn't need your help when you were in diapers and I certainly don't need your help now. Colin finally speaks and goes, he wanted to come. We couldn't stop him. Gregory wanted to come with. Colin also is the only one that did not fight. During this moment, he kind of just stood to the side and watched the action happen. Eloise explains that Anthony, Benedict, and Colin are her elders. That is the word she used, elders, and that Gregory is an infant. Eloise is baffled by the fact that they were able to find her, and Colin goes, If you were trying to run away, you shouldn't leave letters in your desk. Anthony takes Eloise into Philip's study and he tells her, you have two options right here. You can get married at the end of the week. You can get married at the end of next week. You decide. While they are discussing her choices, Philip is left with the three brothers, Benedict, Colin, and Gregory. Oh yes. Oh yes. We're gonna pay back to Anthony and Eloise. Eloise tells him, I don't know if I want to marry this man yet. I've only known him for 2 days. Which, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, it feels so much longer than just 2 days have passed. But that's what the book said. So, it's been 2 days, allegedly. After Anthony listens to Eloise and why she decided to do what she did, Anthony takes a second to think and he goes, okay, here's the plan. You are going to come back with us. You're going to stay at my cottage, which is the name of Benedict's cottage. If you remember from book 3, we love that little parallel, but that is where she's going to stay, and she's going to stay there for a week. Philip is allowed to come visit her once a day, every day. And if by the end of the week, Anthony decides that he is worthy of his sister, they will be getting married. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Eloise and Anthony leave the study and she finds Philip honestly bonding with the three brothers and having a great time. Some may say too great of a time. Let's just say that they weren't drinking water, that is for sure. And now let's go to my cottage. We get to see our main girl, Sophie. We love Sophie. Her and Benedict are just so happy and in love. So refreshing to see her because we didn't see her at all in the last book. Sophie honestly is able to get a lot more information about Eloise as well, because if you recall from Sophie's book, she was literally her maid, and so Eloise is very used to talking to Sophie in general. While Sophie and Eloise are talking, we see that Philip is making his way to the house with a bouquet of orchids for Eloise, and Sophie is just swooning, saying, that is the nicest thing ever. This is so amazing. When Philip makes it to the cottage, gives Eloise these flowers, he tells her that he will try his best to make her happy and that his children need a mother. Eloise smiles very, very weakly at this. Honestly, it's not too reassuring for her in this moment in time because she wants her marriage to be more than just children. She wants to be in love. He looks at her and says, you will make a great help. Don't you agree? She nods very briefly and he goes, beautiful, that's settled. And guys, I don't know if you caught that or not, but like that's their proposal. It's settled. Lovely, beautiful, jaw-dropping. Thank you, Sir Philip, man of many words. Eloise and Philip start arguing back and forth a little bit. The brothers enter the room and they look at them and say, you're a great match after all, because all the best couples bicker and y'all seem to be bickering all the time. Eloise just keeps thinking to herself, like, I don't know if we are a good match. Philip can see this in her face, so he's freaking out a little bit, and then he just looks at Anthony and goes, can I have a moment by myself with your sister real quick? Just like really, really quick. Anthony is like, sure. Why not? Would love nothing more than that. Go for it. So he grabs Eloise by the hand. He asks her where on earth they can go. She tells him, well, Sophie's in the other room, so we could probably just go to Sophie's study. He looks at her and says, you're worried we might not suit. I think it's time I showed you that we do. And things happen. He definitely shows her some things. Things are happening. Yes, yes, yes. With her brothers like right there in the other room having no clue this is going on. After things happen, Philip leaves the room, gives Eloise a moment to compose herself, get herself ready. He goes outside. He sees that the brothers are shooting at targets. He joins them for a little bit. Eloise comes outside and she gets so angry that they started without her. They're not letting her join in. She's like, you should obviously share with me. Why aren't we sharing? Philip's like, here, you can take my turn. You go for it. And the boys are like, oh my goodness. If this is the man that's going to make you actually be a nice human, Eloise, like, please get married ASAP. Please and thank you. Okay, let's fast forward to the Bridgertons finally meeting the children. Philip finally tells the kids that he is intending on marrying Eloise, and the kids are ecstatic over this news, saying, we really do like her. Thank you so much, Dad. Like, this is amazing. He goes, the last thing I need to do is win over her family, so y'all have got to go. I'm gonna need y'all to go away. Please leave. And the kids look at him and they just ask him, are you ashamed of us? Like, why can't we stay and hang out? Eloise loves us. I don't understand. Eloise actually is already here when this conversation happens and sees that Philip is flustered, so she goes towards the kids, leans down, whispers something to them. They look up at her, smile, and then go off on their merry way. Once the kids are gone, Eloise looks at Philip and asks, do you love me? Y'all could hear crickets at this moment in time, let me tell you. He does not say a single word. So she goes, did you love Marina? Immediate no. Quick, didn't even have to think about it. No. Eloise is very surprised by his lack of emotion and she doesn't know how to feel over his answer. She doesn't know whether to feel happy that he never left her, jealous, sad, has no clue how to feel in this moment. So she just simply asks, why did you marry her? I don't know. It seemed like the right thing to do at the time. Remember, she was betrothed to his brother before his brother passed. And now it's Philip's turn to ask Eloise questions and he goes, why did you leave London? Eloise responds with, to meet you, of course. And Philip's not happy with this answer, and so he presses on a little more and he asks, was it because of a lover? Eloise responds with, no, and swats her hand just like I did in that moment in time. And Anthony whips around, because remember, she has to have chaperones, so her family's still here. He whips around, looks like, is everything okay? And she goes, it was just a bee. His eyes widen, and he is like marching his way over, and she goes, it's gone. Because remember, Anthony has a thing with bees. He doesn't like bees, but he was gonna march over there to make sure she was safe. She picked a really bad distraction, that is for sure. But like, kudos to Anthony, getting over his fear to save his sister. Eloise looks at Philip and explains she didn't have a lover, but she also explained exactly why she left London and how she was feeling over the Penelope and Colin situation, and how she just felt like she was being left behind. He let her talk and talk and talk until she had nothing else to say. He just held her hand and said, it's all right. 4 days after this happened, they were married. The whole Bridgerton family shows up except for Francesca, because Francesca was in Scotland and she had no way to be able to make it there in time on such a short notice. We finally see Violet, and I missed her so much. Eloise asked her, did I disappoint you? Violet says, my children never disappoint me, they only astonish me, and I think I like it that way. I love that answer. I miss Violet so much. Eloise hugs Violet, and Violet just holds her until Eloise is feeling a lot better. She pulls away for a second, looks at Eloise and says, okay, I hate this part, but we need to have a talk. Violet then pauses for a second and goes, actually, do we have to? Eloise's like, well, if you're asking if I've done anything, I haven't. Good, but like, do you know how it works? Yeah, I really don't, but I don't think you need to explain it. I think we're okay. Okay, great, thank you so much. I did not want to have to do this again. Violet then adds, are you certain you'll be happy? It's a little late for that at this point, don't you think? Eloise immediately says, but yes, I think I will end up being happy. Violet says, I think you will too, but just remember it takes time. Eloise is so confused by what this means, and she tries to question her mother, and her mother doesn't say anything. So Eloise is like, what does this cryptic message mean? The Bridgerton clan has left, and it is now the night of the wedding. I will say during this time, before anything happens, we do get some background knowledge on Philip's childhood, and it really was not a good one. Once again, this is another moment of trigger warnings. This is chapter, let me check. This is chapter 14, so either be wary of it, or if you want to know more about what I'm talking about, you can go in depth, because I really don't want to discuss this scene. No, thank you. After we've learned more about Philip, we're going to fast forward about a week. Eloise goes upstairs to go visit the children, and she sees that they have very obviously been crying and that they are not okay. She learns that the nursemaid is a little more aggressive in her teaching styles than she should be. And Eloise says, no, we're not going to do that. I'm actually dismissing you for the day. I can teach them all the cursive that they need to know. Please go away from me. Please leave. As soon as she does this, the kids embrace her immediately and tell her thank you. And Oliver looks up at Eloise and says, I like you way more than that nurse. Eloise makes a mental note of this experience and goes to tell Philip exactly what happened. And he tells her that if she has a problem with it, she is more than welcome to look into it. She's stunned by his reaction, just says, you're their father, but you're their mother. And I trust your judgment. That's why I married you. This was not the thing to say to Eloise. They argue back and forth for honestly a while, and then Eloise says, I was just trying to talk to you. To which he says, and I quote, that's all you ever do. Talk. Are you dumb? Is he dumb? That is, no, sir. No. She responds with, well, maybe you should have married me then. It wasn't as if I had a choice in the matter. Your brothers were terrifying. Again, not the right choice of words. She tells him that in order to have a good marriage, they need to talk. They can't just be intimate all the time. He's so confused why being intimate all the time is a problem. Eloise just keeps saying that can't be all our marriage is. That can't be it. He then goes on to tell her that he has not been intimate with anyone in 8 years. That was a long, dry spell for him, and he doesn't want to go through that again. So pardon him for that. And after he says this, he doesn't wait for a response. He just leaves. He's gone. He's out of here. Eloise has not moved from the spot for an hour, trying to rack her brain over what just happened. How did we go from talking about the nursemaid to going to intimacy to him just leaving? Like, what? And at this point, Eloise needed someone. Her mother was too far away. All of her sisters wouldn't understand, and so she goes to the first person she can think of, Sophie. And she makes her way to my cottage. Philip is also racking his brain and thinking, I made a mistake. Why did I talk to her this way? What was I doing? He finally decides to make his way into the house to talk to Eloise. The butler says, Eloise isn't here. He is freaking out thinking, oh my God, she left me. She just left me. The butler sees this, and once again, being an amazing butler, goes, sir, she didn't pack a bag. It's okay, she didn't pack a bag. Snaps to that butler, ladies and gents. Give him a raise. He knows Eloise didn't pack a bag, which means she has to come back. So during this time, he decides to go visit his children upstairs. He hears Nora say he shouldn't be hearing while his kids are being taught their lessons. So he peeks through the door and he sees basically exactly what Eloise was saying, that the nurse is not handling her disciplinary actions correctly. And he immediately goes in. He's like, "You're dismissed. You are dismissed. Leave. Get out of my house." She responds with, "They need to be disciplined. All my stuff is here. What am I supposed to do? You have 30 minutes to get out of my house. Go. Go, go, go." And his kids just embrace him and they have a really good bonding moment. Philip apologizes for everything and tells his kids that he loves them and he wants them around and he's sorry he ever made them feel like he doesn't. Now let's pan to Eloise and what she's up to. She's finally made it to my cottage. She goes up to the door. No one's really answering. Eventually the footman comes, let her in. And he goes, "What are you doing here, Eloise? What's going on?" Like, he's really stressed. Eloise is thinking, "You know, I forgot to send a message yet again. Here I am, just showing up unannounced." That's like her thing to do, apparently. She goes in, the footman is explaining, like, Charles is sick, the parents have been up all night, this is not a good time. Benedict comes in, he sees Eloise, and Benedict looks horrible. Eloise is asking, like, what is going on? What is happening? Benedict explains that Charles, their oldest son, came down with a fever last night and hasn't broke, and they've tried everything and they are just worried sick about him. He finally got Sophie to go to bed, saying that she looked horrible as well, and Eloise goes, "Well, so do you. You need to go to bed. I'm here. I will watch after your son. Go get some rest, please." He thanks her. She goes to stay with Charles, make sure that he's okay. It's now 8 p.m. She's not sent a letter to Philip at all. So she's like, "I should probably let him know where I'm at. Let me write him a letter." She writes him a letter. They send it out the door. Let's pan to Philip, who is losing his mind. Thinking to himself, well, she either actually left me without taking a bag or she's in a carriage accident. I don't know what to do. I just got to go. I've got to go check on her. We are going to my cottage. So he gets up, he leaves, he storms into their house, and he immediately learns that Charles is sick, so he kind of backs down a little bit. Benedict and Sophie are now awake. They are so stressed. They have been explaining everything to Philip, the treatment plans that they have given Charles, and nothing is working. Philip, being a botanist, and what's going to save the day of botany, he asks them if they have any willow bark tree. Benedict and Sophie look at each other and they're like, "No, we don't have any of that. Maybe the crab gates do, but I don't think they're home. I don't know what to do." Philip is like, "Do not worry. Do not worry one bit, because there's willow trees outside. We'll just go take some bark. We'll go put in some boiling water. Beautiful, it'll work." Sophie's like, "You're gonna put bark in water and then make my son drink that." And Benedict's like, "We're gonna try anything at this point. We're gonna try anything. We need the fever to go away." They end up doing that. Philip gives him the tea. Charles drinks it, and by morning, his fever is broke. His fever is gone. And so Philip's feeling pretty good about himself. Eloise is feeling pretty good about Philip. Life is amazing and back to normal. Philip ends up apologizing to Eloise, telling her everything that happened with the nurse and how he should have believed her immediately and should have handled it. Instead of going on the long tangent and trying to make her handle everything, he should have been a better partner and father. Eloise thanks him for doing this and also just thanks him for coming to save Charles, because Eloise wouldn't have known what to do if it were their children. Actually, she uses the word our children. First time she's ever referred to Oliver and Amanda as her own. It's really just a sweet moment. Philip realizes during this conversation that he is in love with Eloise. He knows it, he feels it. He is like, this is what love is supposed to feel like, and I'm in love with this woman. When they get back home, Eloise is exhausted and she knows that Philip must be as well since they both stayed up all night. She goes, "Let's go inside, let's go take a nap, and everything will just be amazing afterwards." Philip goes, "You go on ahead, I'm gonna go talk to the children real quick. I'll be up soon." When Eloise wakes up from her nap, she notices that his side of the bed was never slept in, so he obviously never came up for a nap. She's alone right now. This is the first time she's able to reflect on the conversation her and Philip had before she went to Benedict and Sophie's. And she realizes that when he was talking about his dry spell, he said that it was for 8 years. Marina passed away like 14 months ago. And he's been in a dry spell for 8 years. These children are almost 9 years old. The math is mathin' for Eloise. Finds Philip, tells Philip the realization that she had. Philip finally tells Eloise exactly what happened to Marina. Not what they told everyone in town, but exactly what happened to her, which again, y'all would know in the prologue. Philip tells Eloise that all he wants is for her to be happy. He doesn't care about anything else as long as Eloise is happy. Eloise looks at Philip and tells him that she is happy, and as soon as she says that, Philip looks at her and tells her that he loves her. To which Eloise says it back. The next day, Philip finds Eloise and says that they should go out together. Eloise is like, this is an amazing idea. This is gonna be so much fun. Let's definitely do this. Where should we go? Philip goes, actually, hold up a second. Let me go get the kids because I think we should do our first family outing. And Eloise says, that's perfect. Not knowing what they should do together as a family, Eloise remembers that Amanda has started to outgrow her dresses and Oliver's starting to outgrow some of his outfits as well. So she's like, let's just go shopping. Let's go shopping. Philip and Oliver try to stay in the carriage, but Eloise is like, no, you gotta come in. Philip, you need to see Amanda because she looks amazing. And then Oliver, we gotta fix your outfit. You don't fit your pants anymore. You gotta come in and we gotta have the dressmaker fix you something. When Philip arrives into the store, Amanda walks out in this beautiful light purple gown. And Philip starts to tear up because he sees his beautiful daughter who is so happy right now. A lot of progressions that he has had as a father in their relationships would not have happened without Eloise. And so he's feeling a wave of emotions. A wave of emotions is going through him. Later that night, Eloise is eating. She lifts up her plate and she sees this tiny slip of paper. She looks to try and find Philip, but Philip, I guess, left a little earlier. She reads the piece of paper and it tells her, I have never been good with words. And then at the bottom tells her to go to Philip's office. When she makes it to the office, she sees there's another letter on the desk. This note says, but it all started with a letter, did it not? That note tells her to go to the sitting room. She goes to the sitting room, she finds another piece of paper, and this one says, if it started with words, it ought to continue with them as well. Go to the front hall. Next one says, there are no words to thank you, and I will tell you the only way I know how. Then it tells her to go to the bedroom. She walks into the bedroom, and on the bed are hundreds of flower petals spelling out the words, I love you. Across the bed. Our botanist! We love botany! And that is the end of the first story, but we have two epilogues to cover that are real quick. So the first epilogue is a letter to Eloise's daughter, Penelope. We learn that Eloise named their daughter Penelope, which is just so cute. And this letter basically is just telling her how excited she is to have Penelope in their life and that Eloise and Philip will love her no matter what, and they are so grateful for her. That is that first epilogue. Again, it's just a letter. It's like literally 2.5 pages. Now we have the second epilogue, which is very different from the rest of the epilogues in any of the books previously. We are actually in Amanda's point of view, and she is a little older now, and she meets this boy. She meets this boy named Charles. I do not believe it's the same Charles. I just think Charles is a very common name. I could be wrong, but I think she would have specified if it were the same Charles because Benedict and Sophie were nowhere to be found. So we're just gonna say it wasn't the same, just a common name in this time period. She meets him, he courts her. Several years later, he proposes to her. Several years later, they are engaged. And she's just having the time of her life in love. And so it was a really cute way just to end out the story and see how Amanda's story progressed as well. And this is officially the end of To Sir Philip with Love. I originally gave this book 3 stars, and I think I'm gonna lower my rating a little bit to 2.5. I just am not the biggest fan of Philip. And honestly, in this book, Eloise doesn't feel like Eloise to me, if that makes any sense. And so I think we're gonna lower it just like a little bit. Anywho, moving forward, let's go into Francesca's book. See y'all when I have a new outfit. New day, new book, and everyone needs to buckle up because this is the most notes I've ever had. While going through these books, I have 21 pages of notes to give to y'all in some perspective. Eloise's book was like literally 13 or 14. This one's 21, so get seated, get prepared. Also maybe get some tissues ready because I may or may not have shed a few tears in the beginning of this book. I did. I'll try not to make y'all as sad as I was. Let's get into it though. As I said yesterday, books 5 and book 6 are 2 of the most intense books in the series, and they deal with a lot of trigger warnings, different ones, but they do deal with a lot. I'm gonna try to be as vague as I possibly can so that y'all will still understand me, but so that the platform will allow this to stay up. Let's get into it though. I'm excited. We don't have too many new characters for y'all, and this is just showing how big the Bridgerton clan is. I will say the part of Michael Sterling has not been casted yet, so I just fan casted him as Jordan Fisher, specifically from Hadestown, because he's beautiful, and I just think that it works. We have 2, they call them the mothers. We have Janet and Helen. I casted them as the little fun ladies from Coraline. Those were their vibes. That's who they're casted as. Now let's get into it. Also, before I begin, the timeline is a little insane, so bear with me. I will fill in the gaps for y'all, so don't be afraid. But we're taking place a little bit before book 4, during book 4, book 5, after book 5. That is why every single time they're like, where's Francesca? She's in Scotland. This is what was going on with her. Actually, the first Bridgerton book that doesn't have a prologue, so we're jumping right into part 1. We are in London, and it is the year 1820, and we are immediately focusing on Michael Sterling. Michael Sterling knows the moment his life was changed forever, and it was when he first laid his eyes upon Francesca Bridgerton. Michael was a rake for the majority of his life. He never wanted to get married. He never found anyone that he truly thought that he might be in love with until he met Francesca. The second he saw her, he was head over heels, saying to himself, you're my soulmate, you're my person, I love you. Unfortunately for Michael, Francesca was married to his cousin. Yes. She was married to his cousin, John Sterling. Now, this is the actual man who they casted as John Sterling. He appears in season 3, so y'all have probably met him at this moment in time if you're caught up on the TV show. Keep that in mind. Michael hid these feelings very well. Nobody knew that he had any sort of romantic feelings toward Francesca. John wasn't even aware, and him and John were so close. When Michael's father passed away, John's family took him in, and John essentially saw Michael as a brother. They were inseparable and they were best friends. Because Michael and John were so close, Michael felt guilt every single time he closed his eyes because all he could think about was how much he wanted John's wife, how much he wanted Francesca Bridgerton. Francesca actually has a title, so let me tell you her title. She is now the Countess of Kilmartin, which is in Scotland. As I said, Michael and John are really close, so they are always hanging out with one another, and since John and Francesca are in love, have a very happy, healthy marriage, they're always hanging out as well, so Michael's kind of their third wheel, but Francesca and John just see Michael as their best friend, and they don't think anything about it. So one day, Francesca and John are thinking to themselves, where should we go for our 1-year anniversary? Michael, do you have any ideas? Like, where do you think we should go? What would be the best place for us to go on our 1-year anniversary? And Michael's thinking to himself, okay, yes, maybe y'all should go to Scotland. That could be really cool. That could be a fun trip for you. Francesca looks at Michael and goes, that's a great idea. You should come with us. That would be so much fun. Michael looks at Francesca and says, I have too many things to do. I'm living my aimless life of dissolution. I have no responsibilities. Francesca goes up to him, puts her hand on his arm and says, I wish you wouldn't speak of yourself this way. And Michael's thinking to himself, oh my God, she's touching me. She's touching me. She's touching me. Please stop touching me. You don't know how I feel about you. Please stop. Stop. That is what he's thinking. As he's going through this internal crisis right now, he very unkindly asks, am I to be your project right now? Francesca responds with, we just care about you. And Michael focuses on that word, we. We, not I, not John, we. Further showing that Francesca and John are a unit and they are inseparable, and ooh, it's just like a twist of a knife. It is an unintentional twist of a knife and our boy is suffering. He's suffering. Let's keep going. Michael simply responds with, and I care about you. Now, to anyone listening would just assume that he is talking about Francesca and John together as the unit, the we. But really, Michael's like sneaking in the, I care about you, to Francesca. This is one of the few times he can say it without fear of anyone actually knowing how he feels. Keep note of that. Francesca looks at Michael and says, I think I should introduce you to my sister. Michael just rolls his eyes and goes, I am not marrying Eloise. No, thank you. Do not introduce me to your sister. I've met her before. I'm not going to dance with her. I'm not marrying Eloise. No. No offense, Eloise. John can see that Michael needs some saving from this conversation, so he intervenes and he goes, Francesca, it is such a beautiful day. Why don't we all go for a walk? Francesca's like, yes, of course, that's amazing. I've been a little restless in this house since it's been raining. Like, I need to go outside. Michael agrees to go, and right before they're about to go, John looks at his watch and goes, you know what, I actually can't go. I forgot I have an appointment with Parliament. This is really, really important. Michael, would you mind still escorting Francesca on this walk so she can get out of the house for a little bit? It's completely fine. Just please go take her on the walk. Michael agrees. Him and Francesca are about to go. Francesca runs upstairs to go get her coat. Michael's looking at John, and John is rubbing his temple, and Michael's like, you don't really look good. In fact, you look quite pale, kind of clammy. Are you sure you're okay? Yes, I just have a horrible headache. I think maybe I'll go lie down a little bit before my meeting. In this moment, Francesca rushes down the stairs. She looks at her husband and goes, you really don't look good. You probably need to go lay down. I was just about to do that. I'm gonna have the valet wake me up right before my meeting. That way I'm not late. Beautiful, beautiful, please go get some rest. Headaches are the absolute worst. Love you. Michael and I are gonna go on our walk. Michael's still a little hesitant about going on this walk with Francesca, but the book says, and I quote, that he wasn't strong enough to deny himself an hour in Francesca's presence. He knew in his heart that her presence was all he was ever gonna get, because again, he would never make a move or anything to betray John, because John is basically his brother. He would never do anything like that, and he already feels guilty for feeling the way that he does. But spending an hour in her presence, if that's all he's gonna get, he's gonna take it. We are now focusing on Francesca, and she thinks that it's so funny that one of her closest friends in the world is a man. Like, she never would have expected this. She also reflects on her time when John was courting her, and she thinks one of the main things that made her attracted to him was that he's getting her out of the Bridgerton house, because she loves her siblings, but they are so loud and in your business and always need attention. And she tends to keep to herself, like she is okay in the silence, and John really understood that. This isn't to say that she wasn't in love with him either, like she was head over heels in love with John, and that was another big appeal of marrying him, obviously. Francesca says that John is her kindred spirit. He understands her, he anticipates her, he completes her. She even mentions about how when she first met him, she felt like she was a piece of a puzzle that finally found where she fit in. She also loved John's relationship with Michael, and she loved how Michael never envied John. Now, John is the one with all the money, with the title, with everything, and he has never been jealous of John at all, except for the wife, but no one knows about that, obviously. And so Francesca has a lot of respect for Michael because many people in Michael's shoes would resent John for this, even though it's not even John's fault. Francesca also wants Michael to find love because he is such a generous person and he is so deserving of love. And so she's kind of taking him under her wing, even though he doesn't want her to try and find him someone that he can spend the rest of his life with so that he can find someone that'll make him feel the way that John makes her feel. It's a sticky situation for sure. So while on their walk, Francesca and Michael play their special game, and it is called Tell Me Something Wicked. So when they are alone, Francesca will look at our rake Michael and just say, tell me something wicked, tell me something John would not approve of, what have you been up to? He tells her that he actually can't this week because he hasn't done anything to report on. He then tells her that they should start making their way back home. And she responds with, you're probably just wanting to get me back home so that you can go back because there's probably someone in your bed right now. Specifically, someone wrapped up in your sheets in your bed right now. Michael turns and gives her a smirk and says, you wanted to hear something wicked. Do you want to know the color of my sheets? She doesn't back down from this response like many people in this time period would, because this is a very improper conversation going on, but she leans into it and she goes, as long as it's not yellow, like please tell me it's not yellow, that is putrid, no, no, no. Michael waits a little bit, making Francesca think that she won this game until he says, red. What? Red what? Red sheets. My sheets are red. This makes Francesca blush instantly and she just starts laughing saying, I can't believe you told me that, what? And Michael says, you asked, you're lucky I don't tell your husband on you. Francesca replies with, John would never worry over me. Michael replies with, I know, it's the only reason I tease you, you would never stray from John, and that is something that I admire about you. Francesca simply replies with, I love your cousin. They get back to the house and Michael tells her that he must go, and Francesca just says, that's just because you want to do something wicked right now, you don't have to leave. In this very moment, the valet comes down the stairs to tell Francesca that he knocked 2 times very loudly on the door, and John never answered, so he must just be in a really deep sleep. Francesca doesn't think much about this, and she tells the valet, of course, thank you so much for letting me know, I'll go wake him up, and then y'all can head that way. Michael says, oh, if John hasn't left yet, I'll just catch a ride with him since I walked here anyway, I'll make my life easier. Francesca says, oh, great idea, let me go wake him up, good to go. This is the place of our first trigger warning. This is trigger warning for loss of a spouse. This part in the book was really, really sad. This is actually where I cried, not gonna lie, in chapter 2, so I'm not going in depth on that. Just know that Francesca goes to wake him up, and he does not wake up. Michael runs upstairs knowing something is wrong. John has passed. Let's fast forward one day. Michael is now talking to, and I'm going to read this off the screen because it is a really long title and I cannot remember it. He is talking to the appointee to the Committee of Privileges of the House of the Lords. Because remember, John had a title. And so this title would go to Michael. Thinks that this is way too soon and it should be happening right now, but the appointee is telling him this is how things are done. We have to get ahead of this. We have to get going. And honestly, Michael is just tuning this man out because he is grieving. This was essentially his brother. He is not okay and he just needs a breather. So he's really not paying attention to the appointee until this man says, was Francesca pregnant? If Francesca's pregnant, this is going to change our whole entire scenario. We need to know immediately. Also, he mentions that if Francesca is pregnant, whenever the baby is about to be born, someone from this committee is going to have to be in the room because apparently baby switching was an issue back then. If you're like, baby switching, what? That just means that sometimes people would give birth to a girl and they would try and switch it out for a boy so that they would still get the title and all of the money. As I was saying, Michael is really tuning him out. But this man just keeps repeating, we have to get ahead of this. We have to figure it out. We need to know, is she pregnant? Is she pregnant? And Michael snaps, looks at this man and goes, she was just widowed yesterday. Give her a break. Give her a break. He tells Michael that if Michael will not ask, then he simply will have to. Michael lunges at this point, pushes this man up against the wall and says, you will not talk to her at all. You will have no communication with her. You will not approach Lady Kilmartin. You will not even breathe the same air as her. The man simply leaves, but he says, I will be back tomorrow. We have to find an answer for this. Michael is so distraught. He doesn't know what to do. He's immediately handled this Earl title, but also it's in limbo because if Francesca is indeed pregnant, it technically would go to her child, depending on the gender, but also he doesn't want any of this. He never wanted what John had. And while all these things are being thrown at him, all he can think about is how Francesca is and how Francesca is doing. Mind you, Francesca is 22 years old. She's 22. While he is having all these thoughts, Francesca actually appears right behind him and tells Michael, we have to tell your mother and his mother what happened. They're in Scotland, so there's no way they would have heard the news by now. We have to write to them and tell them what happened to John. They have to know. As I've mentioned several times, Michael is wrecked with guilt right now because he is coveted after Francesca for years. And he has always wanted Francesca, but not like this. Not at the cost of losing John. And so while Francesca is talking, this is all Michael can focus on. He just keeps thinking, did I do this? Did I wish that I could have you so badly that I lost John? Is this my fault? He is wrecked with guilt. And all of a sudden Francesca says something that just snaps Michael back to reality. Francesca looks at Michael and she says, I'm pregnant. We're fast forwarding a little bit. We have learned that Janet and Helen, Janet was John's mother and Helen is Michael's mother. They have moved into the Kilmartin home so that Francesca is not alone. During this time, Michael has grown more and more distant, and this is devastating to Francesca because she already lost John and now she's feeling like she's losing Michael as well. And again, Michael is her closest friend. So she's lost her husband and she feels like her best friend is slipping away from her and she doesn't know what she did. She also says that during this time, all she wants is him. She doesn't want her mother. She doesn't want his mothers. She doesn't want her sisters. She just wants Michael because Michael, to some extent, knows what she's going through. And he won't talk to her or acknowledge her because he's also grieving and feeling so guilty, but she doesn't know of the guilt because he's never informed her and he's definitely not going to now. It's so messy. Janet is in the same room with Francesca and she asks Francesca, have you seen Michael recently? And Francesca very sadly goes, no, he doesn't really come around much anymore. And Janet just responds with, well, he misses John. I do too. It just must be really difficult for him right now. Francesca is in shock that this lady even brought this up and is saying this because she's like, I just lost my husband. I understand what he is going through. I am also grieving. Why would you say this to me? But you know what? Janet don't stop. Janet keeps on going. And Janet says, I'm not saying it isn't difficult for you, but just think about the fact that Michael still doesn't even know where he stands. He won't even know if he's an Earl for 6 more months until you have the baby. Like, this is too much. This is too much for him. Again, here's the timestamp. You do whatever makes you comfortable. Let's get into it. Also, I'm not going in depth on this, just so everyone at home is aware. Francesca decides to leave this conversation that she's having with Janet, and as soon as she stands up, Janet turns white as a sheet. Is on the chair that Francesca was just sitting on. There is a red stain. We're gonna pan to Michael real quick. He is staying away from the house. He is so guilty over his feelings and over what happened to John that he is not going near the house one bit. And even though he couldn't bring himself to be around Francesca right now, Michael did make sure that all of her affairs were in order, so that is what he was handling in this time while he was away. While he is handling this, his footman comes in with an urgent letter saying, you need to read this. I've been told it is very, very important. Please read this right now. Michael opens up the letter and it is from Helen, which is his mother, telling him come quickly. Francesca just lost the baby. Michael is now rushing to the Kilmartin house, and as soon as he is there, it is now hitting him. I'm now the Earl. I was not prepared for this at all. I always just thought that it was going to be John assuming this role. I've been a rake my whole life, not taking any responsibility. And I'm now the Earl. When his mother turns the corner and finds Michael, the first thing Michael asks is, how is she? She responds with, in shock, crying. They're very short during this time. Like, they really don't express too much emotion, and I'm not sure why, but anywho. Michael says, well, that's to be expected, and Helen goes, she just won't stop. I was like, what? What do you mean she just won't stop? She just won't stop crying. Helen also goes on to say that Violet has showed up to the Kilmartin house and is trying to get her to move back into the Bridgerton house so that they can take care of her. The first thing Michael asks is, what does Francesca want? Is this something that she is wanting? Helen goes, we're not really sure. The doctor says that she can't be moved for a few days anyway, but we called you because you're now the Earl of Kilmartin. It's entirely up to you what's going to happen to her, but also Francesca's been asking for you. When Helen tells Michael this, Michael just says, I can't. You can't. You have to. What do you mean you can't? You need to go in there right now. She's your friend. You can't just abandon her. She wasn't mine in the first place to abandon. She needs her friends. No. Not yet. Not now. And he just leaves. Now, a new chapter and month has passed and Michael is miserable. He just keeps thinking about the fact that everything that was once John's is now his except for Francesca. And Michael intends to keep it that way because he feels like if he makes a move on Francesca or even professes his feelings, that it's just a slap in the face to his cousin. So he will never go there. Francesca comes to Michael's house and tells him that she needs to see him. She tells him that she misses him, and other than her husband, he was her closest friend. She doesn't know what's going on and she needs him. She finally stops beating around the bush and goes, "Why do you keep avoiding me?" He lies and goes, "I don't know." She looks at him and she goes, "You were supposed to be my friend too. I needed you. I still do." He tells her, "You don't need me. You have your mother. You have all of your sisters. That's not what I want right now. If I wanted them, I would be with them right now. I need my friend." Francesca shakes her head and she's like, "I should not have come here." He shakes his head in return saying, no, you're right to come here. Let me make you some tea. Please just stay. Let's keep talking." After a while, they've calmed down a little bit. They're having a nice conversation. Francesca looks at him and she goes, "You can't keep going on like this. You can't keep ignoring me." And before he even gets a chance to say, she went, "The baby would have been yours in a way too." This makes him go so pale. And Francesca just keeps on. "It would have needed a father and it would have been you. You have so many brothers that could have taken on this responsibility. None that knew John. It would have been you." He whispers to her and he goes, "Why are you telling me this? I'm not John. The baby was not mine. I can't be what you want me to be. I'm not John. I won't take his place. I can't take his place. I'm not John." He is actually shaking her at this point. He just keeps repeating, "I'm not John. I'm not John." And she's like, "What is going on? What is going on?" And after a while, he realizes what was going on. He stops. He looks at her. He says that he's sorry. Francesca shakes her head and she's like, "I don't think we should see each other for a while." And she leaves. He doesn't move, doesn't say anything after this point. He's just kind of there. After this moment, Michael realizes that he can't stay here. As long as Francesca is not aware of his feelings, he can't be around her. He can't do it. He decides to go to India. Part 2, we now have a time jump and we are now 4 years in the future. Since Michael never got married, Francesca got to keep her title and she also got to run the estate and everything that came with it since he was in India. She took this as the greatest gift he could have ever given her because it took her mind off of John. It gave her something to do and it gave her a purpose. She's also come to terms that she really wants a baby. This has taken her a long time to admit and just come to terms that she's not betraying John by wanting a baby. It's not going to make her love for him any less than it was. But please remember the time period. She cannot have a baby without being married. So this means that she will have to travel back home and she will have to be a part of this upcoming season. She normally goes back to London in April, but she's decided to go early so that she can be there for the start of the season. She's also deciding that she needs to stop wearing the half mourning colors, which are gray and purple. She will now be back to wearing blue. Take a mental note of that. It'll come into play later. She could also be wearing pinks or yellows, just something bright that shows everyone she's no longer mourning. By her no longer wearing those certain colors, it is just showing the town that she is ready to be back on the marriage market. That is all that means. Michael is also returning to London at this time. He enjoyed his time in India, but it really didn't make him happy. It wasn't what he was longing for, but he did need time away from everything. He lived in peace knowing around every corner Francesca wasn't going to be there. He didn't have to always confront his feelings, and that things could die down. And in his mind, he's thinking, you know what, maybe when I see her next time, I won't love her still. Maybe that is gone and that is past, and that is all I can wish for. But he's also really happy that he decided to go to London early in the year because he knows Francesca doesn't go till April, so there's no way they'll run into each other. Remember, she's about to be back on the marriage market, so she's deciding to go early as well. Back to Francesca at the Kilmartin house. She hears a weird noise in the middle of the night, so she decides to go investigate it, even though she literally has nothing to protect herself, but she goes to investigate it, and she sees Michael. And she is like, "What on earth are you doing here?" And he's like, oh my gosh, I was not expecting you to be in London. In fact, I was trying to avoid you, and you know what, I'm looking at you and I'm still in love. I'm still in love with you. All he can say when he looks at Francesca is, "You're not normally in London until April." How do you know that? My mother's just really detailed in the letters that she writes to me. They talk for a little bit until saying goodnight to one another, and once again, as I just mentioned, Michael knows for sure that he's still in love with Francesca, and at this point he knows it's never going away. The next morning, Michael wakes up and Francesca is nowhere to be found, but he does figure that she is probably having like tea with her mother, and so he makes his way down to where Violet Bridgerton is staying.
He sees Violet, she gives him a very warm welcome. He's very flirty with her and she loves it, she lives for it. Francesca walks outside, she's like, are you flirting with my mother? What are you doing? And he just responds with, I have traveled the world and honestly there's no one else I'd rather flirt with than Violet. She's amazing. And Violet again is just soaking the attention up and she goes, you must stay for dinner. Please stay for dinner. And he agrees. He's like, of course, I would love to. He also tells Violet that Francesca has been a great deal of help to him while he's been in India. Francesca has been the Countess for 6 years, but in reality, the last 4 years, she's been acting as the Earl and taking care of his estate, and he could not be more grateful for her. About an hour later, Francesca and Michael decide to go on a walk together through Hyde Park. Francesca asks Michael if he is wanting to take a seat in Parliament just like John was, and Michael says that he is thinking about it. So naturally, Francesca's like, well, then you're gonna have to get married. Have you thought about that? Is that something you are after? He really doesn't respond, but he lets her go on, and she jokes about who he could marry, which is kind of reminding him of how him, John, and her relationship was before John passed. But we do get a snippet into the timeline here. Even though they gave us the date in the beginning of the book, who on earth is gonna remember whether something happened in 1820 or 1822? Like, no. So here's our timeline. She mentions that Penelope Featherington is single and that they could be a match. This means that this book is taking place right before the events of book 4 / in the beginning of book 4. So that's where we're at. So this means that Penelope and Colin are not together, but this also means that Eloise and Philip are not together at this point. Michael looks at Francesca and says that she will not be his matchmaker. No, we've been through this before. No. Talk for a little bit and Francesca pauses. Michael can see her hesitation and he asks her what is she thinking about. Francesca just looks at him and she says, I want a baby. Chapter 7 starts right where we left off and Michael is in shock. Michael literally cannot say anything. She can see from the look on his face that he's so surprised by this, and she goes, I don't understand why you're so surprised. I am 26, almost 27. I feel like it's natural for me to want a kid. And Michael responds with, of course, but shouldn't you want a husband first? Well, obviously, why do you think I'm back in London so early? I'm here for the season. Do you have anyone in mind? No, not yet, but I'm pretty sure once the season actually starts, some people will start to pop up for me, and if they don't, I have brothers and these brothers have friends, so I should be able to find someone. She turns to Michael, and for the first time, the strangest thing starts to happen. She can't stop looking at his eyes. She notices that he actually has these charcoal flecks in his eyes, and then her gaze goes down to his mouth. All of a sudden she realizes what she's doing and she's like, I gotta go. I have got to get out of here. Bye, Michael. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Got a blast. The only thing she can think of to get out of the situation is I have an appointment at the dressmaker. I've got to go to the dressmaker. I am no longer in half mourning, can't wear gray or purple, got an appointment. Michael just looks at her, not really thinking anything of this, and he goes, ooh, you should make sure that they put you in blue. Do y'all remember earlier how she was talking about the color blue? He remembered that, remembered how great she looked in that color. And that stood out to him all those years ago. And so she's freaking out even more. She's really like, I've got to go. Goodbye. Thank you for the walk. See you soon. Later that day, Francesca goes to visit Violet again and they honestly have a really good conversation. Francesca looks at her very earnestly and asks, why did you never remarry after Dad passed? Violet kind of takes in a deep breath and she goes, you know, not a single one of my kids has ever asked me that before. And now Francesca is rattling her brain thinking, we must have asked you that at some point, and then coming to the realization, no, we never did. Violet goes on to explain that Edmund left all of her financial affairs in order. She was already a little older and she had 8 kids at that point, so she felt very content in the life that she was living. Francesca responds with, John did the same thing for me. He made sure all of my affairs were in order and that I will be perfectly fine for the rest of my life. Violet goes, you were 22 years old when it happened to you. That is completely different than how I was. One cannot expect you to stay single for the rest of your life, and I had kids. You don't even have kids yet. Francesca responds with, I can't shake the feeling that I'm doing something wrong by him, that I'm dishonoring him in our relationship together by moving forward. Violet simply looks at her and says, John would want you to be happy. He loved you with every fiber of his being, and he would want you to be happy. Francesca says, I'm not looking for someone to replace John. I'm not even looking for someone that I love as much as I love John or anything close to that. I've accepted that, and I have accepted that and come to terms. It just feels wrong to marry someone for less. Think about it like this. You won't find someone like John, but you still might find someone who suits you perfectly in a different way, and that is okay. Francesca looks at her mom and says, you didn't. True. But I didn't look at all. Do you wish that you would have? I really don't know. I already had 8 kids at that point, so it's not like I wanted another. And so Violet's kind of laughing, trying to lighten the mood a little bit. Francesca looks to her once again and goes, I want a baby. I thought you did. Why didn't you ever ask me then? Because, my dear, you are so much different than all of your other sisters. If you were Eloise or Daphne, I would have just straight up asked you, but ever since you were a kid, you've always kept to yourself, and there's nothing wrong with that. I know to give you your space and your privacy. We love Violet. That is such an amazing answer. Francesca asked her mom a final question, and that is, if I don't find someone I love to marry, can I marry someone that I just like? Violet shrugs and tells her, you are the only one who can decide that. While they're having their heart-to-heart, what is Michael up to at this point in time? He's losing his mind. He is not doing too hot, ladies and gents. He's really not okay. He actually starts kicking things with his boot, and then he looks down and he goes, whose shoes are these? These are not my shoes. Whose shoes am I wearing? And he realizes that he's wearing John's shoes. He immediately calls his valet and he says, I can never wear anything of John's again. Do not lay these clothes out for me. They are his. I'm not wearing the late Earl's clothes. No, no, no. The valet is like, yes, sir, of course, we will never have that happen again. I will put them in a completely different room. I am so, so sorry. The valet leaves Michael, and Michael is just struggling with the fact that Francesca is ready to get married again. She wants a baby, and he is now thinking about the fact that she is the Countess of Kilmartin. He is the Earl of Kilmartin. So this means that he not only will have to watch her potentially fall in love with someone, but he might have to advise this process for her. He might be the one in charge of it to come up with a dowry for her and firsthand give her away. And that's too much for him. It's too much. So as I said, he's not doing well. Chapter 8 actually starts off with a letter Francesca wrote to Michael, but she never sent it. And there are a lot of words crossed out during this letter. But the ones that really, really are important is she kept marking out, I miss you. So she'd write a little bit, say, I miss you, cross it out, and then the next line would be, I miss John. Write a little bit, say, I miss you, cross it out, keep going on. And that's why she never sent it, is because it kept saying, I miss you, to Michael. And this was in the past, this is while he was in India. Just something to keep note of. It's time for dinner at the Bridgerton house. All of the ladies are there ready to eat. Violet is like, where's Michael? Which then gets Francesca thinking, he did accept. I don't understand where he is. This is so unlike him. He is so punctual. Where is he? And so she decides to go get him. She looks at her mom and she says, I will go get him, or at least figure out where he is. I will write back once I know what's going on. Thank you for dinner. I will go figure this out. When she gets to the Kilmartin house, she hears Michael and she can tell that he does not feel good. And so she goes into his room and she sees that he is not okay. He explains to her he actually contracted malaria while he was in India. And honestly, Francesca does not know what to do with this information or how to even help him, but she can see that he is struggling. He tells her that he calls these moments his attacks. And so they last about a week to 2 weeks. If he's unlucky, maybe 3. They go away, several months they'll come later, and it's just horrible for this moment, but again, it'll pass. It doesn't leave him while he's about to drift off to sleep, and he looks at her again right before he's about to fall asleep, and he says, it's better with you here. He wakes up feeling a whole lot better, and he wakes up before Francesca, and he sees that Francesca did not move. She fell asleep very uncomfortably in the chair right across from him to make sure that he would be okay. And he honestly takes in this moment because he's never been around Francesca first thing in the morning, so he's never seen, honestly, her a little disheveled, not with it, not put together. And so he's kind of soaking in this moment and just seeing how beautiful she truly is. She then wakes up, sees that he's okay. She is so thankful. She can see that he's still a little groggy, but at least better than yesterday. You cannot tell anyone. Please, please, please do not tell anyone. If anyone knows that the Earl has malaria, they will look at him differently and his title won't mean as much as it does, truly. And he also will struggle while on the marriage market. She tells Michael that Violet is expected to stop by this morning, but she'll figure out what to tell Violet so she'll have no clue that he has malaria. And Michael is really touched by this moment, saying, you would lie to your family for me? Francesca responds with, of course, if that's what you want, I will do that for you. She does indeed hide this from her family. She still goes to her family's house every day, but she makes sure to go check on Michael. And her family sees this and they're like, why are you going to hang out with him / see him so often? What on earth is going on? Because again, they don't know that he's sick. And so she's like, you know what, nothing is going on. I just gotta go. I actually need to go check on him one more time. We're just hanging out, no big deal. I will be back. Violet follows her to the door and she asks Francesca, are you and the Earl in some form of a relationship with one another? Are you guys having a torrid affair? And Francesca's so shocked that people would assume that she's having an affair with Michael that she's so flustered and just keeps going, he's just under the weather. No, we're not having an affair. He's just under the weather. And she skedaddles out of there to go talk to Michael because she needs to tell him what people are thinking. Let me also just add that Violet does not believe Francesca at all. She wholeheartedly thinks that Francesca and Michael are having an affair. Wholeheartedly believes that. Francesca runs to Michael and she tells Michael, you have two choices. Michael's very confused, but before he can even get a word in, Francesca's like, my mother is coming over this morning. Michael says, okay. Well, she thinks we're having an affair, Michael. And Michael literally laughs, which is just making Francesca get so red in the face. Like, I'm talking tomato level at this point. She is just blushing up a storm. But Michael responds with, okay, what are our choices? Tell me our two choices. Francesca, as I said, is very flustered, and so she's forgotten the choices that she laid out for him. She's completely forgotten. Doesn't remember them at all. He tells Francesca, just calm down. It's us. We've always been this way. If Violet shows up, she will see that we are still the same old friends that we've always been. Nothing has changed. Take a breather. It's okay. Francesca agrees and keeps saying, you're right. I mean, could you imagine? Yes. Yes, he could indeed imagine. Some may say it's what he's dreamed of for years. So yes, he could imagine this, but that's besides the point. Michael keeps telling Francesca to calm down, and she responds with, do you not understand what I'm telling you? This is crazy. And now he's offended. He is actually offended, and he looks at her and he goes, you know, a lot of women would be very happy to be in an affair with me. Her jaw falls to the floor and then she quickly closes it, and he goes, some women might actually think it's a privilege to be in an affair with me. Francesca goes, I do not wish to hear of your exploits. I do not wish to hear of them. Did we not used to play a game? What was it called? Oh yes. When I Was Wicked? Her face is so red right now. She doesn't know what to say. He rises saying that he needs to get changed, and she runs. She runs away. Guys, you will see as this book goes forward that she is a runner. She is a track star. She is never staying in one place. She flees. We also learned that Violet actually never shows up, so all this stress was for nothing. But the reason she doesn't show up is because Colin has just returned from his travels to Greece, which officially puts the timeline smack dab at the beginning of romancing Mr. Bridgerton when Colin is about to start romancing Penelope. That is our timeline. Later that night, Janet and Helen finally make it all the way from Scotland. They're now in the Kilmartin home, and Michael decides that it's a good time to tell them about his malaria. They agree to keep this a secret, and because of this, they're also talking about Violet's birthday party coming up and how he will be a great suitor, and everyone this season will just be all over him, and hopefully he'll find a wife by the end of it. Michael is getting up to leave, but before he does, him and Francesca make eyes across the room, and they just have a moment of understanding. Just a silent moment with one another where everything is kind of understood and in peace. And this immediately freaks Francesca out because she's only had those moments with John before where she felt like he just completely understood her and knew exactly what she was thinking. And the fact that she's now having this with Michael, oh no. Oh no. But who has time for a freak out when it's time for a birthday party? Let's celebrate our queen, Violet Bridgerton. Let me tell you something, Janet and Helen were completely right about Michael. Michael is the catch of the season, and he hasn't even arrived yet. But people are flooding to Francesca going, when's Michael showing up? What's Michael like? What do we think about Michael? And Francesca is at her wit's end. She tries to walk away, and then Lady Danbury just swoops in out of nowhere, because y'all know how that lady goes. I actually forgot to put her up here. So I guess she didn't swoop into our wall. But other than that, she comes up and she asks Francesca about Michael, asking, where's that Earl of yours? He's not my Earl. He's not here. Lady Danbury simply responds with, well, he's more your Earl than anyone else's. Before Francesca can say anything else, Lady Danbury turns to her and says, you know what? It's actually time for me to pester another Bridgerton at this moment. I see Colin. I'm gonna go mess with Colin. This is the beginning of the fourth book. This is literally the first chapter. So I am assuming that Colin and Penelope had that funny moment over in Eclair right now. Francesca decides to go over to Eloise, Sophie, and Kate. We love them, and I'm so happy that they're all in this book. When Francesca gets over to them, she says, if one more person brings up Michael to me, I think my head will explode. And they're all standing there like, okay, what else can we talk about? What else are we gonna say? And Sophie just goes, oh my goodness, you're in blue. You're out of half mourning. How are you feeling? This is so exciting. Does this mean you are ready to remarry? Francesca simply says, yes. Yes. Eloise goes, oh, there's Michael. Michael's finally showed up. Kate looks and goes, I've forgotten how handsome he is. Sophie nods her head and goes, I agree, he is so handsome. Francesca looks at them and goes, you're both married. Eloise pipes in and goes, since I'm just a 28-year-old Spencer, does this mean I can pipe in on how beautiful he is? Because I will. Francesca looks at Eloise and goes, he is the last man that you would ever want to marry. Remember how in chapter 1 I told y'all to make a mental note of Francesca trying to get Michael to marry or just court Eloise? She's now completely changed her mind on that. This is a completely different reaction to that. Francesca, trying to change the subject, goes, do we not have anything else to talk about other than Michael? And all three of our ladies in unison go, nope. Eloise looks at her and goes, you should go talk to him. Go talk to him. Y'all are friends. Just go say hi. Francesca responds with, why would I even do that when there are hundreds of other men I would rather speak to? I know all the men here, and there are maybe 3 I would be willing to talk to. Michael's your best bet. Go say hi. Sophie pipes in and goes, do you want one of us to come with you? No, I can handle Michael, but first I must go handle myself. And so she scurries away. I told y'all she's a runner. And all 3 of the women look, and Eloise just goes, coward, coward. We're now panned to Michael, and Michael noticed Francesca the second he walked into the ballroom. He noticed immediately that she was in this stunning blue gown and a brand new hairstyle. He also noticed the instant that she left the ballroom. Michael made note that he would know as soon as she entered the ballroom again, because for some reason it is like a sixth sense that he knows where Francesca is at all times. He cannot get away from her, and this is one of the reasons he went to India, because of this little sixth sense that he has towards her. It has also been this way for Michael since the moment he met Francesca. Michael realized that even though they talked about her getting out of half mourning colors the other day, this is the first time she's actually worn them to the town, and it hits him like a ton of bricks. She is out of mourning. She is on the marriage market. She will probably get married by the end of this season because she is gorgeous and stunning, and who wouldn't want to marry her? Michael looks across the ballroom, sees Francesca, and he sees that no one's talking to her, and he's baffled by this fact, and he decides, you know what? I'm gonna go talk to her. And so he makes his way through the ballroom, and mind you, he's on one side, she's completely across the room. So he literally like pushes through people to get to her. When she sees that he's making his way towards her, Francesca actually starts to meet him halfway. She jokes that she finally gets to talk to the Merry Rake after he's been talking to a dozen women. And Michael thinks to himself, I don't care that the town calls me the Merry Rake, or that the town knows that I'm a rake, or that they think that I am a crazy womanizer. But hearing Francesca say that feels like acid right now. And I do not like that. That's what's going on in his mind. Well, now Francesca, is that what you actually think of me? He smirks. She goes, well, of course not. I think you're one of the finest men I know. But I do think you are foolish and are going to break so many hearts, more than I can actually count. Francesca, it's not your job to count them. That's true, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to. Why? Why is that? Because I'm not going to be able to stop myself. Several seconds of silence have passed. Francesca looks at him and goes, you should dance. You should dance right now. Michael goes, with you? Sure, we can dance, but I really just meant with someone that is eligible for you to marry. You know, Felicity Featherington is over there, and I really don't think that she would end up falling in love with you, so I feel like that'd be a perfect match for you since you're not looking for that. Of course, heaven forbid I fall in love. Is that what you're actually after, is love? I have no idea, but if you excuse me, I'm gonna go ask Felicity Featherington to dance. She argues, going, don't be this way. What way am I doing? I'm doing exactly what you asked me to do. I am asking Felicity to dance with me. But you're angry with me. Of course not. I've just merely accepted the fact that you're right, you're always right, and you know best, and I should have listened to you years ago. She gasps and says, I've got to go. I need to go right now. Okay, go. There are many men here tonight, and I could find a husband. You should. I might find one tonight. You might. He says it just like that. Very tight-lipped, very angry. You might. That's exactly how he says it, or at least how I imagined it. Now let's move forward in time. We're gonna go one day later. We see that Francesca really did count the amount of hearts that he broke last night. Every time he talked to a woman, she did a little tally mark in her head. She doesn't know why she did this, but she just couldn't stop. As soon as Francesca wakes up, she goes to the drawing room and she sees that it is covered in flowers. There are bouquets of flowers everywhere she looks. Everywhere. And they are all for her. She is this season's incomparable, really impressive since she is a widow at the age of 26, almost 27. Michael enters the room and is so confused as to what's going on. He jokes saying, are we opening up a flower shop? We really could, but no, these are all for Francesca. He is immediately in a bad mood, picks up a bouquet of roses and goes, roses? Who on earth would send roses? I don't care, but I like roses. You're not gonna marry a man who sends you roses, are you? No. She banters back and forth with him for a little bit until Michael looks and goes, it's final. You're not marrying a man who sends you roses. No, end of story. Francesca notes that she should be annoyed by this, but instead she just goes, okay, I won't marry a man who sends me roses. When Janet goes upstairs to get Helen to show her how many flowers are in our drawing room, Francesca turns to Michael and smugly asks, are you jealous? He turns and he goes, well, what? And Francesca's immediately flustered and goes, no, not over me, but by me. He's like, what are you talking about? Well, did you not see all the flowers that I just got? That means I probably have more suitors than you have girls fawning over you. Michael looks at her and says, a man would be a fool not to want to marry you. He also takes this moment to apologize to her over last night, saying that that was just a really dumb argument, they shouldn't have had it, and that he is sorry. Michael leaves the house, and while he's out, he runs into Sir Fowler. Note this man for later. We don't like him, but note him. Sir Fowler tells Michael that he is aware that Francesca is back on the market, that she is no longer half mourning. Michael in this moment feels like he has been kicked in the chest, but he just tightly nods his head. Yep, that's true. Sir Fowler asks, will you be the one to dower her? Michael again, feeling like he has been kicked in the chest, goes, the Sterling family will take care of her. We always have, and we always will. Sir Fowler goes, I asked her brothers the same question. They're also willing to dower her. This is amazing news for you. With 2 dowries, she will be off your hands before you even know it. Not the thing to say to Michael, that's for sure. Michael also realizes that she could choose Michael to be the one to take care of everything. She could tell Michael, since he is the nearest male relative with the same last name as her currently, that she prefer him to oversee everything in the marriage process, that she prefer him to give her away, which is like Michael's worst nightmare. And so he's just like not happy. This is also how Michael's entire day went. Literally, men just kept coming up, asking him questions about Francesca. Lord Hardwick comes up, and we don't like him either because he sits down and he says something so vulgar that I'm not gonna repeat to you, because I will not say it, because that's just rude. But he says it about Francesca to Michael, thinking that Michael's gonna think that this is a joke. Michael lunges for him, grabs him by the neck, and is like, you will not go near her. No matter what, you will not go near her. In fact, he says you will not even utter her name. Everyone that was looking around, not just Hardwick, everybody looking around was nodding their head like, But as he is leaving, who does he run into? Colin Bridgerton. Who watched all of that go down? Colin Bridgerton. Colin looks at Michael and goes, you should just marry her. I beg your pardon? Excuse me? Marry her. It seems simple enough to me, Michael. Just marry her. To whom are you referring to? Do we really have to play this game? You know what I'm talking about. I can't marry Francesca. Why? There are no laws against it. Why can't you marry her? She was married to my cousin. Again, there are no laws against it. Why can't you marry her? Also, she has to marry someone. And if you aren't the one to marry her, she could end up marrying someone who treats her horribly. Michael is stunned in this moment because as soon as he's about to respond to Colin, he realizes that he is about to flat out say, I want to marry her, which he has never said out loud before. He stops himself before he says it, but he almost says it to her brother nonetheless. He doesn't, but he almost does. We are now fast forwarding 1 week from this talk with Colin. We are now at the Berwick Ball. We see that Michael is looking at Francesca from a distance. Helen, which is his mother by the way, comes up to him and goes, she looks beautiful, doesn't she? Of course she does. Green really suits her. He just nods, You should go dance with her. I'm sure that I will eventually. If you don't go now, her dance card will fill up. You should go dance with her. Well, mother, if I went to go dance with her right now, who would be dancing with you? And so he takes his mother's hand and they go do a dance. After this dance is done, he looks to go find Francesca and he can't find her, so he starts wandering around a little bit trying to find her. He sees that she's out towards the garden, and before he goes out there, he doesn't really want to burst in, so he just kind of stands outside the door eavesdropping. And he also notes that this is not something that he's ever done with John and Francesca, and so the fact that he's doing it now is also surprising to him. After a few minutes while he's listening, he hears Francesca shout the word no. And as soon as Michael hears that, he is immediately out the door into the garden. This is a little heavy, ladies and gents, but we're now going to pan to Francesca. As I told y'all, I will be vague. We're panning to Francesca. She actually decided to go outside of the garden with Sir Fowler. Do y'all remember Sir Fowler? I told you to take a note of him because we don't like him. We don't. Sir Fowler is the type of man who really doesn't understand the word no. And right before Francesca is about to knee him in the groin, he's on the ground. She doesn't even know what happened, but he is on the ground, and we see that Michael has pummeled him and is literally holding him on the ground, saying, "It doesn't feel good to be trapped now, does it?" Michael also makes Sir Fowler apologize to Francesca. Before Francesca leaves the garden, she turns to Michael. She tells him thank you, but she also says, "How did you even know I was out here?" He doesn't say anything, and so she just goes, "Were you watching me?" "I'm always watching you, Francesca." And genuinely, that is all she can think of for the rest of the night. She goes home immediately after this happens at the ball, and that's all she can think of. Helen and Janet come home. They tell her that Michael went out to the club for a little bit. Francesca figured this was going to happen because she figured he was going to avoid her, but she stayed up. She stayed up in her room waiting until she could hear him come home. As soon as she heard him, she opened her bedroom door and went out into the hallway so that she could talk to him. She goes, "I feel like I didn't properly thank you for tonight, so thank you." "For what?" he asks. "For coming to my aid, Michael." He then excuses himself, but Francesca grabs his arm and goes, "Why are you so angry at me?" "Francesca, what are you talking about? Why are you so angry at me? I don't understand what I did." "I'm not angry at you. I'm just tired and I want to go to bed." Michael literally lifts her hand off of him and goes, "I'm going to bed now." She responds with, "No, you can't." And she follows him into his bedroom. She asks him, "Is it because I want to remarry? I'm so sorry. I love John, but I can't just be alone for the rest of my life. I want a kid." And so she keeps just repeating that over and over and over again. But Michael finally notices that this is a moment that he feels like he could actually kiss her, and he thinks he's going to. He can see that she's open to it, because y'all, I didn't mention this, but like they're standing real close to one another, like real close. And so they do kiss. They do. They have a moment. They kiss for a bit. It starts to escalate a little bit, but she stops and she goes, I can't. He looks at her and he goes, "Okay, then please leave my room. Like, please get out of here if you can't. Please leave." Now, as I mentioned, our girl likes to run away. So she runs to her room. The next morning, she runs to her mother. And then she immediately runs to Scotland. She's out of here. She's gone. Before Francesca ran away to Scotland, she left Michael a letter saying, "It was wrong. Please forgive me." And Michael is so baffled over this, thinking, I kissed you. Why did you flee / why are you apologizing to me when I kissed you? Like, what on earth, Francesca? And he is so confused at this moment in time, he decides that he needs to completely clear his head. And so he goes out that night. But once again, who is he running into? Colin. Colin looks at him and goes, "I understand my sister is now in Scotland. What are you going to do?" "What am I going to do about what, Colin?" "About my sister. Of course, Scotland's actually not that far away." They don't say anything for a second. Colin nods his head and goes, "If you don't want to marry her, don't marry her. She might say no." I have found that women often say no the first time you propose to them, but if you keep asking, they're gonna say yes. Don't fret. "Colin, how many people have you proposed to?" "Oh, just one, but I did it this afternoon and she fell out of the carriage." This means, according to the timeline, that this night is the same night as the carriage scene. What a crazy world. Something happens to Michael in this moment and he can finally see a life with Francesca with no guilt, and he can't miss his opportunity, so he travels to Scotland immediately. Should we see what's gonna happen in Scotland? I think we should see what's gonna happen in Scotland. Phil appears and tells Francesca, "Hey, your brother Colin, he is engaged and he's engaged to Penelope." And Francesca is shook because 1, she didn't know they liked each other. 2, she didn't know they were courting. Francesca looks at Michael and she goes, "Are you planning on staying long?" Michael just responds with, "It depends." What does it depend on? On you. "Don't be silly, this place is yours. I will fix you up a room. Actually, I will just take all my stuff out of the Earl's main room and that'll be yours because technically you are the Earl, so that is what we will do. And we'll just move all my stuff." Francesca, "That might not be necessary," is what he actually says. That's not even me exaggerating. He actually says that. He goes on saying, "I didn't mean to kiss you." No, Michael, of course you didn't. We didn't mean to do that. But now that we have, everything has changed, Francesca. She notices in this moment that he's actually really nervous, and she sees that he is holding onto the arm of a chair for dear life to the point where his knuckles are white. That is how hard he is grasping onto this chair. Michael finally tells Francesca that he has given this a lot of thought. He thinks the best course of action is that they need to get married. "Excuse me? You're not listening to me, just listen and it'll all make sense." Francesca immediately says, "I can't marry you." "Why not, Francesca, why not?" Michael goes on saying, "Don't you want to get married to a man who already respects you and cares about you and put your needs first?" and I will give you kids, or at least I will try my hardest. Michael, what will you even gain from this, is what Francesca asks him. Well, easy. I have someone who I respect, I'm friends with, and someone who already understands the estate and what comes with being the countess. She shakes her head and she tells him that she is going upstairs. He tells her to wait. And then he asks, do you want another kiss? Word for word, that is what he says. Do you want another kiss? She shakes her head and goes, it was a mistake. Francesca, it's not a mistake if we get married. Michael, I can't marry you and you know it. Why? Because you're you. Michael replies with, for the first time in a long time, there is no one else I would rather be. She just responds with, Michael. He says, is that Michael yes, or is that Michael no? She simply says, I don't know. To which he says, fair enough. And then they kiss again. / they do a little more than kiss. Also, remember in the beginning how they were playing that game called Tell Me Something Wicked? It's brought back in this scene for what's happening in the room. It is now used for their benefit. That's all I'm gonna say. The next morning, Francesca is so confused, and so what does Francesca do? You may have guessed it, guys, she runs. She runs away. Pretty far, actually, and then it starts to rain, so she's hiding under a tree. Eventually, Michael does find her, and he's like, what on earth are you doing? Come back with me. We need to go. It's pouring. You're going to get sick. Let's just go. We can talk about this later. She finally agrees. She gets on the horse. They get like maybe 10 to 20 minutes down the road, and the horse is exhausted, cannot go anymore. And so Michael goes, okay, I think that there's a little garden or cottage nearby, like maybe 20 minutes on foot. We will just stop there for the night. Why can't we just go home? Please just say we can go home, is what Francesca tells him. Michael goes, I mean, it's going to be like an hour to 2 hours on foot if we do that, and it's pouring rain. We have to get somewhere safe. Francesca obliges, and he tells her, why don't you run on ahead? I can't really go that fast because of the horse, but you go ahead, you get warm, you try and start a fire, I will meet you there. Francesca definitely does beat him there by a long shot, and she can't get the fire to start, but that is okay. He shows up. He's looking very disheveled because he had to actually build the horse a little shelter with his bare hands. But he goes over, he gets the fire started, then he also starts taking off his clothes, and Francesca's like, hold up, what are you doing? No, that's not what we're here for. No. And he's like, Francesca, we are soaked. It was just pouring outside. I don't want to get sick. And so he keeps doing this very aggressively so that she's not looking at him. Michael just laughs and goes, Francesca, I promise I will not do anything scandalous to you this morning. You are safe. And also I have a blanket on. And so she turns around. He also tells her, come sit by me by the fire. If you're not gonna change out of your clothes, at least be here, get warm. She does, they talk for a little bit. He goes, you never answered my question from last night. Question? What question? If you're gonna marry me. Technically, you never asked me a question. You just said that we should get married and you gave me reasons. It was never a question. Pauses and she says, I will consider it. Michael waits for her to elaborate and she goes, I'll consider marrying you. I mean, at this point, I could even be with your child. He pauses and says, pity, I said that I wouldn't do anything to you this morning. She laughs a little bit and he looks down at his watch and he goes, good thing for us that it's only 5 minutes until the afternoon. He asks her, will you kiss me, Francesca? She doesn't move. He then says, can I kiss you, Francesca? She doesn't move. He asks one more time and she does start to sway, and in that moment he realizes that he does finally have her the way that he's always wanted her, which is in love. And they have another fun night, which I'm not explaining because no thank you. That's not what this channel is. So let's keep going. On their ride home, Michael asks her again, will you marry me? She just tells him that she needs more time. He tells her if this is until she gets pregnant, they can keep on trying. That is A-okay with him. She just keeps repeating, I need more time, Michael. I need more time. I don't know. And this is because she is riddled with guilt because she keeps thinking that she's betraying John, not because she's thinking about remarrying him, but because of her strong feelings for Michael. She had it in her mind that she would just be marrying to have a kid and that would be it. But she really is falling in love with Michael and that is scaring her. When they get home, Michael goes to his office and honestly he is a little mad because Francesca will not give him a full answer and he does feel like he's getting used. But he also thinks of John in this moment, and this is the first time that he's actually even considered John in the equation, which makes him happy. It means that he hasn't been betraying him. and that he realizes that John would just want Michael to be happy and he would just want Francesca to be happy. And in a way, he feels like he now has John's blessing. Later, Francesca finds Michael in the library, and Michael is in a really cheery mood, and Francesca's like, what is going on? He even starts talking to her about the weather, and again, I say, Francesca's like, what is going on? Michael tells her that he has something for her, and Francesca is now freaking out inside, going, oh my god, please say it's not a ring, please say it's not a ring, don't be a ring, please don't be a ring. And he sets down a bouquet of flowers, and she goes, these are beautiful, why? He looks at her and goes, these are for you, because I am now courting you, because you deserve it. Which honestly is actually a cute moment. Being Francesca, she is now freaking out. Once again, what's new? She tells him that she needs to go to her room, she just wants to lay down for a little bit. He goes, that's great. And then he looks at her and goes, since we're courting, do you mind if I give you a farewell kiss? She nods, and she expects him to like actually kiss her, but he reaches for her hand and he softly kisses it and says, dream of me. She literally can't move, and so Michael's like, do you want to do more than just dream of me? Which she did. And so they had some fun in the library. So after this, it has been about 3 weeks, and Michael has proposed about 2 times within the span. Michael's getting a little like, eventually, will you marry me? Like, what is happening? You're kind of just leaving me hanging here. That's how Michael's feeling. While things were starting to happen one night, Francesca stops him and goes, no, I can't. I don't even know who I am anymore. I am a fallen woman. I can't. He responds with, then marry me. It'll all be fixed, just marry me. She says, I wasn't supposed to feel this for another man. What were you supposed to feel? Passion. She doesn't go in depth, but we all know that she's talking about love. He doesn't know that, but we know. Michael is immediately hurt by this answer. He really just feels like she is using him for a kid. He thought one day maybe she would say yes, they would get married happily ever after, and she would love him. But at this point, he's like, she's not gonna love me. She's just using me. He asks her, point blank period, why are you still here? If you won't marry me, what do you even have here in Scotland? Why do you stay when I'm here? What is the reason? She literally can't say anything else except, I won't marry you. And he looks at her and he goes, I want you gone, please. Please pack up your bags and leave. If you won't marry me, you have no reason to stay here. It is just hurting me. Please leave. She keeps asking him, why now? Why are we doing this? I don't understand. And Michael screams, because I love you, because I have always loved you. He is now basically shouting her, going, because I love you, because I've always loved you. I loved you when I went to India. I loved you when you were with John. I have always been in love with you. He keeps going on too. Francesca's not saying anything. He keeps going on. He goes, I love you, my cousin's wife. I love you, the one woman I can never have. I love you, Francesca Bridgerton Sterling. I love you. She cries out for him to stop, but he keeps going because all these years of his pent up emotions are just overflowing out of him and he can't be stopped. Michael finally looks at her and goes, go if you're not mine. Please leave because I will not be able to walk away from you. Please. And what does she do? She flees. Of course. But a few hours have passed after she's fled. She comes back to the Kilmartin house. She looks at him and she says, I will marry you. I will marry you. Why? Is all he asks. I don't know. Francesca says, you're gonna have to do better than that, is what Michael says. Francesca goes, I don't know yet. Please give me the time to figure it out. I don't know yet. Michael looks at her and goes, you can't take this back. There's no cold feet. There's no backing out of this wedding. If you say yes right now, we're getting married. Basically, he means no more running away. And she agrees. So they are engaged. We're gonna fast forward just a little bit. Not a lot, but like just a little bit, like maybe like a week or two, give or take. And Francesca informs Michael that Penelope and Colin are married. They moved the wedding up and they are now married, but that's not even the real kicker. Eloise and someone named Phillip are married. And Michael goes, who? Eloise? Was she even courting anyone? And that's what Francesca's like, no, I don't think that they were. I'm so confused, but also they didn't fill me in. Why didn't anyone tell me anything? Michael says, we're in Scotland. How would they have even gotten to you in time for you to be able to get there? But then he goes, well, I mean, since you weren't able to go to their weddings, we should just get married. We should get married today. And Francesca agrees. Later that day they get married, and later that night she tells Michael that she is so happy. This is the time where Michael finally calmly tells her that he loves her. We're gonna go 2 more weeks in the future because we keep doing these time jumps. Michael is sick with a fever that will not break, and Francesca is frantic, stressing out. She thinks that this is the malaria again and that this is going to be so bad and he might not survive. He keeps telling her, it doesn't feel the same as malaria. I think this is just a really bad cold. I promise you I'm going to be okay. She's flipping out. Eventually his fever does break and she learns that he is okay. It wasn't malaria, but this is the moment everything kind of clicks into place for her. She is about to tell Michael something so exciting and then she goes, I have to leave. I will be back, but I have to leave. Michael's really confused. Francesca goes to the gardener. She asks for a few flowers and then she winds up at John's grave. She kneels down and she tells John everything, how much she misses him, how much she loved him, how at first she thought she was betraying him, but in reality, she knows that he has given them his blessing and that she'll always love him, but she loves Michael as well. And all of a sudden she hears a weird sound. As soon as she says she loves Michael, she turns around and who's standing there? Michael. He heard everything and he's so happy. She even asks him, did you hear that? And he goes, I love you. Immediately, I love you. She tells him she loves him as well, and he goes, I don't know what I did to deserve you. She responds with, you didn't have to do anything, it just took me some time to realize it. Turn around to head back to the Kilmartin house, but Michael whips his body around and mouths the word thank you to John's grave. The end. Let's get into the epilogue. The first epilogue is a letter from Janet to Michael saying that their relationship was a shock, but the more that Janet and Helen thought about it, the more of a perfect match Michael and Francesca seemed to be. She gives Michael her blessing for Francesca because please remember that Janet was Francesca's mother-in-law, and so in some ways she feels like she needs to give this blessing, even though technically she doesn't. She feels compelled to. And I really do love that. I love that relationship so much. But this is the kicker. She ends the letter saying, thank you, Michael, for letting my son love her first. I love that. The second epilogue, we are focusing on Francesca. She's still struggling to conceive a child. And we're seeing her feel very, very guilty because she should be happy for all of her siblings that are growing their family, making their family bigger, but she's so jealous. She's so jealous because that is all she wants. Eventually she comes back home and she shows the family that she had a baby and they named it John. Violet notes that John looks just like Francesca, and then 9 months later they come back with another baby named Janet, who is said to look just like Michael. And that is the end of When He Was Wicked. I really like this book in comparison to the last one, and I originally gave it 3 stars. I'm upping it. I'm giving like a 4.5. I really enjoyed it, and I liked the pacing, and I liked the slow burn aspect. I had a good time with this one. Hyacinth's book is everything I wanted from Eloise's book. So if you are disappointed with Eloise's story, you're probably gonna like Hyacinth's. Honestly, this book is just fun vibes. It's a lot different from the rest of the series in my opinion. We have a treasure hunt and it's just a good time. It's just a good time, so let's hop right in. As y'all can see, we have some new additions to the wall. So portraying Hyacinth, we have Freya Allen, who is in The Witcher. I know that Hyacinth already has an actress, but the girl is 17. I'm not gonna be talking about a 17-year-old in a romance capacity. We have Freya Allen, who I believe is 22, which is the same age as Hyacinth. In the book, that's what we're rolling with, and I think she fits the vibes of Hyacinth. And then for our love interest, Gareth St. Clair, I have Matthew Broome as my little fan cast. Y'all might recognize him if you watch The Buccaneers on Apple TV. And then this man up here, I forgot to make a name tag for, but that's fine because I really don't like him. So does he deserve a name tag in general? No, he's the Baron of our story. And then down here, we have Sophie Turner as Felicity Featherington. It's In His Kiss starts with a prologue, and this prologue takes place 10 years before the events of the actual book occur. And we are focusing on Gareth St. Clair, who we have not met before, but do y'all want to guess who his grandma is? His grandma is Lady Danbury. But anywho, it's 1815, we're focusing on Gareth, and Gareth has 4 principles for how he can handle his father, and here they are. Number 1, they do not talk unless it is absolutely necessary. Number 2, if they have to talk and it's absolutely necessary, it's gotta be brief. It's not gonna be a long conversation, they gotta wrap it up in 1, 2, 3, it's gotta be brief. Number 3, if this brief, absolutely necessary conversation happens, there has to be a third party present. It is not just gonna be the 2 of them in a room speaking. And then number 4, to ensure that numbers 1 through 3 happen, Gareth will accept any and all invitations away from his house during summer vacation, Christmas, all the above, so that he is never home. So essentially, they do not get along. And that's putting it nicely. These principles weren't just for Gareth. His father followed them as well. So when Gareth received a note immediately calling him back home, he knew this had to have been an emergency because there's no way his father would have broken rules 1 through 4. Let me give you some information about Gareth. Gareth is currently 18 years old and he is planning on attending Cambridge in the fall with all of his friends. He is basically doing what any young man established in society is doing during this time. He's living his best life.
He's living his best life and living it up, and he's so excited to attend Cambridge this fall. When Gareth makes it to the St. Clair house, he is immediately nervous and he keeps looking around being like, this is my house, but I don't truly feel at home here. And he's very much on edge, being like, what the heck is my dad about to tell me? Just to further drive home the point that they do not get along, the Baron has essentially washed his hands free of Gareth, and he's only paying for his education because that's what society expects of him, and he doesn't want to go against society. That's the only reason his education is being paid for. Let's be for real. You might be asking yourself at this point, okay, so Gareth does not have a good relationship with his father, obviously. Where's his mother? Sadly, his mother passed away in a very tragic accident when he was 5 years old. When Gareth is finally told to enter the room, Gareth is literally standing there trying to get his father's attention because his father is literally not looking up. Several minutes have passed until the Baron realizes that Gareth is even there, and then as soon as he sees him, he goes, why are you standing like that? Stand up straight. What on earth are you doing? Immediately criticizes the poor boy. The Baron also goes on saying, I'm surprised you even showed up. You called me here. Why on earth would I not attend? You never call me home. You called me here. What do you want? The Baron looks at Gareth and says, I have finally found a way for you to please this family and to do your part in our family. Gareth looks at his dad and goes, you have? Oh yes, I have. You will be getting married this summer. Gareth is now having an existential crisis because remember, he's planning to attend Cambridge in the fall with all of his friends. He is also not in a relationship or courting anyone at this point. So he's really confused with how his father is even telling him that he's getting married this upcoming season. Also, Gareth is only 18, and as I said earlier, men in this time period like to sow their wild oats before settling down. He's only 18, so he's not happy. Before Gareth can even say anything, the Baron just keeps going on saying, her dowry is very substantial, so this will really help out our family financially. Who? Huh? Who? Who am I marrying? Oh yes. Marry Winthrop. At this point, Gareth is feeling very, very woozy, and the Baron just will not stop. The Baron's like, I have already arranged it. She has already accepted. You are betrothed at this point. His father also starts to speak very poorly of Mary. That would not be acceptable in this time period, but obviously their time period is different than ours. And Gareth just keeps looking at his dad saying, I won't marry her. I won't marry her. Baron just keeps going on talking very poorly about Mary, and Gareth finally snaps and goes, don't talk to her that way. I don't want to marry her, but I still have enough respect for her for you not to speak about this woman in this capacity. The Baron looks and says, I will give you an allowance if you marry her. Our family needs this dowry, and I can't have your brother George, the actual heir, marrying a girl like her, so it has to be you. But you would still force me to marry her? I'm also your son. The Baron looks at him square in the eye and says, how could you not have figured it out by now? You are not my son. Your mother got around with someone while I was out of town, and you are not my son. Gareth is having a bad day, let me tell y'all, ladies and gents. He can't catch a break. But you know what? The Baron doesn't even give him a second to reflect. He keeps going, I have fed you. I presented you into society as if you were my own. You now are legitimate in the eyes of the town. You're welcome. I did all this for you. You're gonna do this for me. You are marrying Mary Winthrop. And all Gareth can say is, but, I look like you. How is that possible? I'm not your son. I look like you. Note this for later, ladies and gents. Note this for later. The Baron responds with, that's just an unhappy coincidence. No. I won't do it. I won't marry her. No. I will cut you off. You will not see another penny from me, and you can kiss your dreams of going to Cambridge goodbye if you don't do this. No, I'm not marrying her. Then we're through. You can leave. And he leaves, and he never goes back to the St. Clair house. We are now going 10 years in the future. Let's get into chapter 1. We are now with our girl, Hyacinth Bridgerton, and as y'all know from previous books, she is not shy at all. She speaks her mind, and honestly, she never stops talking. Oh, we are also at the Smythe Smith musical, and if you remember from book 4, the Smythe Smiths can't sing at all. But people attend just to be nice, so they'll have a friendly face in the audience clapping for them. But they're horrid to listen to. We hear Hyacinth ask, why on earth do we attend this event every single year? To which her sister-in-law, Penelope, goes, because we are good people. Hyacinth responds with, you would think we would have learned our lesson last year? Or the year before? Or the year before? Or the year before? Penelope just tells Hyacinth, sit down. It is about to start. Sit down and stop complaining, please. I'm not sure if I'm a good or kind person at this point, Penelope. Hyacinth, I'm not sure either, but I have good faith in you. Sit on down, it's about to start. Penelope, you really don't have any say in the matter because even Colin refused to accompany you. This silences Penelope, and Penelope really does not have anything else to say after that point. But Hyacinth just keeps going on. She's smiling, going, man, I really do love when I'm right.
I really do. You do realize that you are insufferable. Of course, but you love me. You have to. You married into our family. It was a contractual obligation at that point. Funny. I don't remember that being part of my marriage vows. So funny, because I remember it perfectly. I don't know how you do it, but as exasperating as you are somehow still charming. It's my greatest gift, for as insufferable as I am, I'm a kind soul. And even though every year Hyacinth promises that she will never return to this event, every time they perform, she just keeps smiling so that they have a nice friendly face in the crowd, showing that she is in fact a good and kind person. Oh my goodness, would you look at that? Who is approaching them right now? Lady Danbury. Lady Danbury finally makes her way over there and goes, oh, move over, Hyacinth. I want to sit in between y'all. Hyacinth scooches over and tells Lady Danbury, we were just going through our reasons for why we show up to this every year. But I, for one, have come up as blame. I can't speak for you, but Penelope and I are here for the same reason. The music. Lady Danbury laughs at her and goes, I knew I liked you, Hyacinth Bridgerton. During this time, we learn that Hyacinth visits Lady Danbury every single Tuesday to read to her. And she really enjoys doing it. In fact, she looks at Lady Danbury as if Lady Danbury is her own grandmother. To the point where Hyacinth wants to be Lady Danbury when she gets older. So more information for you on Hyacinth is Hyacinth has been on the marriage market for 3 years at this point. She's accumulated a total of 6 proposals. She got 3 her first year, 2 her second year, 1 last year. And so far this season, she has not gotten any proposals. And Hyacinth is growing more and more tired of this process as a whole. It is no longer exciting and dazzling and gives her butterflies every single time she goes to dance. It's just a room she walks into. It's insufferable people she speaks to, and it's just a dance. Nothing more than that. Hyacinth has even gone as far as telling her mother how she is feeling over this, to which Violet just responds with, well, find a husband. If you find a husband, this process will be over for you, and then the excitement doesn't matter anymore, because you'll be married and happy and in love. So find a husband. And let me tell you, if y'all thought Violet was subtle with any of her previous children, that's gone at this point with Gregory and Hyacinth. She just wants them to get married ASAP, and she is letting everyone in the town know. She is not shying away from that fact. She is ready to have all her kids married. And she's putting more pressure on Hyacinth than she is Gregory, even though Gregory is 24 at this point and Hyacinth is 22. As I mentioned earlier, Hyacinth is not shy at all, and she lets everyone know what's going on in her mind, but she also lets everyone know that she is smart. And that would be why she has not gotten a lot of marriage proposals, because men in this time period do not want a woman who is smarter than them, and Hyacinth does not back down. She will be right every single time. Men don't like that, apparently. Back to the Smythe-Smith event, we have Lady Danbury asking around, have y'all seen my grandson? Hyacinth looks at her and goes, which grandson? To which Lady Danbury laughs, saying, obviously the only one I like. Hyacinth looks at her and goes, hold up, Gareth St. Clair is coming tonight. How on earth did you manage that? Lady Danbury looks at her and goes, well, why are you so interested? To which Hyacinth says, I'm always interested in the town's gossip. You know this, so how did you get him here? I may or may not have blackmailed him a little bit. Hyacinth says, please, what did you actually do? To which Lady Danbury laughs, going, I may have guilt-tripped him a little, saying that I have some doctor's appointments coming up and I've just been so under the weather and ill. That got him here very, very quickly. Hyacinth laughs and tells Lady Danbury, well, he must really love you because I have never seen him at this event before. Lady Danbury says, well, of course not. There's not enough loose women around here for him. Y'all, that is a very improper thing to say in this time period, but Lady Danbury don't care. Lady Danbury don't care at all. And we're also acknowledging the fact that Gareth, right here, is a rake. Everyone knows it, even his grandmother. Speaking of that, the book goes more in depth on how Gareth has a horrible reputation because he is a rake that literally gets with everyone. Mostly opera singers and actresses is what the book specifies, but basically everyone. We also learn that he is now the heir to the Baron title because his brother passed away a year ago. And that is just some irony to the Baron up here, because since Gareth was born in wedlock and the Baron accepted him as his own legitimately, he is the heir no matter what. Even if he tells the town that Gareth is not his true son, he won't lose his title because he was never born out of wedlock and he's not illegitimate. Something to keep in mind for later. Lady Danbury looks at both of the girls and goes, is that the same person who was on the cello last year? This immediately snaps Hyacinth out of her thoughts, which is where we got all of our information from, by the way. And she goes, what? To which Lady Danbury says, well, if you have to ask, obviously you are not paying attention. So Lady Danbury leans into Penelope and starts chatting away, which makes Hyacinth a little butthurt because Hyacinth does not like not knowing what is going on and being left out of a conversation. So she just leans back in her chair and just goes, hoping that would get their attention. She does it again, not getting their attention. And then Gareth walks up and goes, you sound just like my grandmother when you do that. This makes Lady Danbury laugh, saying, doesn't she though? She's quickly replacing you as my pride and joy, so you better watch out. Gareth looks at Hyacinth and goes, oh, tell me my grandmother is not remaking you in her image. And y'all, this is one of the few times, if not the only time, in Hyacinth's life that she does not have a comeback ready to go. And this freaks her out. She does not know what to say. But luckily for her, Lady Danbury always has something to say and goes, Hyacinth, scooch over once more. I really want to sit next to Gareth. Let's scoot down a little more. Gareth shakes his head and looks at Lady Danbury saying, you owe me for this. Lady Danbury goes, huh, without me, you wouldn't exist. So you owe me for everything. Hyacinth is laughing at them, which makes Gareth looks at her and goes, and why exactly are you here? Are you just a lover of the music? Well, Lady Danbury says, obviously not. If she was a lover of the music, she would have fled to France by now. Gareth softly murmurs to where only Hyacinth can hear, she hates being left out of a conversation. To which Lady Danbury actually did overhear, and so she decides to take her cane and whack him in the shins. He quickly grabs Lady Danbury's cane, hands it to Hyacinth and says, here you go. She cannot be trusted with this, which once again leaves Hyacinth speechless because no one has ever messed with Lady Danbury like this, nonetheless taken her cane. And so she's a little impressed but also freaked out, being like, why can't I say anything? Why don't I have anything to say? Why are you making it to where I'm actually speechless? What does this mean? And while Hyacinth is having all of these questions in her head, she's really frustrated because she prides herself on being able to solve everyone in town like a puzzle in a mere matter of seconds. But not Gareth. She cannot figure him out, and this is so frustrating to her. So frustrating. She is fidgeting in her chair, not just because she's getting a little flustered, but because the man to her left is kind of taking up half her seat. He does not understand the term personal space, and so she is now being forced closer to Gareth, which he is apparently putting off so much heat. And she's having to fan herself, to which Gareth is looking at her, being like, are you okay? What is going on here? Hyacinth goes, it's just so hot in here. Is it not just so hot in here to you? No, not at all. I'm perfectly fine. Are any of y'all hot? No, I'm not hot at all. Huh, Hyacinth, that must just be you. Hyacinth is still fanning herself at this point, and she is about to get up, but as soon as she makes that move, the lights dim and the show is about to start, and she is stuck there. Chapter 2 starts 30 minutes later. Gareth leans into Lady Danbury and just whispers, never again, never again. Lady Danbury says, you're not sitting politely, you're not sitting politely. Gareth goes, we could have sat in the back. To which Lady Danbury looks and goes, and what, have missed all the fun? Oh, it's a good thing I love you, Grandma. It is a good thing I love you. At this point, the show is over and people are starting to stand up and give them a little bit of a standing ovation, and he notices that his grandma starts to do the same, but Garrett realizes it's not because Lady Danbury is so impressed with what the Smythe-Smiths have done. It's because she wants her cane back. She reaches over to Hyacinth to get that cane back so she can have help standing up / hit him in the shins again. Gareth looks at Hyacinth and just whispers, traitor. We are now in Gareth's thoughts for a little bit, and we learn through Gareth that Anthony has doubled Hyacinth's dowry to try and increase her prospects for marriage during this season, because again, she hasn't had any yet and she only had one last season. So Anthony's thinking to himself, well, maybe if I double that dowry, people will really want that money and they'll try and marry Hyacinth off. Because this is the last of his sisters that he has to try and get married off. He's ready to be done. We also learn that Gareth has been asking people around town all about Hyacinth because he wants to know who exactly is going to spend all her time with his grandmother. And the responses he got were crazy. They were crazy. Some said, surely you don't want to marry her. You'd be mad. Others just called her downright terrifying. No one seemed to dislike her, but they all agreed that they wouldn't ever marry her. Someone even said that men don't like women who are smarter than them, and Hyacinth is one not to pretend that she isn't. So he's thinking to himself how similar Hyacinth is to his grandmother and how the world only needs one Lady Danbury. Apparently now we got two. Gareth is finally out of his thoughts. He looks at his grandma and says, I will never be attending another one of these events. To which Lady Danbury responds with, well, of course not. Why would you? She keeps going on saying, I need a lemonade. I need some refreshments. Penelope, come with me. Come get some refreshments with me. Oh, well, I can go with you, grandmother. That's completely fine. No need at all. You just stay and keep Hyacinth some company. Penelope, let's go get me some lemonade. Are y'all getting matchmaker vibes? You should be getting matchmaker vibes at this moment in time. When they leave, Gareth is looking at Hyacinth and he sees that Hyacinth is scoping out the room, literally looking all over the place for someone or something. He asks her, what on earth are you looking for? Hyacinth says, oh, nothing. I'm just examining the scene. Gareth looks at her and goes, do you always sound like a detective? Only when it suits me and I like to know what's going on. Oh, okay. And is anything going on right now?
No, of course not, but you never know. Gareth has the urge to shake her, and he notes that she's the strangest woman he has ever met. Let's talk about the relationship between Gareth and Lady Danbury. We learned that Lady Danbury is his maternal grandmother, so they are actually related by blood. We learned that Lady Danbury never liked the Baron. She has good taste, clearly, because the Baron is horrible. Gareth also never informed Lady Danbury of the news he learned from the Baron. He never told her that he is actually not related to him and that his mother had an affair. He didn't want to paint his mother in a poor image to Lady Danbury. And as I mentioned earlier, Gareth is now the heir to the St. Clair title, but he has been holding his breath ever since he's received this because he doesn't know what his father's going to do. He doesn't know if his father is going to act out and try and lower his reputation in the town or speak ill of him or say that he actually is not his child. Again, it wouldn't take the title away, but it would cause a scandal. But at this point in time, his father has not said anything. As we saw in the prologue, his father kicked him out, but when his father kicked him out, Lady Danbury goes, I would rather take care of you anyway. And Lady Danbury actually paid for him to attend Cambridge in the fall. Lady Danbury also ensured that Gareth's mother had her own money. She made sure to put that in their marriage contract because she never liked the Baron. Lady Danbury said, I would have been an idiot if I let your mother marry him without any assets of her own. So that is where the money for Gareth's schooling came from. Finally, Gareth is back to paying attention to his surroundings, and he noticed that Hyacinth is just fidgeting and that she can't sit still, and he honestly thinks that this is kind of adorable because every woman in town has been taught to be very, very proper, very, very still, do not move, be the picture of grace. And then there's Hyacinth over here who's just like itching to get up. You can tell that she is ready to do something, does not like to sit still. He keeps thinking to himself, there is something so special about Hyacinth Bridgerton. I can't put my finger on it, but there is something so special about her. She is gorgeous. She does have a mind of her own, but I really like making her speechless. I really, really love when I say something witty, and for some reason she doesn't have anything to respond to. That is my new favorite game. As they're making their walk around the room, Hyacinth asks him, how on earth did Lady Danbury actually get you here? Gareth says, oh, with a lot of hand gesturing about all her many, many, many doctor's appointments and how she might not have too much time left. So here I am. Hyacinth goes, only once? It only took her one time to bring that up to break you? No, not at all. I held out for half an hour. She laughs and goes, oh, you are good. You are good. He leans in and he whispers at a lot of things. This makes Hyacinth blush like there is no other, which just makes Gareth so happy because once again, he has rendered her speechless. Hyacinth finally finds the words that she wants to say. She goes, I've been told not to hang around men like you. I've heard that you are an abomination and that you are just dangerous to be around. She pauses and then she goes, I really don't think that that's true of you though. I don't think that this is the real you. Gareth looks at her, narrows his eyes a little bit and goes, why do you think that? Hyacinth smiles at him and goes, because you're too nice to your grandmother to be that kind of man. To which he responds with, some would say she's too nice to me. Hyacinth responds with, oh, a lot of people would actually say that. A lot. That statement literally makes Gareth choke and he goes, you really don't have a shy bone in your body, do you? Hyacinth says, I'm still trying to find it, but no, I don't think so. And I think that's why no one will marry me. Gareth looks at her and goes, I doubt that. Hyacinth is like, oh, no, it's true. Men want to be trapped. They just don't realize it yet, but they don't want to be trapped by someone who is too smart for them, who is smarter than them. And I'm not one to back down. Gareth is now laughing, asking her, now why on earth would men want to be trapped in a marriage? Hyacinth says, well, would you willingly go to the altar? Gareth starts saying, no, but, and she interrupts him. She interrupts him saying, see, I'm right. Guys, the banter in this book is actually pretty dang good. If I have to say so myself, as someone who has read all the books, the banter's pretty dang good in this one. 3 days after the Smythe Smith event, Gareth's valet comes in his room and tells him that he has a female guest here to see him. Gareth is a little confused by this, but the valet goes, it's your late brother's wife, Caroline. Gareth goes, oh, yes. Please tell her she can come in. Yes, of course. Caroline enters and tells Gareth that she's been going through George's things and she found a journal that is from their grandmother, not Lady Danbury, but the Baron's mother, Isabella. Gareth opens it up and he realizes that it's not in English. He believes it's in Italian, but is not positive, and so he can't read it. He can't even translate it. Also, this is her personal diary, and so Gareth truly doesn't want it because he isn't blood related to this woman, so he does feel like this could be wrong of him to read it, but Caroline says that George left him a note saying that this belonged to Gareth, that if he were to pass, Gareth needs to have this diary. So Gareth has literally nothing else to do except keep it and then try and figure out what it says. Gareth thinks to himself, now who on earth would know someone that can speak Italian to try and figure out what this says? Well, obviously it's my grandma because she knows literally everything about everyone. So let's go there. But you know what? While we're talking about Lady Danbury, why don't we pan to her right now and see what her and Hyacinth are up to? Y'all, it's a Tuesday, and on Tuesdays, what happens at the Danbury residence? Hyacinth is over there reading to her. After Hyacinth finishes the chapter, Lady Danbury tries to get her to keep going, but Hyacinth refuses, and then Lady Danbury goes, well, okay, let's talk about your prospects then. Let's talk about your prospects during the season. Who do you think you're gonna marry? Hyacinth immediately is like, you are just like my mother right now. Y'all need to calm down. It is okay. To which Lady Danbury says, well, you need a husband. You need to find one. I will not calm down, and neither will your mother. We need to find you a husband. Hyacinth responds to, well, if there is a single intelligent man in London, I will marry him. But guess what? There isn't one. And don't you dare say your grandson, because I'm not interested in your grandson. I know what you're trying to do. Lady Danbury responds with, but he's just so perfectly nice and so handsome. Hyacinth does not say anything after this. Lady Danbury leans back in her chair and goes, see? You don't disagree with me. Hyacinth laughs and goes, of course I'm not going to disagree with you. Of course your grandson is handsome, but he is not after me or any other woman in society. Lady Danbury says, well, you know what? We're just going to have to help him get there. You should probably yank down your dress a little bit next time you see him. Hyacinth is taken aback, being like, Lady Danbury, what? Because this is improper to say. It is very improper during this time period, but Lady Danbury has no chill. Lady Danbury goes, fine, fine, fine. I won't say another word. I won't say another word. Hyacinth looks at her and goes, until? Lady Danbury goes, until what, Hyacinth? Hyacinth knew that within the next 5 minutes, she would be bringing up this conversation again. She knew it. And guess what? Hyacinth is right, because 5 minutes later, Lady Danbury looks at her and goes, do you know what I think? I think we should write a book, is what Lady Danbury says. Hyacinth goes, well, that actually is not what I thought you were going to say, and I really don't know if I want to do that with you. Oh, pish posh, I need a challenge. We are going to be writing a book together. They are arguing back and forth when Gareth suddenly appears in the drawing room to talk to them. Lady Danbury notices him first and goes, oh, how nice of you to finally come visit me. Gareth turns to Hyacinth and goes, why do you visit my grandmother so much? Hyacinth shrugs her shoulders and goes, because I like her. Why do you visit her so much? Gareth is about to say, because she's my grandmother, duh. But instead he goes, I like her too. I love that answer. Gareth was planning to only show the diary to Lady Danbury, but he does trust his grandmother's judgment in who she hangs out with, and so he believes that Hyacinth will be a safe person to also show this diary to. He's showing it to Lady Danbury. Lady Danbury confirms, yes, 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 this is definitely Italian, but honestly, I don't know many people in our town who speak Italian. Most people only learn French. Hyacinth says, wait, I know Italian. I had an Italian governess growing up. I know a lot of terms. I could try and help you. They give the diary to Hyacinth. She starts reading it, and they're kind of swarming her a little bit, not giving her any personal space, and Hyacinth is like, this is a lot of pressure right now. You're putting a lot of pressure on me. I know some terms, but I don't know a lot. Like, can I have some space, please? Lady Danbury goes, you know what? That is perfect. Why don't you take it home with you, Hyacinth? And then when you see Gareth tomorrow, you can give it back to him. Gareth goes, when am I seeing Hyacinth tomorrow? What are we talking about? Lady Danbury smiles and goes, oh, don't you remember? We have the poetry reading tomorrow. You're going with me. Don't you remember saying that? Gareth smiles and goes, oh, yes. Of course. Of course. Gareth mutters under his breath, well, you know what? It can't be worse than the Smythe-Smith event. Hyacinth leans in and goes, you do realize that Lady Plainsworth was a Smythe-Smith before she got married, right? Hyacinth makes her way back home and she sees that Violet is literally standing by the door, waiting for her to tell her the news that Charlotte Stokehurst is engaged. Hyacinth's like, oh, cool. That is awesome. Good for Charlotte. Go Charlotte. Hyacinth is aware of what Violet is about to say to her, so Hyacinth is trying to beeline for the stairs to get the heck out of there until Violet goes, you know what, Hyacinth, let's have tea together. Come have tea with me down here. Hyacinth goes, oh, I was actually planning on having tea upstairs. I really was planning on that. Violet goes, I already told everyone to set it up in the drawing room. Come, come. We're having tea together. Come, come. Hyacinth sits down for tea with her mother and goes, Mom, you have 6 kids who are married right now. Can't you just be happy with that? Violet responds with, can't you just look? If you just look, I will be happy. I will accept that, but you're not even looking or giving anyone a chance. Hyacinth rolls her eyes with this and she accepts her tea with 1 sugar. Please take note of this. This will come back later in a very, very funny scene, but take note of it because I enjoyed that future scene. Violet goes on saying, I would never pressure you to marry someone who is not in the best interest for you, but you just have to look. Hyacinth looks at her mom and goes, I was at the Smythe-Smith event last week. Where were you? You were not there, so I was looking and you weren't even present. Violet goes, I had a cough. That is why I wasn't there. Hyacinth is rolling her eyes, thinking to herself, I know why you weren't in the Smythe-Smith event, but at least I went.
Violet goes, well, I did hear that you sat next to Gareth at that event. Hyacinth rolls her eyes and goes, yeah, he was there. Gareth was there, that is true. Violet goes, I think y'all would make an excellent match. Mother, he has a horrible reputation. Violet goes, well, he won't once y'all are married. He will stop all of that once y'all are married. So he would be a perfect match for you. Hyacinth looks at Violet like she is crazy, saying, his reputation would still be mad if he kept getting with opera singers while we were married. Violet shakes her head saying, he wouldn't do that to you. If y'all were married, it would just be you and him. Mother, how would you know that? How would you know that? Violet shrugs, saying, it's just a feeling. I have a feeling about it. Hyacinth shakes her head, takes a sip of her tea, and goes, sorry, Mom, but I'm not going to marry someone based off of a feeling you may or may not have. That is not how this works. Violet's like, it is the next best thing to a feeling you might have. I just happen to never be wrong. I have not been wrong yet, which is true. She has not been wrong one time. They continue to banter back and forth for a while until Violet goes, you're just feeling this way because Gareth scares you and no man has ever scared you before. Hyacinth is now taken aback saying, he does not scare me. Nobody scares me. I am Hyacinth Bridgerton. Violet is basically throwing her hands in the air saying, of course, why has this not occurred to me until now? This makes perfect sense. Hyacinth argues, I've been proposed to 6 times. It's not that I'm not looking. Violet goes, yes, but none of those men were a match for you. You need a man who is your equal. Hyacinth is now screaming, saying, that is what I've been saying. That is what I've been saying this whole time, and now you choose to listen? What? Violet goes, you are not listening to me, Hyacinth. Why are you only getting proposed to by the wrong men? How come every single time a man who could be your equal or hold his own to you, push them away, you scare them away, you won't even get to know them? Violet starts to tell Hyacinth about how Hyacinth saved Violet when she was in a very, very dark place after Edmund passed. Please remember that when Edmund passed at the age of 38, Violet was pregnant with Hyacinth. Violet was so positive that she was going to mess this kid up because she did not have Edmund. She was also convinced that when she gave birth, this child would look just like Edmund to prove to her that Edmund will always be with her. But when Hyacinth came out, she looked just like Violet, and Violet knew in that moment that that was her sign that Violet could raise Hyacinth and Hyacinth would be okay. Also, as soon as Hyacinth was born, she blinked twice at Violet, which made Violet laugh, and Violet says that that is the first time since your father passed that I smiled and you saved my life. Folks, I'm tearing up right now thinking about that. I love that. After they have their tea, Hyacinth hugs her mother and tells her, I will think about everything that you just said. Violet goes, well, that is all I ask for. Thank you so much. Y'all, let me tell you, if you think Lady Danbury is the only guilt tripper in this book, you're wrong. Violet is good at a guilt trip as well. She is. Guys, I think it's time for a little poetry. Let's head over to the poetry recital and see what's happening. Gareth starts to make his way over to Hyacinth. Hyacinth looks at him and goes, people will think that you are courting me if you keep coming near me. Gareth shakes his head and says, no, they won't. You are too respectable for a man like me, and there's no way that I would ever court you because everyone knows that I don't court anyone. I just hang out around town. It actually might help your reputation as well. This might make a few men come to you during the season because men always want what they can't have. Gareth explains that men are like sheep. Where one goes, the rest follow. And didn't you say you want to be married? Hyacinth responds to this with, yes, I want to be married, but I don't want to marry a man who follows you around like you are the lead sheep. Gareth leans in closer and goes, I am this close to bleating right now. She chokes back a laugh and Gareth immediately stops what he's doing and goes, what is that? They both look at the stage. Gareth goes, I thought this was a poetry recital. And Hyacinth sees that one of the Plainsworth children is dressed up as a shepherdess. What are the odds? Hyacinth is shaking her head being like, you know what, now actually might be the right time to bleat. You should really go for it. Gareth is trying so hard not to laugh and just keeps going, I thought this was poetry? Hyacinth says, well, I guess they changed the program a little bit. I think they did. Gareth is laughing going, they changed it from poetry to Little Bo Peep? That sounds like a bit of a stretch to me. Hyacinth is flipping through her pamphlet that they only gave to the women, by the way, which is very, very odd to me. But she's flipping through the pamphlet and she goes, oh, it's an original. It's an original and it's titled The Shepherdess, the Unicorn, and Henry VIII. Gareth looks and goes, all of them? All of them. Gareth is now looking around at all the exes going, have they locked the doors yet? Do you think they locked the doors yet? Hyacinth goes, I'm not sure, but Lady Danbury now sees you. Hyacinth also has to keep reminding herself that he has a bad reputation. He has a bad reputation. Gareth is not the one you want to be with. He has a bad reputation. You don't want to be with him.
That's what's going through her head right now.
The show is about to start. Gareth leans in and he goes, how bad would it be if I just got up and made a run for it? Hyacinth blows, right now? She's also trying to ignore the little tingly butterfly feeling that she got when he leaned in really close to her. Take note of that, obviously. And he goes, would it be very bad? Like a sheep. He said bad, just like a sheep would. We love a man with humor. We really do. 90 minutes later and the sheep show is done. While they are joking about how they both need a really strong drink after having to endure this, Lady Plainsworth actually pops up and thanks Gareth so much for attending and asks, is Hyacinth the reason that you are here? Hyacinth intervenes and goes, oh no, his grandma is to blame. She threatened him with cane. Lady Plainsworth is now very, very uncomfortable and awkward and does not know what to say in this moment, so she just goes, okay, well, thank you for coming. You should really meet my daughters. Have you met my daughters yet? Gareth is really uncomfortable going, oh, no, I don't think I have. Lady Plainsworth goes, oh, but one of them is the shepherdess. Gareth immediately goes, and the unicorn? She is also looking at Gareth and Hyacinth like they are crazy lunatics, that is for sure. But Hyacinth keeps on going and says, you know what? Gareth would love to meet the shepherdess. He really, really would. Gareth murmurs really softly so only Hyacinth can hear, now where is my cane when I need one? Lady Plainsworth, again, is just thinking that they are crazy and she's like, okay, well hopefully you can meet her soon. I need to go over here really quickly, bye. Once she leaves, Gareth looks at Hyacinth and goes, now Miss Bridgerton, have you finally read the journal? Tell me what you've learned. I was wondering when you were gonna finally ask me that. I didn't have too much time to read it. I got about 10 pages into it and all I've really learned is that I don't think your grandma was really happy in her marriage. Gareth really doesn't have a lot to say to this. He just says, well, you know what? The St. Clair men really were not the best. That is for sure. Hyacinth says, yourself included? Gareth looks up and laughs and goes, you really couldn't resist. Could you? Hyacinth looks at him and goes, are you really as bad as they say you are? This very much surprises Gareth because no one has actually asked him a question like this ever, and he just goes, no, but don't tell anyone. We now see that Lady Danbury is making her way over to them, but you know what? She's not alone because as I said earlier, she was with Violet and she's still with Violet, so both of them making their way over to Hyacinth and Gareth. No time for them to escape. Gareth nicely excuses himself, but before he leaves, Violet looks at him and goes, we're gonna be seeing you on Tuesday, right? My son and his wife are hosting a really large ball, so please make sure that you are in attendance. Oh, and don't worry, there won't be any unicorns there. Gareth goes, well, how can I resist an offer like that? Of course, I'll be there. Violet says, great, I'm sure that Hyacinth will really appreciate that, and she'll be so happy that you're there. Hyacinth says, I am just delighted with glee that you will be coming. Just like that, very deadpanned. Gareth goes, oh, I'm crushed. Hyacinth responds with, because I'm delighted with glee or because I'm actually not. Gareth looks at her and goes, whichever one you prefer. When Gareth gets home, he realizes that he could not get the smell of her perfume out of his mind at all. And then as the night went on, he couldn't get rid of the sound of her laugh. And then later he learns, honestly, he just couldn't get her out of his mind. Could not stop thinking about Hyacinth at all. Had to put the hair up, but it's time for a ball. So let's go to a ball. This is about 6 days later. Let's see what's happening. We finally have Hyacinth's best friend, Felicity Featherington, looking at Hyacinth going, do you know who I think you should marry? Do you want to know? I think you and Gareth St. Clair would just be a perfect match and y'all should get married to one another. Hyacinth looks at her and goes, you're insane. You are insane. We would not work. Oh, no, Hyacinth. I am not crazy. He is the perfect man for you, I promise. Hyacinth's like, I barely even know the man. How can you say he's perfect? Literally no one knows the man. He is an enigma, which means he is perfect for you. And now the word enigma honestly makes Hyacinth a little uncomfortable when they're talking about Gareth because it sounds so romantic to her. And she's like, no. Felicity goes on telling Hyacinth, you have to marry someone, so why not Gareth? Why not someone who challenges you? Hyacinth rolls her eyes and tells Felicity, this is what happens when people get married. They keep wanting other people to get married. Now, this is because Felicity just got married 6 months ago to a Mr. Albansdale, I think is his name. The newly married Felicity looks at Hyacinth and tells her, you should go dance with him. I think now is a perfect moment for you to go dance with him. Well, Felicity, I can't do anything if he doesn't ask me. What do you think I'm gonna do, walk up and ask him? Felicity says, of course he's going to ask you. You just need to stand on the opposite side of the room until he sees you. As soon as he sees you, he's gonna have to ask you to dance. Felicity, I'm not going to chase after this man. You do like him. I have never seen you like this, Hyacinth. You really do like him. Hyacinth immediately interrupts Felicity saying, I do not like him. No, I do not
like him. Hyacinth pauses and then she goes, I just think I should see if I might like him or not. Felicity now has the biggest smile on her face looking at Hyacinth saying, well, that is more than you have said about any person in any season we have ever been. This is so exciting. Felicity immediately goes, Hyacinth's like, what? Felicity responds with, his father is here. Now, everyone in the town knows that him and his father are estranged, obviously, because he no longer lives in the St. Clair house. Felicity looks at Hyacinth and goes, what are you going to do? Hyacinth, already starting to beeline her way over to Gareth, goes, I am going to ask him to dance. Felicity hollers after her going, good luck! Gareth is currently talking to Jane Hotchkiss, whose sister is married to one of his cousins. Jane is looking at him and goes, Gareth, what are you looking at? What have you been craning your neck all night to look at? Gareth responds with, I don't know what you're talking about. I have not been doing that at all. Jane says, now I know you're lying. Which obviously she is right, because Gareth is looking around the room trying to find Hyacinth Bridgerton. But Gareth simply replies with, I would never lie to you, no. Jane says, oh, of course you would. Of course you would. Oh, good evening, Miss Bridgerton, as she pops up behind Gareth. Gareth immediately turns around and he notices that Hyacinth has done something different with herself. It's either her hair or maybe it's her dress, he's not sure. But she looks beautiful and he can tell that something is different. Or as the book puts it, she doesn't quite look the same. Basically, our boy is in love and he doesn't even know it yet. Hyacinth not so subtly tells Jane that Jane needs to go tell Kate how amazing this party is, aka I need you to go away from Gareth so that I can talk to him. Please leave. Gareth obviously realizes this because, again, Hyacinth was not subtle, so once Jane leaves, he turns to Hyacinth and he goes, okay, now that you have me alone, what on earth did you have to tell me? Hyacinth simply goes, do you want to hear more about your grandma's diary? Gareth's like, but of course. So Hyacinth says, okay, then let's dance. To which Gareth goes, you're asking me? Which makes Hyacinth literally scowl at him, to which he laughs going, there's the Hyacinth Bridgerton that I know. Hyacinth very stubbornly goes, would you care to dance with me? Gareth can see that this actually was a lot for her to be able to ask him this, and so he simply responds with, of course, I'd be delighted. Can I escort you to the dance floor, or is that reserved for the person who asks? Hyacinth just goes, you may lead. While they are dancing, Hyacinth accidentally steps on Gareth's foot, which Gareth immediately can see that she's so frustrated over this, because if you know anything about Hyacinth Bridgerton, it is that she never messes up, and everything she does, she ensures that she does it perfectly. And so messing up one bit during the dance, not a thing she loves to do. Hyacinth informs him that she's only gone through about a total of 10 pages of his grandmother's journal, but while she's explaining this to Gareth, you can tell that he's not paying attention. So Hyacinth just keeps repeating, Mr. St. Clair, Mr. St. Clair, Mr. St. Clair, to which Gareth goes, you know you can call me by my first name, right? Oh, okay, well, you can call me by mine too. I like the name Hyacinth. Thank you, it was my father's favorite flower. They're the first ones that bloom every season. Happy coincidence that they're the same color as your eyes, is what Gareth tells her. Gareth continues on saying, your father must have been thrilled over that. Hyacinth now explains to Gareth that she never knew her father and that he passed before she was ever born, and she knows that she shouldn't miss something that she's never had, but she still really does struggle with that. Gareth tells her, it is difficult, I think, not to know one's father. Now, knowing what we know, we understand that that is how he is actually feeling, because he does not know who his actual father is. But to Hyacinth, she's just thinking that he's being nice and that he is estranged with the Baron. Hyacinth can tell that they're starting to have a little bit of a moment, and so she immediately wants to change the subject, going, do you want to know what I ended up translating from your grandma's diary? Oh, yes, of course. All right, well, I think our dance is about to be over, but there is a little corner over there that doesn't look too crowded, so let's just go over there so we can continue to talk. He extends his arm out to her, she nods, and for the first time, he lets her take the lead. We're now on to a new chapter. Gareth normally hates these events, but for some reason, tonight is actually so much fun for him. I wonder why he's having such a nice time. Like, what's different than normal? Guess we'll never know. Hyacinth explains the rest of what she translated, and then as soon as she did that, she tells Gareth that she has to actually leave this corner, otherwise people are going to be suspicious that they've been spending all night in a secluded corner together. That could ruin one's reputation, so she's like, I gotta go. Gareth's now about to leave this event, but as he does, he actually decides to turn around and go into a different room. He starts humming because he's in a really, really good mood, and as soon as he gets in there, he hears someone goes, I should have known it was you. Gareth simply responds by actually singing the rest of the song instead of humming it, because if there's one thing he knows about the Baron, it's that the Baron hates whistling, but oh, he despises singing even more. even more. Gareth is about to leave until the Baron stops him saying, she won't have you, you know. Gareth gives in and goes, what are you talking about? The Bridgerton girl that I watched you pining after all night. She won't have you. Well, you raised me, so if you really think so little of me, reflects back on you. I didn't raise you because I wanted to, I raised you because I had to, and now I have to give you my title. Gareth refuses to answer this because he doesn't want to make any comment on his late brother's passing because he has so much respect for his late brother. But the Baron just won't stop. He goes as far as saying, George is probably spinning in his grave over this. Now this makes Gareth snap. Gareth goes, he was my brother. The Baron legitimately spits in Gareth's face going, he was my son. He was my brother. Maybe not through you, but through my own mother. He was still my brother. The Baron is not giving up. The Baron goes, she will not have you. Miss Bridgerton will never, ever want you. Well, I don't want Miss Bridgerton. Of course you do. Of course you do. She is everything that you're not. Everything that you hoped to be. And she will never marry you. Funny, I don't remember asking, is what Gareth says back. The Baron says, whatever you say, but everyone has been commenting on how you've been following her around all week. Gareth, wanting to leave the room but cannot leave this conversation, just says, Miss Bridgerton is a friend of my grandmother's. The Baron goes, they will never have you. The Bridgertons will never, ever have you. They are never going to allow Hyacinth to marry you, even if she is foolish enough to fall in love with you. They're not going to let her marry you. You, Gareth, are your mother's sins, and who knows whose blood is passing through your veins right now, but you'll never know who didn't love you enough to stay, to raise you. You'll never know. And Hyacinth will never marry you. So think about that the next time you ask Miss Bridgerton to dance. Gareth decides that, you know what, I actually do need to leave. He doesn't even say another word to his father. He just gets the heck out of there, and he's trying to process everything that his father said. He cannot get his father's voice out of his head, and then all of a sudden he hears, Mr. St. Clair, are you okay? From Hyacinth. Are you all right? I saw your father when you left that room. He literally looked at me and just laughed. It wasn't actually my favorite thing that he did, and I don't know why he did that. Like, rambling on, as Hyacinth does. Rambling on. While she's rambling on, Gareth is really not paying attention to her because all he can hear is the Baron in his head going, you will never marry her. She will never want you. She will never want you. Hyacinth just simply says, Gareth? Which is the first time she has ever said his actual name to him. So it's not Mr. St. Clair. She calls him Gareth. And it's in this moment that Gareth realizes that he wants Hyacinth. He takes a big step towards her. She doesn't move, and he kisses her. They're kissing for a little bit. This is her first kiss, mind you. And he literally like whispers to her, like, kiss me back. She just goes, I am. He stops the kiss for a little bit. He leans back thinking that this is like their cutesy banter that they normally do. And he just says, you need a lesson or two, but don't worry, we'll get you really good at it. He leans back in to kiss Hyacinth again. Hyacinth is now like, and just runs and gets out of there because him saying that has freaked her out. Because please remember what I told y'all about when she stepped on his foot during the dance. Hyacinth does not do anything that she's bad at. She doesn't like to be bad at anything. And he basically just told her that she was bad at this, even though that's really not what he meant. He was just bantering with her like they normally do. But like, not the moment, Gareth, not the moment. But again, in true Bridgerton fashion, she ran away. The next morning, all Hyacinth can think about is the kiss, and that she ran away from him because that's not something she normally would do. She would never back down. And she did. She did indeed. She did. She also just keeps thinking in her head, like, maybe he wasn't wanting to kiss me. Maybe he was just looking to kiss any woman and I happened to be there. The reason she keeps thinking that is because he told her that there was room for improvement. Again, not the thing he should have said. Hyacinth is trying to distract herself by translating the diary, but then she realizes, like, I guess Isabella, his grandmother, was not the most dedicated when it came to journaling because there are so many random dates in here. I'm reading a page and it's set in 1764. I flip it, it's at 1776, 1769, like, I'm really confused is what Hyacinth is thinking, by the way. She translates a few sentences that read, he will never find this. He will never know. I am intelligent enough. He will never suspect. This immediately causes Hyacinth to sit up straight because she has just discovered
that. ... We are gonna see what Gareth is up to right now before the book tells us what the heck Hyacinth discovered. Gareth is standing right outside the Bridgerton house. He is trying to build up the courage to knock on their door and apologize to Hyacinth, or at least talk to her about the night before. During this time, he just keeps thinking about how he's never met another female like Hyacinth before. And he's never kissed one like her either. In fact, he kind of goes through the bullet points. He's never kissed someone who's never been kissed before. He's never kissed anyone who would have every reason to expect this kiss could mean something more. Also, he's never kissed Hyacinth before. Gareth has been waiting all morning for a package to arrive at his doorstep because he was expecting Hyacinth to return the journal because he was just sure that he wrecked their friendship. Gareth finally thinks, okay, enough is enough. I'm finally gonna knock. He goes to knock, but the door swings open and Hyacinth just goes, were you ever going to actually knock? Gareth just says, were you watching me? Of course, my bedroom is right up there. I can see everything. You were standing here for so long. Gareth is very confused at this point because Hyacinth is not angry at all or even acknowledging the kiss from last night like he was expecting her to. But Hyacinth just looks at him and goes, we need to talk. Gareth goes, of course, I must apologize. And she cuts him off immediately, saying, no, not now. That's not what I want to talk about. Moving forward, no. I need to talk about something else. Gareth goes, do you wish for me to apologize or not? And she goes, shh. And then she literally drags him into the house and she goes, not here, we need to talk. I need to tell you what I found out in the diary. Gareth goes, you're not gonna return it? Hyacinth goes, of course not. I mean, I guess I probably should, and I probably should force you to try and find someone to translate it, but and she's just, I enjoy translating this journal. I really enjoy it. And I see no reason to deprive me of joy because you act recklessly. Gareth goes, of course not. Okay, of course not. And besides, it just got interesting. Your grandmother had a secret. She hid jewels and never told your grandfather about them at all. They are somewhere in the St. Clair house. And they're probably still there unless you or your father knew about this journal and found them already. So we have to go and try and find them. He says, yes, I'm the one who can translate it. And besides, this can help you with all your financial problems. Gareth is taken aback going, what do you mean my financial problems? Please, Hyacinth responds. Everyone knows that the Baron is in debt, and once he passes away and you get his title, you are also getting his debt. This will solve those issues for you. Gareth tells her, you seem to know a lot about my father. Hyacinth simply says, oh, please, I don't know a lot about him at all. I just know that he despises you, and the way that he treats you, he does not deserve to find those jewels. You do, so we're going to find them. Hold up, Gareth tells her. There's no we. If I go looking for the jewels, it will just be me, not us, me. Because if I decide to do this, I'm gonna have to go in the middle of the night, which if you are caught with me, will ruin your reputation. I can help you translate it while we're there in real time to tell you where to look. He pauses. He goes, if I take you, oh my goodness, no. If I take you, you need to follow my orders. Oh, of course. Okay, Gareth says, we'll go Monday night. And would you look at that, it's Monday night. Gareth is going through a lot of things in his head right now. 1, it was after midnight. 2, they would be alone. 3, they were about to break into the Baron's house. 4, they were about to break into the Baron's house to steal. I would also be questioning my sanity, not gonna lie. Gareth also keeps thinking about the fact that if anyone were to see them, they would force the two of them to get married immediately. But Gareth really does not hate that idea, which surprises him so much because he's never thought about marrying anybody. Hyacinth sneaks out the back door of her house wearing all black attire, but it's a black trench coat, waistcoat situation, and black trousers. Not a dress, not a skirt, trousers. This was unheard of during this time period, ladies and gents. This is bold. Gareth is looking at this and she can tell that he's questioning and she just goes, it seems more sensible than a skirt. Get outside the Baron's house and they decide that the best way to break in is through a window. Hyacinth tells Gareth that he's going to have to give her a boost because there's no way she can give him a boost. And so he does this, but also it's a very intimate moment. And also she's in pants, which is something women don't normally wear because it does outline your figure a little more. But anywho, I digress. He gets her in there and then he somehow scales the building, which she is very, very impressed by. Once they're in, Hyacinth explains to him that the Baroness was talking about some room with an oval window.
Immediately Gareth goes, oh, that's the Baroness's room. And that makes total sense because my grandfather almost never went in that room. Remember that point, by the way. While they're in this room, they notice a cabinet that doesn't quite fit the style of most furniture in London. And Gareth notes that this does seem a little Mediterranean. So maybe this desk came from her, which means that there could have been like a secret compartment, which is exactly what happens. They find the hidden compartment. Hyacinth is starting to translate this little note. Immediately, Gareth clamps his hand over her mouth, just like this, because they hear a noise. And this is when they realize they didn't shut the drapes back. Rookie mistake, rookie mistake. They're sort of halfway in a closet anyway, and so they start to like slowly shimmy back as they're crouched on the floor because they know that someone is about to come into this room. It's probably the footman because, again, they left the drapes open, and so they're like slowly trying to shimmy without anyone hearing. They're both not breathing at this point, mind you. Like, they are both so flippin' nervous because they know if they get caught, the Baron is for sure gonna make them get married, obviously. And also, Gareth is like basically shielding Hyacinth with his body, so that way if anyone happens to come in, hopefully they would only see Gareth, and Gareth would be able to get up and go talk to this person without them seeing Hyacinth. So he's like literally shielding her right now. So the doorknob to this closet starts to turn. They open it and then they immediately shut it, and so they're assuming that maybe the people just saw the clothes for a quick glance, didn't look down to see feet. So they completely lucked out. They take a big sigh of relief. They wait a few minutes to where they think the coast is clear, and then they get the heck out of Dodge. They're like, no, gotta go. As soon as they make it out of the house, Gareth turns to her and goes, I have got to get you home right now. And Hyacinth just starts laughing. Gareth is like, how are you laughing right now? But be so honest. Wasn't that a little exciting? Okay, a little, he responds, but just a little. Hyacinth looks at him and goes, I knew you weren't a stick. A stick? What do you mean? In the mud, obviously, she says. I knew what you meant, he shrugs to her. Hyacinth's like, then why'd you have to ask me? He just says, because you miss Bridgerton. And then it just goes on and on and on for the rest of their walk home. Next day, Hyacinth is in an amazing mood. Literally, Violet is commenting on what an amazing mood she's in. And I would just like y'all to know that it's not like Hyacinth is just smiling and giggling and giddy. No, homegirl is humming. She is humming out loud. That is how happy she is right now. Also, like, should we just go back a few chapters in our minds and think to ourselves, who else in the story was humming earlier? I wonder. Wow, so interesting. Hyacinth keeps looking at the note, trying to decipher it, but then she just keeps thinking about Gareth. Just over and over and over again, keeps thinking about Gareth. She could see herself with him. Hyacinth thinks that she hears the door start to open, and so she's running towards the door, and then all of a sudden she just sees Gregory, not Gareth. She thought it was gonna be Gareth, but instead it was Gregory. Gregory looks and goes, what are you sulking on about? Also, I saw you the other night with Gareth. Oh, and this freaks Hyacinth out. She goes, what are you talking about? What night? When did you see us together? What are you talking about? At the ball? Y'all were together for a while in the corner talking. I saw y'all. She takes a sigh of relief because he obviously is not talking about the night that they broke into the St. Clair house. Hyacinth just looks at Gregory and says, I'm friends with his grandma. Gregory's like, interesting. You guys seem to be deep in conversation about something, and it didn't seem like it was about his grandma. She looks at Gregory and says, it is nothing that you would be interested in. His eyebrows pop up over that statement. And he goes, I might surprise you. Are you setting your cap for him? Now, if you're like, what the heck does that mean? This means pursuing someone romantically in this time period. She goes, that's none of your business, Gregory. Gregory's like, okay, so that's a yes. All right, interesting, interesting. Gregory, don't tell anyone, I mean it. All right, but you have my approval. Exactly 1 hour later, Gareth arrives at the Bridgerton house. He is immediately met by Violet, who asks him, have you met Gregory? To which Gareth is like, yes, I've talked to Gregory before. Hi, Gregory, how are you doing? Gregory says, hi, Gareth. Hyacinth says that you're her special friend. Hyacinth screams, I said no such thing. To which Gareth just goes, oh, I'm so heartbroken. Violet rolls her eyes at the boys and just goes, Gareth, please, will you stay for tea with us? He says yes. Violet asks him, how do you take it? Do you want any sugar or milk? Gareth just says, no sugar, please. That's perfectly fine. Gregory goes, Hyacinth takes her tea with 1 sugar. Hyacinth is shaking her head saying, why is that important? Hyacinth, he has to know he is your special friend. Hyacinth now looks at Gareth and goes, You're a swordsman, right? I always wanted to take up fencing. I just feel like I'd be so good at it. Turning her attention back to Gregory. That is why we're never gonna let you even 30 feet near a sword. Gregory then turns to Gareth and goes, she is diabolical. To which Gareth's just nodding his head, sipping his tea, going, yep, I've noticed. Gregory goes, it's probably why we just can't get her married off. While Gregory and Hyacinth are arguing, Daphne walks into the room and Hyacinth's just like, Daphne, please come sit by me. Daphne looks at the couch and she's like, there's no room for me here. Gregory is sitting there. Hyacinth goes, well, if Gregory would ever leave, you could sit. He takes the hint, he just gets up, he stands, he doesn't leave the room, but he does let Daphne take a seat. Hyacinth says, I think I would like to go for a walk. Gareth stands and goes, shall we go? Gregory goes, perhaps I will also go on this walk. Hyacinth glares at him. I'm talking full on death stare. Gregory kind of shrinks back and goes, you know what, maybe I won't go. Maybe I won't. Violet tells him, I was out this morning and there are flowers in full bloom by Guard Park. Now, I told y'all earlier in previous videos, Violet is a mastermind. They go to Guard Park and back, it will take them the whole afternoon together. Violet turns to Gregory and goes, I actually need you to stay home, by the way, so you can't even go on the walk if they wanted you to go with them. Gregory looks at his mom and goes, really? Why? Violet goes, I just do. Don't question me. I just do. Gareth looks at Gregory and goes, don't worry, your sister will be safe with me. It's okay. Gregory laughs and goes, oh, I know that she will be safe. But will you? They're currently on their walk and Hyacinth tells Gareth that this is a safe space for them because she bribed her maid with peppermints, so her maid will be quiet about everything that they talk about. She also tells them that they need to search the St. Clair library because she thinks that this is where the next little clue is, or the jewels maybe. Continue walking for a bit and he tells Hyacinth, like, your family? They're not subtle at all. Hyacinth just says, if it makes you feel any better, you are not the first gentleman that they have tried to push me on. You are not the first one that they have done this to. Gareth tells Hyacinth that they only want the best for her, which Hyacinth turns to look at him and goes, does that mean you're what's best for me? Gareth gets a little annoyed by this sentence and goes, you know that's not what I mean. He explains to her how lucky she is to have a family that cares about her and just wants the best for her, and that she doesn't know what it's like to be alone or feel alone. He even goes as far as saying, and I quote, I'm gonna read it off my screen, I would give the world to have one more person for whom I would lay my life down for. And it was in this moment that Hyacinth knew that she was gonna marry this man. She knew right then and there that she was going to marry Gareth St. Clair. But you know what? Let's burst their little bubble because Hyacinth looks straight ahead and who does she see? The Baron, beelining for them. She looks at Gareth and she's like, should we try and make a run for it? Like, do we need to go? And he says, this is a public park. I don't think he's going to make a scene. Let him come up here. It's fine. The Baron comes up and goes, how odd and interesting it is that you're out on a walk with Miss Bridgerton. Now, this kind of alarms Hyacinth a little bit because he so deliberately pointed out her name and added so much emphasis to it that she is assuming that there's probably a previous conversation involving her, which obviously there was. We've already talked about it, but she doesn't know this. The Baron goes on saying, do you enjoy my son's company? To which Hyacinth says, oh, of course, he is the most entertaining company I could ever ask for. You must be so proud. The Baron goes, proud is an interesting adjective. Hyacinth goes, well, that's rather straightforward. To which Gareth finally pops up and goes, nothing is straightforward with my father. But it's time to go. We need to get you back to your family, Hyacinth. Gareth is basically dragging Hyacinth at this point, trying to get away from his dad. Hyacinth is so confused at what is going on, but she's also just so angry at the Baron in general because she can tell that he's a horrible person. She asks Gareth, what was that about? Gareth literally gives her nothing, does not explain anything. 20 minutes later, they're back to the Bridgerton house. It was a silent walk, which is actually kind of a big deal from Hyacinth. Completely silent, very, very uncomfortable, very, very awkward. Once they get outside the Bridgerton house, Gareth apologizes to Hyacinth for what happened at the park. Hyacinth says, it's really not that big of a deal. People saw it, but they definitely didn't hear anything. Will you please come in? Gareth says, honestly, I would rather not. Hyacinth says, very clearly, I really would like you to come in. And Gareth knew that he could not refuse this at all, so he does follow her in. They go to the drawing room and she fully shuts the door. Fully shuts the door, which is a no-no in this time period. Hyacinth looks at him and says, I used to think the only thing that could have made my life better was a father. I've always been jealous of people with fathers until now. It's better to have no father than to have a father like yours, and I am so, so sorry. Gareth notes here that this is the moment where he's completely undone for Hyacinth. He looked at Hyacinth, a girl who seemingly had everything she could ever ask for, and somehow she saw him and she understood him. Mind you, Hyacinth is still speaking while he's having all of these thoughts, because again, Hyacinth is a talker and they just went 20 minutes without talking. So she's still going on, and she's going on saying, and I know it's probably like really hard to love me. Gareth, again, lost in his thought, says that something happened in a flash, and he thought, no, you're wrong. It would be really easy to love Hyacinth Bridgerton. This is in his thoughts. She's still going on. He's lost in his thoughts. She's still going on, saying, I talk too much. I'm too opinionated. He starts laughing at this, to which she's like, what are you doing? Gareth looks at her and goes, be quiet. And he starts making his way towards her. Why? Hyacinth says. Gareth goes, just be quiet. Hyacinth's like, but... He literally puts a finger to her mouth and shushes her, saying, do me one favor and just be quiet right now. And then he kisses her. While he's kissing her, he thinks to himself, why not marry her? He then stops kissing her and realizes if he's going to have these thoughts about marriage and think about marriage, he needs to have a clear head. That is not what is happening when he's kissing Hyacinth. Hyacinth, not knowing what's happening, just goes, did I do something wrong? He laughs and shakes his head and is like, no, of course not. He then tells her, but I do have to go. You didn't do anything wrong, but I have to go. There are a few things I need to think about, and there's a few things that I need to go do right now. 1 hour later, we are in the official Bridgerton home. The butler comes out, looks at Gareth and says, Viscount Bridgerton will now see you. When Gareth goes inside to talk to the Viscount, he looks at Anthony and he says, I would like to marry Hyacinth. Anthony stares at him for a little bit and just goes, oh, thank goodness she will have you. Gareth goes, I beg your pardon? She will have you. I need a drink. The celebration is in order, I think. Gareth is like, yeah, sure. Let's celebrate. Perfect. Let's have the good stuff. I keep it hidden in here. Gareth's like, do you keep it hidden from all the servants? Like, what do you keep it hidden for? From my brothers, obviously, is how Anthony responds. Anthony also looks at him and says, welcome to the family. Thank you so much, Lord Bridgerton. I am so excited. Anthony interrupts and goes, no. Call me Anthony. We are to be brothers anyway. Anthony just keeps going on saying, this is such a wonderful day. You don't have any sisters, right? I have 4 of them. I'm in charge of them. Hyacinth is my last one, and now I can finally breathe and take a break. Gareth looks at him and goes, don't you have a daughter? Anthony shakes his head and is like, yes, I do, but she's 3. I got a few more years where I can just breathe until I have to go through this process again. They talk about her dowry for a little bit, because remember this season, Anthony actually doubled her dowry, and Gareth completely forgot that this was even a thing, which Anthony can tell that he did, which makes Anthony very, very happy over. But Anthony tells Gareth, my sister is a prize. Obviously you should know that, but she is rather difficult, so please be aware of that. There aren't many men in the world who will match her for her wits, and there are definitely not a lot who will be okay with how smart she is. If she is trapped in a marriage with someone who does not appreciate her, she will be miserable. He goes on saying, I am giving you my permission to marry her, but you should think long and hard before you ask her. Make sure that you know what you are getting yourself into, because if you make my sister miserable, I will make your life miserable. Anthony finally says, I will not tell her about this conversation that's happening here, because if you choose not to ask her to marry you, she will never have to know. I want to make sure that you fully understand what you're getting yourself into. Have some time to think about it, and if you want to marry her still, please do, and ask her. Gareth simply asks Anthony, you love her, don't you? Anthony shakes his head and goes, of course, she's my sister. Gareth goes, I loved my brother. Him and my grandma were the only 2 things in this world I truly loved. Anthony then asks, so you don't intend to mend your relationship with your father? Gareth just shakes his head, and Anthony says, if you marry my sister, you will have all of us. Anthony then pauses and he asks, is there anything about your father you wish to share with me? Will he cause any trouble? Anthony then clarifies, for Hyacinth. Gareth honestly says, he might. As soon as Gareth says this, he is honestly freaking out, because he didn't think about that fact, and he didn't think about the fact that he hasn't told anyone about how the Baron is not his true father, and so now he thinks that the Baron is going to try and ruin this marriage for them. And so the only solution Gareth can think of is not telling Hyacinth the truth about him. It's that he needs to marry Hyacinth immediately, and if they will not make this a really speedy engagement, he's gonna have to compromise her. Because if he compromises her, he knows that she will marry him no matter what. We were doing really well with Gareth, in my opinion. We were doing really, really well with him. This is not his best move. This is not his best thought process. Let's go on. We are now jumping 1 hour later on this Tuesday, and again,
It's a Tuesday. What happens on Tuesday? Hyacinth is currently at Lady Danbury's house reading to her. In the chapter that Hyacinth is reading, there is a little passage that says, and I quote, "If you want to know if a gentleman loves you, there is only one way. It's in his kiss." Then the butler comes in the room and says, "Gareth St. Clair is requesting a moment alone, please." Lady Danbury is like, "He normally barges in, just tell him to come right in." The butler goes, "Ma'am, he is asking for a moment alone with Miss Bridgerton." Her jaw is on the floor. Lady Danbury is like, "What? Well, I'm not leaving. This is my drawing room. Anything he wants to say to Hyacinth, he can say to me. Have him come on in right now." Gareth comes in and literally all he can say is, "Hyacinth, Hyacinth, Hyacinth." He's just repeating that. Hyacinth, Hyacinth. Lady Danbury's getting very, very anxious, very, very frustrated, and just goes, "We know her name. Why did you come here? Continue, we know her name." Gareth ignores his grandmother's comment. He pushes the table aside and they're looking at him like, what is he doing? And then Gareth drops down to one knee and asks Hyacinth to marry him. Hyacinth literally can't say anything right now. She's just going, I. Lady Danbury interjects and goes, "Of course she'll marry. She's gonna marry you. Yes, yes, yes." And Gareth goes, Hyacinth can speak for herself." To which Lady Danbury goes, "Obviously she can't. She's not saying anything right now." As soon as Lady Danbury says that, Hyacinth just goes, "Yes, yes, I'll marry you." And then Hyacinth pauses and just says, "Why?" Gareth goes, "Why what? Why did you ask me to marry you?" Lady Danbury is now so excited, going, "Oh yes, I love a good story. How exciting." Gareth then turns to her and goes, "Grandma, can we have a moment alone? Please, and thank you." Lady Danbury goes, "Oh fine, I'll give you all a minute of privacy." Lady Danbury fully shuts the door, which leads Gareth to say, "You'd think she'd want me to compromise you since she didn't even leave the door cracked. Probably wants to guarantee that you won't back out of this wedding." Hyacinth says, "I'm not backing out no matter what. I just gave you my word." He kisses her for a little bit and says, "Okay, I must go. She's definitely across the street watching us from that other house." Hyacinth whips her head towards the window in horror, and Gareth just goes, don't worry, she's blind as a bat." To which Hyacinth says, "She owns a telescope," which like obviously she does. Why would she not? Gareth tells her that he will see her tomorrow. They say goodbye to one another. Lady Danbury comes in and immediately goes, "Okay, what did he say? What did he say?" Hyacinth then remembers like, oh, I guess I just got so caught up in the moment I forgot to ask him again. But she makes up a lie for Lady Danbury. But remember that he never answered her question. Keep that in the back of your mind. But the lie she tells Lady Danbury is, he just couldn't not marry me. Which Lady Danbury is like, oh, that is so precious. That is so precious. New chapter. 2 weeks later, they've been engaged for 2 weeks. It is midnight. Gareth is directly below Hyacinth's bedroom window. And tonight is the night. He did not go to the ball that took place tonight. Hyacinth did. He also told Hyacinth that this is a good night for them to go break back into the Baron's house to look for the jewels. But in the back of his mind, he's like, we're actually not going to go to the Baron's house. We're going to do a little bit of scandalous things. Because even though you said that you're going to marry me, I need to make sure that you actually are going to marry me. Again, why was this a decision? I don't know. But we're gonna continue on. Hyacinth left the ball early. She runs up to her room and she sees Gareth there and she's like, how the heck did you get in here? Gareth just goes, I scaled the wall, duh. They kiss for a little bit and then things definitely escalate. Hint, hint, wink, wink. After hint, hint, wink, wink occurs, she looks at him and she goes, is it always like this? And Gareth looks at her and goes, no, it's not always like this. I've never had it feel the way that it just did. Hyacinth just laughs and says, well, it's a good thing we're getting married then. Gareth just laughs at this and she smiles and she goes, maybe we need to move the wedding up. Gareth goes, honestly, if you would let me marry you tomorrow, I would haul you off to Scotland right now. Happily. It could be our little adventure. And then immediately she remembers the jewels and she's like, oh, we have to go. Gareth is looking at her like, are you not tired after what we just did? No, of course not. If anything, I'm energized. Let's go. We need to go look for the jewels. Gareth wasn't actually planning on taking her to look for the jewels, but you know what? This was such a great moment for them. He is so in love, even though he hasn't officially come to terms with that. He's like, you know what? Yeah, let's go look for the jewels. Let's go. They make it into the St. Clair house. They're in the library. They do eventually find the clue. Again, it's in Italian. Hyacinth is trying to translate it, and then she thinks to herself, Gareth, I don't think this is in Italian. I don't recognize this writing style. I don't think it's in Italian, but my brother Colin has traveled the world. Maybe I can show it to him and he'll know what language this is? If you trust him, I trust him. Show it to him. They leave the house and Gareth says, we need to get you home immediately. It is way too late. We are out by ourselves. No. She looks and says, I'm already compromised. Gareth goes, true, but no one knows that. No one needs to know that at all. No one needs to know our business. Let's get you home.
before anyone can talk poorly about you. While they're walking home, Gareth makes sure that he's a few steps in front of Hyacinth. That way, if they get seen, people will probably just see him first. And you know what? They do get seen, and you want to know who they get seen by? Our favorite character, the Baron. That's who we end up seeing during this moment. It's so fun. He does not see Hyacinth at all. Hyacinth is like literally hidden from a wall, but she can hear everything. Buckle up, guys. It's about to get messy. The Baron looks at him and goes, "You weren't at the ball tonight." Gareth goes, "No, I wasn't feeling the best, but Hyacinth was." The Baron responds with, "Oh, yes, of course, but she left early, and you didn't waste any time." The Baron goes, "I wonder how on earth you got her to say yes. Did you end up seducing her so she could never say no to you?" This makes Gareth snap, and he pins the Baron up against the wall and says, "Do not ever speak her name or about her again." The Baron laughs and goes, "I knew you would marry her. I knew you would. You are so predictable." Gareth says, "My proposal to her has nothing to do with you." The Baron goes, "Of course it does. Every single thing you do has to do with me. Oh, and before you marry Miss Bridgerton, you might want to fill her in your other engagement. Remember what happened in the prologue, ladies and gents? That's coming back to bite people in the butt." The Baron looks at him and goes, "When I signed that engagement agreement, I made sure there was no deadline. You're still engaged to marry Winthrop." The Baron is on his way. He turns around. He goes, "Oh, I'll see you at the wedding, by the way." Which wedding? Actually, silly me. Make sure to let me know. See you later. Gareth is now flipping a lid. He immediately runs around the corner to try and find Hyacinth. Hyacinth is not there. She is gone. She has skedaddled. And now Gareth is like, "Oh my gosh, she is alone on the streets. I have to find her. Oh my goodness, this is not safe." He eventually finds her. She sees him, and when she sees him, she darts for the back door to her home. He also tries to beat her there, but as soon as he gets to the door, she slams it in his face so that he cannot talk to her. Gareth is now thinking to himself, well, I've scaled this wall before tonight. Let's do it again. He gets up into her room, through the window, looks at Hyacinth and goes, "You have some explaining to do." Hyacinth says, "Me? What are you doing in my room? Please get out of my room. I don't want to speak to you right now." Gareth just responds with, "Should I go down the front steps? You can go back out the window." Gareth says, "Not until you promise me that you will never do what you did tonight. Do not run around the streets without someone accompanying you. That is not safe." Hyacinth looks at him and goes, "You are in no position to ask anything of me." Gareth says, "As your future husband." Hyacinth interrupts him and goes, "Don't you dare." Gareth says, "Do you plan to call off this wedding?" Hyacinth says, "No, but you ensured that tonight, didn't you? Was that just to force my hand?" She literally doesn't even let him get a word in, saying, "You will regret that. I will make your life miserable." Gareth says, "What my father said about Mary." Hyacinth interrupts and goes, "I don't care about Mary at all. My family could probably pay her off and it would be completely fine. That's not what I'm mad at you about." Hyacinth says, "Do you know why you asked me to marry you?" Remember, I said this question would come up, it would be important. "You asked me because of him. I know that you would do anything to show up your father, including marrying me." Gareth just keeps repeating, "You have it all wrong. You have it all wrong." Hyacinth says, "I knew what I was doing this evening. I knew I wouldn't be able to take it back. I was okay with that. I was comfortable with that. I just didn't think I would regret it." He hurt Hyacinth. He didn't mean to, but he did. And he knew that she wasn't overreacting. These are his actual thoughts in the book, by the way, not me embellishing. Like, these are his thoughts. Hyacinth says, "Do you know what it feels like to be someone's pawn?" When he doesn't respond, she looks at him and says, "Just leave." Before he's about to leave, she asks, "Is this why you and your father are estranged? Is because of Mary? Like, I don't understand." Gareth looks at her and goes, "You're asking a lot of questions for someone who just told me to leave." Hyacinth just says, "I'm going to marry you. I will find out." Gareth nods his head and says, "Yeah, you will, but not tonight." Next chapter, Violet asks, "Is Gareth out of town? I haven't seen him in a few days." Hyacinth's like, "I don't know, maybe." Violet goes, "Oh my goodness, you guys are having your first fight. Just know that everything is going to be okay." Hyacinth really doesn't say anything, so Violet has to ask, "Do you want to call off this engagement?" Hyacinth's like, no, we're not going to call it off." Violet says, "Okay, well, I believe that he cares about you." Hyacinth says, "I know that he does. I know that he actually does." Violet gives her advice by saying, "Say whatever is in your heart to him, and if he doesn't get the message, then hit him in the head with a book." Hyacinth thinks to herself, he still needs to beg for her forgiveness, but she could try to understand where he's coming from. Gareth has decided that a big grand gesture is in order and it needs to happen for him to be able to win back Hyacinth. As he is going through all of his ideas, his butler comes in and says, "You have a visitor." "Who's the visitor?" "Oh my goodness, it's Hyacinth." It's Hyacinth Bridgerton. Gareth feels an immediate rush of relief, but Hyacinth says, "I am only here to talk about the jewels. I'm here to talk about the jewels. Let's go through our next steps." Hyacinth says, "I think that the jewels are probably in the bedchamber." First clue was in the Baroness's room. The second was in the library. Those are 2 rooms your grandfather would never go in. So is the bedchamber. That's where I think it is. There's a really long, awkward silence that is kind of just filling the room, and Hyacinth eventually erupts going, I need to know why you wanted to marry me. I just have to know. It's driving me crazy. Gareth finally tells Hyacinth all about the Baron and how that is not his actual dad, and Hyacinth just responds with, thank goodness I did not want our kids to share the same blood as that man. Gareth goes, you don't wish to end our engagement over this? Hyacinth simply asks, do you? To which Gareth immediately shakes his head. Then Hyacinth continues on saying, then why would you think that I would? Gareth goes, your family's probably gonna object. Hyacinth goes, then you don't know a single thing about us because my brother married the illegitimate daughter of the Earl of Penwood, aka Sophie. Remember that? Hyacinth's like, and she was illegitimate. You're legitimate. That's even better. They make up. They actually do a little more than make up. And then he gives her a drawing that he drew of her, and it's stunning. And then some more fun things happen before we continue our little jewelry heist. It is now the next Tuesday, and Hyacinth has gone to Lady Danbury's house to read to her, and Hyacinth actually swiped a book from the St. Clair Library, and that is what she is choosing to read on this Tuesday. But Lady Danbury actually is like, you know what? Why don't you read some of what you've translated from the diary to me? And so Hyacinth is going through some of the entries, and she starts to see words that are confirming like, oh, I think Isabella is about to say who Gareth's father is. And so she starts to piece all the clues together, and finally Hyacinth is like, I know who his dad is. I have cracked the code. I have to tell Gareth right now. I will say before she leaves to go tell Gareth this, she does turn to Lady Danbury and say, I have to go. I'm so excited that you're about to be my grandma though. And Lady Danbury just looks at Hyacinth and says, I have always been your grandma. And I just think that that's the cutest scene. Oh, it's just so adorable. Anywho, let's go to chapter 20. Someone is knocking on Gareth's door to his study. He opens the door, and of course it is Hyacinth, and Gareth is so mad at Hyacinth right now, asking like, what are you doing here? One, this is going to ruin your reputation, and two, how did you even get here? Unaccompanied again. It is the middle of the night. You have got to stop roaming the streets unaccompanied. What am I going to have to do once we get married? You know what? I do know what I'm going to have to do once we get married. Once we get married, you are not allowed to leave the house unless I give you permission. That is what we've come to, Hyacinth. Hyacinth just goes, ever? To which Gareth goes, yes, ever. Until you can be a responsible human being. Yeah, that is what we have come to. Hyacinth is just laughing at Gareth saying, when did you become so pompous? Gareth literally screams at her, when I fell in love with you. Gareth just can't be stopped now. He goes, I love you, you maddening, frustrating. Hyacinth tries to cut in, being like, wait, what? And Gareth just keeps going, saying, you never know when to stop talking, but I love you. Hyacinth tries to cut in again. He's like, no, not another word. Not another word. Hyacinth goes, but you love me. Gareth said, it will be the death of me, but yes, I do love you. But yes, I do love you, and I can't seem to help myself. Hyacinth is just staring at him, and eventually she just goes, oh, good. Gareth is like, that's all you have to say? To which Hyacinth just says, I love you too. I love you with all my heart and everything that I am. But Hyacinth really doesn't get to finish her sentence because Gareth interrupts her by kissing her. And so they are kissing for a little bit. She keeps trying to get his attention, and then eventually she just pulls back and she's like, Gareth, stop. This is not why I came here. I love you, but this is not why I came here tonight. I figured out who your dad is. Gareth is just staring at her, and then Hyacinth goes on saying, Gareth, your dad is the Baron's brother. So your uncle is your father, which means technically you are still a St. Clair. Isabella is still your grandmother. And now Gareth is just reflecting back on his childhood, and he goes, he loved me. My uncle / dad loved me. He taught me how to ride. He bought me a puppy for my first birthday. He had to have known all along. After this big revelation, Gareth is so happy. He leans back into Hyacinth. They kiss. They do a lot more than kiss. And then at the end, Gareth looks at Hyacinth and goes, how long until we can get married? Genuinely, how long until we can get married? Hyacinth is like, we don't get married for like another 2 months, maybe 6 weeks. Gareth says, let's make it 2. Make it 2 weeks, make it 2 weeks. Hyacinth goes, I can be rather persuasive to my mom. I just have to pester her. I might even be able to get us down to 1 week. Gareth is like, that is so much better. Yes, let's do that. We need to get married ASAP. Hyacinth stops what they're doing, and she looks at him and she goes, wait, why are you up right now? Were you about to go back to the St. Clair house? To which Gareth was like, yeah, I was. I needed to go look for the jewels one last time. Hyacinth says, okay, let's go now. We will go together. Let's go right now. I'm energized. Let's go. Gareth is arguing with her a little bit, but Hyacinth just said, it'll be a wedding present with me. Let's go. We're getting married in 2 weeks. Gareth goes, you said 1.
It's 1 week. You already said one. You agreed to it. We're getting married in 1 week. Let's go to the St. Clair house. Half an hour later, they're in the St. Clair house and they are so defeated, saying, we are not going to be able to find this. We can't find it. Gareth tells her this is not the end of the world. We can keep searching once I inherit the house, because this is where we're going to end up living, because I am officially a St. Clair. So eventually, once the Baron passes, this is our house. It's fine. They leave the St. Clair house unseen, but of course, who would they run into on the way back to the Bridgerton house? Of course, it's the Baron, because why the heck not, you know? Why the heck not? But this is one of the moments where Gareth does not back down. He looks at him and he goes, I have Grandma's journal. I have your mother's diary. I know who my father was. It is your brother. You know that the Baron is taken back from this news, but all he does is he looks at Gareth and says, you should marry this girl. Goodness knows you need her dowry. And then he just leaves. That's all he does. Just says, goodness knows you need her dowry. Just leaves. Hyacinth is so confused, thinking, that's all he had to say? And Gareth is just laughing. Hyacinth looks at Gareth and is like, what are you laughing about? What? Like, I don't understand. How is that all he had to say? Gareth simply says, I'm just happy. I'm just happy. And he swoops Hyacinth into his arms. Hyacinth's like, we're gonna be seen, we're gonna be seen. You keep saying we don't want my reputation to be tarnished, we're gonna be seen. Gareth says, what does it matter now? We're getting married in a week. It doesn't matter. And then he stops what he's doing. He drops to the ground on one knee and he says, Hyacinth Bridgerton, will you do me the greatest honor of marrying? You've already asked me. I've already said yes. To which Gareth replies with, yes, but apparently I asked you for the wrong reasons. Not all of the wrong reasons, I might add, but some of them were not. So here we go again. I am asking because I love you. I am asking because I cannot imagine a life without you. I want to see your face in the morning. I want to grow old with you. I want to laugh with you. I want you to be my family. I want you to be my wife. Hyacinth literally doesn't say anything. She does not say a word. Gareth laughs and goes, I never thought I would say this to you, Hyacinth Bridgerton, but please say something. All she says is yes, yes. Yes, I will marry you. 4 days after the second proposal, Mary's dad gets back in contact with Gareth and tells him that he never thought that the engagement lasted forever. He completely understood that it had an expiration date on it, so he never thought anything about it. So he's actually no longer betrothed to Mary. 4 days after that, Violet decided to inform Gareth that there is no way, under any circumstances, was she not going to throw an elaborate wedding. They would get married in about 2 months in a very elaborate, stunning wedding that her youngest child deserves. 11 months after this, Hyacinth will give birth to their first child, baby George. 2 years later, they will have a baby girl named Isabella. 4 years after this, the Baron gets in a horsing accident and he passes away, thus giving Hyacinth and Gareth the estate and the title. 6 years later, they are still looking for the jewels. But let's go on to the second epilogue, shall we? Hyacinth is now 44. We see their daughter Isabella, and she is very, very smart. She goes into the washroom, and underneath the tiles, she notices that something is kind of sparkling, and she sees the jewels. She sees them. Instead of telling anyone that she sees it, she literally hides it, never brings it up ever again, because she knows that her mom needs to be the one to find this. She's been searching forever. Her mom needs to be the one. About a year after this event, Hyacinth finally thinks, oh my gosh, I checked the washroom before and that kind of makes sense with what the clues were saying. Let me go check. She eventually looks under the tile and she's just screaming for joy because she eventually finds the jewels and she tells everyone, I finally found it. Oh my goodness, look at this, look at this, look at this. And Isabella is just smiling, thinking to herself, good job, Mom. Good job, Mom. And that is it for It's in His Kiss by Julia Quinn. I had a really fun time with this book. We have one more part to the series, and that is Gregory's story. We have a full cast today. I think this is the most people we've ever had on the board. Y'all don't know these people. So it's gonna take us a little bit to explain. Gregory's story, honestly, is so fun. We have a little bit of a speak now moment where a wedding is interrupted, and it's just gonna be a good time. So grab your popcorn and let's get started. On the way to the wedding, we are in London, 1827, and in our prologue, we are following Gregory, who I've casted as the guy who played Eric in The Little Mermaid, but the vision, here was my vision. The vision for this casting was this man played Laurie in a Little Women adaptation that I loved. Anywho, the prologue starts with Gregory running through town thinking to himself, the wedding starts at 11, why is she marrying this man? I have to get there before 11, and all of a sudden he bursts through the church doors and he screams while he's out of breath, no, wait, don't marry him, don't marry him. And there's like 300 people in attendance at this wedding. That's a pretty large wedding, let me tell you. No one said anything. No one has said anything. We pan to the bride.
She ain't said anything. She's just looking at him. Gregory sinks to one knee and just keeps saying, don't marry him, marry me, marry me, don't marry this man, marry me. And then we pan to the bride, and then the bride says, well, we don't know because we're going straight to chapter 1, so here's where chapter 1 starts. Chapter 1 takes place 2 months earlier than the prologue, so we were getting some background knowledge before we get back to that wedding scene. We're with Gregory and we learn that he's always believed in true love, but why wouldn't he? Because look at his siblings, they are all happily married at this time and in love with one another. So Gregory knows that his time to fall in love will come, but like, don't get me wrong, he's still living it up as a man in this time period. He's not waiting around for true love. He just knows one day he will find his match. Gregory's considered pretty decent in the marriage mart, even though he really doesn't have any status or title because he is the 4th son. He's still pretty high up on everyone's rankings because he is the Bridgerton and the Bridgerton family is so highly respected. But he's also a young man during this time period, so he really does not have any direction in his life whatsoever. And our Viscount Antony definitely has noticed that and decides to have a little chat with Gregory. Antony tells him that Gregory needs to make a change and get his life together, and you know what, to get Antony off his back, Gregory looks at him and goes, no, it's okay, brother, I'm just going to join the clergy instead, that's the right path for me. Antony's looking at him like, excuse me, what the heck are you talking about? You could do something with swords instead, that might be better for you. Gregory's laughing, saying, I don't think our mother would really appreciate that. Antony is ready to leave this conversation at this time. I mean, remember, this man is tired. He's been taking care of his family since he was 18. He's almost gotten all of them married. He is tired. He is tired. But he does look at Gregory and he says, I'm happy you are finally thinking about your future. Gregory scoffs at his brother and goes, I'm only 26. Surely that is too young for you to use the word finally on me. Antony and Gregory banter back and forth a little bit. Antony's mouth kind of twitches into a slight smile. He looks at Gregory and goes, well, you could get married, Gregory. Gregory looks at him and goes, oh, I could, and I plan to, but surely you of all people would prefer a love match over a marriage of convenience. Antony looks at him and goes, I just want you to be happy. We also learned during this time that Gregory completely missed the family dinner, and so Antony is like, you better apologize to Kate, send all your regards. This is my favorite relationship within the book, is Gregory and Kate. Y'all will see this as the story goes on, but Gregory and Kate are so close to one another. I'm pretty sure Kate and Antony got married when Gregory was like 12 or 13, so she's really been a part of his life for over 10 years at this point. There's actually a little bit of a ball/soiree going on right now, so the dinner that Kate held was right before this little party going on. Antony tells Gregory, hey, Kate's in the garden, so if you want to go apologize to her, please do, but just know that Kate's gonna have you dance with someone and you better dance with them because that is the perfect way for you to make up missing her dinner. Gregory nods his head, he makes his way towards the garden, and all of a sudden, all he can smell is cinnamon, and he thought it was just because like he was so hungry from missing dinner, and then he looks up and he sees her. He is immediately struck with love. He is in love. Just like that. We love an insta-love moment, ladies and gents. And since he can already tell he's in love, he's like, I must go to her right now. So he starts making his way over to her, and we're gonna see what happens a little later because we're now bouncing into Lucy Abernathy's perspective. She is a new character. I prefer fan cast as Elle Fanning just because I love Elle Fanning and I think that they have a similar vibe. This is what's happening with Lucy Abernathy right now. Lucy is standing with her best friend Hermione Watson, which makes me think that Julia Quinn, our author, was a really big Harry Potter fan because Hermione Watson, like Hermione Granger played by Emma Watson, I had to cast her as Emma Watson because I could not unsee Emma Watson playing Hermione Watson. Like, what do we expect of me? I digress, let's keep going, but that's why she's being played by Emma Watson. I just couldn't unsee it. Lucy notes that being friends with Hermione is an occupational hazard for her because Hermione is breaking hearts left and right. Hermione is the girl that everyone this season is after, and anyone who comes up to them is always immediately in love with Hermione. And also, don't blame Hermione for being an occupational hazard. Hermione really doesn't realize this is happening, nor can she help it. The book just notes that Hermione is gorgeous and stunning, and Lucy is not. Not my words. Not mine, not my personal words, the book's words. Kind of rude, but all right, all right. Even though everyone in the town always flocked towards Hermione and was in love with Hermione and never really paid Lucy any attention, she never held this over Hermione's head, and she always went everywhere with Hermione. Like, they are best friends, tied together at the hip. They're not going anywhere without each other. Now, I don't want everyone right now watching this thinking, oh my goodness, Hermione is perfect. 'Cause no. Our girl Hermione, she can't dance. No one in the town knows that she can't dance except for Lucy because they hide it very well. In fact, every time someone comes up to be like, Hermione, will you do me the honor of dancing with me? She goes, oh, maybe in a little bit, but Lucy would love to dance, and that's how she gets out of it. That is her main flaw, though. She cannot dance. no rhythm. While Lucy and Hermione are hanging out at the ball, a man approaches them, and instead of going directly to Hermione like every other man has done, he goes up to Lucy first and kisses her hand, and Lucy swears that she felt her breath catch. But then the light bulb in Lucy's head went off, and she was like, you know what? I know exactly what you're doing right now, coming up to me before Hermione. I know what you're doing. Because by kissing Lucy's hand first instead of Hermione's gonna linger over it, causing her to be the one to make the introduction instead of Gregory being like, oh, and who are you? Hermione would have to be the one to do it first. Smooth Gregory, but not smooth enough, because Lucy notes in her head, he's good, but not good enough for Hermione to change her mind, because we learn that Hermione is in love with someone else. While Gregory and Hermione are talking, all Lucy can think about is how Gregory is a goner, and she can immediately tell that he is in love with Hermione and he's just done for. And because Lucy is thinking of this, she's zoning out during this time period. So Hermione's just repeating, Lucy, 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 Gregory asked me to dance and I just had to tell him that I can't. Because remember, she doesn't know how. But Gregory cuts in saying it would be his pleasure to escort Lucy to the dance floor instead. That is the end of chapter 1. Chapter 2 starts off with Lucy and Gregory on the dance floor. Gregory is definitely disappointed, but he's like, I'm not gonna let anyone know this because I have 4 sisters. I understand the importance of a best friend. If I can get close with Hermione's best friend, Lucy, I can surely win Hermione's heart. Easy peasy. Lucy and Gregory are making small talk, and he tells her that he arrived at Aubrey Hall a little later than dinner, and so Lucy looks and goes, oh my gosh, you must be starving. Instead of our dance, why don't we just go to the sandwich table and get you something to eat? He looks at her and goes, oh, you must have a brother. And Lucy's like, yes, I do. He would do anything for food. Let's go get you some sandwiches. And Gregory is so happy right now. While Gregory is snacking, he asks Lucy how long she's known Hermione, and Lucy tells him that she's known Hermione for 3 years. They actually went to school together, and they've been best friends ever since. Also learn that this is Lucy and Hermione's first season into society. And as I said earlier, Lucy already knows that Gregory is head over heels in love with Hermione, and so she does him a favor by saying, Gregory, you should probably know Hermione's in love with someone else. Gregory is now in crisis mode, and he is going through every possible scenario known to mankind to figure out how to make Hermione be in love with him and not this other person. That's what's going through Gregory's mind right now. Lucy can clearly see this, and so she just goes, don't feel bad though. Like, don't feel bad. Gregory quickly goes, I don't. Lucy looks and goes, well, that is quite refreshing, because most men, when they learn this, blame her over the solution as if this is her fault. Lucy using the words her fault really confuses Gregory, because he doesn't understand why that was her choice of words. But Lucy's not done talking. She goes on saying, you are not the first man to imagine himself in love with Hermione. It happens all the time. Gregory interjects going, I don't imagine myself in love. Now the emphasis on imagine is not me. The book placed emphasis on that word, imagine. Lucy says, you see, that is so refreshing. Gregory keeps going, why is that refreshing? And Lucy's like, why are you asking me so many questions? Why are you asking so many questions? Gregory keeps saying, I'm really not asking you that many questions. And so Lucy kind of gets a little mousy and just says, oh, I'm sorry. I thought that you just wished to talk to Hermione. Most men, when they come up to me and her, immediately flock to Hermione, or they come to me just wanting to speak about her. I'm so sorry that I was clearly mistaken. Now this puts Gregory in a really awkward position, because as we know, he was wanting to talk to Hermione, not Lucy. And so now he's just like, well, where do I go from here? So Gregory is now going through all the options in his head. He's like, I could deny it, but obviously she would know because she can see right through me for some reason. And then he's going on to the option of, I could just say I'm a little infatuated with Hermione. Not completely, but a little bit. But would that be insulting to Lucy if I admit that right now? Lucy can see this inner thought process and turmoil, and she just goes, don't worry about me. This happens all the time. I am completely okay that everyone chooses Hermione over me. Why wouldn't they? She's gorgeous. And then she goes, it doesn't matter anyway because I'm practically engaged myself. And then at this moment, our favorite character, Kate, pops up. The reason Kate is here is because she's been looking for Lucy to tell Lucy that Hermione just went home because she wasn't feeling the best. Now, Lucy knows why Hermione went home. Obviously, her heart is with someone else. Why would she want to stay at a ball where people are trying to flirt with her? But Lucy just nods her head and is like, oh, of course, I probably should go check on her. Gregory then offers to escort Lucy to the door, and Gregory's like, what should I say to Lucy that's not suspicious? What should I say? Gregory finally comes up with, just give Hermione my regards. Hermione raises her eyebrows and goes, that's all?
To which Gregory nods, going, yeah, that's all. And Gregory just stares at the doorway as Lucy walks off and then immediately turns back to the ball where he notes that it is now dull and lifeless. Now, as I mentioned, Lucy knows that Hermione feels fine, which annoys Lucy because we learn who Hermione is in love with. And let me tell y'all, it's a scandal. We have a scandal on our hands because Hermione Watson is in love with Mr. Edmonds. Now, I know all y'all are sitting there at your screen thinking to yourself, how is that a scandal? Who even is Mr. Edmonds? Let me tell you. Mr. Edmonds is Hermione's father's secretary. His secretary. He works for her father. He has no title whatsoever. And Hermione's family in a million years would never grant her permission to marry Mr. Edmonds because they are in completely different classes. So it's an ordeal. When Lucy finds Hermione, Hermione is sitting on her bed reading a 4-page letter from who, you might ask? From Mr. Edmonds. He has written to her. She's just going through the letter, and whenever she finishes, she starts it back over, and she just kind of continues this cycle. It's what she's been doing all night. Lucy is so annoyed that Hermione is in love with Mr. Edmonds and just keeps going, you know your parents will never let you marry him, right? Hermione glares at her and goes, yes. Yes, I am aware of that. You have said that so many times to me. Lucy carries on going, just a reminder, he's a secretary. No. He's your father's broke secretary, and you are the daughter of a viscount. Y'all ain't getting married. Hermione simply goes, my father loves me. Lucy goes, I'm not saying he's gonna stop a love match. That's exactly what you're saying, and you just don't understand. Hermione interrupts. Lucy goes, what exactly even is there to understand? Wouldn't it just be easier for you if you fell in love with someone that's suitable? To which Hermione goes, you can't choose who you fall in love with. It just happens. Lucy takes this as her opportunity to tell Hermione all about Gregory Bridgerton in hopes that Hermione might be swayed in his direction over Mr. Edmonds. But Hermione's like, he sounds great. Maybe you should pursue him instead. To which Lucy says, he is a great guy, but I'm practically engaged right now. Don't you remember Lord Hasselby? Let me give you some background on him. This man is 10 years older than Lucy. Everyone has been waiting for Lucy to grow up, which is how the book put it, not me, to grow up so that they can be ready to be married. She's also only met him 3 times in her lifespan. It's a great scenario. We also learned that Lucy's father passed a few years back, and so her and her brother had been raised by their Uncle Robert, and she notes that Uncle Robert has been an amazing guardian to them both, and so it is her duty to provide for her family by going through with this engagement. Hermione just looks at Lucy and goes, I think you use Mr. Hasselby as an excuse so you don't actually have to have feelings for anyone and be in love. And if that's what you want, that's completely fine and I will support you, but I think you want and deserve more. Lucy really doesn't even acknowledge this comment. They both go to bed. Lucy's just thinking to herself while she's lying in bed, I will work on Gregory and Hermione tomorrow. They will be a perfect match. Hermione just has to realize this. I just need to get her to realize and look at Gregory in a different light, and all our problems will be solved. In chapter 3, we are with Gregory while he's eating breakfast. Kate comes up to him and says, it is a beautiful day outside. Should we go on a little excursion? Harry's like, sure, like that sounds great. Perfect, because I actually would like some of my girls to be escorted to this little small shop in town. We're gonna put them in groups so that like everyone's not bombarded all at once, but I'm gonna pair everyone up. Do you have anyone specific you wanna be paired up with? Gregory starts going, well, as a matter of fact, perfect, I'll pair you with Lucy Abernathy. Lucy Abernathy? I was going to say Hermione Watson is who I want to be paired up with. He just looks up and goes, really? You can tell that Kate is a little defeated at this comment because she was really hoping / expecting him to say Lucy Abernathy. And this is my thought process on it. I think that Kate and Lucy are very similar in the fact where when Kate was going through her debut season, she had Edwina and everyone flocked to Edwina and kind of didn't choose Kate, but Kate was like, I'm never leaving Edwina's side. I love her so much. I support her. I just want the best for her. And I feel like that's a very similar relationship to Hermione and Lucy. So I think Kate sees a lot of herself in Lucy. Those are my thoughts, in my opinions. Kate eventually does wipe that frown off of her face though, nods her head and goes, okay, Hermione Watson it is, y'all will be paired up. Lucy and Hermione make their way to Aubrey Hall. Kate finds them, tells them the plans of the day and how everyone's going to be going in small groups out of all the boys and girls going at once. And so Hermione will be paired up with Gregory, of course, and then Lucy, who's in the same group as Hermione, because again, they're besties. We're not going to separate them. Lucy is paired with Neville Burbrook. Now, this is the brother of Nigel Burbrook. I still have it as a picture of Nigel because if they're brothers, they might look similar and I didn't know who else to cast. Also, we're going to go back to the fact, I think
Julia Quinn is a big Harry Potter fan. We got a Neville now. So now we have a Neville and a Hermione. Onward and upwards, but I'm convinced she's a big Harry Potter fan. Oh, and let's just go through the weird like relation that Neville has to the family. If you think about it, I'm gonna read it off my notes because this is how the book put it. Neville is technically Kate's husband's brother's wife's sister's husband's brother. So in a weird roundabout way, they are connected to the Bridgerton family. They are now on their little excursion out to town. Gregory's thinking to himself, wow, me and Hermione are just a perfect fit. He starts to make conversation with her, and this is how it goes. You look so lovely, Hermione. Thank you. Are you enjoying your stay? Yes, thank you. Did you sleep well? Yes, thank you. Gregory, knowing that he needs something more than a yes or no question, asks, how long have you and Lucy been friends for? Even though he knows his answer, he knows that Hermione cannot say, yes, thank you, as a response this time. So Hermione goes through the exact same thing that Lucy told him last night. When Hermione finishes explaining this to him, she looks and goes, we should actually really catch up to them, let's go. And this irks Gregory so badly. But he calls out to Neville, and Neville abruptly stops, but Lucy doesn't realize that he does this, and she runs smack into him and falls to the ground. Genuinely falls to the ground. And Hermione takes this as her opportunity to run to her friend and go, oh, Lucy, are you okay? You don't look like you're okay. I'm fine, not a big deal. You really don't look like you're okay. Maybe we should turn back. Let's turn back. I'll go take care of you. I don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. We need to take care of you. Let's go take care of you. Lucy looks and goes, Hermione, I promise I'm actually okay. Hermione goes, we must take care of you. Oh, you must? Yes, yes, yes. I insist. You're my best friend. You're injured. I'm gonna go take care of you. Just look at your arm. Lucy is so clearly irritated right now, but she's like, you know what? The only way out of this is I gotta call out to Neville. Neville, maybe I should take your arm instead. Maybe that would just be a better way for us to make it through the day. Let's do that. Hermione turns to Gregory. She bats her eyelashes and goes, Lucy's hurt. We have to take care of her. Now, Gregory is even more irritated right now because he's like, now is the moment you choose to flirt with me? When your friend is injured, you're flirting with me now? Because he knows she's trying to get out of the date. So he is also a little perturbed at this moment in time. Lucy can see this. There's a weird vibe and energy going on. And so she goes, I'm really not hurt. Let's continue on. It's going to be a good time. Let's keep going. So Lucy is now up. She is ready to go. And she needs to change the conversation real quick. And so she looks at Gregory and goes, what's it like having a big family? Gregory tells them that it's very comforting that he has such a big family because he knows that if anything happens, they will be there for him. And Lucy goes, oh, that is exactly how I feel about my friend Hermione. In fact, Hermione is just so sweet and kind and also talented. Did you know she's talented? She's so good at watercolor painting. And Hermione is now the irritated one because she's like, please stop hyping me up. I don't want to be your Gregory. Please stop hyping me up. Why did you just randomly bring up my watercolor painting? Gregory can see that this is his in, so he goes, I'm really not a good painter, but my brother Benedict is amazing. I'd love to show you some of his artwork. Lucy interrupts and goes, see, Hermione, you and Gregory just have so much in common. And Gregory's just thinking to himself, we really don't. We have nothing in common, but okay, Lucy. They all decide to stop for a little picnic. Lucy, being the mastermind that she is, takes her seat first and she pats the blanket so that Neville will sit next to her, making sure that Gregory and Hermione are forced to sit next to each other. And Gregory silently thanks her for this because he can see what she's doing. Chapter 4, we start off in Lucy's thoughts where she's just looking at Gregory going, he is trying too hard. Why is he trying too hard? Can you just breathe and act normal? That is what she's thinking right now. He's losing his marbles. And Lucy can finally not take it, so she stands up and she's like, I need to stretch my legs. Wow, these flowers are beautiful. Gregory, do you know anything about these flowers? Gregory, taking the hint, goes, no, I don't, but I would love to go look at them with you. Should I escort you this way? Perfect, Gregory, thank you so much. And so they go on their merry way for Lucy just to tell him, you are going about this all wrong. Gregory is so annoyed at Lucy right now and just goes, I can handle my own courtships, thank you very much. Lucy looks at him and goes, normally I would assume so, but you are not doing well right now with Hermione, and I know Hermione best, so let me help you. Gregory is like, I don't know what to say at this moment in time, but sure, what do you have in mind? Lucy says, you need to ignore Hermione. She is so used to all the attention that no guy ever leaves her alone, and so if you were to just ignore her presence, not follow after her like a lost puppy everywhere you go. She will be so intrigued as to where you went and why you're not talking to her that she'll have to have a conversation with you. She'll have to know why you're avoiding her. Gregory nods his head, looks at Lucy and goes, why are you helping me? Lucy looks at him and responds, at this point, it's either you or her father's secretary, and I would much rather my friend end up with you. Gregory just looks at her for a while, and he says that this should feel uncomfortable and odd, but he feels like he's looking into her soul, and for some reason he's feeling comfortable in this moment. Later that evening, Kate comes up to Gregory and is like, you look so bored right now, and you need to fix that because it's offending me that you think my party is boring. Fix it. Gregory just nods his head like, okay, Kate, okay. Kate goes on saying, I think Hermione's heart might already be spoken for. She has not showed interest in anyone this season. Gregory nods his head and goes, it's because she's in love with her father's secretary. Now Kate is eating up this gossip right now. She is so invested because remember, Lady Whistledown, aka Penelope, is not around anymore, so they really don't have any gossip or any juicy secrets to discuss. And so she is thriving right now. Kate finally comes to the conclusion and tells Gregory that this is probably for the best for him because Hermione's family will never let Hermione marry a secretary, but this will give Gregory just enough time to figure out his true feelings for Hermione and what he wants to do with it. Before Gregory even has a chance to respond, Kate goes, we have to stop talking right now. The opera is almost over. Because instead of them being at a ball, they're at a little like musicale event. Y'all know how the Bridgertons like to do that. He's literally laughing at Kate going, do you ever not speak through like a musical event? You're always talking during these. Kate just shrugs her shoulders and goes, I have a curious aversion to them. And then Kate has a wicked smile on her face and says, a nostalgic sort of fondness. This is a little Easter egg back to the second book in the series, which is Antony and Kate's love story, because during that little musicale event in that book is when Kate and Antony had a little moment in Antony's study. There's a little break in the musicale event. Kate leaves Gregory. Gregory sees Lucy and Hermione. Gregory is like, this plan is not working out. I am so irritated. So Gregory is waiting by the door to the library in this house. And when he sees Lucy pass by, he yanks her in the room because they need to talk. Chapter 5 starts off with Gregory telling Lucy, don't scream. We need to talk. Your plan was horrible. Why did you give me this advice? Lucy nods her head, realizing, yeah, like my advice was pretty bad. I thought it was going to be good, but like, it was not it. So she just says, Hermione's going to have to come around to this idea because her parents will disown her if she ends up with Mr. Edmonds. To which Gregory tells her if she really loved him, she would risk anything. The second Gregory says that, Lucy is covered in goosebumps over his response. And so she just says, would you risk anything? Without even hesitating. Gregory goes, absolutely, yes. He then asks her the same question, would you? Lucy thinks for a second and goes, it would depend on the love and how it felt. Gregory asks, do you think it could possibly be different for different people? If you love someone, wouldn't it feel like everything consumed you entirely? There would be no doubting it. You would know it. It would be everything you've ever dreamed and more. Now, this statement has our girl Lucy freaking out. She just says, it's too much. That's too much for me. Gregory looks at her and just goes, you can't control it. It's just gonna happen. It's out of your control. Lucy is still freaking out because what Gregory just said is so similar to what Hermione told Lucy when Hermione was explaining what happened to her and Mr. Edmonds for the first time in the Rose Garden, which we don't see in the book, but it's just alluding that her and Gregory have the same thoughts on love. Gregory is just looking at Lucy at this moment in time, and even though she's not saying anything, it's like he can read her thoughts and knows what she's about to say, which is freaking him out. Because why should he be able to read Lucy's mind if he's in love with Hermione? That doesn't seem possible. For ease of mind, Gregory goes on and asks, what exactly did Hermione say about this little moment in the Rose Garden? And Lucy literally says it was word for word what you just told me, confirming that he indeed can read Lucy's thoughts because he knew that was what Lucy was going to say. Lucy apologizes to Gregory over this whole situation. It's just saying you need to calm down, you need to breathe. In the end, you and Hermione will be together. Now, during this moment, Gregory really isn't thinking of Hermione. Gregory is staring at Lucy's mouth right now, and he's wondering to himself, I wonder what it would be like to kiss her. So Gregory immediately takes a step back and goes, we need to leave right now. And he's in internal crisis mode because there is no way he could feel this desire for Lucy when he's in love with Hermione. That just doesn't make any sense. Now the book says, and I quote, how could he feel that for someone else, not Lucy? She was nothing. Well, not nothing. She was something, but not for him. Maybe like keep that in mind for later. Don't y'all worry though, because Gregory is not the only one having an internal crisis, because when Lucy goes to bed, all she can think about is Gregory. She can just think about their conversation in the library, how close they were staying together, how she could kind of see how he was staring at her and how intense that moment was. And Lucy can't sleep. She cannot sleep because of this. The next morning when it's time for breakfast, Lucy's like, I can't go down there and see him. No. So she tells Hermione, I'm just not feeling well. Hermione, trying to get out of going to breakfast, is like, oh, well, like, I'll just bring you your food. Lucy's like, not a bother whatsoever. Go to breakfast, go have a good time. And then Hermione goes, well, I guess I'm gonna have to sit next to Mr. Bridgerton, because who else am I gonna talk to at this breakfast? He's better than the rest. He's just not the person for me, but he should realize this soon. Then Hermione scurries off to breakfast, leaving Lucy alone to have yet another internal crisis, because Hermione's in love with Mr. Edmonds. Gregory's in love with Hermione. There's no way that Lucy could be in love with Gregory. Let's go to breakfast though. Gregory notes how weird it is to see Hermione without Lucy, but they do end up having a pretty decent conversation. He uses this as an opportunity to tell Hermione all about a dream that he had, and like, it's a weird dream, but Hermione's invested. She's like, tell me more. When Gregory is finished telling Hermione about this dream, Hermione opens up a little bit and explains how Hermione and Lucy's brother were at school at the same time, yada, yada, yada. And then Hermione goes, I'm gonna tell Lucy all about this because Lucy loves to know everything. I'm gonna have to tell her about this. And Gregory can see in Hermione's eyes that she actually had a nice time at breakfast, which is making Gregory happy. Hermione then returns to Lucy and is just talking about Gregory nonstop. Hermione is telling Lucy that she's so confused because she had a really nice time at breakfast, but like, she's in love with Mr. Edmonds. She should not be feeling this for another person, but she felt a flutter. Remember that word, ladies and gents. Mental note. Flutter. Hermione then asks Lucy, if I am so in love with Mr. Edmonds, wouldn't I never feel a flutter for anyone else? Lucy looks at Hermione and goes, if you are truly meant to be with Mr. Edmonds, he will wait for you. Which just surprises Hermione because she has never said anything like this about Mr. Edmonds. Lucy always says, you are not going to end up with him. You'll never end up with him. Your family will never allow it. But this time she's like, he'll wait for you. And Hermione is not the only one shocked right now because Lucy is shocked at herself for saying it. But before either of them can even address what Lucy said, a maid comes in telling Lucy, you are wanted downstairs. Your brother's arrived. Richard Abernathy, ladies and gents. Our next chapter starts off with Gregory meeting Lucy's brother, Richard, and Gregory immediately notes that he really likes Richard. So Gregory and Kate are asking Richard, like, what are you doing here? What do you need? What are you thinking? And Richard's like, oh, I've been summoned to bring Lucy back home to my uncle. She's got to go. And this is making Gregory like a little anxious on the inside. Kate can see this and Kate is like, oh, well, you know what? You've traveled so far. It's such a long journey. Instead of leaving right now, like, why don't you just stay for dinner? Richard thanks for a little bit and he's like, okay, yeah, like I could definitely do that. Kate tells him, well, if you're staying for dinner, I'm actually hosting a ball in 2 days. I've loved Lucy being here and I would really love if she would be able to attend. And Richard, you are invited as well. Richard agrees. And then we learn through Gregory's thoughts, because Gregory has almost like a bat signal for Hermione. He immediately clocks that Richard's in love with Hermione. Richard has a little itty bitty crush on Hermione, basically like every other man in this town. And so Gregory's a little sus of his intentions. Lucy and Hermione enter the room and Richard literally doesn't say anything. He just stares at Hermione and her beauty, and it's just like really awkward because he's not saying, hi, how are you? This is why I'm here, Lucy. He's just staring. He is literally just staring. Eventually he realizes that it's a little awkward in the room, and so instead of, talking to his sister, he looks at Hermione and goes, it's been far too long since we've seen each other. Lucy interrupts him and goes, it's been 4 months. It's been 4 months since we've all seen each other. Hermione is laughing, but Lucy tells Richard, let's go have breakfast. You can tell me why you're here over breakfast. Let's go do that. Hermione and Gregory decide to give them space, and so they're going on a walk. Richard explains to Lucy that he thinks the reason Lucy needs to come home right now is that it's finally time for her to get married off to Lord Hasselby. And suddenly Lucy doesn't want to. Lucy's been anticipating this for years, and she's thinking to herself, I don't want to do that. You are taking me mid-season. I want to have this season with my friend. I just finished my schooling, and instead of getting that little bit of break to have a nice time out in the season, out and about, not being married, I'm immediately getting married. I don't want to do that. Long story short, Lucy just wants a little bit of freedom, and that's immediately getting taken away from her. For a man she's only met 3 times. Richard just tells Lucy, cheer up, Lord Hasselby is a nice man and he will treat you well. This is a good thing. Gregory
is in an amazing mood. He is walking on sunshine right now after just hanging out with Hermione. He sees Lucy sitting on a bench all by herself, clearly looking sad. Lucy and Gregory talk for a little bit, and for some reason, Gregory's like, this is the time I'm gonna tell Lucy that her brother is in love with Hermione. And this just makes Lucy's mood so much worse because she's like, why would you say that? They are not in love with one another. He is like a brother to her. You are incorrect. He does not have a crush on my best friend. Why would you say that? Not everyone chooses Hermione. Like, he did not read the room, but they are arguing back and forth on this topic. Lucy is like a little bit at her ends meet with everyone being in love with Hermione, and so she goes, you know what? Hermione is actually not that perfect. She can't even dance. And Lucy is taken aback that she even admitted this out loud. She's like, Gregory's like, that's okay. I'm actually not a good shot. I have no aim whatsoever. Mental note of that, people. Make a mental note of him saying that. It'll come into play later. Lucy's laughing at Gregory and says, you know, I am actually a really good shot. I can show you and teach you how to get better at it. Gregory's very impressed by this, and so now their conversation has turned for the better and it's more positive. So Lucy and Gregory walk back towards the house together, and when they get there, Lucy was like, oh, I'm so sorry. Did you want time alone? Is that why you went to the bench? I'm so sorry if I occupied all your time. Gregory looks her in the eye and said, I was wanting some time alone, but now I don't. This comment sticks out to Lucy, and she's just thinking to herself, I don't know why he wanted to be alone, and I don't understand why he doesn't want to be alone now, but I know that this is meaningful. I don't know how this is meaningful, but I know that it is. So she's confused. Guys, I think it's time for a ball, and not just any ball, a masquerade ball. These are my favorite. Let's get into it. Gregory, Anthony, and Kate are all talking together, and they are bringing up Gregory's courtship. Anthony is asking him how it is going and if he has his sights on any girls. Kate looks at Anthony and says, well, I'm not going to tell you. Maybe you should just guess. Anthony, being the competitive man that he is like, you know what? I love a little challenge. I will certainly try and guess, and I will be able to discover this by the end of the night. Gregory is zoned out on this conversation a little bit. He's scanning the room thinking to himself, even though everyone's in masks, like, I will know when Hermione enters. This is the love of my life. I will just know. It'll be a feeling, but I will be correct. Gregory also notes to himself that it will be so easy for Lucy to blend in with the crowd, so he won't be able to tell who she is. Also notes that Lucy is just like Kate, which is kind of what I said at the beginning of this video. Remember? I think I was right. Anywho, obviously, because Gregory is a Bridgerton, the first thing he's going to do with his ball is go to the food table. He's at the food table, and then all of a sudden we hear someone go, Mr. Bridgerton? Gregory doesn't have to turn around to know whose voice that was. He knows that it's Lucy. Lucy, unaware that Gregory knows it's hers, like, it's me, Lucy Abernathy. Gregory just looks at her and goes, I know. In this moment, Gregory has a weird feeling that somebody's life is going to change forever tonight. Because of this feeling that he's having, he's like very antsy. He cannot stand still. He's needing to do something. And so he looks at Lucy and he's like, you want to dance? Should we dance? Let's go dance. He didn't mean to ask her. It's just because he's so, can't stop moving, that he's like, we're gonna dance. Let's dance. And she surprises him by saying yes. So they're going off to the dance floor. Gregory is thinking to himself that this dance is much too short and that she's a really good dancer, which he kind of assumes she would be because of the way that she walks, which means that he's been paying attention to her when she's been walking away. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Gregory also thinks to himself, Lucy looks so happy right now, and he loves when she is happy, and all he wants is for her to be happy. But Lucy breaks the spell that he's under right now by immediately asking, I wonder where Hermione is. I haven't really seen her in a while. I wonder where she is. And then Lucy says, last time I saw Hermione is when my brother asked Hermione to dance, which you and I both know that she obviously said no to because she doesn't know how to dance, so maybe they just went on a walk together? And oh, this makes Gregory worried and anxious, and he's just thinking to himself, oh my goodness, they are all alone together. Someone is going to see them and they are going to be forced to be married immediately. And when he brings up these concerns to Lucy, this just makes Lucy angry, going, you don't know my brother. They would never do anything like that. You don't know my brother. Stop accusing him of something like this. But Lucy does tell Gregory that she will go look for them. Gregory tells her, it's not safe for you to go look by yourself. I will go look with you. We will find them. This confuses Lucy because this would mean that Gregory and Lucy would be alone together. Which means if they got caught being alone together, they could be forced to get married, but he doesn't seem to mind that. And so she's confused over this, as was I. But that's okay because Lucy in her mind is like, I actually don't want to be alone with you. And so she tells Gregory, we should just tell Kate. Kate will be able to find them. We should just tell Kate. Gregory's like, that's a horrible idea. We are not going to tell Kate. And then all of a sudden we hear someone go, not gonna tell Kate what. Both Gregory and Lucy freeze for a second. You can tell Gregory is not gonna say a word, but Lucy just spills her guts saying, Gregory is so worried because we can't find Hermione, but we also can't find my brother, but I know that they were together earlier, but now we think that they're alone by themselves and we don't know where they are. I don't know if that's how she actually said it, but that's how I imagined it. But Kate immediately says, Gregory is right to be worried. This is not a good thing. Your brother is in love with Hermione. And so Gregory takes this moment to throw Lucy a I told you so face, which Lucy is ignoring right now, but he did indeed choose this moment to prove that he was right. Kate looks at Lucy, can tell that Lucy's not happy about this, and she goes, I'm not wrong about this, but we need to find them right now, very quietly. We're just gonna leave the room. Let's go. Lucy follows them through the hallway and she is feeling so queasy and so guilty over this entire situation. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. Gregory tells all of them, we're not getting anywhere doing this. We all need to split up. Kate goes, no. We are not splitting up because what if you find them and then someone sees you with them? Then Hermione is alone with 2 gentlemen. There's no solution for that one. We will all stick together. Lucy opens a door and then immediately shuts it because people are getting some funny business going on in that room, but also like there's really no education on that subject for women during this time period, so she doesn't really even know what she saw. And so Gregory's like, what was happening in there? And she's like, well, I don't know. So Gregory yanks the door open and he sees 2 people in masks and immediately shuts the door, turns around and is like, well, obviously they're not married because if they were married to one another, their masks would not be on. So they are definitely married to other people. So let's just keep on going. Let's just keep going. For our poor girl Lucy, that queasy feeling is never going away because again, she's feeling guilt. And then 2, she just witnessed that. She doesn't even know what that is, but she witnessed it. They all end up bursting into a room and they see a man who they immediately know is Richard. And Gregory's like, and pins him to the floor. He tackles that man and pins him to the floor. Lucy is anxiously scanning the room being like, okay, this is good. There's no Hermione in sight. This is beautiful. And then all of a sudden, she sees a glimpse of pink. Now answer me this, ladies and gents. What color dress do you think Hermione's was tonight? You guessed pink, you would be correct, and that's exactly what Lucy was looking at. And it's behind where Kate is. And so Kate is like, what are you looking at? Follows Lucy's gaze, yanks Hermione out from where she's standing. Hermione, looking so guilty, just looks at Lucy, shrugs, and goes, I fluttered. Remember I told you to take note of that? That's where it comes back up. She fluttered. And exactly 1 hour later, ladies and gentlemen, Richard and Hermione are engaged. Yay, congratulations, woo! During the moment where Kate tells him, hey, I'm sorry, y'all are gonna have to be engaged, Richard is smiling and looking smug like this is the best day of his life. Hermione's not disappointed because she fluttered. Obviously, she's having feelings. Gregory, on the other hand, decides to knee that man in his no-no zone, and Richard goes back to the ground. You might be asking yourself, what is Gregory doing right now? He has decided to drink his sorrows away in Antony's office. Lucy, on the other hand, is now wandering through this house because she doesn't know what to do. She doesn't know exactly what just happened. It was a whirlwind of emotions that she just experienced. She sees this room that she's never noticed before, and so she decides to go in it. And oh my goodness, what a surprise. This happens to be Antony's office that she just wandered into, and who's in there? Gregory! Wow, what a turn of events. They talk for a little bit. The vibe is very odd in this room. Lucy keeps saying like, I need to go, I'm just gonna go, I've gotta go, but she's not moving. She's not moving at all. In fact, they're actually getting closer to one another. Closer, and closer. Keep saying, I gotta go. Her legs aren't moving in the right direction. Since she's clearly not leaving, Gregory asks her, do you want a drink? I know where Antony keeps the good stuff. Lucy's like, no, I'm okay, thank you. And Gregory's like, it's so weird to me because you'd think I would be more upset than I am. And I don't understand why I'm not more upset right now. Gregory then shakes his head and goes, Lucy, are you okay? Like, that was a lot for you to experience tonight. Are you okay? Lucy looks at him and goes, I don't even know what happened. And Gregory is silent. During this moment, I kid you not, y'all could hear a pin drop. Lucy, being very anxious, unaware of what's going on in the universe at this point, Lucy says, it's not right, everything is changing. I can't stop it. Gregory simply says no, and Lucy notices
that he's gotten a lot closer to her. And so she just keeps repeating, it's too much, it's too much. And then the distance between them completely closes and they kiss. During this first kiss, she feels a flutter. And let me tell you, all thoughts are now out the window until she says Gregory's name. When she says Gregory's name, all of a sudden she goes, oh my gosh, Lord Hasselby, I am engaged, I'm engaged, and now I'm apparently kissing Gregory Bridgerton. This is not good. So she stops the kiss and she just says, I gotta go. And Gregory tells her, okay, like, let me escort you back to your room. And she's like, no, that is a recipe for disaster. No. And he says, well, okay, well, your safety is my #1 responsibility right now, my priority. I need to know you make it back to your room safely. I'm gonna walk you to the stairs. Whenever you get to your room, I need you to knock 3 times. If I do not hear you knock 3 times, I am marching my happy tail up to your bedroom to make sure that you made it there. Nods her head, she agrees to this, and he tells her that he will see her tomorrow. Lucy thinks to herself that she wants to see him tomorrow, but then she goes on thinking, I shouldn't want to see him tomorrow. I know I shouldn't want to see him tomorrow. Why do I want to see him tomorrow? So instead of saying all of this to him, she just goes, I'm probably leaving tomorrow. Gregory nods his head and says, I will see you in the morning. Lucy's like, okay, scurries up the stairs, and when she makes it to her room, she knocks 3 times on her door just because she can. Oh, would you look at that? It's time for breakfast. Gregory's downstairs. He's looking at the door. He's waiting for Lucy to arrive. Kate sweeps into the seat next to him and just starts apologizing over and over again because Hermione and Richard are now engaged, and Kate knew how he felt about Hermione. Gregory's like, I promise you, it's actually fine. Like, I'm actually okay, Kate. Kate looks at him and goes, how old were you when I married Antony? Gregory tells her 12, maybe 13. Kate nods her head and says, it must be really difficult to be that much younger than your brothers. Gregory doesn't say anything, but Kate keeps on going, saying, I feel like Antony, Benedict, and Colin are always just lumped in together because there's really no one in between them. But when you think about it, I'm pretty sure Antony and Colin are like 6 years apart. Kate also is talking about the betrothal between Hermione and Richard and how they are all planning on leaving today. And once Kate says this, Gregory just cannot stop thinking, I need to see Lucy. I need to see Lucy right now. I need to talk to her. He asks Kate, when are they leaving? Not specifying who. And so Kate only says, oh, Hermione's leaving, like yada, yada, yada at this specific time. That's not who he was asking about. So he subtly just asks, well, what about Richard? Leaving out Lucy's name, of course, because he doesn't want Kate to be like, why are you asking about Lucy? Probably sometime soon. Lucy's already come down here for her breakfast. She's already eaten, so they're probably about to leave. As soon as Kate says this, Gregory stands up and goes, you know what? I'm actually not hungry. I'm gonna go. Kate is like, well, something is wrong with you because, again, the Bridgerton boys like to eat. So she looks and goes, you're not going to go see Hermione, are you? Gregory says, no, I'm not. And honestly, that is the last thing on Gregory's mind. Meanwhile, Lucy's just staring at her luggage. Like, literally, she's just staring at her luggage, zoning out. Hermione pops up there and is like, we need to talk. Lucy just looks at Hermione and says, there's really nothing we need to talk about. We're to be sisters now. It's okay. Hermione goes, well, you don't sound too happy about that. Hermione tries to explain herself by saying that when she had breakfast with Gregory that morning, she realized she must not have been in love with Mr. Edmonds as she thought she was, if she could feel that for someone else. And then when she was with Richard, she just felt a flutter that made her feel like she was coming home. Lucy's getting more and more frustrated by the second because this is the complete opposite of how Hermione explained love to Lucy early on. So she's like, what even is love at this point? What even is this feeling? Because you keep explaining it in a different way. And I also would just like to say, she's freaking out because this is how she's feeling for Gregory, but she's engaged to another man. She is engaged to be married, and she's having these strong feelings for Gregory Bridgerton. It's a lot for this poor girl. Gregory happens to find Lucy just in time. He apologizes to her, and all Lucy can say is, of course, which is driving him batty because he's like, what do you mean, of course? What do you mean by of course? That's all you have to say? She can literally see his thought process. And so she's just like, I accept your apology and I don't want to talk about it again. Gregory nods his head and goes, will I see you in London? I would assume so, but it won't be the same because I'm engaged. Don't you mean practically engaged? No, Gregory, I'm engaged. That's why Richard's taking me home. Once again, an internal crisis is happening for our boy, Gregory. Lucy just tells him that she is going to go on a walk. She starts walking away. Gregory is staring at her the whole time, and he just keeps begging her to turn around in his mind. He just keeps saying, please turn around, I just need her to turn around, and she doesn't. We are going to jump forward 1 month. Lucy is about 1 week shy of marrying Lord Hasselby, and this is the first time she's seen him in 3 years. Lucy also has been asking her uncle if she can attend some of society's parties going on. He tells her that Davenport, who is Lord Hasselby's father, says that this is not a good idea because we would really prefer if she'd be introduced as Lucy Hasselby, not Lucy Abernathy. And if she's introduced now, it would just make no sense to change it up in a week. That's not what we want to do. Which very much perturbs Lucy, mind you. Very much perturbs her. You and I both know why she wants to go to these events. She wants to see Gregory. Not even knowing if he's in London. She just wants to see him. Another detail we learn is Lucy was so frustrated at Gregory over the way he reacted to her walking away. Because he didn't even look affected. He didn't even really look affected when she told him of her engagement to Lord Hasselby, and all she wanted for Gregory was to run after her or holler after her, telling her to turn around, and he didn't. So he must not feel the same way that she does. Okay, but back to the present scene at hand. This is the first time we are seeing Lord Hasselby in our story. Davenport's here. I'm not sure if he's a lord or an earl. I, for some reason, did not write that down in my notes at all, so we're just going to refer to him as Davenport from here on out. He does have a title, though. I just didn't write it down, so that's on me. That's on me. Let me just tell y'all, though, Davenport is a handful. He is a handful, and he just keeps asking Lucy all these bizarre questions, and he honestly keeps asking her to do math at the table. He keeps saying, do you know your timetables? Do you know them? Say them out loud for us. And Lord Hasselby is like, that really is not necessary. We don't have to do that. Davenport's response was, no, we do. This woman right here will be carrying our heir in her womb. We need to make sure that she's smart. Davenport also just keeps saying, she's gonna be a countess. She's gonna be a countess. Lord Hasselby has had it and is like, she will be countess when you have passed. So really, you won't even witness this. You won't even witness it, so what does it matter to you? And then he immediately goes, great weather we're having today, right? Like, amazing weather. Make it be known, I do love Lord Hasselby. I do. We are now panning to a new day. We are with Gregory. Gregory is walking through Hyde Park. It's his first day back in London, and who does he see? He sees Lucy sitting on a bench, giving some bread out to the birds, feeding the birds, and he just has to go talk to her. Lucy is thinking to herself that being with Gregory is the first time she has felt like herself in weeks. It's the first time she's recognized herself. Gregory, making small talk, asks if she's here with Hermione and Richard, to which Lucy's like, no, they're actually on their honeymoon. They just got married. And then Gregory goes, oh, so are you just here for the season? Are you staying with a family member, your uncle? Lucy goes, yes, I'm staying with my uncle, but I'm not here for the season. I'm here for my wedding. Let me tell y'all, Gregory feels like he has been kicked in the chest. All the air has left his lungs and he is not okay. And so to fill the silence, Lucy just goes, in a week. I'm to be married in a week. And Gregory just goes, that soon? You're getting married that soon? Y'all, this conversation is so awkward. And then Gregory kind of turns it around a little bit by saying, I really don't think Hermione and I would have been a good match, so I'm really happy for her. This is all Lucy wanted to believe, because if Gregory was so in love with Hermione at that moment in time that he was able to get over her and no longer be in love with her, maybe Lucy could get over Gregory and not always be in love with him. Gregory goes on saying, if you fall madly and inexplicably in love, I wouldn't trust it. Lucy says, I don't think that's gonna happen to me. Anyway, I'm getting married in a week. I'm marrying Lord Hasselby. And he goes, hold up, Hasselby? I went to school with Hasselby. Gregory's nodding his head, like processing this information. And then he goes, Hasselby is a great man, and he will treat you gently. Lucy is thinking to herself, this is a weird word to use, which I agree. Gently, I don't really like that in this context, but that's what he chose to say. Gregory then invites Lucy to a soiree hosted by his family, and Lucy goes, I would love to attend, but I can't. I'm not allowed to go to any society's events until I'm a Hasselby. Gregory says, don't you worry one bit. I will convince everyone to let you attend. My mother is very, very persuasive. So after their moment in the park, Gregory immediately goes to Violet and goes, I need your help. I need your help. Violet is very shocked and goes, of course, what on earth do you need? Gregory explains that he needs his mother to write to Daphne,
who's a duchess, by the way, to then write to Uncle Robert Abernathy to persuade him to allow Lucy to go to the soiree because he literally will not be able to turn down a duchess. Violet is like, oh, I will definitely do this. Don't you worry one bit. I'm just so thankful that you finally have turned to your family for help. You've never asked us for anything. Then Violet pauses and goes, maybe I will personally speak to this Uncle Robert and say that I was the one who was talking to Lucy in the park. Gregory looks at his mother and goes, you're gonna lie? Well, Gregory, I mean, at this age, why wouldn't anyone believe me? Violet and Gregory start talking about their family and they bring up Edmund, and Violet goes, Antony is so generous just like Edmund was. I'm so sorry that you never got to know your father. Gregory shrugs his shoulders and he just says, Antony was a really great father to me. Violet interrupts him and goes, Antony is your brother. I know that he was a father figure too, but he is your brother and he just wants what's best for you. Hugs Gregory and goes, you don't have to prove anything in this family. No matter what you do, we will always love one another. Violet is always popping off with the family moments we love. In our next chapter, we learn exactly why Gregory used the word gentle. We learn that Lord Hasselby is not interested in women. Thus, he will be very gentle. Lucy's not made her entrance into the party yet. Hyacinth and Violet go up to Gregory to chat a little bit. Violet and Hyacinth come up to Gregory and tell him that they just received an invite to Lucy's wedding. Hyacinth looks at Gregory and goes, how do you know Lucy and why were you so excited to extend an invitation to a woman who is to be married in a week? Violet is nodding her head going, I was thinking that too, honestly. I was thinking that too. Gregory explains how he knows Lucy, and Violet and Hyacinth are just looking at Gregory dumbfounded right now, to which Gregory goes, oh, would you all just stop? For heaven's sake, I'm not going to stop her wedding. I just invited her to this party. It's not a big deal. Hyacinth then goes, well, I would still like to meet her. Violet once again nodding her head going, oh, me too. Kate has said nothing but amazing things about them. Oh, did y'all hear about this one thing? And then Violet starts gossiping about the Hermione and Richard speculation over their engagement / marriage, and Gregory's just nodding his head confirming everything. Once again, Lady Whistledown is not around, so you're gonna take the gossip you can get. And Gregory just kind of has all the knowledge over this stuff right now. So they're eating it up. Seeing that Violet and Hyacinth are very satisfied with this gossip, he's trying to make his escape, but then Violet hollers after him going, wait. Will you escort me to the wedding? Gregory's like, no, I am not going to that wedding. No, you can go with Hyacinth. Violet goes, I don't want to go with Hyacinth. Hyacinth is obviously going to be going with Gareth. Gregory says, well, I'm not going to the wedding. I don't even like weddings. Hyacinth interrupts and goes, you are such a liar. You love weddings. Every single time someone gets married, you go, wow, I love weddings. I can't wait to be married and find love. Gregory, so frustrated right now, goes, I am not attending. Goodbye. I bid you adieu. Goodbye. And he leaves. Gregory's talking to an old friend when all of a sudden the sound in the room completely disappears for Gregory. He looks up and Lucy's there and he is so drawn to her that as he makes his way across the room, he realizes that he is in love with Lucy Abernathy. And so he asks if she would like to dance with him. They're now dancing. They're having a great time. Gregory is like, what are you thinking about right now? Lucy does not respond, but we get to see what she's thinking, and she's thinking that she wishes that she was someone else right now. Gregory tells her that he is so happy that she was able to attend this party. And when the dance is over, he quickly returns her to the table with the chaperones, but before he officially leaves, he whispers in her ear that he needs to talk to her in 30 minutes. Please come find me in 30 minutes. We need to talk alone. I have to tell you something. She argues him, but eventually she gives in and she nods her head, and then eventually we hear a woman shouting at them, and it's Hyacinth making her way over there. Hyacinth is making pleasant conversations with them, and then all of a sudden she goes, okay. Y'all clearly need my help. What do you need? Gregory tells her that he would like a moment alone with Lucy, and Hyacinth's like, got you. I will figure it out. This is the plan. The plan is that Gregory will go talk to someone else. Hyacinth and Lucy will stand by themselves for about an hour. Then all of a sudden, Lucy's dress will just tear. It will just tear. And the only place for Lucy to be able to go fix it will be Daphne's bed chambers, where Gregory will end up meeting her. And it's going to be a perfect plan because who would walk in? And if anyone does come close to walking in, Hyacinth will just quickly make her way into the room so it never looks like they were alone together. Gregory agrees, thinking that this is an amazing plan, and before he leaves them, he picks up Lucy's hand and kisses it. Which, y'all, this is bold to do in this time period. Not just to a single woman, but to an engaged woman is insane and very, very bold. Hyacinth looks at Lucy as soon as Gregory leaves them and she goes, okay, why does he need to talk to you?
Lucy's just shaking her head going, I have no idea. Hyacinth starts laughing and goes, oh, I like you. We're gonna get on great. Just like sisters. An hour later, Hyacinth successfully tears Lucy's dress to where no one is questioning it. They make their way into the bedchamber. Gregory's not there yet, so Lucy decides to talk to Hyacinth going, why are you helping me? Hyacinth simply responds with, I like you and I love my brother. Lucy goes, but I'm engaged. Oh, I know, I'm invited to the wedding. Lucy is so flustered by this and says, oh, do you plan on attending? Hyacinth laughs and says, I don't know, do you plan on attending? Lucy is so shocked by this and tells Hyacinth there's nothing that can be done. I've already signed the papers and Gregory has not made any promises to me at all. Hyacinth looks at her, narrows her eyes and goes, hasn't he? She simply says, I don't think I can do it. Then I misjudged you, but I'm hoping that maybe you just misjudged yourself. Gregory was 10 minutes late, by the way. That's why they were able to have this little conversation. When Gregory makes his way into the room, Hyacinth just says, I will be right outside this door in this little room over here. And Gregory's like, I don't want you listening to us. Hyacinth says, well, I need to be near, so if someone busts in, I can just say that I was with y'all. It's the only solution. Gregory's like, okay, just stand on the other side of the room. I don't need you overhearing us. Gregory waits until Hyacinth has completely left the room, looks at Lucy and goes, you can't marry Hasselby. You can't do it. Gregory also explains why she can't marry Hasselby and how she deserves more out of a marriage than just companionship. Lucy is now essentially screaming at Gregory going, I could have been happy. I might not have loved him, but I could have been happy, but now you've ruined it because you've made me want you and I don't know what to do. Gregory just looks at her and goes, kiss me, just kiss me. And guess what, y'all? They start kissing. He tells her during this moment, you can't marry him. I love you with all of my heart and I'm a blind fool. She interrupts him saying, don't punish yourself. No one ever actually sees me when Hermione is around. Gregory looks at her and goes, she does not even hold a candle to you. Lucy is shocked at this and goes, you really mean that, don't you? I mean it enough to move heaven and earth to make sure that you don't go through with this wedding. Lucy takes a few seconds to think. She nods to Gregory and says, I will speak to my uncle tomorrow. Gregory asks, do you want me to come with you? I can state what my intentions are. Lucy goes, you haven't even told me your intentions. Gregory then drops to one knee and says, Lucy Abernathy, will you do me the greatest honor of becoming my wife? And she says, yes, oh yes, of course. When she returns to Hyacinth, she looks at Hyacinth and says, you have not misjudged me. So basically, we have Lucy Abernathy, who is engaged to Lord Hasselby and is also engaged to Gregory Bridgerton at this moment in time, but she hasn't even talked to her uncle yet. That's the important piece. The next day, Lucy is hyping herself up to talk to her uncle. She asks her uncle, like, did you know, like, Lord Hasselby doesn't really like women? And her uncle literally just laughs and is like, of course I knew. Everyone knows. This is a known fact. And you should be thanking me. I am granting you the gift of marrying a kind man who will treat you well. This is her uncle, by the way. I cast him as a really grumpy old cartoon man. Anywho, Lucy looks at her uncle and goes, I don't want to marry him. I want to have kids. Her uncle is laughing, saying, that doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything at all because if for some reason Lord Hasselby will not give you kids, Davenport will, and it'll still be in the family. If I could vomit, I would. I would, y'all. I would. Lucy is repulsed by this suggestion and tells her uncle, I won't do it. I can't do it. I won't do it. And let me tell you, her uncle loses his mind. He loses his mind. He keeps going off on her going, it's because of that Bridgerton idiot, isn't it? It's because of him. Are you prepared to toss over the air for the possibility of the Viscount's fourth son? Lucy doesn't hesitate and says, yes. He has lost his mind, screaming, what have you done to yourself? You have ruined yourself. And y'all, I'm gonna be fully transparent. He uses some not kind words that I ain't repeating. I'm not doing that. But essentially he's like, you're not leaving this house, you're not leaving this room. If you try and leave your room, I will put a guard outside your door. Lucy keeps trying to fight him on this, but he finally looks at her and goes, you have to marry him. We are being blackmailed by this family. You have to marry him. I didn't even really want to raise you, but it's what I had to do because your father was a traitor. At this point, Lucy's jaw is on the floor and she's like, a traitor? What do you mean he's a traitor? If you're sitting at home right now being like, what on earth could he have done to be considered a traitor? It is being claimed that her father committed high treason by selling certain secrets of their country to a different country, and that this is how the Abernathy got their money. Mr. Davenport is aware of this, and so that's why this engagement has lasted for as long as it did. And if Lucy marries Lord Hasselby, no one will have to know because they don't want to be attached to that scandal. That is why her uncle is so adamant that she's marrying Lord Hasselby. Lucy's thinking to herself, honestly, I'm okay with being ruined, with having shame attached to my name, but I can't put that on my brother. I can't put that on Hermione, who is now in this family. So she looks to her uncle, she nods her head, and she says, okay, I will marry Lord Hasselby. The reason that the uncle wants Lucy to marry Lord Hasselby so much is even though Mr. Davenport knows of her father's traitorous ways, if she marries his son, he's never going to reveal the secret to the world because he doesn't want his son to be carrying that baggage or to be ruined or to be attached to Lucy. So the blackmailing will literally end once Lucy is married. It is now Friday. Gregory is losing his mind because he has not heard a single word from Lucy. And so Gregory just thinks the best idea is to go to Lucy's house after midnight so that he can talk to her himself. He literally breaks into the house, finds Lucy in her room. Lucy's awake at this time anyway because she literally has so much going on in her life. How the heck would she be able to sleep? When Gregory asks her, well, why can't you sleep? Lucy just responds with, I'm getting married tomorrow. Because remember, Gregory does not know about the blackmailing at all. Gregory tells Lucy, I'm not leaving here until you speak to me. He is literally begging Lucy at this point, screaming, don't marry him, I love you. He asks her, is it because of the position? Is it because you will be a countess? And Lucy nods her head saying, yeah. We can tell that she's lying to him. He tells her once again that he loves her and he wants to spend all of eternity with her. She's like, please don't say things like this. Please don't. This is making it so much harder than it needs to be. Gregory just says, just let me kiss you one last time and I will leave. Lucy nods her head, tells Gregory to kiss her, and I'm not going to discuss what happens at the end of this chapter because that's not this channel. But you can assume what's going on. It's almost morning, and mind you, it is the day of her wedding. Gregory is still in her bed. They've just woken up. Gregory is pleading to Lucy one last time, saying, come with me. We can leave right now. Come with me. Lucy's like, I can't leave Lord Hasselby at the altar without any explanation. That's not fair to him. I will handle it, and then I will find you afterwards. It will be good to go. Gregory tells her that he understands and that he will wait for her. Also tells her if anything goes wrong, his mother and his sister will be at the church and they will happily help. Gregory realizes that he needs to tell someone what's going on, so he reaches out to Colin. Colin makes his way over here, listens to every single thing Gregory has to say, including the night before, tells him everything. Colin doesn't even question it. He sits down, he asks, did you bring any food? No, we're a little ill-prepared. Let's just wait and see what happens. Gregory's getting a little antsy. Colin's very unsure of what's going on, but he's like, she hasn't come out yet. Then all of a sudden the doors swing open. We see the uncle. We see Hermione, and then all of a sudden we see Lucy in a wedding dress on her way to the church. And Colin is just shaking his head being like, oh no, this is not good. This is not good. Like, ugh. And Gregory's like, something had to have happened. Something had to have happened. I need to get to the wedding right now. And he sprints. He literally breaks into a run. Colin's like, are you kidding me? And starts chasing after him. But Gregory is speedy. And so Colin literally cannot catch up to him. And now we're going to go and see what happens at the wedding. Hermione, being Lucy's best friend, can clearly see that Lucy is not okay right now, calling Lucy the saddest bride she's ever witnessed. Lucy tells Hermione it feels like she's saying goodbye, but she leaves out the part where it feels like she's saying goodbye to herself. We are now at the altar. The priest is saying, do you take thee? Do you take thee? That is the part we are at in the wedding ceremony. Then all of a sudden the doors burst open. Here is Gregory, just like he was in the prologue, screaming, don't do it. He's repeating, I love you, marry me instead. And Lucy is so conflicted, but all she says is no. And oh, it's time for chaos. It is time for chaos. Davenport here starts charging towards Gregory, as does Richard, and then Colin finally makes it to the scene. Like, literally, he just made it. He missed all of the commotion. He made it. So he's also running towards Gregory to try and help him out. I can only just imagine Violet and Hyacinth are sitting in their seat being like, what is going on? What is happening? Why did she say no? What is happening? Like, this is messy, ladies and gents. While this is all happening, Lord Hasselby leans into Lucy and goes, this is not the wedding you imagined now, is it? Lucy looks at him like he's crazy and just says, why didn't you say anything during that time? Oh, you mean when Bridgerton was professing his love for you and trying to get you to marry him? Huh, I wanted to see what your answer was before I stepped in. Gregory literally has two men pulling him back, but just keeps looking at Lucy going, why? Why? I don't understand why. Lucy is looking at him. She's literally about to cry and just says, because I have to. Because I have to. Lucy is watching Gregory get pulled away from the church. Hyacinth comes up to Lucy, looks her dead in the eye and says, You are weak. You do not deserve him. Violet is screaming at Hyacinth saying, that is enough. Do not say that. We are leaving. I am so sorry, Lucy. We are leaving. Escorts her child out the door. When all the Bridgertons have finally left, Davenport now looks at Lucy and says, okay, shall we continue on? Where Lucy nods her head and she and Lord Hasselby get married. They say, I do. We're now with Gregory and the rest of the Bridgertons that were at the wedding. They are now leaving the premises. Violet is shouting at Gregory going, what were you thinking? Why did you do that? What were you thinking? Colin interjects and goes, I tried to stop him. Violet looks at him very sternly and goes, you obviously did not try hard enough. Colin shrugs his shoulders and goes, do you know how fast he can run? Hyacinth's nodding going, very fast. He is very, very fast. Violet is almost in tears going, oh my poor son, you're going to have to leave town. You're going to have to leave. Gregory's in shock right now. He's not saying anything. He's focusing on the fact that Lucy said, because I have to. He's like, what does this mean? What do you mean you had to? Hyacinth is angry saying, I will never receive her. Colin responds with, she's a countess. You have to. Hyacinth goes, I don't care if she's the bloody queen. I am not receiving her. No one has the right to treat my brother that way and I will ruin her. Enough. Gregory screams at her. Gregory tells her, no, you won't. You will leave her alone. As soon as he said this, for some reason, he realizes immediately Lucy does love him and there's a reason she said what she said. So he screams, stop. And the carriage comes to a complete halt. He gets out and he looks at his family and goes, I'm gonna take a walk. All three of them are looking at him with the same expression that is like, you don't plan on going back to the church, right? Colin finally speaks up and goes, don't do anything foolish. To which Gregory responds with, nothing foolish, only what's necessary. Lucy waits until the end of the reception to go to the stairwell and just cry. And Lucy hears a male voice ask, I have to know, do you love me? Obviously, this is Gregory, by the way. Lucy says yes, while she is crying, by the way. And Gregory just goes, then come with me. You are not his official wife yet. We can have this annulled. Just come with me. She doesn't say anything in this moment, and so the only thing Gregory can think to do is, you know, take her. Like, genuinely throw her over his shoulder and take her. Because he's like, I don't have another solution. I need time to figure out what we're gonna do because I know you love me and I know you want to be with me, but you don't know what to do. So I need time. So he takes her. I believe he literally ties her to the water closet and just tells her, I need time. I need time. It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna figure this out. We're gonna be good. She's shouting at him at this point saying, Gregory, you need to let me go. I'm going to be ruined. Gregory responds with, it's okay because I'll marry you. Lucy's like, I'm already married. That can be annulled. This is going to ruin my family. Tell me why. And Lucy finally tells him everything. Takes a little bit for him to process, but he finally comes to the conclusion like, this doesn't change the way I feel about you. We will handle this together. It's gonna be okay. Lucy tells him, it doesn't mean anything. You will get over this. You felt the same way about Hermione. Gregory admits, no, I've been wanting love for so long that I wanted the love more than the woman. I love the idea of Hermione, but the way I feel for you is completely different. He tells her, just give me 1 hour, all this will be behind us. I will figure it out. In the meantime, I will get you a sandwich or something. And she's like, a sandwich? A sandwich at a time like this? What are you talking about? He just nods his head and goes, you always want a sandwich. Who doesn't want a sandwich? I'll go get you one. And she's just like, you have lost your mind. This book is so out there, but it's so fun. It's a lot. The first person Gregory runs into is Hermione. He tells Hermione Lucy's being blackmailed. He does not say exactly what she's being blackmailed with or for because that's not his story to tell and he's aware of that. All Hermione says is, what can I do to help? 5 minutes later, Gregory and Hermione are in the same room as Lord Hasselby and Richard. Richard is not being very kind right now, but let me tell you, Lord Hasselby is being great. He is so kind. And Gregory asks if Lord Hasselby would mind releasing her or getting annulled. Lord Hasselby says, if I wasn't willing, do you really think I would be standing here talking to you using the same tone I use when I talk to people about the weather? You're just gonna have to be cautious about this whole situation. Gregory then asks him, if you release her to me, like, will you reveal her family's secret? Lord Hasselby is so confused right now, being like, what do you mean family secret? Richard is nodding, saying, I don't even know what you're talking about. Hasselby is thinking, and he goes, I now understand why she agreed to marry me. This now makes way more sense, because clearly she's in love with you, so why would she even agree to keep going through with the wedding? Hasselby also admits that he read all the contracts surrounding this marriage, so there really was no money involved in it at all, which is very bizarre during this time period. They finally come up with a plan. They go to get Lucy, and guess what? Lucy's not there. Lucy is gone, and it doesn't look like she left on her own. So let's see what happened, shall we? Her uncle came in the room saying, you are not going to ruin this for me, and I will personally see that it cannot be annulled. I don't really care. You were a duty. You were a duty that I have fulfilled, and I am pleased to be discharged of it. I would also just like you to know that he is carrying, I don't even know if I can say this on this platform, like a utensil that you would be eating dinner with to cut things. That's what he's carrying, so he is armed. Hopefully you catch my drift. If not, that's fine, but let's get back to everyone else. They've all come to the conclusion that it was definitely the uncle who has taken Lucy. And so they split up. Gregory goes with Hermione, Richard and Lord Hasselby go together. Gregory and Hermione come across this room, and before they go in, Gregory looks at Hermione and says, go get your husband. Go get him right now. Gregory can literally hear Lucy muttering. He goes into the room and he sees that Lucy is tied up. He is literally being held hostage at this point. I know earlier I was talking about a utensil that can be used to cut things. Now what is being used is a product by Nerf. Again, I don't think I can say that on this platform. I could be completely wrong and just be sounding like an idiot. That's fine too. I don't mind doing that. A product by Nerf is what we will be referring to this thing as. Product by Nerf is directly pointed at Lucy. Gregory walks in and he says, I talked to Robert, and Robert says his father would never do what you said he did. I love your niece and I love her enough to keep your secret. He is now white as a sheet because guess what? Her father right here was not the traitor. Her uncle was. And he is directly being blackmailed over it. Gregory is keeping the uncle occupied, and while this is happening, Hermione, Lord Hasselby, and Richard all enter the room. A loud noise is fired, and so Gregory reveals that he also has a Nerf product with him, and he takes aim. I would now like you to refer back to the mental note I had y'all place earlier, where he's not a good shot, ladies and gents. He's not at all. But you know what? He takes his aim, and he almost makes what he was aiming for. Almost. He runs Lucy. She's covered in red, but she's not hurt whatsoever. Her uncle had not been mortally wounded. Lucy looks at her uncle and says, you are lucky he's not a better shot. Gregory asks if she still wants the annulment, and Lucy, of course, says yes, and is just apologizing to Hasselby. And Hasselby completely understands because, man, what a crazy day today was for them. Richard says that he will pay for his uncle to leave immediately, which is very generous of him to do. And Gregory tells Davenport that he must approve this annulment, because if not, he's hiding the fact that he knew about a traitor in this country, which is also not allowed in the country. Gregory looks at Hasselby, tells him thank you. Hasselby just shrugs and goes, I'm a romantic. Gregory then kisses Lucy in front of everyone, which normally would not be allowed, but given the day that they've had, I think that they deserved this kiss. And that is the end of On the Way to the Wedding. Let's get into the epilogue. We learn that Gregory and Lucy are very similar to Edmund and Violet, Gregory's parents, because she's pregnant, about to give birth to baby number 8. Oh, but wait, she's in labor. Oh, she gave birth to the baby. Would you look at that? It's twins. So instead of having 8, Lucy and Gregory have 9 kids. Wow. That's the end of the first epilogue. Epilogue number 2, we're starting off with a letter from Hyacinth to Gareth. Remember, that is her husband, talking about the whole entire twin situation, how they now have 9 kids. We learned that this was very hard on Lucy's body. She lost a lot of blood. She ended up passing out a little bit, but she does end up being okay. They reveal that each of their kids are named after a Bridgerton sibling. Oh, that's perfect. Each sibling has one of the kids named after them. No, because their first kid is named Catherine after Kate. So Hyacinth is standing there saying, oh, great, so you're gonna name this one Eloise and the next one's gonna be Francesca, right? So I don't get a kid named after me? And Gregory's kind of laughing, saying, well, you know what? You were quite rude to Lucy at the church. And Hyacinth's like, because she was marrying another man. In the end, they come up with the solution that they will name one kid Eloise, Lucy, and Francesca Hyacinth. That is the end of the Bridgerton universe. Thank y'all so much for watching. The next Explain the Entire Plot will be The Summer I Turned Pretty, and then we'll have to figure out another one to do. Love y'all, and if you want to see more content, make sure that you're subscribed. Bye everyone!